For 3 consecutive years, the PK King, Qin Feng, will he create another pinnacle here, 1A game that captivates the world. The blaring sound of the alarm clock jolted the slumbering Qin Feng awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up, his gaze tinged with a hint of desolation and anger. Qin Feng, this is the realm of youth. Your generation of keyboard warriors should make way for the younger players. Boss, just let me have a chance. If I'm not qualified, will you let me leave the team? How can you still not understand? Boss, you are past your prime. You no longer belong in the team. Your reflexes and speed have diminished. Do you comprehend? But this is an entirely new game, one that doesn't rely on speed. It requires experience. Experience? Experience. I am experience, Qin Feng. Before you even arrived here, I was already running a team. The game is gone. You should give up. Go find a job that suits you. Boss, enough. Qin Feng, I've already given you 4 months' salary. Your glory is in the past. Do well for yourself. Just yesterday, the magnificent team disbanded its gaming squad, announcing its venture into a brand new holographic game that has captured the attention of 1 billion players. Worldwide.it is said that within just 10 days of opening registration, accounts have already surpassed 200 million. This is a staggering figure, and all major teams are preparing to enter at the earliest opportunity. Thus, the magnificent team has assembled a new roster of players, rumored to have undergone rigorous training, all to achieve greatness in this holographic game. Qin Feng set his alarm for an hour before the game's launch that he meticulously went through his morning routine, washing his face, brushing his teeth, eating, and using the restroom, all in anticipation of entering the game at the earliest moment. The International Joint Company operates the game, grounding it in a realistic depiction of an ancient world. The dynamic map will evolve over time, gradually unveiling chapters, while terrifying foes from different dimensions will descend upon this realm. This is the sensational blockbuster game, ZHX. Within the game, the established order is in disarray, necessitating players to explore the map themselves. As the game progresses, chaotic monsters will emerge, their attributes doubling, increasing the difficulty. The equipment dropped will gradually enhance in quality to combat the in-game monsters. The most alluring aspect for players is that, aside from leveling up through monster hunting, every NPC in the game can ultimately be replaced by players. For instance, the owner of the herbal shop at the entrance, the blacksmith, and even higher-ranking figures like lords, kings, and subordinate officials can be substituted by players. Once a player's commercial level, strength, and wealth surpass that of an NPC, they may freely replace any NPC they desire. Subsequently, the entire vast world will transition into a fully immersive system, where everything will unfold among the players. In essence, this is akin to a player's journey through time. Players can experience a century of life in a different realm through RPG role-playing within a single year. Of course, if one wishes to further explore the ancient continent, the adventure is endless. Whether aspiring to be a master, a merchant, a blacksmith, a high-ranking official, or even a nefarious villain, one can strive towards those ambitions, ultimately achieving their goals and reaching new heights in life.it is easy to imagine such a game would attract countless players. From the elderly to teenagers, countless individuals eagerly anticipate their journey through this virtual world. To the difficulty of leaving the city. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. Donning his helmet, he realized that his skills could not afford the gaming pod, so he had to rely on a holographic helmet instead. Lying back on his bed, a chaotic scene unfolded before his eyes. Character creation. Before the game commenced, it provided a character creation interface. However, this interface did not allow for personal input. The holographic helmet would assess the user's blood flow to determine their physical form, creating a character that initially mirrored the user's appearance with utmost accuracy. As the game progressed, the character would evolve through experience, gaining muscle and becoming stronger, allowing players to immerse themselves in their growth and transformation. First and foremost, one must choose a race, as this is a crucial factor that will influence the character's facial features and physique. The available races are diverse, including human, orc, dwarf, elf, and even undead and demon races. At this moment, the helmet was recording the bodily process. Human. Qin Feng decisively selected. Damn it, he thought, feeling a strong urge to kick his own stomach. Years of gaming had left him with a thick layer of fat around his belly, yet it could not be denied that Qin Feng was still quite handsome. His attire, however, was tragic, resembling that of a laborer, but there was little he could do about it. What? No weapons? Qin Feng stared incredulously at his hands, gazing at the time-space portal behind him. Could it be? Am I truly starting from zero? At least give me a dog to begin with. Qin Feng finally understood why the team had opted for military-style training for its members. Next came the selection of a birthplace, as this world was modeled after the original Earth, making the choice of starting region crucial. Do I even need to think? He chose the Asian continent. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, he wondered how many were also counting down to the game's start. Qin Feng was among them. 3, 2, 1. The time-space portal opened, Without hesitation, Qin Feng dashed inside. Hey. Don't push. Make way. Ugh, keep your distance. Don't touch me. Do I want to touch you? Why did I even choose this place? Can we leave the city already? Is it still the Spring Festival? What's going on up front? Is there a traffic jam in the ancient world too? Can we move, please? Come on. Qin Feng sighed, realizing he was just another face in the crowd. Yet like many players, his first experience of such a game was filled with curiosity and excitement. Be grateful. There's a line outside. No way. Didn't the game company say this game can accommodate a massive number of players? Yes, but the city can't hold them all, can it? The spawn point can't be stacked, right? Can those in front follow the traffic rules? A sea of players pressed against one another. Qin Feng followed the crowd, and soon, numerous souls floated back down from the sky, however. Souls cannot be resurrected? Damn it. Can you move aside? You're blocking the resurrection point. Though in soul form, players could not engage in gameplay but could still converse. For goodness sake, is there going to be monsters when we finally leave the city? A voice beside Qin Feng, belonging to a young man in his 20s, remarked. Qin Feng was pondering that very question. Congratulations to player James for becoming the first player to level up to level 1. Oh my gosh, the foreigners are leveling up, and we haven't even left the city? Can we not unite and get out together? Perhaps the excitement of someone leveling up spurred the crowd's determination, and finally, the pace of exiting the city accelerated significantly. Qin Feng followed the tide of players and eventually squeezed his way out. My heavens, is it really necessary? Qin Feng glanced back and hastily moved forward. Upon exiting the city, a sense of clarity enveloped him. He pondered the absurdity of the situation. If only the city gates were wider, could we still besiege the city at level 1? Upon emerging from the city, Qin Feng finally comprehended the reason behind the barricaded city gates. The explanation was rather straightforward. As soon as individuals exited the city, they sought tools, anything from tree branches to other makeshift implements, taking them away. Arriving empty-handed, without any weapon, how could one survive? As Qin Feng sprinted, he observed others engaged in combat, battling various low-level creatures such as mountain boars and wild bulls. Some fought with clothing, others with wooden sticks, and a few even wielded their shoes. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, pondering how the game developers had conceived such a design. Why was it structured this way? Additionally, he discovered a lack of quests within the game. His feet hardly paused as he mused over these thoughts while walking. It was unwise to neglect the preparatory materials before delving into a game. The game company had solemnly declared that the terrain was vast, almost a realistic replica of Earth, with 100 miles beyond the city filled with low-level monsters. Why then linger near the city? This was merely a matter of habit. Many believed that venturing farther would lead to encountering stronger foes. Treating this as an ordinary game while completely disregarding how minuscule a city is in relation to the Earth, a grave misjudgment. Yet, numerous individuals ahead of Qin Feng chose not to battle monsters, opting instead to march straight to the next city. However, Qin Feng refrained from such actions. While moving farther away was prudent, straying too far could be perilous. It is essential to remember that the novice city serves as a respawn point for players. Should one wander too far and fall victim to a group attack, returning would equate to a waste of time. Before becoming familiar with the monsters, one must ensure they can defeat them before departing. After approximately 2 hours of walking, Qin Feng found himself nearly alone and ventured into the forest. The area was replete with trees, and he managed to procure a branch. This marked the first trial of the game. Success hinged upon this initial attempt. To his surprise, not far into the woods, he noticed several fragments of stone scattered across the ground. How fortunate! Glancing at the pouch at his waist, he attempted to open it, and, to his delight, succeeded, revealing a storage space the size of a room. Additionally, he discovered his character attributes. Qin Feng, his true name. Opting not to use his former team name. Level 0, Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 10, Intelligence 10, Experience 0-100, Skills none, Life skills none. This aligned with his expectations, offering no surprises. Having stored the stones in his pouch, Qin Feng did not wander far before encountering his first monster in the chaotic realm. A gray wolf, level 1, with sharp fangs capable of rending human flesh, posed a brutal threat. Qin Feng focused his gaze on the approaching gray wolf, which revealed its health bar. This amalgamation of game and reality was intriguing. The gray wolf also detected Qin Feng, baring its teeth in a menacing display. Qin Feng vowed that, were this not a game, he would undoubtedly flee. What a jest! Even in-game, that toothy grin was sufficiently unsettling. With a stone in his left hand and a branch in his right, he cautiously approached the small gray wolf. Come on, little guy. At this moment, Qin Feng endeavored to envision the gray wolf as merely a small creature, despite the pressure brought on by the combat scenario. Alas, the creature before him was certainly not a harmless pup. What? Qin Feng was taken aback by the wolf's intelligence, based on his past gaming experiences. Monsters typically did not attack unless provoked. It seemed he could not treat this as just a game. With steely resolve, he thought, isn't it possible to respawn? Memories of harsh words from his team leader and the disdainful glances from new recruits ignited a fierce determination within him. I must reclaim my dignity. Whether in reality or in a game, I, Qin Feng, will not yield. With a battle cry, he pressed the branch down against the gray wolf, relentlessly striking upwards with the stone. The wolf's health steadily diminished, while Qin Feng's own health also waned due to the wolf's clawing. The pain felt achingly real, nearly causing him to forget he was within a game. Each scratch made him feel as though death was imminent. Without the health bar, he might have doubted his reality. Goodness, this feels too real, he exclaimed. He exerted himself even more fiercely, unwilling to be defeated by the gray wolf. A flash of white light emerged. His experience points increased by 20, and a multitude of items fell to the ground. Had he achieved a drop? Hastily, Qin Feng gathered the loot, a dagger, which he stowed away without a glance, along with a gold coin, a health potion, and a blue potion. Amusingly, he even obtained a pair of women's shorts. Ignoring the oddity, he collected everything and swiftly departed. One of the survival rules was to keep wealth hidden, especially when both he and others were at level 0. While running, he simultaneously searched for a second monster. With the dagger in hand, Qin Feng felt a newfound confidence. The dagger was of excellent quality, boasting an attack of 12 and a speed of 16, with additional frost damage of 23 and lightning damage of 4 upon striking. Blue gear? Qin Feng felt fortunate and undeniably lucky. This dagger was indeed a superb piece of equipment for a beginner. The attack speed of the dagger, classified as a one-handed light weapon, was calculated based on the number of strikes per second, amounting to 16 strikes per second, translating into approximately 3 attacks every 2 seconds. This weapon's damage was at least double that of the stones he had previously thrown, and he estimated the gray wolf's health to be around 20. Thus, with a dagger in hand, and additionally, 7 points of elemental damage, if calculated in this manner, with a stroke of luck, it could be accomplished in 3 strikes. Approximately 2 seconds for each gray wolf. Congratulations to the player, James, for being the first to reach level 2. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng smiled faintly, paying it little heed, for to those foreign players, true leveling up was beyond their imagination. They merely occupied a slight numerical advantage, being the first to slay monsters, with no one contesting their kills. However, once the players from his side began to disperse, the foreigners would soon comprehend what true leveling entailed. That said, Qin Feng felt compelled to hasten his pace. To the current players, the dagger in his possession could be deemed a divine artifact. He quickly moved away, knowing that the area would soon become crowded. While he was not afraid of others, he was apprehensive about the scarcity of monsters. Advancing further, he dispatched several gray wolves, thereby reaching level 1. Unbeknownst to him, the morning had slipped away swiftly, and Qin Feng began to feel hunger pangs. Damn it, what is this feeling? Qin Feng grumbled. Why is my stomach growling so? It appeared necessary to find a monster to test whether the issue of food could be resolved. In the game, all aspects were left for players to explore independently, with no available information, which posed a dilemma. Qin Feng hastened forward, intent on finding something to eat. He was acutely aware that in such games, towns typically offered sustenance, like buns, to satiate hunger. However, given the game's emphasis on realism, he surmised that culinary delights could also be found in the wilderness. Thus, he would need to ascertain whether the next monster could provide nourishment. Monsters were plentiful, and he had not strayed far when he encountered another gray wolf. This area seemed to be home to the little wolves, yet this one appeared somewhat bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? You are my meal. Qin Feng chuckled as he charged forward, thrusting his dagger directly at the creature. The outcome was less than fortunate. While he eliminated the wolf, it yielded only a single coin. Undeterred, he collected it, for his primary concern was sustenance. Dismembering the wolf's leg, he held it up, bloodied and unappealing. Finding a piece of broken wood, he set about trying to create fire. Well, Qin Feng noted, glancing at the distant horizon where the main city was absent, he had little choice but to proceed. After over an hour of trial and error, he finally succeeded in igniting a fire. Gradually, the aroma began to waft through the air. Qin Feng had lived alone since his parents passed away in his youth, leaving him a modest home. Initially, his aunt would visit, but once he joined the combat team, her visits ceased. He had grown accustomed to self-sufficiency. As he picked up the wolf leg, he realized he had never tasted wolf meat before. This is surprisingly flavorful, he mused. I wonder if real wolf meat tastes like this. Could it be that in the future, after slaying dragons, I might feast on dragon meat? But how would the developers even know what dragon meat tastes like? Surely they wouldn't mimic the taste of beef, would they? Qin Feng chuckled to himself, merely voicing his thoughts aloud, as there was no one to hear him. Just as he savored the meat and tended to the fire, the atmosphere outside the city began to shift. Murder and thievery were on the rise. Although the majority of players would not resort to such actions, a minority chose the path of villainy. They claimed that quests coerced them into such behavior, despite the lack of any actual quests, leading many players to express skepticism. Regardless, as highwaymen proliferated, players gradually learned to band together, forming small teams for adventures, while solitary individuals became easy prey. Qin Feng remained oblivious to these developments. He had yet to return to the city or traverse the roads, seeing only trees and monsters. Ah, this truly works. Qin Feng patted his stomach and stood up. Alone, he continued onward, seeking a main city. By the way, could these wolves be sold? He carelessly tossed the gray wolf's carcass into his storage box. 1. A number appeared in the lower right corner of the gray wolf's icon. Could it truly be stacked? Would it be sellable? Qin Feng stood up, no longer seeking monsters. For he needed to focus on finding the main city. He did not wish to spend the night in this desolate place. If he could eat, he could also sleep. But if he failed to locate the main city, he would be forced to camp in the wilderness. Hey there, kid, found anything good? Turning around, Qin Feng saw 4 individuals approaching with smiles on their faces. Oh, hee, gentlemen, it's nothing much, just a pair of shorts. Would you like them, miss? Qin Feng quickly grasped their intentions, but could not afford to appear weak. Initiating a confrontation at a low level was highly frowned upon, especially among members of combat teams, as becoming a criminal would tarnish the entire team's reputation. However, refraining from action did not equate to inaction. If they were to strike first, everything would be resolved. Knowing this, Qin Feng was prepared. What? You don't like it? How about I offer you 100 coins to let me go? No, that's too much. I only earned 200, so how about you 4 each take 10 coins? Fair enough. Damn it, just hand it over. 200 coins, not a single one less. The leader, a scrawny youth even younger than Qin Feng, called him kid, prompting Qin Feng to focus his attention on him. What? 200? Can I log off instead? Not paying. Are you out of your mind? The scrawny one swung his weapon, effectively instigating the conflict. Qin Feng waved the shorts he had drawn, uncertain if this would suffice. With a swift motion, the shorts were sliced open, revealing the scrawny figure's health bar and a gray name above his head. Nicholas, the 4th brother. You have truly brought disgrace upon Seago. The appearance of a health bar signifies that the opponent has entered a hostile state. Is this your first brawl? Little one? Qin Feng delivered a flurry of punches, leaving the slender monkey dazed, nearly foaming at the mouth. With a swift motion, he produced a dagger. Although the game maintains a level of restraint to distinguish virtual reality, with no blood effects, the dagger would still inflict genuine damage upon the body. The attack speed of the dagger was astonishingly quick, and since Qin Feng's level surpassed that of the slender monkey, he had reduced the latter's health to a mere fraction in the blink of an eye. Are you not going to assist? The slender monkey's face turned pale with fear, struggling to escape. But could he truly flee? Qin Feng yanked him back, delivering the final blow, and the slender monkey dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Returning to the novice city. Thud. The remaining 2 fools knelt in submission, while the female player appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Brother, we just squeezed out of the city. After over 3 hours, only to be slain by 2 monsters. Have mercy on us. Qin Feng burst into laughter, scram. He did not even spare them a glance. Particularly the girl, whom he disregarded entirely. Turning away, he intended to leave. Whoosh. Thud. An arrow struck Qin Feng's back. Get him. A howl echoed as the 3 moved in unison. Qin Feng's health plummeted by a third. Do you believe you will survive? Upon recognizing the voice of Brother Nicola, he resolved to send him on his way. With a chilling gaze, he retaliated. Keep in mind, I have slain more monsters than you. Qin Feng brandished his daggers, launching an assault on the 2 adversaries. How can he wield 2 weapons? Brother Nicola's eyes widened in shock, yet the health bar continued to dwindle regardless of his astonishment. What are you doing, old 3? Are you here to watch him fight us? Shoot him. Brother Nicola shouted, and the woman behind him, who was the archer, hesitated before finally taking action. Whoosh. Thud. Another arrow struck, causing a portion of Qin Feng's health to diminish, but he remained unfazed, continuing his assault. In a matter of moments, the health bars of the 3 adversaries, save for the female archer, had all been reduced to half. Finish him off. Brother Nicola proclaimed arrogantly. Qin Feng smirked slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the trio. His health was still substantial enough not to provoke excitement. As a seasoned professional, he had witnessed countless critical moments where even the slightest amount of health could determine victory. However, he wished to toy with these inept individuals. Therefore, he charged forward once more, engaging in a brutal style of combat. Any techniques he employed were lost on them. Qin Feng was correct in his assumption that showcasing skill before novices was a waste of time. The most primal method could prove far more effective. Thud, thud, thud. Shoot him quickly. Brother Nicola, witnessing his health bar plummet, grew frantic. Yet Qin Feng pressed on, directly attacking, and when everyone's health dwindled to a mere 10th, he suddenly withdrew. Planning to flee? Brother Nicola glared menacingly at Qin Feng. Not at all. Qin Feng replied courteously, producing a red potion. Just replenishing my health. What? Brother Nicola glanced at Brother Nicola too, and they exchanged looks before turning back. Qin Feng's health was restored to full. What the hell? Qin Feng lunged forward, delivering 2 swift strikes, sending each of them back to the city. Brother, show us some mercy, the female player pleaded. Haven't you received enough? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his daggers dancing in the air, and before the astonished eyes of Brother Nicola III, a wisp of smoke enveloped the fallen bough. Qin Feng picked it up and tossed it into his storage. In the realm of professional gaming, there are only allies and enemies. No distinction between male and female players exists. The game must adhere to its rules. Qin Feng strode away, leaving 4 souls floating above the novice city. Damn it. Old 4, this was your foolish idea. What do you mean by a health potion? Look, that kid has potions. How was I to know? Just look at the souls returning, and you call this a realistic game? Drinking potions is realistic? Idiot. I lost my bow, you owe me. Enough. We'll settle this outside the city. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained oblivious to their quarrel as he continued his search for the main city. Traversing the forest, he followed the canyon ahead, knowing that in ancient times, many cities had underground sewage systems that utilized the canyon's water flow to clear refuse. If the game implemented such a feature, the canyon would likely connect to a city. Furthermore, Qin Feng was aimlessly wandering without a clear direction by following the canyon. He at least had a reference point to track his journey. As night fell, Qin Feng ventured further, unable to locate a city. Reluctantly, he decided to find a place to rest for the night. Where could he find such a spot? Not far ahead, a cave-like entrance caught his eye, and with curiosity, Qin Feng approached cautiously. The words Wolf King's Cave were inscribed above the entrance, and he gazed intently at them. As he quietly entered, he encountered a small whirlpool at the bend. Stepping forward, he froze upon crossing the threshold. The Wolf King's Cave, a level 5 dungeon, warned players to consider 2 options before entering. Easy mode, where the monster levels were lower and the Wolf King would drop inferior loot. Challenges arise in the form of a level 10 dungeon, where the monsters possess formidable strength and the attributes of the Wolf King have been significantly enhanced, guaranteeing a 100 drop rate for one of the Wolf King's set pieces. However, it is a trivial task. Qin Feng would never be reckless enough to venture into a level 10 elite dungeon wielding merely a blue dagger, especially considering the unknown nature of the encounters within. Should it turn out to be a group dungeon, he certainly does not wish to return to town and queue up for a drop. This is of utmost importance. Rather than spending time admiring beautiful characters, it is far more prudent to defeat some lesser monsters. Qin Feng adheres to a personal motto while grinding: never return to town. If a deadline must be imposed, it is simply this: never return to town. Suddenly, the scene flickers, and Qin Feng's right leg steps forcefully into the dungeon. A pungent, acrid odor assaults his senses, and he frowns. While he seeks realism, there is no need for it to be nauseating. No sooner does he venture forth than a gray wolf emits a low growl. Gray Wolf Elite. Level 4. Skill Bite. Qin Feng brandishes his blue short dagger and initiates an attack against the Gray Wolf Elite. Come forth. He charges, and the dagger gleams coldly as it thrusts forward. The Gray Wolf Elite, showing no restraint, lunges back with a powerful claw. Ryup. Qin Feng's tattered clothing is torn asunder. The excruciating pain nearly causes him to faint. Yet he clings tenaciously to the wolf's jaws. Can its skill, bite, truly allow it to bite him? Maintaining his grip on the Gray Wolf Elite, Qin Feng swiftly retrieves an ordinary dagger from his storage box. Thrust, thrust, thrust. After a relentless barrage lasting over 30 seconds, he finally slays the Gray Wolf Elite. With a whoosh, he levels up, ascending to level 3. Qin Feng occupation: none strength, 30 agility, 30 stamina, 30 intelligence, 30 potential points, 30 experience, 0 500 skills, none life skills, none. Gazing at his attributes, Qin Feng nods. He has refrained from allocating points thus far, as he has yet to determine a clear path. The professions in this world are vaguely defined, suggesting possibilities such as warrior, mage, archer, and others. However, precise specifications are non-existent. The game merely indicates that any direction is feasible, allowing players to explore various playstyles independently. Therefore, Qin Feng hesitates to allocate points. Each skill point costs 10 points at the first level, and although they may seem inconsequential at the outset, they could significantly impact later stages. In a world devoid of returns, even a minor requirement could necessitate an entire level's worth of experience. Qin Feng wishes to observe further before committing to a path. After all, his current profession is non-existent, and those 30 attribute points will undoubtedly dictate his future. On the ground, 4 or 5 items are revealed: a health potion, a blue potion for gold coins, and an unusual item, a wolf tooth. Collecting 100 of these will allow him to exchange them for a wolf tooth necklace from Camus at the High City in the canyon. This item too. Qin Feng gathers the wolf teeth, noting that the health potion has transformed in quality, upgrading from a trace amount to a low amount, replenishing 400 health points. He chuckles bitterly. With only 300 health points, such a large potion is rather useless. He decides to keep it. Perhaps it could fetch a decent price upon his return. As Qin Feng ventures deeper, the difficulty escalates. Level 9 Dungeon, Wolf King's Lair, Intermediate, ahead, 4 gray wolf elites lie huddled together. Qin Feng observes them for a while. They only occasionally shift. 4. He ponders how best to eliminate them swiftly. Each wolf could inflict a minimum of 30 points of damage with a single attack, and a bite could cost him as much as 60 health points. He has a mere 5 seconds to act before he must retreat. However, leaving the dungeon would invalidate his progress. Assessing the situation, Qin Feng retrieves his health potions. 7 potions are far from sufficient. With 4 wolves, his blue dagger might allow him to take down one quickly if fortune favors him, but that would still cost him 2 potions. With only 3 remaining, he considers the absurdity of facing the Wolf King under such circumstances. Determined, he resolves to allocate points. He must ensure he has at least 400 health points. After consuming a few small health potions, he decides to invest 10 points into health, bringing his total health to 40 and leaving him with 20 potential points. Examining his health, Qin Feng feels more secure. He can endure a bit longer, though the situation remains precarious. He arranges the health potions on the ground for easy access, draws his bow, and aims at a wolf. Whoosh! Before the gray wolf elites can close the distance, he looses 3 arrows and then grabs a health potion, charging forward. He discards the bow, switching to his blue dagger. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qin Feng does not bother to monitor his health. Even the lowest attack yields 150 points of damage, while his meager health potions restore only 150 health points. After consuming a potion, he resumes his assault without hesitation. With a cacophony of sounds signaling the drop of equipment, Qin Feng turns and flees without a moment's pause. Behind him, 3 gray wolf elites pursue. As he glances down, a cold sweat breaks out. Indeed, his health is perilously low, with barely half remaining, should he fail to recover that 100 points. A miscalculation could force him back to town. Qin Feng opens a health potion and drinks deeply, then grabs another and charges once more at the gray wolf elites. 5, 4. Counting silently to 5 once more, he drinks another potion. He continues to attack until the last gray wolf falls, yielding experience points. With 2 remaining, Qin Feng feels considerably safer. The advantage of that extra 100 health points is evident. It allows him to withstand additional hits and deliver a couple more strikes. Eliminating the gray wolf elite ahead of time saves him from potentially losing 60 points of health. Once more, Qin Feng drank a vial, leaving him with 4 remaining potions. With a sense of relief, he faced the onslaught of a wolf, vanquishing one, and after dispatching the last, he consumed another potion to complete his kill. However, his health was nearly depleted. Hastily, he sat down to recuperate. This was the simplest method of conserving potions, before amassing a sufficient supply. Every player must resort to this essential restorative practice. After a considerable time, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a piece of equipment, and his eyes lit up. Iron armor? He approached to claim the armor. The iron armor boasted a defense of 10 points and an increase of 28 points to vitality. Quite fortuitous at this juncture. A defense of 10 points proved immensely beneficial. In Dungeon 10, the Wolf King Cave, lower, while a defense of 10 points did not significantly diminish the overall threat. It enabled Qin Feng's body to withstand pain, which was a crucial aspect. However, the requirement for strength was rather disheartening. 48 points? Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng allocated all his remaining points to strength. It was a reluctant decision. If future equipment demanded strength, these points could not be spared. Regardless of the profession, a portion would need to be invested in strength. Moreover, having chosen the human race, he had prepared for this path. And it was merely a habitual oversight that led to his initial neglect. Thus, enhancing his strength now was entirely reasonable. With strength now at 50, his attack power saw a slight increase, and importantly, he could don the armor. Clad in this cumbersome iron suit, it appeared quite unwieldy, while it looked acceptable during gameplay. Glancing down revealed a rather unappealing sight. Clank, clank. As he moved, it sounded akin to striking a gong, yet he felt a profound sense of comfort within. Additionally, he had acquired 2 health potions, 4 mana potions, and over 30 coins. With his previous earnings, Qin Feng's total coin count had reached 87. He possessed leather gloves, a coarse cloth belt, and a pair of cloth shoes. With a resigned sigh, he equipped himself. The belt possessed 4 loops capable of holding 4 health potions, allowing for swift access. Simply pulling the potion would cause the cork to drop, enabling immediate consumption and saving precious seconds. The cloth shoes offered a mere 1 point of defense, serving primarily to prevent foot abrasions, while the leather gloves, providing an additional 2 points of defense, were rather stylish. Having completed his gear and affixed his potions, Qin Feng stepped outside once more. To his surprise, he noticed his belt's capacity, Could it really hold 4 grenades? Shaking his head, he advanced. An elite gray wolf appeared. And without hesitation, Qin Feng charged forth. A woo! The elite gray wolf lunged fiercely at him. Qin Feng deftly pushed it aside, using his left hand to restrain it as though slaughtering a pig, an exceedingly straightforward and brutal affair. With a series of swift strikes, he dispatched it, collecting coins and health potions. Upon inspecting his health, he noted a minor reduction of just over 100 points. This was the power of equipment. With it, not only had his defense improved, but he could adopt a more aggressive combat style, pressing down on the gray wolf regardless of whether it bit him or not. His attack speed had increased, enhancing all aspects of his performance. Thus, in this immersive game, numerous factors must be considered. The difference in combat speed between pain and non-pain states was stark. Additionally, this elite creature provided 200 experience points, propelling him halfway to the next level. Congratulations to player James for reaching level 5. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Could this fellow be farming in the dungeon? Feeling prepared, he decided it was time to level up, as he had acquired a semblance of strength. However, he wondered if this dungeon could be farmed indefinitely. It likely could not. After searching for some time, he finally located the task panel at the bottom of his character attributes. It indicated a daily limit of 5 runs. Thus, he could not merely grind lower-level foes. The wolves within had suddenly weakened, yet their numbers remained substantial. As he traversed the area, he eradicated over 20 small wolves, closing in on level 4 with less than 100 experience points to spare. At last, at the cave's end, he confronted a White Wolf King, a level 5 boss monster. The White Wolf King possessed the skill bite. It lacked any distinctive features, aside from its elevated level. With 100 points of boss experience, Qin Feng ascended directly to level 4, and he also obtained the game's first dark gold equipment. As the loot scattered across the ground, Qin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Gleaming gold coins mingled with a dark gold longsword and an array of armor pieces, enough to form a small mountain. He did not perceive much utility in these items. Low-level equipment, no matter how abundant, was ultimately worthless. Yet, it was prudent to prepare a full set, if only to replace the iron armor and cloth shoes. He retained the iron greaves, iron boots, and iron helmet for battle, opting to remove them when not engaged, as they were quite unappealing. He gathered over 100 coins, his total now standing at 187. Most importantly, he had acquired the dark gold longsword. While termed a longsword, it was merely a straight weapon, a curious distinction. It was just game equipment, and he reminded himself not to take it too seriously. The Wolf King's Blade, dark gold. Attack power, 816, base value, 24. Attack speed, 14. Required strength, 37. Physical damage increase, 400. Attack power increase, 58. Poison damage increase, 20. The Wolf Kings might ensure that enemies were guaranteed to suffer from poison and bleeding. Remarkable. An excellent piece of equipment. As Qin Feng examined the Wolf King's Blade, he recognized it as a combat tool rather than a mere accessory for show. With 16 points of damage, plus an additional 8 points, it delivered 24 damage. Its attack speed was not significantly slower, capable of inflicting 60 points of damage within 2 seconds. If judged by previous assessments, under circumstances of unstable self-inflicted damage, approximately 8 attacks would suffice to vanquish a wolf. The prolonged duration is attributed to the wolf's own struggles and the consumption of potions, allowing Qin Feng to unleash 4 attacks within a mere 5 seconds. Assuming each strike inflicts 9 points of damage, the approximate health of a level 4 elite gray wolf hovers around 80 to 100. Lacking precise figures, Qin Feng could only estimate player health based on initial attributes, with subsequent evaluations primarily derived from the number of attacks executed. However, now, should Qin Feng calculate based on maximum attack potential, he could fell a wolf with no more than 4 strikes. Conservatively speaking, within 10 seconds, he could effortlessly slay an elite gray wolf without the need for healing. Such is the disparity in power. Qin Feng glanced at his attributes. Qin Feng. Level 4 profession, none strength, 60 agility, 40 stamina, 50 intelligence, 40 potential points, 10 experience, 1000 skills, none life skills, none. Indeed, the requirement for the next level is 1000 experience points. If he were to clear 2 instances consecutively, it would facilitate a swift ascent to level 5. That James must have also discovered the beginner dungeon. Without hesitation, Qin Feng departed the instance to continue farming. After 2 consecutive runs, he successfully elevated himself to level 5. However, during these 2 runs, one yielded little, while the second produced a Wolf King leather armor and a basic sword chi tome. Wolf King leather armor. Defense increased by 24, base value 8. Health increased by 100 points, defense boost of 300, all elemental resistances increased by 10, movement speed increased by 10, without a moment's hesitation. Qin Feng donned the armor. Subsequently, he also learned the basic sword chi without a second thought. Upon practicing, Qin Feng realized that the basic sword chi was indeed not mere rhetoric. It could genuinely unleash sword energy. He estimated that the sword energy could reach a distance of 5 meters. As for the remaining 2 dungeons, Qin Feng resolved not to reserve them, for he could now access the advanced dungeon, which effectively equated to a level 10 beginner dungeon. Qin Feng understood that the duration he could remain in this locale was not brief. The game stipulated a maximum playtime of 10 hours for each player, with time in the game passing at a 100-fold rate compared to reality. The game company aimed to allow players to experience a century of life within a year. However, in practice, such an extent was unlikely. It was merely an advertising gimmick. Spending 10 hours in-game translates to a month of gameplay, equivalent to approximately 70 times the duration in reality. Despite being a month, it must be acknowledged that the game is indeed real, necessitating food and rest, all of which consume time. Once one departs from a monster zone, the challenge of locating another new monster zone becomes daunting. Consider the journey from one city to another. It is likely that it would take several days to traverse, requiring rest and sustenance while contending with the monotony of life. Perhaps, when the world becomes populated, everything will transform. Yet, for now, Qin Feng gazed ahead at the endless expanse of land, with only the throngs of people behind him. Thus, he resolved to clear the remaining 2 dungeons, for it was uncertain if he would return to this place. Yet, Qin Feng hesitated, reluctant to level up too rapidly. He wished to maintain his position as second, not wanting the system message to announce his name prematurely. He decided to slay once more. He silently resolved to confront the initial monster of the advanced dungeon, the White Wolf, level 7. Qin Feng proceeded to slay, consuming potions while simultaneously acquiring more, ultimately utilizing 4 bottles. Having previously stocked up during 3 dungeon runs, he obtained 2 pieces of dark gold equipment. This was indeed a team dungeon, ideally requiring 2 to 3 players to cooperate. Nevertheless, Qin Feng relied on his precise calculation abilities to deftly evade lethal strikes, utilizing his potions judiciously without any waste. He successfully garnered 600 experience points. With 1 more kill, he could ascend to level 6, yet he lingered in the dungeon, not venturing out. Practicing sword chi. The release of sword energy consumed mana, yet it significantly enhanced his attack potential. Sword chi could also penetrate monsters, inflicting considerable damage on those behind, marking a stark contrast in output between wielding sword energy and not, especially against such chaotic melee wolves. Qin Feng comprehended why sword energy and weaponry were not granted at the beginner stage. One could easily imagine the terror of players ambushing others at the entrance of the novice village. Even without such blockades, player interactions could lead to various frictions, making it difficult to explain any accidental harm. Due to the game's design, any damage inflicted on another player constitutes an attack, a concept nearly mirroring reality. Therefore, allowing players to gradually familiarize themselves with one another is of paramount importance. Moreover, the 5th level dungeon drops the sword chi skill book, indicating the game company's intention to introduce skills in lower level dungeons, making it clear to players that future skills must be acquired through monster hunting. James is truly lacking. What has he been doing all this time? Qin Feng murmured as he continued his practice. On the other side of the continent, James's teammate patted him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, cheer up. You've already earned glory, man. Dying once is nothing to be ashamed of. James roared in frustration. I despise that damned advanced dungeon. Indeed, we share your disdain, but we must confront it. Congratulations to the player Jean Deschainrin for becoming the first to reach level 6. Qin Feng pressed against the wall, nearly toppling over. He truly arrived. Qin Feng chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Meanwhile, across various corners of the game, players exclaimed, wow, Jean Deschainrin is incredible. Haha, he also managed to level up to 6? Must be double experience. Jean Deschainrin, not mingling with Feng Wumian anymore. Indeed, the game has ceased operations, and Feng Wuyin will no longer grace this place, will he? Alas, it seems we are in for quite a spectacle. Quickly, let us ascertain the illustrious list of players this time. Go. Goodness, he is still here. Everyone, gather your wits and do not hold back upon seeing the illustrious ones. Feng Wuyin, what a welcome surprise. Qin Feng stepped out of the dungeon, a smile gracing his lips. Feng Wuyin, after 9 years, this name has become legendary. Though Feng Wuyin may be absent, the benevolent Jean Deschainrin still remains. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned once more and re-entered the dungeon. Merely a few minutes later, he returned to the dungeon's entrance. After placing a plethora of equipment down, he donned a necklace around his neck. The Wolf King Necklace. Additional attack 1018, additional strength 30, additional agility 30, additional stamina 30, additional wisdom 30. Next, he equipped a ring. The Wolf King Ring. Attack power 1010, lightning damage 1010, frost damage 1010, fire damage 1010, poison damage 20. Additionally, he possessed a Wolf King helmet. Defensive power 20, including enhancements, with the equipment imbued with the Wolf King's roar. A battle cry skill that elevates attack power by 2020. The remaining 2 items, a Wolf King leather armor and a Wolf King staff, were stored away by Qin Feng. Finally, he glanced at his attributes. Qin Feng, level 6. Class, none. Strength, 110. Agility, 90. Stamina, 100. Life, 100, 1100. Intelligence, 90. Magic, 90. Potential points, 20. Experience, 12005000. Skills, basic sword chi. Life skills, none. All set. It is time to depart. With all the wolf carcasses and over 120 wolf fangs in tow, Qin Feng did not exit the dungeon. Rather, he chose to take a brief respite there. Upon awakening, he stumbled out of his slumber, exclaiming, "Goodness, what time is it?" Outside the Wolf King cave, it was around 9 a.m., marking the second day in the game. Within the confines of the game company, a young woman entered the manager's office with a report in hand. The investigation revealed that this player had not engaged in any actions within the dungeon. He was merely asleep. At the desk sat a woman in her mid-20s, sweet in appearance, clad in a professional suit. Her hair styled in a spiky cut adorned with a strawberry hairpin. Her high nose and expressive eyes were magnified by her glasses, lending her an air of scholarly charm. What? Huh? After toiling all night, he was simply sleeping? Truly remarkable. Who possesses such creativity? The customer service representative covered her mouth with a smile. Qin Feng, Feng Wuyin. He has arrived? She sprang to her feet. Is she referring to Qin Feng? Indeed. Miss, would you like to create an account? The cheerful customer service representative inquired. Never mind. While he plays here, I will be present. When I play, he will have logged off. We can discuss it later. Oh, that makes sense. I shall return to my duties. The representative turned to leave, but paused. Should we keep an eye on him? Very well. Let us investigate thoroughly for any cheating behavior. Yes, we will ensure a meticulous examination. As Qin Feng observed the front of the Wolf King cave, he noted the absence of other players and footprints, shaking his head. The design of this location was rather disheartening, positioned far from the main road, with the front near the city and the back distant from the novice village. Had Qin Feng not gotten lost, he likely would not have discovered this place at all. Equipped with his gear, Qin Feng's speed had notably increased. However, the lack of leather pants was quite an awkward predicament. The Wolf King set still required one piece, the Wolf King leather pants. Strangely, the set lacked gloves and boots, which should logically consist of wolf claws and paws. Why, then, does the game company deviate from this norm? As Qin Feng walked, he pondered this peculiarity. Yet, the moment his foot landed on the soft earth, clarity struck him. The footprints were likely a ruse to lead unsuspecting players into a trap, believing they had stumbled upon something significant, only to find peril instead. This company truly exhausts itself in its endeavors. Qin Feng found himself chuckling at the absurdity. Could anyone truly be fooled by such a ploy? Perhaps a character like Jean de Shanren might indeed fall prey to it. Qin Feng pressed on throughout the day, traversing the path as the low-level monsters no longer posed a challenge. While leveling up was the objective of the game, this particular one was different. One must inevitably leave the novice city, and lingering there for too long served no purpose. Moreover, could one remain in such a place for a month? In a world devoid of transportation, relying solely on one's feet necessitated the pursuit of additional ventures. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered numerous signs of battle. The ground stained with blood, indicative of team skirmishes against monsters, as encounters with other players showed no visible traces of bloodshed. On the following day, which marked the game's third day, Qin Feng finally arrived at the second city, the Canyon High City. Here, the number of players leveling up had increased, suggesting they had arrived a day earlier than he. However, most of them were part of teams, and Qin Feng could easily observe their adept coordination in luring and slaying monsters. It appeared that several squads were congregated here. Qin Feng felt a twinge of frustration. Should he enter? Having come this far, it would be a shame not to. Yet, within these walls, he was bound to encounter familiar faces. It was inevitable that those who were meant to meet would eventually cross paths. With determination, Qin Feng stepped forward. Navigating through the crowd, Qin Feng endeavored to remain silent. However, as he approached the city gates, a pair of individuals suddenly blocked his path. Goodness, have I lost my mind? Old Qin, what is the matter? Qin Feng sighed deeply. Is there truly nowhere I can escape your presence? Nonsense. Do you think I would hide from you? Where are your companions? Feng Ge, a sweet voice chimed in, belonging to a young sorceress, her appearance pure and charming. Inger, you are here too? Luo Xiaoying, the rumored girlfriend of Qin Feng. In truth, Qin Feng holds a deep affection for Luo Xiaoying. However, their respective teams were not aligned at the time, rendering their feelings quite awkward. To avoid misunderstandings, Qin Feng hesitated to pursue Luo Xiaoying earnestly. The man from before, with a rather unappealing visage, is he Zimming, the captain of the Beichuan team. Goodness. Seeing Inger speak has transformed her demeanor. Come, Inger, quickly meet your brother Feng. He has completely lost his wits. Haha. Luo Xiaoying approached He Ziming. Captain, stop joking around. He has been expelled from the team. What? He Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it. Old Wang is truly despicable. Qin Feng, I was only teasing you earlier. Time has passed, He Ziming. Look at me now. I'm doing just fine. Qin Feng glanced at Luo Xiaoying. You knew all along? Why didn't you inform me? Luo Xiaoying looked at Qin Feng reproachfully. I was worried you might be thrown off your game, so I intended to wait a few days before mentioning it. By the way, you are a mage? Qin Feng surveyed Luo Xiaoying. Yes. Luo Xiaoying nodded. Let me see your weapon. Qin Feng extended his hand. Luo Xiaoying pouted. It's not very impressive. Shyly, she handed her golden staff to Qin Feng. Not bad. Is it golden? I'll perform a little magic for you. Luo Xiaoying gazed at Qin Feng, bewildered. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng tossed the golden staff aside. Look, it has transformed. In the next moment, Qin Feng held an ebony gold staff. Goodness. He Ziming's eyes widened. Ebony gold equipment? Qin Feng, you rascal, did you clear a dungeon? Right. He Ziming hurriedly ran over to retrieve the golden staff. Damn. I bought it for 50 gold coins. Qin Feng glanced at He Ziming. Beichuan really is a big spender. By the way, how about I sell you this staff for 100? Luo Xiaoying snatched it back. How rude. That is mine. Qin Feng chuckled. I left it for you. Thank you. Luo Xiaoying nodded shyly. Oh my. Off you go to hunt monsters. He Ziming turned to leave, intentionally granting Luo Xiaoying and Qin Feng a moment to converse. Inger, there is also an ebony gold armor. Goodness. He Ziming turned back, swallowing hard. There is also an ebony gold necklace, but we need to exchange for it. I will accompany you. Brother. He Ziming stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. Qin Feng, we have been brothers for many years. We are rivals. Now we are brothers. How about you tell me the location of the dungeon? Consider joining Beichuan as the vice captain. Then, Inger could be your dedicated secretary. Hey, don't drag me into this. Inger exclaimed in a fluster, feeling as if she were being bartered. Nonetheless, brother Feng, it would be quite good for you to join us. Qin Feng shook his head. I have just gained my freedom. You wouldn't want to tether me again, would you? He Ziming nodded. Fair enough. I understand your temperament. But you have already cleared the dungeon. How about pointing your brothers in the right direction? Qin Feng lowered his head, glancing at Inger, then snapped his fingers. Fine. For Inger's sake. Splendid. He Ziming clenched his fist. Let us reduce the handling fee a bit. What? He Ziming exclaimed. Calm down. Beichuan has 10 main combatants, each needing 20 gold coins. 200? How about I just take 2,000? Forget the change. Goodness. Are you openly robbing me? He Ziming exclaimed, jumping back. Qin Feng smirked. Do you know how much gold I earned in the dungeon? 500. Little he. Think it over. Wait. He Ziming sighed. Let me gather some for you. Inger, bring your gold coins. Qin Feng raised his hand. For her, I will deduct 1,900. Hand them over. He Ziming shot Qin Feng a glare, then waved to summon a few of his brothers. 1,732. That's all there is. What day is it? Where are the gold coins? Qin Feng swiftly collected all. Head in this direction. Keep going for 2 days, and you'll find a canyon. At the bottom lies the Wolf King's Cave, a level 5 dungeon that drops skills. Is that for real? He Ziming's eyes widened. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings. The other teams were quite distant. Draw that wolf over. He Ziming signaled to his team's aggro players. The lad was quick, soon bringing a gray wolf. Qin Feng flicked his hand, drawing forth the ebony gold blade, and with a swift step forward, unleashed a wave of sword energy. The gray wolf barely had time to howl before it burst forth with gold coins. You are truly my brother. Brothers, let us go. We want to kill it. He Ziming strode forward. Qin Feng halted him. Wait, I need to exchange Inger's necklace. Qin Feng turned to Luo Xiaoying. Let us head into town and see what's good to buy. MHM. Luo Xiaoying's face blossomed with joy. He Ziming watched as Qin Feng and Luo Xiaoying departed. You scoundrel. Using my money to woo a girl. Slapping his thigh, He Ziming sat down. Captain, you are pursuing your own teammate. I swear. Several team members stifled their laughter. Brother Feng, have you truly let it go? Luo Xiaoying looked at Qin Feng. This was not the time for jesting. Whether I have or have not is irrelevant. It has already come to pass, so why dwell on it? Qin Feng smiled at Luo Xiaoying. Why don't you join our team? The captain is quite decent, and you are familiar with him. Don't be misled by his fearsome appearance. He is quite down-to-earth and loyal. Luo Xiaoying sincerely hoped Qin Feng would join her team, believing it would draw them closer together. A team? I have yet to decide. Let me think it over. If necessary, I will certainly join Beichuan. Really? Yes. Even if it is for you, I would still do it. What are you saying? Inger, this is something I should have said long ago. But please give me a little more time. I need to reclaim some things. What? Dignity. Glory. Qin Feng stepped forward, while Luo Xiaoying remained rooted to the spot. Taking a long time to catch up with him. Don't be like this. In fact, it's not that remarkable, is it? It's just a team leader, after all. You should seek out Qin Dashin. I saw his name. He has been following you for years. Yet, you ignore him. He enjoys double rewards, buys people for dungeons, and relies entirely on loot. He doesn't play the game. He plays with money. We aren't on the same path. But he is wealthy. Can you really deny him the opportunity to spend? Wealth is one thing, but I aspire for glory while he seeks entertainment. Huh. It's true that enemies are drawn together. Luo Xiaoying shook her head and continued walking alongside Qin Feng. Qin Feng approached a merchant and handed the wolf fang to Luo Xiaoying. Go exchange it for a mage necklace. All right. Luo Xiaoying accepted the wolf fang without hesitation and successfully exchanged it at Cam's stall. Wow. This is equivalent to a 3-level increase. Luo Xiaoying handed the necklace to Qin Feng. Help me put it on. Hee. What was said just now? This is quite sudden. Hey, if you don't help me put it on, I'll leave. Don't. Is it all right to wear it? Qin Feng took the necklace and placed it around Luo Xiaoying's neck. Instantly, her face flushed. Qin Feng scratched his head. Let us see if there's anything worth buying. By the way, that place might require a fight for a while. Bring them some food. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he hurried away. Luo Xiaoying secretly smiled. Trailing behind him, tugging at his sleeve. How much are the buns? Qin Feng was sweating profusely. Young man, do you want to eat some buns? Premium meat buns. 1 gold coin each, and if you have wolf meat, I can exchange it for you. This is utterly lacking in romance. This is possible. Qin Feng directly opened his storage box, revealing over 100 wolves, even a wolf king. Oh, just a moment. There was no surprise. But Luo Xiaoying was sufficiently startled. My goodness. So many? 1,700 buns. Here you go. They won't care if you end up stuffed. Qin Feng took several, instructing Luo Xiaoying to pack the rest. Luo Xiaoying nodded and filled her pack to the brim. Qin Feng transferred 2,000 gold coins to Luo Xiaoying. Why? Luo Xiaoying asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing. Take it. If there's any equipment you need, buy it. I'm nearly set, but you are a team member. You must heed the captain's allocation. Oh, are you leaving? Luo Xiaoying glanced at Qin Feng with reluctance. No. It's you who is leaving. He Zimming is still waiting. Oh, understood. Luo Xiaoying nodded. She turned to leave but suddenly spun around. Let us add each other as friends? Right. Qin Feng awkwardly sent his information. In a game, there should indeed be some rules. Wow. Level 6? You've suppressed your level? Who is Luo Xiaoying? If Qin Feng didn't want to suppress his level, the person he called out earlier would likely have been him. He probably didn't want to reveal himself. Tell He Zimming that you have never seen me. It's troublesome. You know that Qin Dashin is everywhere. All right. Luo Xiaoying laughed helplessly. Watching Luo Xiaoying depart, Qin Feng shrugged with a smile. Turning around, he sought out a tavern. Inside the tavern sat a few patrons. I heard that the extreme cold ice field has recently seen a strange batch of creatures. It's truly troublesome. Indeed. This makes hunting impossible. Sigh. Qin Feng suddenly looked up. Could it be a hidden quest? I heard that the Lord's son has gone to deal with it. I wonder what the outcome will be. Those monsters seem formidable. Our soldiers sent might not return. If someone were to assist, the Lord would surely hold them in high regard, wouldn't he? Qin Feng placed his cup down and paid 3 gold coins before turning to leave. Opportunities like this should not be missed. Such quests could vanish at any moment. Boss. Qin Feng found the owner of the bun shop. Oh, young man, do you want to buy buns again? The owner seemed much friendlier towards Qin Feng. No. May I ask a question? Where is the extreme cold ice field? The extreme cold ice field? I wouldn't know. But the drunkard outside seems to have just come back from there. Qin Feng frowned. After all these years, can't they change the quest method? Why not have an automatic pathfinding feature? A drunkard? I'll go buy some wine. Qin Feng returned to the tavern. Boss. What kind of wine does the drunkard outside like? The owner smiled. This one. It's strong, and he loves it. Qin Feng grinned. Bring me 5 bottles. He paid 10 gold coins and approached the drunkard. Brother, can you tell me how to get to the extreme cold ice field? As Qin Feng was about to hand over the wine, the drunkard said, Extreme cold ice field? Buy me a bowl of sobering tea. And I'll tell you once I'm clear-headed. I can't believe it. Qin Feng squatted down, frustrated. I bought the wrong thing. Returning to the apothecary, Qin Feng hurriedly bought sobering tea and gave it to the drunkard. Well, that's better. Perhaps I can remember something. The drunkard looked at Qin Feng. Brother, are you quite well off? Qin Feng stared at him in disbelief. Why? Hee. Can you buy me 2 more bottles of wine? The drunkard had a smug smile. Just sobered up? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Isn't it more interesting to drink while talking? The drunkard explained. You're something else. Qin Feng directly took out 2 bottles of wine from his storage box and handed them to the drunkard. The drunkard excitedly opened them. Fragrant. Gulp. Gulp. In a matter of moments, a bottle of the strongest liquor was consumed. Oh dear. Feeling a bit tipsy? The inebriated man promptly collapsed and fell into slumber. Qin Feng swiftly hoisted the drunken fellow and landed a powerful punch. Bang! What are you doing? The guards at the city gate approached with urgency. Qin Feng hurriedly patted the man's face. Brother? Brother? Wake up. The guard paused. Do you know him? Indeed. Two brothers. He is quite inebriated, and I was attempting to rouse him. Get him out of here. This rascal is an eyesore. The guard shot a furious glance at the drunken man. Qin Feng was silently astonished. What kind of mission was this? Was it truly this outrageous? Was it not a tad too realistic? He looked up at the guards. Two brothers. Do you know where his home is? East of the city, in a dilapidated straw hut. Aren't you familiar with him? The guard scrutinized Qin Feng and drew his sword. Qin Feng hastily waved his hands. No misunderstanding, I met him on the way, and was just planning to take him home, intending to inquire about his residence. Oh, you aren't lying? Not at all. How could I dare deceive you two brothers? I have no intention of lingering here. I trust you wouldn't. Go find his wife. She works at the tavern by the east gate. Hurry and take him away. Oh, thank you, two brothers. Qin Feng swiftly departed, aware that this was a game where reasoning held no ground. Indeed, this mission appeared to be anything but ordinary. Regardless of how scripted these dialogues seemed, one must acknowledge that had Qin Feng not reacted promptly, a confrontation with the guards could have ensued. What would the outcome have been? As Qin Feng pondered while walking, he discerned that the mission likely had three branches, continually providing the drunken man with sobriety soup and alcohol to gradually enhance his goodwill, which might yield a map. Secondly, being captured to meet the city lord to clarify the situation, who might be moved and perhaps provide a clue, also counted as a mission. Thirdly, seeking out the drunken man's wife could potentially be another branch of the task, yet what the outcome would be remained a mystery to Qin Feng. This was intriguing. It seemed that one must exercise caution when accepting missions in the future, as this game appeared riddled with pitfalls. Qin Feng hastened to the east city gate. The tavern was not difficult to locate, and he stepped inside. A petite waitress approached him. Thank you for your patronage, sir. How may I assist you? Qin Feng cut to the chase. Is a drunken man from the south your husband? No, I do not wish to see him. Do not mention him to me. That man only drinks. He is unworthy of being my husband. Qin Feng scratched his head, exasperated. Wasn't it better to level up and slay monsters? Why was he playing the role of a community matron here? He exited the tavern, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Out of the city. Slay monsters. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure. While squatting on the ground, he recalled the game's introduction. To traverse a year's journey and experience a century of life? This meant within the game, one needed to endure a hypothetical 100 years. This was not merely a computer game. In the real world, time ticks away second by second. If one sat at a computer, it would equate to 2 days of play. However, with a headset, only about half an hour had passed outside, hadn't it? Could one truly battle monsters for 100 years? It was not as simple as that. Even in online games, running a couple of errands hardly seemed significant. How had it transformed into this? No, the game had virtually evolved into a world of its own. Qin Feng realized why novices had no missions. The world here was vast. Tasks could not possibly be completed in just a minute or two. The novice city was already crowded. If everyone congregated there to undertake missions, they would inevitably be stuck within the city. The essence of the game, while not solely focused on missions, was to immerse oneself in this world. However, missions remained indispensable. They symbolized the choices of life. Enhancing goodwill? What benefits could arise from winning the city lord's favor? Qin Feng glanced around the nearly deserted streets and promptly turned back towards the tavern. Young lady. The waitress abruptly looked up, tears streaming down her face. Weren't you leaving? Qin Feng offered a faint smile. No, I merely stepped out to gather my thoughts on how to persuade you. It's futile. Your persuasion is of no use. It's not that I don't wish to forgive him, but if he continues to drink, I cannot possibly forgive him. Qin Feng's mind raced. What would it take for you to forgive him? Unless he promises never to drink again. Qin Feng noted the simplicity of the matter. In reality, it could be resolved in an instant, but now it required a gradual conversation. Wait, I will help you persuade him. Qin Feng truly departed this time, heading directly to the drunken man's location. Hey, Qin Feng nudged the drunken man. What is up? Why are you here again? The drunken man lifted his eyelids and peered at Qin Feng. Your wife is willing to forgive you. Really? The drunken man's eyes sparkled with hope as he sat up. Qin Feng silently mused. Could it be that this time, no sobriety soup would be needed? Of course, but she requires you to promise never to drink again. Can you manage that? The drunken man painfully closed his eyes. I have abstained from drinking for a long time. But this time, alas, what troubles you? How may I assist you? Not long ago, I accompanied the young city lord to the extreme cold ice plains, taking a shortcut, only to encounter an ambush by the enemy. The young city lord was captured, and I feared to disclose this matter. If the city lord were to find out, my head would be forfeit. Qin Feng clenched his fist. What? Is this truly happening? Come, I can help you. But you must promise to never drink again. Really? You can assist me? The drunken man regarded Qin Feng with disbelief. Absolutely. Let us go. Qin Feng stood, extending his hand to the drunken man. As the task was triggered, a hand of assistance was extended. Qin Feng's eyes brightened at once, realizing that this was indeed the correct method to embark on a quest. 20 Tianyao battle team, Mu Tian, follow me. The inebriated man stood up, his gaze suddenly resolute. With no further hesitation, Qin Feng promptly followed him into the city. Brother, where is this place? Qin Feng inquired curiously, glancing at the sewer before him. The drunkard was now a far cry from his previous self. Haha, this is the secret passage leading to the extreme cold ice field. This sewer directly connects to a cave within the ice field, and notably, this cave is situated halfway up the peak of the extreme cold. Follow me, you need not worry. The inebriated man proceeded ahead, and Qin Feng hastily trailed behind, reassured that he would not lead him astray. The pair traversed the sewer for approximately 20 minutes before the drunkard halted before a white spiral door. This is the entrance to the extreme cold ice field. Take care of yourself. I shall await your news. The drunkard bowed, saying, Mighty traveler, I entrust my future to you, before swiftly turning and fleeing. Whoa, brother, is this too real? Qin Feng shouted in vain, as the drunkard had already vanished. Shaking his head, Qin Feng stepped through the portal, only to retreat immediately. The instance was indeed accessible, for it was a special instance, an independent scene that did not count towards the instance limit. However, a level 10 large-scale instance? Qin Feng was stunned. A large-scale instance? Not merely a team instance, but one of greater difficulty? He pondered that no matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly engage in cross-scenario battles. Upon entering the instance, he noticed that the equipment within was all at least level 10, while he was currently at level 6. Although he was merely 4 levels short, this was no trivial matter. Based on his experience, such an instance required at least a 10-member elite team to succeed. To venture alone would necessitate being between levels 15 and 20. Considering that the lesser city lord led a squad of soldiers to encircle, the enemy numbers would surely be formidable, far beyond the mere dozen wolves in Wolf King's cave. Leveling up was imperative, but once he did so, he would be exposed. What to do? He needed to find a reliable partner to level up first. Jin Dashin? No, that wouldn't suffice. He Ziming? No, that fellow had already entered an instance. How far could he have gone? If he were to level up without fighting in instances, he would undoubtedly realize he had discovered a beneficial instance. Qin Feng promptly opened his friend panel. Yes. Here, Brother Feng. Do you see anyone familiar? Can you find someone to chat with? Oh, that's rare. Aren't you the one who dislikes chatting the most? Does Jin Dashin count? Of course not. Do you have someone more reliable, specifically in terms of strength? Yes. Does Mu Tian count? The Mu Tian of Tianyao battle team? Interesting. Are you friends with him? Yes. He also uses his real name in this game. It seems everyone does, except for Jin Dashin, who likely fears you couldn't find him. Haha. Stop bringing that up. Alright. I'll chat with Mu Tian. Good. Qin Feng closed the chat window and added Mu Tian as a friend. What the heck? Have you been drinking? You're the one initiating the ad. Lao Qin, you're using your real name too? Tian Hailan too. Haven't you been using your real name? Hey, what can I say? That ridiculous name has been with me for almost a decade. Isn't it time for a change? What's up? Nothing much. Just wanted to bet with you. Oh, interesting. What are we betting on? Leveling up. Let's see who reaches level 10 first. Betting 21? Haha, interesting. Has your team found a leveling spot? Mu Tian inquired. No, I've left the team. After a long pause, Mu Tian finally replied, Sorry, I don't know. No problem, but I need money. How about 5,000? Hey, Qin Feng. Don't accuse me of cheating. Our team is hunting, and I'm collecting heads. Are you daring to bet 5,000? Let me ask you. How long has the server been open? Do you have 5,000? No, but do I need it? Just prepare 5,000, and that's enough. Damn. Today, Mugu will put you in your place. Let's begin. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Alright, I'll let you have 30 monsters. I'll head out of the city first. Mu Tian was left speechless, feeling blood rush to his head. How could this brat be so arrogant without a team? Wait for me. Qin Feng did not respond. He first bound his respawn point at the revival site, then donned a helmet and charged out of the city gates. Due to the helmet's snug fit, and with everyone occupied in leveling, no one approached the road. Hence, there were no monsters. A crowd watched as a fool dashed towards the monster zone, utterly unaware of his identity. Goodness, newbies are truly terrifying. Did this kid just run from the novice village? Is he planning to run a marathon around the ancient continent? Who cares? Perhaps he's seeking angels. The angel said, Child, return to the novice village's respawn point. Haha. Everyone continued with their own affairs. The monsters over there were around level 10. The highest reported was only level 8. This boy must be out of his mind. As Qin Feng approached the canyon's high city, Jin Dashin had successfully reached level 8, but it had taken him some time. After slaying all the wolves, he noticed the experience gain was diminishing and was preparing to head to the canyon's high city. Qin Feng also felt this was too perilous and promptly left the dangerous area. Alright, let us start. Qin Feng dashed into the level 8 monster zone, where few people resided. The inhabitants of the canyon's high city had not ventured into instances, so their experience levels were not high. This time, rising to level 8 was Jin Dashin. Those in the team were well aware of his strength. Over the years, Jin Dashin had invested considerable resources, and who could forget that it was not merely money that had propelled him forward. Thus, they were unfazed. Simultaneously, Mu Tian arrived at another level 8 zone. Clad in golden gear, he cast a confident glance at Qin Feng and scoffed. TCH, level 6? Is this kid betting without even checking his level? Mu Tian has reached level 8. This game is astonishingly realistic, to a frightening degree. The creatures at levels 8 and 9 are akin to ferocious beasts, which is one of the reasons why players tend to keep their distance. Lions, tigers, and leopards appear menacing. When Mu Tian felt the tiger's piercing gaze upon him, he nearly reconsidered his approach. Why rush? Is it not prudent to wait until one is psychologically prepared to engage? Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to such thoughts. The weapon in his grasp was exceedingly powerful, boasting damage and elemental attributes nearing 100, with poison inflicting an additional 40. Thus, a single strike theoretically dealt an impressive 140 points of damage, a stark contrast to the mere 20 points he had previously dealt. This equipment was specially designed for players, as most reside in a peaceful era and possess little courage to confront wild beasts head-on. Consequently, enhancing basic gear was deemed necessary. Yet for a master like Qin Feng, it became a formidable tool for monster hunting, effectively transforming him into a monster harvester. Prior to this encounter, Qin Feng had deciphered the experience calculation for monsters. Aside from dungeons, special scenes, and unique events, the health points and experience of wild monsters are directly proportional. For instance, the current level 8 monster has 160 health points, and the experience mirrors that. Qin Feng required 5,000 experience points to advance a level, necessitating the defeat of approximately 30 such creatures. However, dispatching these 30 beasts proved to be quite the challenge. Engaging with lions and tigers was not a trivial task. Unlike in conventional games where a few strikes suffice, equipped with nearly a full set of dark gold gear, Qin Feng was unconcerned about his attack capabilities but wary of being surrounded by monsters. With dozens of lions in the vicinity, should he become encircled, his health would not withstand even 2 seconds of assault. But as a level 6 player wielding the strongest dark gold weapon currently available in the game, could he truly be overwhelmed by lions? You, come here. Qin Feng beckoned a lion with a gesture. Naturally, lions do not heed human commands. However, upon spotting an adversary, they would not refrain from attacking. With a deep growl, the lion lunged at Qin Feng. Damn! Qin Feng gritted his teeth, fully aware that this was merely a game, yet experiencing a rush of adrenaline. Come on. With his head lowered and eyes fixed on the charging lion, he suddenly propelled himself forward with a powerful push off the ground. With a swift motion, he slashed, and the lion lunged forth simultaneously. With a splatter of blood, the lion was instantly enveloped in green. Under the poisoned state, it would lose 40 health points per second, regardless of whether his strike was the highest damage. The 3 seconds of poison damage equated to 120 points, sufficient to fell a level 8 monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng turned and fled, keeping a vigilant watch on the pursuing lion. With a thud, the lion stumbled and was transformed into experience points, dropping a health potion and 5 gold coins. Huh, just as I thought. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. If he had been wielding a low-damage weapon, it would have taken at least 8 strikes, during which he would have endured several lion attacks. But should he be knocked down, it would mean a swift return to town. The game provided players with a modicum of survival space in combat. A level 5 dark gold dagger is virtually invincible in any game before level 10. 1, 2, 3. A total of 27. Qin Feng surveyed the surrounding monsters and concluded that after this onslaught, reaching level 7 would be entirely feasible. Let the hunt begin. His eyes swiftly calculated the general direction, as he had once been the captain of a renowned team, adept at observing monsters and determining the optimal positions for his teammates. Now, though alone and devoid of assistance, he was liberated from the complexities of leadership. With swift strides, Qin Feng brandished the Wangji run, executing his attacks with precision. 1, 2. His strikes were sharp and decisive, never requiring a second swing. The pre-designed route dictated the success of this assault. Roars of anger erupted from the lion pack trailing him, yet not a single one was spared. After a short distance, Qin Feng smiled faintly. Behind him, the continuous thuds of lions collapsing echoed, and in the blink of an eye, he had slain enough to ascend to level 7. Within mere minutes, from the established route to executing kills, all the lions lay defeated in Qin Feng's wake. Upon glancing back, he was pleased with the abundant spoils. However, was this all the gold he had earned? The drop rate was drastically inferior to that of dungeons. With less than 200 coins, Qin Feng regretted his gamble of 5,000. 2,000 would have sufficed. Picking up a yellow item, he examined it closely. It was of level 8, with varying values. Yet the worth of yellow items was notable, ranging from 30 to 50 coins each. Selling a dozen of these would yield around 500 coins. Upon checking his experience points, he was astounded. A staggering 18,000 experience points. This meant he would need to defeat at least 40 level 8 monsters to level up. While 40 monsters was not an excessive number, finding them proved to be a hassle. These creatures often gathered in clusters, making it challenging to locate the next group after eliminating one. This could take an hour or two. With no alternative, Qin Feng decided to wander about. Observing the sky darkening, he knew that in this world, a full day of combat lasted only about 10 hours. Leveling up was not a matter to be achieved in an instant. Determined, Qin Feng pressed on. After wandering for a little over an hour, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered 7 playful leopards. After dispatching them, he earned an additional 120 experience points, bringing his total to 18,000. As night descended, Qin Feng hastily gathered his belongings, ensuring he had space in his inventory to carry back any white items. This is an inevitable gamble, and at this moment, Qin Feng must find a way to gather the necessary funds. Despite his prior knowledge of his impending defeat due to the level cap, Qin Feng still possesses a semblance of credibility. What he says is binding. Having pledged 5,000, he will not waver even by a single coin. Even if he has delayed the progress of the task, Qin Feng is resolute in his word. Upon arriving in the city, the residents gradually returned, and the streets became bustling with activity. Qin Feng, eager to leave this place, hurried directly to the blacksmith's shop. Outside the shop, throngs of people were gathered, causing him to frown. He quickly turned to find a tavern nearby. Above the tavern was a resting room he had inquired about, costing merely 10 gold coins per night, which was quite reasonable. He decided to disregard other matters. Lying in the tavern, Qin Feng gazed at the starry sky and, before he knew it, upon opening his eyes again, the day had dawned. The cacophony of the crowd, the bustling streets, and the throngs of players within the towering canyon increased in number. However, most of them were casual players, dissipating the atmosphere of organized teams throughout the city. Qin Feng managed to slip away, glancing around the vicinity of the blacksmith shop. Recognizing no familiar faces, and directly entered the establishment. The attendant collected Qin Feng's equipment. But what left him astounded was that after taking him to a room and receiving the gear, the attendant immediately brought it back out for sale. The prices skyrocketed threefold. Cunning merchants, Qin Feng inwardly cursed. How unscrupulous. Brother, if you have anything you don't need in the future, remember to sell it to us. Our shop buys back whatever you have in abundance. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Sell to you? What are you thinking? There are so many newbies around. I'll sell it myself next time. What player hasn't set up a stall before? For the sake of repaying debts, I must set up a stall too. The next day, Qin Feng dashed out early in the morning. What the hell? That fool didn't die yesterday? Could he have set his respawn point in the towering canyon? It was possible. This game had its quirks. He hurried to clear out the area. As they were about to leave, with new players everywhere, these novices were oblivious to any rules. Yes, Captain. After a morning of exploration, Qin Feng had dispatched over 60 monsters, nearly scaring Mu Tian, his competitor, into a fit. This bastard? Level 8 already? Is this a solo grind? Mu Tian was utterly flabbergasted. Was this even possible? Qin Feng's experience now stood at 40,401,2000, which indeed appeared to accelerate rapidly. But he faced a troubling issue. There were hardly any monsters left in the vicinity. The game's creatures do not respawn. Outside of dungeons, the more you hunt, the scarcer they become. This was one reason many players began flocking to the towering canyon. Of course, the game had a mechanic where creatures from other areas would gradually appear here. But for now, players were more feral than the beasts themselves. Tigers were becoming akin to sickly cats, fleeing at the mere sight of players. Upon returning to the city, Qin Feng set up his stall. He opened the stall option and courteously inscribed a line. All are exquisite items. Indeed, without such a declaration, no one would approach. His equipment stall, adjacent to the blacksmith shop, immediately attracted a throng of players. Qin Feng's items were undeniably commendable for the current stage, and he priced them at double the rate, placing them on display, leading to a frenzy among players. Unlike the market price, Qin Feng sold at the buyback price, offering them at a mere double. Cheaper than the blacksmith shop, especially since the shop had no yellow items left, only white ones. Who would be foolish enough to purchase from there? Selling items around 70 gold coins was far cheaper than white items. How could yellow items not incite a rush? This sparked the ire of the blacksmith shop, and a young attendant dashed out to summon the guards, preparing to report Qin Feng for illegal street trading. Qin Feng was the first to sell equipment at the blacksmith's door. For guards arrived at the blacksmith shop, but Qin Feng had already concluded his business. Having sold over 40 pieces of equipment at 70 gold coins each, although Qin Feng quickly recognized the issue and raised the price to 100. They were still snatched up in an instant. Selling over 40 pieces of equipment netted him nearly 4,000 gold coins. Reflecting on the previous day, he realized he had made an extra 2,000. It had been far too long since he engaged with low-level players, treating these items as mere trash. Now he felt a twinge of regret. What a substantial fortune to possess in the early stages of the game. Qin Feng continued to sprint out of the city. As it was still noon, with an afternoon session ahead. As he ran, he contemplated, what if I acquired a blacksmith shop? If I crafted equipment to sell? I could make a tidy profit. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. How would one operate a blacksmith shop? Lacking a source for inquiries, he resolved to return at night to ponder further. Captain, it's that kid again. Is he ever going to stop? The members of several teams who had returned to the city before Qin Feng, also left earlier than him, only caught sight of Qin Feng rushing out, mistakenly believing he was returning from a respawn. Damn it, are all these newbies this insane? Have they lost their minds? What was this kid up to? Running back and forth? Captain, is he on a quest? Nonsense, what quest? What is he so busy with, running around? Observing Qin Feng's relentless activity, everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. As Qin Feng slowly made his way back to the city, the messages were rife with mockery. Under Qin Feng's provocation, Mu Tian finally broke through to level 9, becoming the first to reach this milestone. Consequently, Mu Tian spent the entire afternoon celebrating through messages, but regrettably, Qin Feng did not respond to any. After several exchanges, Qin Feng glanced at the last message. What the hell? Do you think you can evade your debts? Impossible. Besides, you haven't reached level 10 yet, have you? What? You finally know how to reply? Don't worry, tomorrow or the day after, just wait, huh? Hurry up and gather money for your brother Mo. Haha. Qin Feng chuckled softly before turning off the message. He was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Slaying monsters had never been this arduous. Qin Feng had sprinted back at an alarming speed. He walked directly into the blacksmith shop and summoned an assistant. Upon recognizing Qin Feng, the assistant's eyes widened in surprise. What brings you back here? Indeed, the game remembered its players. And Qin Feng had refrained from visiting the drunken man's door in recent days. Is this blacksmith shop for sale? Qin Feng inquired. Haha, who do you think you are? This is a joke. Only a master blacksmith can operate a shop. Are you a blacksmith? The assistant scrutinized Qin Feng. He shook his head. But can we collaborate? The assistant raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How do you propose we collaborate? Qin Feng smiled. Do you have the authority to decide? The assistant clenched his teeth. Just wait. I'll fetch our boss. He turned and hurried away. Shortly, the blacksmith's owner entered. So, you wish to collaborate with me? Qin Feng nodded and gestured for the owner to step inside for a private conversation. The owner indeed granted Qin Feng the opportunity to discuss further. Qin Feng presented several pieces of equipment. Oh, yellow gear? Hee. Are you looking to part with these? Qin Feng waggled a finger. No, we shall collaborate. What do you mean? The owner looked puzzled. I will handle acquiring the gear, and you will sell it. I will give you 1/5 of the earnings for each piece sold. You can mark the price up to 5 times the original, at regular intervals. I will come to collect the gold. Ideally, you could assign an assistant to keep in touch with me for pickups. Of course, if you prefer. I can concede a bit. I would take 2/3 of the gold, and you would take 1/3. Qin Feng spoke rapidly, wishing to avoid a lengthy discussion. Oh, let me think. First, why should I collaborate with you? The blacksmith's owner scrutinized Qin Feng. If you refuse to collaborate, I will set up a stall right at your door. Really? Qin Feng gazed at the owner, confident that he wouldn't resort to violence due to certain game mechanics. What do you say? You can earn 1/3 of the profits without any effort on your part, merely assisting me in selling. But what if the city lord punishes me? Thus, shall we collaborate? If you set the price, the city lord will certainly object. However, since we are collaborating, I will set the price. You can inform the city lord that you are merely assisting me in sales, and as for the rest, you need not disclose it, correct? Very well. Then we have a deal. Qin Feng received a notification indicating he and the blacksmith's owner had become friends. The owner's affection for Qin Feng increased. He paused. Astonished, is this truly permissible? Thankfully, I am the original Qin Feng. I almost thought these individuals were all players. Qin Feng left his equipment behind, untroubled by the possibility of being cheated by the owner. He had begun to grasp the nuances of this game. The first lesson was to understand whom to engage with and what matters to discuss. For instance, engaging a villain in virtuous conversation would yield no results unless they sought redemption. Therefore, when encountering someone in need, one should offer assistance. While interacting with merchants, one should strive for mutual gain, and when meeting a rogue, one should join them in their misdeeds. This encapsulates the fundamental principles of the game. As for whether the owner would deceive Qin Feng, he considered it merely part of the game's design. At present, he was left with no options. He could either discard the yellow gear or sell it. Returning to set up a stall repeatedly was not a sustainable approach. Without cultivating a personal distributor, he found himself at a loss. Since the game implemented an affection system, he resolved to take a gamble, endeavoring to maximize the blacksmith owner's affection, as it might facilitate many future endeavors. Currently, Qin Feng's rapport with the owner was minimal. In his friend list, he noticed that Luo Xiaoying and Mu Tian were categorized as regular friends. Initially, he had thought this was merely a classification, but upon the owner's addition, it indicated familiarity. Thus, he deduced that this likely correlated with frequent conversations, cooperative quests, or team formations. Upon returning to the tavern, Qin Feng could not shake thoughts of the drunken man as quest. It was his primary objective. After all, leveling up was ultimately intended to unlock access to the dungeons. He resolved to stealthily approach the city gate. Inside the tavern, he donned a set of shabby equipment, ensuring he was well covered. One commendable feature of the game was that when one was concealed, opponents could not see their names, which was quite clever. With utmost caution, Qin Feng navigated the streets, his anxiety palpable, until he finally arrived at the city gate. A considerable crowd gathered at the entrance, more than 20 individuals surrounding the drunken man in a stupor. Darn it, why can't I pick up this quest? One exclaimed. How did they manage to secure it? Get back. Qin Feng cringed at the sound of a familiar voice. He recognized He Ziming. How did this fellow find this quest? Has he returned? He Ziming pushed through the crowd, exuberantly waving his arms, panting heavily while wiping his sweat. He drinks like a fish. A plump companion trailed behind him. Qin Feng leaned against the wall, bemused. Are these two demonstrating a lack of intelligence? He edged closer, arms crossed, watching the duo as they darted back and forth. At last, the drunken man handed He Ziming a map. He Ziming erupted in laughter. Finally, I've got it. You fools, await my glorious return. Days later, Luo Xiaoying sent Qin Feng a distress message, revealing that He Ziming and his team had gotten lost. Qin Feng shook his head, realizing that on his quest, he would once again be accompanied by old friends. Qin Feng was unaware that the map he possessed was, in fact, a counterfeit. He harbored doubts. Yet perhaps it was the genuine map. It simply indicated that by following his approach, he would discover a shortcut. Such a straightforward notion. He turned away, not wishing to provoke He Ziming, a rather impulsive individual who, while generally reticent about gossip, would undoubtedly shout upon seeing him in a fit of excitement. However, within He Ziming's group, a diminutive figure smiled faintly at Qin Feng's departing silhouette. As the night passed, Qin Feng set out early the next morning. Time was of the essence. Once He Ziming received his task, he would set off immediately. If Qin Feng did not act first, he might struggle to complete the mission before He Ziming did. Upon his return, the entire city would likely be aware of the task. Behind Qin Feng, several shadows stealthily followed. He hastened towards the area populated by level 10 monsters, a location he had observed the previous day. Ever since he had reached level 8, he had yearned to test his mettle there. However, Qin Feng remained prudent. He ascended to the final level only after exhausting all possible efforts. He was but a sliver of experience away from level 9. After an hour's trek, he found himself deep within the vast forest, a place devoid of human presence at this early hour. Having been the first to leave the city, it was improbable anyone else would be there. Finding a clearing, Qin Feng decided to rest briefly and restore his energy before embarking on the final day of leveling up. He was determined to reach level 10 today. Even if he fell short, he would at least attain level 9 as a cap. Congratulations to the player, Jin Deshanrun, for becoming the first level 10 player. What? Qin Feng's head shot up as memories of the chubby man from the previous day flooded back. Wasn't he Jin Deshanrun? Qin Feng had assumed that fellow was indeed Jin Deshanrun, having kept an eye on him, only to return in frustration to the tavern. It seemed too early for him to appear. Typically, characters remained asleep at this hour. How could he possibly be out leveling up now? Could it be a time discrepancy? Jin Deshanrun had ventured to the opposing territory? A smile crept onto Qin Feng's face. He had suspected as much. It seemed too easy for him. He had thought he was hiding successfully. Yet here was Jin Deshanrun, a figure he did not despise. Indeed, he bore no ill feelings toward him. However, Qin Feng's evaluation of him could be summarized in 4 words: novice, verbose, stubborn, and wealthy. As a fan, Jin Deshanrun had always supported Qin Feng, having teamed up with him 8 years prior. But due to his lack of skill, Qin Feng had ultimately ejected him from the group. Since that time, Jin Deshanrun had persistently sought out Qin Feng for team-ups, never ceasing his efforts. He was a man who had faced rejection 384 times. Yet his dedication endured until Qin Feng's expulsion. Moreover, it was rumored that Jin Deshanrun's progress was attributed to purchasing equipment from various renowned teams. Regardless of the game's gear, he would pay any price necessary. Even more astonishing was the fact that despite such rejection, Jin Deshanrun would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Qin Feng. He had been imprisoned numerous times within the game, often due to his fierce loyalty to Qin Feng. and anyone affiliated with Qin Feng was also considered a friend to Jin Run, provoking envy from other teams. As Qin Feng pondered, he shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, he sensed shadows moving behind him. He turned swiftly, but all returned to tranquility, raising his brow in suspicion. It was not a monster. Monsters were not this cunning. Qin Feng understood that had they been monsters, they would have attacked when he was unaware, presenting an excellent opportunity. What were these individuals waiting for? Standing up, Qin Feng chose to stride forward rather than seek out monsters, opting for a broad expanse of grassland where hiding would prove exceedingly difficult. Swish, swish, swish. A few figures emerged, seemingly aware that Qin Feng had detected them, guiding him towards the open plain. Boy, what gear have you acquired? Show it to us. The leader of the dark-clad figures threatened. How absurd. Qin Feng regarded the group with disdain. It was early morning, and he had just exited the city. He hadn't slain a single monster. Such a rationale was far too flimsy. If they intended to strike, they should do so promptly and not waste time. Qin Feng donned his equipment swiftly, the dark golden radiance of his armor dazzling to the eyes. Eliminate him. The leader pointed at Qin Feng, and one of his companions lunged forward with a leap attack. What the? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Was that a skill? The assailant seemed to move with the grace of a martial artist, descending upon him with incredible speed. Bang! A wolf fang hammer struck Qin Feng's head. He had done his utmost to evade the blow, but their speed was incomprehensible. His body lurched backward, and he found himself momentarily dazed. This was bad. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Feng's forehead. Were they capable of inflicting dizziness? Who were these individuals? Were there truly such experts in Xiaogu Gaocheng? Haha. Horizontal slash. Another dark-clad figure charged forth, wielding a curved blade that unleashed a crimson arc toward him. Just as Qin Feng began to recover from his disorientation, the horizontal slash sent him flying once more. Ah! Thud! Qin Feng crashed heavily to the ground. His health bar diminished by more than half. What? Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Both weapons appeared to be rather ordinary yellow-grade items, even with two basic skills. Such formidable attacks were implausible. He was clad in dark golden armor, yet they showed no shock at its presence. Who on earth were they? And what was with those garbled names? 5 individuals, yet only 2 took action. Above them loomed a chaotic array of symbols, neither Pinyin nor Chinese characters. Not even Martian script. It was an utterly nonsensical jumble. Qin Feng retrieved a vial of blood. His current vitality was a mere 1300. Half a vial would require 2 small blood bottles. If one were to calculate, each strike from these individuals would cost him a bottle of blood. Although Qin Feng possessed around 100 bottles of blood potions, he could not afford to waste them in such a manner. Wait a moment, was that yellow gear? Could a level 10 yellow item truly negate his entire set of dark gold equipment and reduce him to 300 health? Who on earth were these people? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. They were here to take his life. The first assailant, wielding a blunt weapon, charged once more, leaping into the air for a downward strike. Qin Feng was already aware of this maneuver. Could he afford to stand still and absorb the blow? He swiftly dodged to the side, unsheathing his sword. This time, he was prepared and cognizant of the assailant's abilities and attack trajectory. He would not be caught off guard as he had been previously. What? He evaded? The cloaked figure's expression shifted, and he swung his hand in a casual manner. Yet, this strike also missed, and his form turned a sickly green. Upon landing, he produced an antidote and consumed it, instantly neutralizing the toxins and granting himself immunity to poison for 3 minutes. What on earth? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. The antidote had been unheard of since he entered the game, while he was familiar with antidotes from other games. Witnessing one here for the first time filled him with despair. To make matters worse, the assailant produced a defensive potion, drinking it, and his body radiated a brownish glow. Who are you? Qin Feng seethed with frustration. These individuals were anything but ordinary. Die! The brash attacker lunged forward, opting to strike without using skills, relentlessly pursuing Qin Feng with his hammer. Qin Feng did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, a surge of sword energy surged forth. Let it not be forgotten. He too wielded sword energy. With a mere flick, the energy dissipated within the brown glow, losing all potency. Damn! Qin Feng turned to flee. These adversaries seemed to know him inside and out, every action directed at him. The antidote rendered him impervious to sword energy, and his strongest tactics were being stifled. He was merely a novice player. Though he had spent a few days in this game, his actual gameplay time was less than 3 hours. What could he possibly concoct? His 100 bottles of blood potions had been reserved for dungeon raids. If these foes depleted his stock, what would he do? A sweeping slash. Meanwhile, the assailant wielding a curved blade obstructed Qin Feng's retreat, providing the blunt weapon wielder an opportunity to strike. Qin Feng quickly retreated, casting a glance at the blade wielder, sending forth a sword. With a swift motion, the adversary responded with a strike that landed heavily on Qin Feng's right arm. To his dismay, his health bar dropped to 150. How could that wretched blade deal such damage? After landing a blow, the blade wielder seemed to regret his actions, hastily consuming an antidote. Just then, the blunt weapon wielder swung his hammer down. Bang! Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng braced himself. A series of strikes followed, causing his health to plummet to 300 points, leaving him no choice but to rely on his blood potions for survival. Gulp! Gulp! Qin Feng drank 3 potions in quick succession, his health nearly restored. Discarding the empty vials, an ominous premonition washed over him. These individuals seemed intent on forcing him to exhaust his blood potions. Otherwise, their combined assault would have sent him back to the city long ago. I understand now. You don't want me to complete the dungeon, do you? The realization struck Qin Feng. Their intention was clear. Humph. What did you say? We don't understand. The leader of the cloaked figures, who had yet to engage, spoke up. Please. You could easily eliminate me, but deliberately grant me time to recover? What are you plotting? Do I need to spell it out for you? A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Kill me. I'll return to the city. You're quite perceptive. The blunt weapon wielder approached menacingly, raising his hammer high. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he thrust his right hand, the Wolf King blade, aimed directly at him. Do you really believe that? Qin Feng exclaimed, unleashing a flurry of strikes with lightning speed upon the assailant, then forcefully pinning him to the ground. With the Wolf King blade, he unleashed a barrage of slashes aimed at the assailant's abdomen. A beam of white light erupted as the blunt weapon wielder vanished. Yet Qin Feng clutched the weapon tightly, unsure if it was a game mechanic, but it fell into his possession. The Wolf Tooth Hammer, a one-handed weapon. Attack 38. Speed 12, additional attack 150, stun effect. As Qin Feng surveyed the weapon in his grasp, he glanced up at the remaining 4 astonished cloaked men. Qin Feng, surrender the weapon. The leader, visibly sweating, commanded. Why should I? I acquired this gear fair and square. It belongs to me. You have no right to possess that. The cloaked man strode closer. Qin Feng promptly stowed the weapon in his storage box. Stay back, or I will not hesitate to retaliate. Not hesitating? Attack him. The enraged leader pointed furiously at Qin Feng. The remaining 3 cloaked figures lunged forward. Qin Feng turned and fled. The 3 assailants, each wielding their unique combat skills, swiftly depleted his health by 900 points. If the leading figure clad in black were to strike again, he would be finished. There was no time to hesitate. He had to create distance. As he ran frantically, he contemplated his predicament. Behind him, the 4 pursuers relentlessly chased after him, but gradually, the gap widened. Qin Feng pretended to be panting heavily as he sprinted. Wearing armor must be exhausting, right? Qin Feng, stop. Just stop and you'll be free, shouted the black-clad youth trailing him, brandishing a dagger menacingly. Qin Feng nodded. All right, I'll pause for a moment. Only then did he notice that this pursuer had no name, as he was merely following him and had not yet attacked. If Qin Feng were to strike first, he would incur a negative reputation. The dagger-wielding assailant, seeing Qin Feng indeed come to a halt, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Kid, once I get behind you, it's all over. Suddenly, Qin Feng lunged forward, startling the assailant into instinctively stabbing at him with his dagger, completely unprepared. They both glanced down, and the dagger wielder's expression changed drastically when he noticed Qin Feng's left hand gripping the wolf tooth hammer. No way. Qin Feng swung the hammer, knocking the assassin unconscious. With a swift stroke of the Wolf King blade, followed by another strike from the hammer, he dispatched one foe after another. Incredible. Is this invincibility? Qin Feng marveled at the thrill of exploiting the game mechanics. Behind him, the leader of the black-clad figures slapped his forehead, tears welling in his eyes. Take him down. Everyone, fortify your defenses and consume antidotes. The 3 black-clad figures quickly drank various potions, and the leader brandished a staff. Nature's spirit binding. As Qin Feng relished his escape, tendrils suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring his feet. This is too much. Is this an ability of the elven race? Qin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He was in deep trouble now. The 3 assailants closed in, and the one with the curved dagger stabbed Qin Feng twice, taunting, still running. Huh? Qin Feng stared at him incredulously. Is this amusing to you? Spare me the chatter and hand over the wolf tooth hammer. Qin Feng shook his head. What wolf tooth hammer? I have no idea what you're talking about. Enough. Get him back to the city first. We'll deal with the rest later, commanded the leader of the black-clad figures. Yes, boss. The dagger-wielding thug raised his weapon, preparing to strike as Qin Feng remained ensnared by the vines, utterly helpless. How dare you touch my brother? You scoundrel. You will pay for this. The dagger wielder swung down viciously. Qin Feng felt a surge of unwillingness. Yet he had no means to counter such a skill. What on earth was this relentless binding? It refused to dissipate, leaving him utterly trapped. Just as the dagger descended, a streak of light shot in from a distance. What? The 3 black-clad figures simultaneously turned, as 10 figures emerged. Clad in dark golden gear and wielding an array of dark golden weapons, it was the Beichuan battle team, led by He Ziming. How dare you touch my brother? Take them down. He Ziming pointed at the three black-clad figures and charged forward. Scoundrels! The leader of the black-clad figures glared, realizing the situation had escalated. The 10 individuals were all seasoned veterans of He Ziming's Beichuan battle team, including Luo Xiaoying. They were experts accustomed to team combat, which was their forte. He Ziming, be careful. These guys are tricky. Huh, old Qin, let me show you how the Beichuan team handles formidable opponents. Give them a thorough beating. Yes, Captain. As the Beichuan team rushed in, they exhibited exceptional teamwork. Despite He Ziming's usual carefree demeanor, he took the team seriously. The strength of a team is showcased in moments like this, and Qin Feng understood that He Ziming, who usually struggled with monsters and quests, transformed into a formidable force among his comrades. He Ziming swung a massive axe, shouting, launch the fireball. Archers, cut off their retreat. Hammer, smash hard. The 4 teammates swiftly dispersed, surrounding the foes. A fireball erupted from He Ziming's side, a signature move by Luo Xiaoying. As one fireball struck the black-clad leader, the battle axe crashed down upon him. To the left, arrows rained down, while the right was met with a crushing blow from a hammer. Unbeknownst to him, a shield had appeared from behind, blocking his escape route. With basic combat skills unlearned in the early game, how significant is the advantage of a group beatdown? The 5 fighters, disregarding all else, unleashed a flurry of blows, and the leader of the black-clad figures had no time to consume even a potion before being vanquished, dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. The second attacker fled, and Qin Feng finally regained his freedom. The curved dagger wielder gazed at Qin Feng, retreating step by step. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. Though Qin Feng did not draw the wolf-tooth hammer, the Wolf King blade in his hand was no less intimidating. With a flurry of strikes, the assailant dared not retaliate and fled back to the novice city. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief and turned to He Ziming. Thank you. Look at that. I told you, Qin Feng, you need a reliable team. He Ziming approached, draping an arm over Qin Feng's shoulder. By the way, I picked up a quest yesterday. What do you think? Want to join the team? It's quite impressive. I spent 2 hours just completing the preliminary tasks. A quest? There's still a quest? Qin Feng feigned ignorance, glancing at He Ziming. So what do you think? Will you join me? He Ziming was straightforward. You go ahead. I have some matters to discuss with Jin Dashan. Qin Feng had no particular issues, but he knew that He Ziming would not relent unless he expressed otherwise. All right then. I shall take my leave first. Once you have resolved your matters, do come find me. He Ziming was well aware of Jin Dashan's character. It seemed that a resolution was necessary between them, and he wholeheartedly supported Qin Feng in addressing past grievances. Qin Feng nodded. Thank you for today? Hey, thanking me is futile. To be honest, I have no idea who was after you. It was Xiaoying who spotted it. If it weren't for her, you would have been in quite a predicament today. However, considering your capabilities, how could you almost be defeated by 3? Old Qin, have you regressed a decade in skill? Cut it out. You have no idea. Anyway, I'll have a word with Inger. Qin Feng preferred not to dwell on the subject and wished to keep He Ziming out of it. He Ziming waved his hand and strode back to the team. Luo Xiaoying approached. Brother Feng, are you all right? Who were those individuals? Qin Feng shook his head. I'm fine, Xiaoying. I suspect something amiss. The map in He Ziming's possession might be counterfeit. Alas, I lack solid evidence. It's merely my intuition. Please be cautious. Oh, understood. Take care. Luo Xiaoying cast a reluctant glance at Qin Feng before turning to leave. Captain, let us go? Despite her desire to linger, this was a battle squad. She couldn't act recklessly. After all, she was an experienced member of the team. Old Qin, I'll be waiting for you. He Ziming waved. Rest assured. Once I've had my fill of tormenting Mutian, I shall seek you out. Qin Feng replied casually. Haha, don't hold back. That fellow was all excited yesterday. As if he had won 5 million. You should seize the opportunity to inquire what transpired. I'm off now. Mutian? Haha. This guy could potentially win against a man he may never surpass in his lifetime. How could he not be thrilled? Qin Feng remarked as he walked away. He Ziming turned back to glance at Qin Feng. Hey, by the way, Xiaoying, what on earth do you see in this fool? Is it his broad face? Hee. Qin Feng and the members of the Beichuan team chuckled. After Qin Feng departed, he promptly began to level up. Ascending to level 9 was a mere matter of finding monsters. Before long, within the office of the general manager of the game technology department, bang, a fist, lacking any lethal force, slammed heavily onto the desk before her. Go, summon those imbeciles to me. Yes, the head of the technical team hurried in, quickly accompanied by 5 sullen-faced individuals. Boss. The 5 averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet her eyes. Adjust levels. Alter data. Add skills. Who granted you such authority? Speak. Boss. Weren't you the one who instructed us to create some trouble for him? One team leader mumbled, head lowered. Did I instruct you to alter weapon data in the game? Do you realize this jeopardizes the entire company's reputation? You're all as dim-witted as pigs. Relying on your technical skills to arbitrarily tamper with game data? Effective immediately, you are all terminated. Go. Settle their wages. Boss. The team leader pleaded. And as for you, you're dismissed as well. Yes. Silence enveloped the room as the 6 tech department members left, no one daring to breathe audibly. Xiaoya. You must swiftly restore the weapon attributes in Qin Feng's possession. If this matter reaches the old man, you'll be in serious trouble, the female assistant warned. Her concern evident. Hurry. Instruct the tech team to locate that weapon and simultaneously delete all records of those 5 individuals. This matter must not be leaked. Understood. I'm on it. The assistant hastily exited, urgency in her stride. In a gaming company, employees tampering with data to disturb game balance was absolutely intolerable, especially now that the game operated globally. Should such a blemish tarnish Ling Xiaoya's reputation, she might never be able to hold her head high again in her lifetime. The issue traced back to when Qin Feng and the weapon shop owner colluded in their dealings. Ling Xiaoya received a report indicating that a certain individual had fulfilled an agreement, which was permissible within the game. However, upon hearing the name, she was immediately unsettled. Qin Feng. If it were anyone else, it might not have posed a problem, but if Qin Feng gained control over the blacksmith shop with his gaming experience, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos in the market. It was important to note that Qin Feng had previously undertaken the quest for assistance, which contained a plethora of equipment. Logically, players could not carry out so much, but if he participated and could enter and exit the dungeons freely without limitations, it would essentially mean extracting all weaponry from the extreme cold expanse, causing utter disarray within the game. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be the original designers. To allow players to experience the grandeur of the game, they designed the scenes with remarkable flair, featuring numerous battle-scarred soldiers lying on the ground, evoking a sense of heroic valor. However, the weapons and equipment these soldiers possessed were added later and could be removed. Because a 10-person team dungeon was initially designed with the calculation that 10 individuals could fill their bags with about 1,000 items. With so many players outside, what was 1,000 items? Furthermore, this dungeon was a one-time affair. Once completed, all weapons and corpses would vanish, and subsequent visits would lead to new task scenes, rendering all items lost. However, if there were no restrictions on entry, as long as Qin Feng remained within the dungeon, he could extract items indefinitely. This was merely an illustration. It was not as if there was a year's worth of items to extract. Moreover, it was crucial to note that anything could be taken except for the blacksmith shop, as the workload there was substantial, and the assistant's capacity for carrying was virtually limitless. If he were to enter, he could extract whatever he desired. This reveals a flaw in the design, as no one anticipated that someone could establish a partnership with the blacksmith shop at such an early stage. Even more unexpected was that this individual undertook the quest for assistance, a prerequisite for unlocking the future lordship privileges, with control over both equipment and the town. If Qin Feng were to hone his skills, the high city in the canyon would inevitably belong to him. While this is indeed one of the experiences the game offers, it feels rather premature. At this moment, a surge of novices is entering the game. If Qin Feng seizes control of the main city first, it would be the second main city emerging from the novice village. Would Qin Feng not then have the wind at his back and the rain at his command? Must the entire game be overhauled for his sake? Ling Xiaoya felt a sense of urgency, for she was the planner behind this dungeon. Therefore, she quickly issued orders to resolve this troublesome situation. The aim was to devise a means to delay the rapport between Qin Feng and the owner of the blacksmith shop, as it was certain that Qin Feng was unaware of this setting. However, several inept members of the technical department seemed to regard Qin Feng as a nuisance, believing that resolving this problem meant dealing with him. With numerous matters to attend to upon opening the server, Ling Xiaoya had not yet focused on this issue when those individuals took action. They were indeed diligent and efficient, but did they employ the right approach? The technical department's pitfalls continued, altering weapons and skills. Who exactly is Qin Feng? A professional player for 9 years, reigning champion for 3 consecutive years, revealing skills prematurely. Especially those from the elf race's skill tree would surely attract his attention. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The second individual of concern to Ling Xiaoya was none other than Jin Deshan, who was closely tied to the elf race. With Jin Deshan pulling the strings, if Qin Feng were to learn the binding technique before reaching level 30, countless players would likely find themselves at his mercy. Who is Jin Deshan? Someone who would do anything at Qin Feng's request. And who is Qin Feng? A person who slays monsters with unparalleled fervor. Together, these two form an amalgamation that Ling Xiaoya finds most troublesome. Meanwhile, within the game, Qin Feng had already surpassed level 9. A clear indication that the time differential between the game and reality was significant. Level 9. A smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. Just one more level to go. Alternatively, he could annihilate all but one monster to conserve experience. Such thoughts crossed his mind. What the hell? Are you flying? Qin Feng exclaimed in frustration. Have you no shame? Where's your team? Is he zimming aiding you in luring monsters? A glance at the messages left him utterly speechless. Mu Tian, level up quickly. And I'll reveal a dungeon to you. What? There's a dungeon? I've searched for ages. How did you discover it? Oh, wrong path. Is that even possible? Your luck is astonishing. Fine, share the dungeon details, and we'll call this gamble off, alright? Huh, you think it's that simple? Just so you know. At the end of the canyon, near the novice village, lies the Wolf King Cave. Alright, brother, you're reliable. But, prepare 5,000 gold for me. Damn, you won't be shortchanged. Qin Feng shook his head. Had he known Jin Deshan Ren was advancing so swiftly, he wouldn't have sought Mu Tian's help. As for the dungeon, it was merely level 5. After years of acquaintance, why would he hide it? If he were to conceal anything, it would be a hidden quest. Such shameless thoughts crossed Qin Feng's mind. In his relentless pursuit of monsters, Qin Feng toiled vigorously, during which a young lad appeared, broadening Qin Feng's horizons. This boy collected all the equipment without a care for the size of his inventory. Regardless, it all translated to wealth, which Qin Feng was indifferent to. Eventually, he wrapped things up. Looking at the sky, Qin Feng noted the hour was late. His current experience was at level 9, with 1,200,016,000. 16,000 experience points were needed, equating to a minimum of 20 monsters. It was indeed daunting, as leveling up even once a day felt nearly impossible at this stage. Determined to push forward, Qin Feng ventured further from the city, becoming increasingly aware that, at this pace, he might not reach his destination before nightfall. What to do? He resolved to enter the dungeon directly, intending to rest there, for he held a troublesome task that needed addressing. Without hesitation, Qin Feng turned and left. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the land, and he returned to the blacksmith to return the equipment, opting not to take any gold, instructing the owner to collect it together. He then made his way towards the sewer. Before the dungeon, Qin Feng exhaled deeply and stepped inside. A sharp, frigid wind struck him, biting through to his bones, causing him to grit his teeth in discomfort. It was this cold? Qin Feng had not anticipated such realism in the gaming experience, even feeling the seasons. The immediate concern was to locate a nearby cave for shelter. In fact, a small cave lay not far off, though its ability to block the wind was uncertain. Enduring the chill, Qin Feng trudged into the cave, which offered little relief from the cold, but the ability to start a fire was crucial. He hastily retrieved the firewood he had prepared in advance, anticipating the need for it in the extreme cold. After igniting the torch, warmth enveloped him. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together, leaning against the wall, enduring the night as best as he could. Throughout that evening, he suffered from hunger and cold, and by morning, when light broke, he found himself questioning why he had come to this place. Was it merely to endure hardship? The game may be realistic, but such nights, dragging on endlessly, were best kept to a minimum. Emerging slowly, Qin Feng squinted at the hazy sky. What the hell? He almost thought he had wandered into the wrong area. The scene before him was littered with corpses, weapons, and armor scattered everywhere. He began to question whether these were indeed genuine pieces of equipment. Picking one up, he examined its attributes, an ordinary yellow item. Level 10? So this is truly a level 10 dungeon. Qin Feng shook his head, unable to conduct the experiment. He simply could not bring it along. He first took an item and tossed it into the warehouse, then proceeded down the path in search of a mission. Meanwhile, in the office, a female assistant hurriedly entered, her face ashen, causing Ling Xiaoya to feel a wave of astonishment. What happened? Xiaoya, you must hold on. The assistant approached cautiously. Ling Xiaoya's heart raced violently. What on earth transpired? The assistant pouted. The weapon is gone. Gone. Ling Xiaoya sprang to her feet. What do you mean it's gone? How could that be? I don't know. We retrieved the data from him, but the weapon isn't on him, nor is there any record of a transaction. We suspect that Qin Feng knows this is an important piece of equipment, so he must have misplaced it. Why aren't we searching for it then? Ling Xiaoya stomped her foot in frustration. That bastard. He did this on purpose. The assistant nodded. Yes. He must have done it deliberately, but how do we find it? In the vast database. Where can we locate the equipment data? Xiaoya. This isn't a piece of special coded equipment. It's just an ordinary white item with slightly modified data. If we want to find it, we will have to sift through each white item one by one. It could take days. Ling Xiaoya, feeling vexed, plopped down into her chair. I told you he is a nuisance. Once that equipment is in his hands, it won't be easy to resolve. Hurry and find it. We must find a way to search. Work overtime if you have to. Go. Quickly. Yes. The assistant gritted her teeth and scurried off. The atmosphere in the room became tense once again. It seemed that since the testing began today, Ling Xiaoya had been in a constant state of fury, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Ling Xiaoya could no longer contain her impatience. Xiaoli, she called out, and the assistant, who had just dashed out, hurriedly returned. Xiaoya, handle things here and switch my account to the Canyon High City. Switch again? Just this once. The last time. Yes. The assistant turned and ran off. At the summit of the extreme cold, Qin Feng had reached halfway up the mountain, indeed finding a shortcut. After emerging from the cave, he stood at the foot of the extreme cold summit, saving an immeasurable distance. However, this path was not suitable for too many people, and one must tread carefully. Numerous patrolling lackeys roamed the mountainside, making it easy to be exposed in a crowd. Haha, poor kid, still unwilling to yield, huh? Speak. Who sent you? Within the dungeon on the mountainside, a lackey wielding a whip was teaching a lesson to the young lord early in the morning. Bah, you scoundrels! I will not let you off easily. The young lord cursed in anger. Is your tongue still stiff? The lackey struck the young lord mercilessly. Qin Feng stood outside the dungeon, listening clearly and shaking his head helplessly. If he had arrived a few days later, would he have been greeted with daily lashings? The young lord must be feeling incredibly suffocated. Observing the surroundings, it was evidently time for Qin Feng to showcase his personal abilities. He quietly crouched down and flexed his legs. Attached to his leg was a strip of cloth, behind which lay the stunning hammer. Once an item's attributes appeared on a person, it could be tracked regardless of how it was concealed. If the stunning hammer were stored in a container and vanished, Qin Feng would have no recourse. After all, there was no need to escalate matters with the game company. As the operators of the game, they were the backbone of professional teams, the very sustenance of their members. How could they afford to offend their benefactors? That would be tantamount to burning bridges. Yet sometimes, engaging in a bit of mischief is permissible. With a swift motion, Qin Feng retrieved the stunning hammer, bent low, and crept up behind a guard. Bang! The guard was knocked out cold, and Qin Feng quickly dragged him over, hastily stripping him of his garments and donning them himself, while simultaneously preparing for an attack. Finally, he kicked the guard down the mountain. He could forfeit the experience, but if the equipment dropped and attracted other guards, it would create trouble. Moreover, this was merely a game design. Kicking someone down was inconsequential. They had no life, merely existing as data. Having stowed the stunning hammer in the storage box, Qin Feng hurried to the bandit lair. Within the game, various nations displayed their distinct characteristics. The bandit leader, Zhang Bao, was indeed a formidable character. Haha, come, drink. Brothers, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Sitting upon his throne, Zhang Bao indulged in meat and wine, while those below were genuinely excited, boasting and flattering. Qin Feng attempted to enter unnoticed, as no one outside paid him any heed. Inside, no one seemed to mind Qin Feng either. A lackey even handed him a chicken leg. Kid, eat. Qin Feng accepted it, indeed hungry as he had not eaten breakfast, and without hesitation, he found a bowl to pour some wine. Gulping it down, Qin Feng realized the alcohol was likely low in proof. After all, characters in the game could all partake. Gradually, he mingled closer to the bandit leader, remaining silent while continuing to drink. By midday, the bandit leader appeared somewhat intoxicated. Big brother, I'll support you. Qin Feng promptly volunteered to assist. The bandit leader glanced at Qin Feng. Humph. You little rascal, you have potential. Let us go. Qin Feng helped Zhang Bao, slowly leading him toward the back room. Something is wrong. The female assistant rushed back in a flurry. Xiaoya, something has happened. What now? Ling Xiaoya gritted her teeth, speaking with great irritation as she was preparing to enter the game. Surely there hadn't been another data error? The assistant covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in Ling Xiaoya's ear. The stunning hammer has been found. It's on Qin Feng. Ling Xiaoya shot the assistant a disdainful glance, jesting at an inappropriate moment, sighing in relief. Then hurry up. Revert the weapon's attributes. The female assistant nodded and said, it is already being adjusted. Ling Xiaoya felt relieved. Fortunately, this fellow is probably just trying to scare us. No. The female assistant replied earnestly. What do you mean, no? Ling Xiaoya widened her eyes, suddenly unsure of what could happen next. The female assistant grimaced. He killed Han Jianglong. Ling Xiaoya stamped her feet in anger. Bang, bang, bang. The office below thought there was an earthquake. That scoundrel. Did he go directly to confront him? What about the battle we prepared? What about the dungeon design we had in mind? The female assistant shook her head. It didn't trigger. Qin Feng disguised himself as a minion, approached Han Jianglong, and when he was drunk, sent him back to his room, where he directly pounded Han Jianglong to death, and even achieved a combo. What about the dark gold equipment? Ling Xiaoya focused on this detail. He stripped Han Jianglong of all his gear, a complete level 10 set. What did you say? If Han Jianglong is dead, the equipment will disappear. Ling Xiaoya was on the verge of tears. Wasn't he pounding while stripping him? Han Jianglong was in a state of dizziness and couldn't resist. The female assistant didn't dare to look at Ling Xiaoya anymore. Ling Xiaoya slumped despondently in her chair. I need to go to the hospital. For what? What's wrong with you? Where do you feel unwell? The female assistant panicked. At this rate, it's a wonder I don't end up mentally unstable. Ling Xiaoya pounded the table in fury. Xiaoya, it's just a level 10 dungeon. It will never cause problems again. Please don't act like this. Are you sure it won't happen again? Ling Xiaoya stared at her assistant. It shouldn't, right? Is there anything else? Our game has undergone numerous validations. and there shouldn't be any other loopholes, right? The female assistant felt awkward at this moment. Suddenly, the female assistant's eyes lit up, actually. This time it was just those 5 fellows causing trouble. If it weren't for them, even if Qin Feng entered the dungeon, it wouldn't have ended like this. Therefore, as long as such equipment doesn't appear in the future, even if Qin Feng finds a way, he will have to follow the dungeon process, right? Xiaoya. Qin Feng took a shortcut, but the fault lies with us. However, this is just a level 10 dungeon. The impact won't be too significant. Moreover, I have been observing Qin Feng. He seems to understand our intentions and won't blow things out of proportion. Don't forget, Qin Feng is a member of the team, and we are the ones who determine the selection for team competitions. If things get too tense, will it be beneficial for Qin Feng? As long as we have a firm grip on their team, Qin Feng won't dare to act recklessly. Ling Xiaoya nodded yes. This matter should have been communicated with their team earlier. Call Huiguang team and give Qin Feng a warning, not to go overboard. Just have a chat with his boss. Let him understand that we are already paying attention to him. The female assistant took out her phone. How could such a large gaming company not have contact with the team leaders? Hello, President Wang. I am Luo Xiaoli. Oh, how polite. I dare not. By the way, President Wang, how is your team Qin Feng doing lately? What? He was expelled? When did that happen? Yesterday. Ling Xiaoya slumped back into her chair, appearing despondent. She heard the female assistant's words. Qin Feng had left the team? Had he really left the team? That meant he could act with abandon. Qin Feng. Ling Xiaoya suddenly stood up. Xiaoya, don't be impulsive. I will think of a way to handle this. Don't worry, I will resolve it. The female assistant restrained Ling Xiaoya, urging her to calm down, her high heels clicking as she hurried off, forgetting about the risk of twisting her ankle. Qin Feng, having acquired the equipment, quietly descended the mountain. 10 levels? It was unwearable. This set of equipment wasn't particularly powerful, its attack only slightly exceeding that of his Wolf King set. However, this equipment possessed a terrifying ability, brute force, which, lacking any attack, simply elevated one's strength to 1,000 points, making it a powerful move, brutal charge. The immense force combined with the charge could inflict significant blunt damage, causing players to sustain massive harm. How the calculation worked. Qin Feng was uncertain due to the absence of skills, but this 1,000-pound force was incredibly useful, simulating real power. For instance, the boulder before him. A normal player could not hope to move it. Yet if Qin Feng donned the equipment, he could lift the boulder. As for how much damage it would do when he struck someone with it, he would find out once he tried. Qin Feng's current goal was to level up. Beneath the extreme cold summit, there were many low-level minions, all at level 10. They congregated in groups of 10 or 20, and defeating a bunch would likely lead to leveling up. Qin Feng was already on the verge of a level up. Had it not been for his desire to utilize the stunning hammer, he wouldn't be in a hurry to return to town. He could come back tomorrow. He had spent a night frozen in the dungeon, but fortunately, the outcome left Qin Feng quite satisfied, and he truly reaped some benefits. Now, Qin Feng had no reservations. Since he possessed level 10 equipment, he might as well take full advantage of it. Qin Feng circled around and charged towards the group of minions. Who goes there? The minions were quite alert. Humph. Qin Feng snorted coldly, saying nothing, and with a fierce swing of his Wolf King blade, slash. A green light flashed across one of the minions. Take him down. One minion shouted, and the others surged forward. A deep, muffled horn sounded. Qin Feng knew this was a team dungeon, and once they engaged, it wouldn't be simple. Otherwise, why would they need a team? Combo. The newly learned skill. The most powerful treasure that Hunjiang Long had dropped for him. The combo was an authentic combat technique, no longer a rudimentary skill like sword energy. 3 strikes were executed simultaneously, and 1 minion fell instantly. This was still the first stage. Each skill was divided into 10 levels and would improve with proficiency. Upon reaching a certain stage, the combo could evolve into its strongest form. At present, Qin Feng is entirely focused on combat, executing a series of swift slashes in coordination with his equipment and toxin attacks. Whenever danger presents itself, he can eliminate an enemy in an instant. When the threat is minimal, he employs his sword energy to poison foes one by one. This skill is nothing short of extraordinary, as a triple slash can inflict over 300 points of damage. Given that level 10 dungeon monsters possess substantial health, around 480 points. The addition of his toxins can swiftly reduce a minor enemy's health to 0, enabling him to dispatch them almost effortlessly, as long as his skills are executed with precision. The sound of 3 consecutive strikes signifies the demise of an enemy. The henchmen were utterly astonished when Qin Feng eliminated several of their number in mere seconds. They were momentarily taken aback, yet their programming did not allow for retreat. Fear of death was non-existent in their minds, prompting them to charge at him once more. Qin Feng, recognizing the agility of these humanoid foes, retreated strategically, treating them as worthy adversaries. With a sweeping kick, he knocked down 3 of them, not a skill, yet equally effective. As he sliced through the trio, he absorbed the attacks of 2 henchmen, only to be swiftly dispatched by 3 others from behind. After retreating, he consumed 3 potions in quick succession, restoring his health in the blink of an eye. Without further ado, he charged forward again, finding that only a few henchmen remained. With a flourish, he unleashed his triple slash once more, while simultaneously consuming a mana potion. As he continued to swing his weapon, his sword energy surged forth, enhanced by the effects of the potion. He needed approximately 3 seconds for the toxins to take effect on the enemies. During this brief interval, Qin Feng circled around the small encampment, gradually converting the henchmen into experience points. In an instant, he reached level 10. Qin Feng promptly accessed his equipment interface, swiftly changing all his gear. For a member of a team, the arrangement of equipment is of utmost importance. Although this is a holographic game, equipment can be managed in 2 ways. Directly equipping from the inventory, which may feel uncomfortable as if one's body has transformed, but is suitable for emergencies. Or donning it oneself, allowing for adjustments as needed. Currently, Qin Feng had no time for such considerations. He anticipated the imminent arrival of the first guardian after eliminating the minor foes, which would surely trigger the next phase of the dungeon. He quickly gathered the level 10 equipment scattered on the ground, recognizing them as vital assets for his shop. How audacious! How dare they create chaos in my territory? Henchman, eliminate this fool. The minor henchman even had a scripted line. Humph. A robust man wearing a leather vest with a thick beard descended, bearing the name Zhang Chong, brother of the infamous Zhang Long. Big brother? What brings you here? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Zhang Chong surveyed the ground with confusion. What? Qin Feng glanced at his own equipment, incredulous. Is this real? Humph. These scoundrels. Spreading rumors about my brother. I shall have them dealt with. Qin Feng spoke without preparing, letting his words flow. What? These rascals. Someone, toss them outside to feed the wolves. Yes, 4th officer. The henchmen ambled past Qin Feng, dragging away the defeated bodies. Hee. Big brother, you must be weary from your labors. Zhang Chong scampered over cheerfully. I'm all right. Oddly enough, your words have made my legs feel quite uncooperative. Qin Feng shot a glare at Zhang Chong, striving to appear impatient and domineering. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and carry your big brother up the mountain. Zhang Chong glared at the henchman, his voice brimming with authority. Yes. The henchmen, uncertain of where they found a chair with bamboo poles, hoisted Qin Feng onto it, swaying as they carried him back up the mountain. Big brother, when did you descend the mountain? Qin Feng looked up to see Zhang Song, the 3rd officer. 3rd, your defenses are far too lax. How dare you ask me when I came down? 4th, inform him. Qin Feng turned his face away, pretending to be angry, though he himself was unsure of what to say. 3rd brother, big brother just came from down there. What were you doing just now? No way. Just now. Haha. Big brother, what made you think to check the sentries? Zhang Song looked at Qin Feng with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, recently, the situation has been tense. We just captured the young lord of the Canyon's High City. How could I not be vigilant? Are you lot trying to lose your heads? Indeed. Big brother, we shall intensify our patrols. Zhang Song turned to the henchmen, commanding them to be thorough. Yes. The henchmen responded, continuing their tasks with little change in their demeanor. Qin Feng, feeling indifferent, waved his hand. Let us go. Accompanying Big Brother. Zhang Song was quick to catch on. The henchmen carried Qin Feng all the way to the courtyard gate. Inside, the guard was none other than the 2nd officer, Zhang Lai. Haha, Big Brother. Are you just returning? Zhang Lai appeared to be quite friendly with Zhang Long, showing no signs of fear. 2nd officer, come with me. I have matters to discuss. All right. Zhang Lai followed Qin Feng into the grand hall, a place Qin Feng was quite familiar with. He seated himself upon the throne, glaring down with a fierce intensity, pondering how challenging it must be to assume the role of a leader. 2nd officer, do you have a map of our stronghold? Qin Feng inquired of Zhang Lai. A map? Big brother, isn't it in your room? Why would you ask me for it? Zhang Lai looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Oh, my mind has been muddled from drinking lately. Never mind. Just ensure the stronghold is secured. I'll take a look around. With a dismissive wave, Qin Feng turned to leave. Zhang Lai scratched his head, pondering the situation. It was indeed true that he drank daily, yet he exhibited no signs of resistance as he turned and departed. Qin Feng, contemplating the conversation, mused that sometimes one need not be overly cautious. Upon entering the room, he discovered that the corpse of Hun Jianglong had vanished. Sitting within the chamber, he surveyed his surroundings. How had the quest of slaying monsters and leveling up devolved into a mere instance? He hesitated to remove his clothing, fearing that a minion might enter and create complications. Best to keep it on for now and search the room. Inside, the room was meticulously designed, with maps adorning the walls. Qin Feng thought to himself that he hoped they were not mere props, as that would spell his doom. Upon opening the map, a gleam of excitement illuminated his face. He expressed gratitude towards the game designers with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, a sneeze interrupted him. Ling Xiaoya, covering her face with a tissue, remarked, How strange. It feels as though someone is mentioning me. Feeling restless, Ling Xiaoya decided to personally visit the technical department. Acting on her impulse, she turned and left. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the technical department. The instance had already been released, and numerous players were en route to the extreme cold ice field. Retracting the quest was impossible. What to do? The urgency in the voice of assistant Luo Xiaoli was palpable. It was clear to all that she was distressed. Ling Xiaoya, you must hold on. Luo Xiaoli exclaimed. What is the matter? Ling Xiaoya entered abruptly, causing the room to fall silent. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Come, let us discuss the forthcoming progress. Luo Xiaoli, startled by Ling Xiaoya's presence, felt her heart race. Xiaoli, are you not going to tell me the truth? Ling Xiaoya's intelligence was not easily deceived. As the esteemed manager of the technical department, she was no fool, even if she had benefited from her father's stature. No, Xiaoya. It's not that I'm afraid of you. Luo Xiaoli began, but faltered, lowering her gaze and avoiding Ling Xiaoya's eyes. What? Speak. What has transpired? Ling Xiaoya demanded. Her gaze fierce. All right, Luo Xiaoli sighed. It's about that scoundrel Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, Ling Xiaoya's heart sank. Hadn't he already obtained the item? What more could he possibly do? He has claimed dominion over the mountain. What? Ling Xiaoya gasped, and Luo Xiaoli quickly embraced her. Xiaoya, you must remain composed. What do you mean? Ling Xiaoya inquired, her eyes narrowing. You cannot mean to say he has further plans? He has. He altered the patrol patterns of the instance, gathering the soldiers together to guard the entrance of the lair. If anyone approaches, they will face a barrage of arrows before being overwhelmed. You understand, that is meant to disperse the minions for players gradually. If they congregate. Ling Xiaoya rolled her eyes dramatically. Xiaoya, please hold on. I'm almost finished. There's more? He commanded the soldiers to gather their weapons and equipment. Wei confirmed that the blacksmith's assistant is already on the way. How dare he? Ling Xiaoya straightened her posture. Xiaoya. In the heart of the Canyon High City, a player suddenly shouted, wow, new equipment has spawned. Hurry to buy. Is that true? How many levels of equipment? Level 10. Quickly. Wow, don't block me. I just need level 10 equipment. Move aside. Is it that expensive? 3,000 each? Expensive? Just look at the quality. It's level 10. If you don't have enough money, buy a weapon first. Right. The player nodded vigorously, enlightened. He rushed towards the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop quickly became overcrowded, with men and women alike emerging wielding long spears. Awesome. A newly equipped player gazed excitedly at his spear, his eyes filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Hey there, mage. You're wielding a spear? What do you know? This spear inflicts far more damage than my staff. I'll level up to 15 first. Oh, that makes sense. Within the game, a female assassin clad in the Wolf King armor surveyed the frenzied crowd below. A smirk of satisfaction crept across her lips as she turned toward the sewer. In the dimly lit sewer, the assassin moved with agility, her movements swift. The dark golden Wolf King dagger glimmered in her hand, and in the blink of an eye, she reached the entrance of the instance. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and declared, Qin Feng, Ling Xiaoxia is your nemesis. As she stepped into the portal, Ling Xiaoxia was abruptly ejected from the transfer point. Oh no. Did I forget to accept the quest? Success in rescuing the person. Hey big brother, how's it going? Hun Jiangchong, Zhang Chong, stacked stones atop one another. Qin Feng nodded approvingly. Xiao Chong, well done. When we return, I shall reward you handsomely. Just tell me what you wish to eat. Thank you, big brother. Hun Jiangchong beamed with joy at the thought of a delicious meal. Big brother, why are we blocking this cave? Qin Feng coldly smiled at the cave entrance. No reason. I simply find this cave unsightly. That's enough. Let us go. Seeing the entrance blocked with several hundred large stones, Qin Feng felt assured that no one would be able to enter. The entrance served as a shortcut, and he wished to prevent any surprise attacks for the time being. He did not genuinely aspire to become a mountain king. Rather, he believed that his current status was advantageous and might prove useful in the future. On the opposite side of the extreme cold ice field, across from Canyon High City, lay a new, unexplored map devoid of players. Should Qin Feng manage to venture there successfully, he would undoubtedly be the first to discover quests and instances. As for whether this was merely an obstruction for the players, Qin Feng did not share the same sentiment. Many players were unable to accept this quest. Those who did were likely to cause trouble. Although the game was a holographic simulation closely mirroring the real world, it remained a game at its core. These stones could only block the path for a maximum of 7 days. Following the next maintenance, they would likely vanish on their own. Qin Feng was uncertain whether the game would indeed undergo maintenance, but one thing was clear. The stones could not obstruct for long. The monsters in these dungeons would not remain loyal to their leader indefinitely. The current situation dictated that he should make a swift exit. However, before leaving, he needed to resolve the issue concerning the young city lord. He had to save him. Qin Feng had already devised a plan for the rescue. Upon returning to the hideout, He promptly summoned all the leaders. Brothers, keep an eye on the home front. I will personally take that young lad to the Canyon High City to negotiate with the old city lord for some benefits to enhance our prestige. All right, the gang member, Han Zhangchong, was quite enthusiastic. However, Han Zhangjiao, being more pragmatic, cautioned, Big brother, this is too perilous. Shouldn't we take a few brothers with us? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. No, we cannot bring anyone. If we do, it will create complications. Too many people make it difficult to hide. Moreover, this hideout is our foundation, so you must guard it well. You all know my capabilities, right? Rest assured, everything will be fine. The game settings established that Han Zhonglong possessed absolute strength, and the others dared not voice any objections. Thus, Qin Feng swaggered down the mountain with the young city lord. However, he avoided the main road to steer clear of incoming players, opting for a smaller path. After a brief detour, Qin Feng turned to the young city lord. Young lord, you've worked hard. Humph. You scoundrel, don't think you can gain anything from me. You will get nothing. The young city lord was quite vocal. Qin Feng quickly changed his attire. Young lord, please do not misunderstand. I am indeed from Canyon High City. Just take a look at this. As Qin Feng produced a task item obtained during his battle with Han Zhonglong, the young city lord's eyes lit up. Hero, you are indeed a paragon of valor. Qin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. The game mechanics were indeed predictable. One merely had to present the insignia to see the young lord's demeanor shift. Young lord, take this insignia back to the city. I still need to visit another location. As he spoke, Qin Feng loosened the young lord's bindings. May I ask for your name, noble hero? Qin Feng. Qin Feng imitated the young lord's gesture of respect. Player Qin Feng and the young city lord became friends. Qin Feng frowned, glancing at his new friend. Wait, brotherly bond? Just like that, we are allies? Brother Qin Feng, I shall return first. Once you finish your business, do visit me at Canyon High City. Qin Feng clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I shall certainly come. I still have not collected my rewards. The young city lord bowed deeply. Thank you for saving my life. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for receiving a new title, Lifesaver. Utilizing this title within Canyon High City will ensure that all residents regard you with favor. The young city lord turned and ran off, disappearing from sight. Qin Feng shook his head, truly remarkable. Well then, let's see the next city. More trouble is likely looming. With that, Qin Feng dashed away, embarking on a new adventure in the city. Ah, this scoundrel. Simply infuriating. Ling Xiaosuya gazed at the massive boulders blocking her path, contemplating whether it would be better to end her existence right there. Although he couldn't alter the dungeon, he had the audacity to block the entrance. This shortcut was the only swift route to the frigid ice fields. Once obstructed, anyone would have to resort to the main road, and time would no longer be a matter of moments. Ling Xiaosuya exited the game, seething with fury as she emerged from the gaming pod. Xiaoya, you are simply incredible. Indeed, when you take action, every problem resolves. Her assistant approached with a broad smile. What? Ling Xiaoya furrowed her brows in confusion. Qin Feng. He has left the dungeon and headed to the ice-filled snow city. What? Ling Xiaoya stood up, her eyes filled with doubt. He blocked the entrance just to prevent me from pursuing him? What about the dungeon? The assistant responded in astonishment. The dungeon cannot be reset. It can only change after the next maintenance. Ling Xiaoya slammed her fist on the table. Emergency maintenance. What? It is only the first day since the game launched. This cannot happen. It will cause chaos. Ling Xiaoya frowned. No, we need a plausible reason. Right. Let us say there are too many players in our region, leading to a significant shortage of monsters, disrupting game balance, necessitating an urgent 5-minute maintenance to increase in-game monsters. Go. Make the call. Xiaoli, this is our only chance. If chaos ensues, neither of us will be able to explain. After pondering for a moment, the assistant nodded. But if we implement an update, then Qin Feng's equipment will belong to him. That cannot be altered, right? If we change it, Qin Feng will surely cause trouble. Ling Xiaoya sighed. Well, 100,000 or 800,000 gold coins won't make much difference. Just give it to him. What do you mean 100,000 or 800,000? Xiaoya, 1,000 pieces of equipment, each selling for over 2,000, amounts to over 20 million gold coins. Call for an ambulance. Ling Xiaoya was on the verge of spitting blood from anger. She stomped her foot in frustration. So much. This is only the first day. Players barely have 1,000 gold coins. How could he possibly have 20 million? Give him 100,000 gold coins, not a single penny more. He is an experienced player. Why didn't he withdraw his money? He knows that if the gold coins land in his possession, it will lead to trouble. So he left them in the blacksmith shop. His intentions are clear. He can exit the dungeon, but he does not intend to part with our gold. So what? That money never belonged to him. Does he think he can threaten me? Change it. Don't give him a single cent. Urgent notice. To prevent overcrowding among players. The server will enter maintenance in 3 minutes, lasting 5 minutes. Please log off at a safe location to avoid losses. What? What is going on? Maintenance on the very first day of launch? Is this even feasible? The exaggeration is astounding. What about the so-called super server? Isn't it bound to crash? How absurd. Preparing for a dungeon? What nonsense. Amidst various doubts, the countdown to maintenance began after 3 minutes. Qin Feng sat on the ground. A look of confusion etched upon his face. How did maintenance commence so suddenly? Upon opening his eyes, he realized that nearly 5 hours had passed. And with the game's time limitation, he still had 5 hours of play left. Just a moment for a smoke, and 5 minutes later, the game successfully resumed. Returning to the game, Qin Feng checked his attributes and exclaimed in disbelief. What? My blacksmith friend has been deleted? I must lodge a complaint. Fuming. Qin Feng opened the complaint window. Dear player, might I inquire about the difficulties you encountered within the game? You altered my data. Dear player, the game officials will never request your account, password, or any items under various pretenses. Please do not disclose your account to others to avoid unnecessary losses in the game. Can you refrain from copying responses? Dear player, is there anything else I can assist you with? I wish to file a complaint against you. Dear player, if there are no further issues, our response concludes here. Customer Service Representative 3125 appreciates your feedback. If you are satisfied with my service, please select 1. If not, select 2. For other inquiries, select 3. Qin Feng abruptly closed the panel, trudging forward in discontent. The female assistant remained on edge, fearing Qin Feng might cause a scene. Frustration consumed him. He had invested considerable effort for that equipment, and with the deletion of his blacksmith friend, all goodwill vanished. Wasn't he this akin to evading responsibility? Not a single coin left for himself. Surely, a little pocket money could be justified? In truth, Qin Feng had refrained from hoarding coins for a reason. There existed a leaderboard for coins, and amassing a substantial amount early on would undoubtedly stir up a commotion. He was wary of such attention, hence his discretion. Yet it was evident that the game company had singled him out. He had not resorted to any illicit methods within the immersive game world. His experience had simply allowed him to earn coins. What was wrong with that? The dungeons were designed by them, the tasks were crafted by them, and the collaborations were orchestrated by them. Qin Feng grew increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, turmoil erupted in the Canyon City. What was happening? Equipment had vanished, and the blacksmith shop ceased operations. Players who had acquired equipment could level up effectively, while those who hadn't faced dire consequences. In a competitive environment, their weapons were decidedly superior, creating an imbalance. A cacophony of insults resonated throughout the public screen. Within the game, it was not just Ling Xiaoya observing. Key figures from the company were also paying attention. Seeing the screen flooded with complaints left them bewildered. Go to the technical department and inquire about the situation. Understood. Director Ling. Ling Xiaoya had anticipated this. Thus, she had already prepared her response. As people arrived, she took the initiative. Your father sent you, didn't he? Huh. Young miss, what on earth is happening that has incited such uproar? Ling Xiaoya calmly replied. A few technicians tampered with the data without authorization, which we discovered. They have just been dismissed. Such individuals should not remain within the company. My heavens. Xiaoya, fortunate you were vigilant. Otherwise, this could have escalated into a major crisis. I must inform Director Ling immediately. Xiaoya, you are remarkable. Director Ling made no mistake in his judgment of you. Ling Xiaoya shyly nodded. And Shui, please say a few kind words for me. Let me play the game too. Oh my dear young lady, what time is it? You are now the manager of the technical department. How can you still think about playing? Focus on doing your job well. The company's future relies on you to carry on. And Shui, all right. Just get through today. Once the game is running smoothly, surely it will operate normally? Aunt Shui was indeed kind. Oh, when did you become so sweet-tongued? Hey, you little rascal, you haven't caused any major troubles, have you? Aunt Shui scrutinized Ling Xiaoya. Not at all. Aunt Shui, please hurry back to your work. Ling Xiaoya promptly pushed her out. Hey, Aunt Shui shook her head and departed. Aunt Shui was not to be underestimated. She was the assistant to the company as president, Director Ling. In truth, Ling Xiaoya had lost her mother at a young age, and her father had never pursued relationships with other women, proving to be a devoted father. Aunt Shui had always managed everything for him without ever making demands. Yet, everyone recognized Aunt Shui's importance. Even Ling Xiaoya's father had tacitly acknowledged her presence, but until his daughter married, Aunt Shui's status would forever remain unchanged. As for the situation, it seemed to have passed, at least in Ling Xiaoya's heart. But had it truly vanished? Had Qin Feng genuinely chosen to endure? After 3 days of slaying minor monsters, Qin Feng found himself near Bingyuan Xueqing. Finding a personal dungeon was his foremost task, yet this proved to be rather challenging. In this realistic expanse, traversing alone to search every nook and cranny would be quite extraordinary. However, Qin Feng understood that clues to dungeons should exist within the city, which is why he headed straight for the main city. The soldiers stationed at the city gates had been there for days, showing no change in expression upon seeing Qin Feng. He entered the city. Steamed buns. Freshly steamed buns, hot and ready. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Haven't these been steamed for days? How can they still claim to be fresh? What to do? Perhaps seek out an inn? Alternatively, he could wander around the city, tirelessly gathering information. Fortunately, he was alone, so there was no fear of appearing foolish, as he had no wisdom to lose. Qin Feng meandered throughout the day without engaging in monster hunting. He was not solely eager to understand the tasks, but also sought to familiarize himself with the city. Knowing that he would likely reside here until reaching level 20, gaining insight into the city's environment would undoubtedly prove beneficial. That night, I sought refuge in a tavern and heard no news. It is likely that the tasks are cyclical, with daily events that must follow a certain rhythm. The following morning, I arose early, and Qin Feng ventured out, entering a monster hunting zone that was truly magnificent. Was he to claim all the monsters of the city for himself? How delightful! Just as Qin Feng was about to engage, he paused, realizing there were no high-level monsters to be found. Had 3 days elapsed without any sign of Jin Deshanren? It seemed he had not heard of anyone reaching level 11. The prospect of a class change to Berserker awaited him. Qin Feng had been exceedingly busy these past few days, managing a group of ruffians, leaving him little time to concern himself with the outside world. However, after a moment's reflection, he grasped the crux of the matter. Was a class change necessary? At level 10, skills were supposed to emerge. Typically, by this stage, various professions should offer class change options. Those rooms he had seen yesterday, were they the class change guilds? Tasks within the guild? Qin Feng hurried back to the city, not having ventured far, as there was no one to clear the monsters outside. He darted into the city and headed straight for a room adorned with a sword. Ah, young man, splendid. Do you wish to undergo a class change? An elderly man seated there showed no surprise upon seeing Qin Feng and promptly began his work. Master, may I inquire further? Of course. The old man commenced his explanation. After reaching level 10, tasks will no longer elevate your level, yet monster slaying experience remains. Upon class changing, you may choose to advance your level according to your preferences. This is crucial because controlling your level allows for more dungeon runs, while also enabling you to select opponents that suit your capabilities. In the game, once a player exceeds 5 levels, they receive no experience or rewards. Continuous challenges are necessary for maximum experience gain. Many players, when faced with formidable monsters, especially those with inadequate equipment or who have chosen the merchant path, may opt to suppress their levels, focusing on their current tasks before deciding to advance. However, early advancement is not without its advantages. In fact, it holds numerous benefits. First, it allows for the swift defeat of high-level monsters. As days pass in the game, players will dominate low-level monsters, necessitating early self-improvement. Second, the emergence of skills. Many powerful abilities can only be utilized as levels increase. Without sufficient level, even if one acquires a skill, they cannot learn it. This marks the true beginning of the experience in this alternate world, as formidable skills begin to manifest post-class change. Thus, the quicker one elevates their level, the more they comprehend this world. Qin Feng further inquired about the professions. Warriors are divided into 3 branches. The first, Holy Warrior, also known as Shield Warrior, focuses on defense, serving as the team's tank. The second, Two-Handed Swordsman, specializes in crowd control, while skills are not bound. The growth potential of a two-handed swordsman provides significant advantages in the later stages. The third, Berserker, can wield a one-handed sword and shield or 2 one-handed weapons, pursuing a high critical hit route. Without hesitation, Qin Feng chose Berserker. The tank and greatsword paths did not align with his character. The Berserker was his true calling. He underwent the class change, and suddenly, his physique transformed from that of a reclusive youth to a well-defined figure, not overly muscular, but impressively toned and agile. Young man, as a reward for your successful class change, your first profession skill is granted to you free of charge. The class change officer extended his hand, presenting a skill book to Qin Feng. Qin Feng received it, his excitement palpable. Uppercut? This is a premium skill. While it may seem merely a skill for slaying monsters, for an enthusiast, the uppercut is an essential ability to launch foes into the air. Oh, the pitiful little one has transformed into a great warrior in the blink of an eye. Splendid. This is the warrior badge. It will accompany you, recording your glory and achievements. Make sure to cherish it. The class change guild mentor handed the badge to Qin Feng. Hastily, he accepted it, gazing at the badge. Although he understood it to be merely a quest item, a surge of passion welled within him. Glory and achievements? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Indeed, he must safeguard it well. Perhaps, one day, this badge will elevate him to the pinnacle of this world. Young one, strive onward. Qin Feng nodded in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master. Ah, there is another matter I must convey. In this world, you are not limited to learning skills from our warrior guild. You can acquire any skill. Theoretically. That is. However, heed my words. Do not scatter your focus too widely, as it will not benefit your future. Qin Feng respectfully regarded the mentor. Then, may I inquire, what is the maximum number of skills I can learn? I mean, based on your guidance, how many would be appropriate? The profession Minter leisurely strolled about the room, shaking his finger. It is not about the number of skills, but rather the direction of your personal development. If you view this as a virtual world experience, you may freely chart your future. However, if you perceive it as a genuine experience, specializing in select skills will yield rewards. Trust me. Qin Feng bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Minter. Ah, kind-hearted child, will always receive divine assistance. Best of luck. The profession Minter sauntered up the stairs, returning to the room above. Congratulations. Player Qin Feng, your Minter's favorability has increased by 10. Congratulations to the player for binding a new resurrection point at the Warrior Guild. If you wish to it, you may apply to the guild leader. If not, each time you pass through a new city, even if you do not bind to the current Warrior Guild, the system will automatically resurrect you at the nearest Warrior Guild. Qin Feng nodded subtly. It seemed that was akin to friendship in the real world. The greater the stronger the relationship. This game incessantly raises the issue of, undoubtedly concealing some significant quest. It appears that many important tasks require for their completion. Just like in reality, when someone receives good news, they wouldn't casually share it with a stranger, would they? However, in this world, the dynamics are somewhat more predictable. As for the resurrection point, this feature is quite commendable and need not be altered. In the future, should one forget to bind a resurrection point, it saves considerable trouble. Qin Feng departed from the Warrior Guild. The Minter had stated that specializing in combat skills would lead to development, which could not be mistaken. This was one of the messages the game company conveyed to the players. Failing to heed it might lead to tragic outcomes. Additionally, it was crucial to seize the moments when the Minter was free, as he might share such insights. If he were busy, time would not permit such discussions. As Qin Feng made his way towards the city outskirts, he decided to grind levels while the area was deserted. Once others arrived to level up, he would then delve into researching hidden quests. This was the path to advancement. Just as he was about to head towards the south gate, Qin Feng suddenly noticed a petite assassin entering. Qin Feng found it curious. A lone assassin? A girl? How did she manage to train? Hello, I am Ling Zixia. She greeted cheerfully. A sweet young girl. She would likely captivate countless young men in reality. Qin Feng nodded politely, offering a courteous smile while inwardly calculating a question. Pretty girl. Cute and sweet, but how strong is she alone? Suddenly, he raised his eyelids. Danger. Hey, why is everyone here like this? Can't you just say hello? Ling Zixia bounced over, standing in front of Qin Feng. Big sister, I'm off to hunt monsters. Qin Feng genuinely attempted to greet her. You. Who are you calling big sister? Ling Zixia's fiery spirit was evident. My apologies, I'm just used to calling people that in the game. Miss, could you please step aside? Qin Feng gently pushed past her and continued on his way. Wait, don't be like that. There are only the two of us here. And I'm scared, Ling Zixia insisted. Out there are the dreadful villains. Can you bear to watch me get bullied? Let us team up. We can level together. All right, don't be so petty. Qin Feng finally relented and shook hands with Ling Zixia. System notification. Successfully teamed up with Ling Zixia. Qin Feng glanced at her. She was a level 10 novice. He then turned to her and said, let us go. I'll take you to hunt monsters. Okay. Ling Zixia, hands clasped behind her back, walked in a delightful manner. She was undeniably adorable, exuding an air of innocence. Not far from the city lay the monster zone. Qin Feng surveyed the area, and Ling Zixia excitedly exclaimed, shall we begin? No. Qin Feng blocked her path with a smile. Since I'm taking a girl along for the first time, I must put on a good show, right? Oh, Ling Zixia nodded. How do you intend to showcase it? Of course, I'll help you gather monsters. We'll go further away, I'll draw them in, and you can collect the loot. All the items will be yours. What do you think? So cool. You certainly are straightforward. Ling Zixia snapped her fingers. Qin Feng pointed ahead. Do you see that? Wait for me there. I'll lure the monsters over and take them all down. MHM. Ling Zixia nodded vigorously. All right, let us begin. Qin Feng waved his hand, revealing a wolf king blade, and swiftly charged into the throngs of monsters. Boom. Outside the city was a horde of monsters, most of which were initial level magical beasts, known as in the game. Qin Feng didn't even bother counting. He simply drew back over 40 of them. Ling Zixia's expression shifted. This madman. Has he lost his mind, or is this girl just too charming? He has completely lost himself. Sister, get ready for the spoils. Qin Feng brought the monsters before Ling Zixia and swiftly turned around. Come on, little monsters. A bright light erupted as Qin Feng was overwhelmed by the swarm of monsters. What the heck? You idiot. Ling Zixia's face paled, due to their team status. She could only watch helplessly as dozens of monsters charged toward her. What to do? Ling Zixia was level 10, but these were monsters of level 11 and 12. And so many. A flash of light rose, and Qin Feng found himself at the resurrection point, witnessing the white light soaring overhead toward the novice village. Finally, some peace. Just moments ago, Ling Xiaxia had entered the city and had not yet bound her resurrection point. Qin Feng's death run had inadvertently sent her back to the novice city. Where did the girl go? Qin Feng asked nonchalantly. You jerk. You did that on purpose. In the novice city, Ling Xiaxia roared in fury. Of course, they were conversing through the dialogue window. But Ling Xiaxia was so enraged that she shouted. No, I just didn't expect the monsters to be so ferocious. You did it on purpose. Qin Feng, you jerk. System notification. Player Ling Xiaxia has exited the team. Qin Feng awkwardly shrugged and left the resurrection point. What can I say? Your intentions for offense are rather conspicuous. From the moment she entered, Ling Xiaxia seemed to be targeting Qin Feng directly. Who else would step into the city and, without taking a glance at anything, immediately pursue someone to form a team? And she is yet another beautiful girl? Indeed, while Qin Feng considers himself somewhat handsome, he has not reached the level of narcissism where he cannot differentiate between friend and foe. He does not recognize this girl, yet it is clear she is after him. Otherwise, her proactive approach would be unfathomable. Furthermore, having meandered extensively from the novice city to the Jifeng Gorge, Qin Feng has yet to encounter a single player like her. How could she have caught up with him after he took a shortcut? The questions abound. The recent dialogue only served to further cement Qin Feng's suspicions. Ling Xiaxia's insistence on her intentionality revealed her guilty conscience. If she had claimed to be foolish or simple-minded, it might have seemed more reasonable. Nevertheless, who exactly is this girl? Why is she targeting him? Could she be a former rival from a previous team? Qin Feng shook his head and exited the city once more. In solitude, he found tranquility. Glancing at his experience points, which were already scant, he realized they had vanished entirely. Here we go. Qin Feng charged forward again. Only a fool would attract monsters to engage them. He was no tank. Lacking area attack skills, his strategy relied on dispatching foes one by one. Upward slash. Qin Feng initiated his first skill. With a swift motion, his sword propelled the fearsome wolf skyward. Execute. He swung his sword again, but his actions were restricted by the skill cooldown, rendering him unable to strike. What? Qin Feng inspected his skills and found no discrepancies. He had tested this game previously, and there had been no cooldowns, yet upon checking his mana, he was taken aback. A mere upward slash consumed so much mana. Reviewing his attributes, he noted, Qin Feng, level 10, class, Berserker, strength, 130, agility, 130, stamina, 130, health, 100, 1400, intelligence, 130, magic, 130, potential points, 100, experience, 8004, skills, basic sword chi, upward slash, no life skills. Indeed, after leveling up, his skill points had reset, but he still possessed a base mana of 130. How could this skill consume 80 mana in one go? Such a skill is utterly outrageous. If this consumption continues, even at level 100, with no additional points in anything but mana, he would only be able to perform a few upward slashes. Moreover, since the upward slash is an aerial skill with no attack power, the damage dealt is merely that of his weapon, rendering the 80 mana expenditure equivalent to a standard attack. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Could this be the game's design? Are warrior skills truly this terrifying? Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng concluded that this must be linked to skill proficiency. If the game were designed this way, it would surely face backlash. However, if one considers the pursuit of realism, it is indeed plausible that unrefined skills consume more mana. Conversely, the more proficient one becomes, the lower the consumption. This logic holds water. Upon examining the skill descriptions, he noted the presence of a beginner's designation. So that's how it is. Skills require continual practice to be wielded effectively. No wonder. Qin Feng recognized the validity in this. After all, in the game, any skill can be learned. Without such barriers, anyone could instantly acquire every skill. Indeed, learning is possible, but without practice, one cannot fully exploit the nuances of any skill. This mechanism likely exists to prevent characters from maliciously acquiring an excessive skills, rendering them invincible. Moreover, the game lacks a system of skill points. It is entirely reliant on personal development. If one desires to cultivate more skills, sufficient effort must be expended, and mastery of skills is indeed the true path to success. Enlightened, Qin Feng swiftly unraveled everything. Since this is the case, there is no point in complaining. As the fearsome wolf descended, Qin Feng swiftly executed 2 strikes to finish it off. Although the damage was not enhanced, when the wolf was airborne, its poison attribute activated, causing it to lose health. Therefore, Qin Feng mused, if he wished to achieve a one-strike kill, he could only dismantle the dark gold set, enhancing his entire outfit with poison attributes, ensuring that within 3 seconds after a strike, he could rely on poison to vanquish a monster. The defeated fearsome wolf dropped some low-level white gear, which Qin Feng collected to sell in town. He needed as many mana potions as possible, for his current objective was to enhance his skills. Reviewing his attribute points, he allocated some. With no other options, he had to allocate them this way. Directly, he invested 30 points into mana, ensuring that as long as he kept his necklace equipped, he could perform 2 upward slashes. A level 2 mana potion could instantly restore him to full. Wait, he was still short by 10 points? Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. A small potion restores 150 points. Yet 2 skills consume 160? What on earth? Qin Feng felt utterly exasperated. How could such a design exist? Thus, he would have to act before his mana was completely replenished. Why couldn't a potion restore 80 points? Being short by 10 points is troublesome. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng pressed forward. After all, he currently lacked sufficient poison attack gear, so he would have to practice slowly. For every monster, Qin Feng must execute an upward slash. But unfortunately, his poison attacks were insufficient, necessitating that he wait for the monster to fall before delivering the finishing blow, allowing him to then engage the next one. Who could truly understand the trials of a novice? The game company only calculates its own data. When have they ever reasonably evaluated skills? As Qin Feng pondered, he continued training, unhurried in his solitude, methodically slaying his foes. Xiaoya, what is the matter now? As Qin Feng embarked on his monster hunting journey, Ling Xiaoya stormed into the office, seething with anger. What a scoundrel! How could he possibly betray such a delicate maiden? She exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. The female assistant, cheeks puffed up in sympathy, nodded in agreement. What did Qin Feng do to you? That rascal. He took me to hunt monsters, and sent me straight back to the novice village. Ling Xiaoya fumed. Oh dear, he is truly wicked. But don't worry. Shall I assist you once more? The assistant inquired cautiously. Assist? How could you? Is it possible to travel from the novice village to the icy plains so swiftly? He knows I lack a resurrection point in Shueqing. If I appear now, he will surely suspect me. Besides, he is clearly doing this on purpose. Look at his battle record. Since the opening of the server, he has never died. The moment I joined his party, I was defeated as soon as I left the city. He knows I wouldn't dare to act recklessly, which is why he deliberately abandoned me. Ling Xiaoya lamented, feeling utterly helpless. Xiaoya, you should have realized this sooner. How could you let him deceive you? The assistant remarked, puzzled, as she considered Ling Xiaoya's usual cleverness. It's nerve-wracking. Ling Xiaoya whispered anxiously. All levels are adjusted. How could I not be anxious? It turned out she was feeling guilty for her misdeeds. Hey, don't say such things. Ling Xiaoya glanced around nervously. We heard nothing. The nearby employees quickly lowered their heads, eavesdropping cautiously. Ugh, this is infuriating. I cannot let him off so easily. Ling Xiaoya declared, rising once more. What are you off to do now? The assistant asked, watching her. I'm going to find him. Ling Xiaoya strode out of the office. The assistant sighed deeply. She truly needs to see a doctor. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had just slain an icy wolf and paused to collect the loot, tossing it into his storage box. He had discovered the source of the toxin equipment, which lay with the poisonous monsters. However, the density of monsters in the area was overwhelming, requiring him to clear them gradually while focusing on obtaining equipment he did not already possess. After a morning of relentless effort, he decided to return to the city to sell his equipment and purchase a substantial amount of magic potions. Although he referred to it as a large quantity, it was merely a figure of speech. Selling equipment brought in low prices while buying potions cost high. The disparity was regrettable, for without players, there were no trading avenues. A consequence of solitude. Freshly steamed buns. As Qin Feng entered the city, the vendor's call echoed in the air. Boss, I'll have a few. Qin Feng realized he was quite hungry and bought several. Here you go, young man. The vendor cheerfully handed over the buns. Excuse me, where can I find a potion shop in the city? Qin Feng casually inquired. Oh, the potion shop? Just follow this road straight ahead, and you'll find it. Along with the blacksmith shop. The vendor replied, waving his hand dismissively. Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Thank you. No need for thanks. The vendor waved off his gratitude. Suddenly, Qin Feng paused. Boss, do you accept wild beast meat from outside? The vendor frowned. Are you looking to trade it for buns? Qin Feng shrugged. I can't eat all of this alone. Can I exchange it for gold instead? The vendor hesitated for a moment. Well, you're running a small business, so I suppose I can take it back and give you some buns later. Qin Feng reflected on this, realizing it would be unfair to the vendor, who had been calling out for 10 days, selling only a few buns. Thank you very much. The vendor said politely, though without further commitment. Qin Feng was unfazed, understanding that in this game, if one lacked goodwill, they would not be acknowledged. As he continued his journey, Qin Feng first located the blacksmith's shop. With a bundle containing over 100 pieces of equipment, after accounting for his own use, only around 80 pieces remained, which included a complete set of the Longting suit. 80 pieces of equipment, at a low standard, would fetch around 8,000 gold coins. In the past, each piece could sell for 2,500, meaning he could earn over 1,000 per piece, totaling 80,000. In this game, 80,000 gold coins seemed trivial, but 8,000 was even less significant. Qin Feng pondered a question, asked the blacksmith, and found the warehouse. Indeed, it offered an upgrade service for the storage box, costing 100,000 gold coins. Qin Feng grimaced. Had he known, he would have upgraded his warehouse several times back in the canyon of High City, but he had been unable to return in time. Not upgrading, he stored his items but took out the Longting set. Why? With 1,000 power and the lift ability, what would the effect be? Wait, boss. I'll store my items next time. You're always welcome, the blacksmith replied. Qin Feng purchased some blue potions at 100 gold coins each, regrettably. With his limited gold, he could only afford 100 bottles. Yet, he was not troubled. Gold could be earned, but early skills were imperative and should not be delayed. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Qin Feng donned the Longting set. Not far from the entrance, a prowling terror wolf caught his attention, and without hesitation, he charged forward. The terror wolf, upon seeing Qin Feng, let out a furious growl, baring its fangs and preparing to attack. With a swift upward strike, Qin Feng initiated his assault. Suddenly, he turned and dashed back towards the city. Boss, I need to store my items. He obediently placed all his equipment into storage. Damn it, I barely fell for 7 or 8 seconds. This method of killing is worse than a regular strike. The key point was that after equipping the Longting set, he had lost the toxin attack, relying solely on the weapon's 40 points. He couldn't afford to wait. Qin Feng diligently gathered equipment, preparing to pursue his intended goal, the toxin flow. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally amassed the necessary equipment. Some exquisite treasures exist, yet others are utterly worthless, possessing only mediocre attributes that Qin Feng disregards, instead focusing solely on toxin-based equipment. The helmet boasts an impressive toxin attack of 18 points. The armor provides 30 points. The trousers offer 26 points. The gloves contribute 8 points. The belt adds 13 points. And the shoes grant 5 points along with a speed increase of 10. A ring of the Wolf King, paired with a yellow item, enhances his total by 33 points. With his own weapon contributing an additional 40 points, the cumulative total reaches 173 points, sufficient to eliminate a level 10 monster in one strike. Qin Feng has calculated the health and experience of level 10 monsters, which are surprisingly low, at merely 300 health. With the 3 seconds of toxin combined with his own attack exceeding 70, he can dispatch any creature with health below 550 in a single blow. In the game, level 11 monsters possess 300 health, level 12 have 400, level 13 500, while level 14 presents a significant leap with 700 health. Qin Feng has encountered monsters up to level 13, all of which he can defeat in an instant. But he refrains from engaging level 14 creatures unless his toxin attack reaches at least 220, ensuring he can vanquish them in one strike. With this calculation in mind, Qin Feng feels a renewed clarity. He can suppress his level and infinitely farm experience. Thus, he sets forth on his journey. On the plains outside Bingyuan Shueqing, a solitary figure dashes back and forth, consuming mana potions relentlessly, despite not being a mage, but rather a warrior. Behind him, a horde of green monsters relentlessly pursues him. Periodically, a creature falls, dropping an assortment of equipment. Qin Feng has fought continuously in this area for 4 hours, although there are more monsters in the distance. He cannot venture further. Collecting equipment and gathering loot cannot be completed in just an hour, and he has promised the owner of the Baozi shop to return with some corpses, a promise he intends to uphold. Consequently, Qin Feng makes 2 trips, one to deliver the corpses while selling equipment, and another to dispose of the remaining gear. The rest he cannot afford to linger over. Over time, the equipment will gradually vanish, and he is uncertain how long he can wait. Regardless, by the next day, nothing will remain. Upon returning to the city, he calculates that he has actually earned slightly less than expected, as the monsters also drop mana potions, which he has consumed significantly, losing about half of his stock. Dragging his weary body back to the Swordsman Guild, where accommodations are available, he spends half of his gold on a room. He does not mind the expenditure, rather, he believes that residing here may grant him access to valuable information regarding swordsmen. That evening, while meandering through the guild, he finally discovers the trading hall. The previous day, he had merely wandered around the city, not having ventured into the commercial district or the buildings. He learns that there is indeed a trading center here, and even level 10 equipment is for sale. However, upon inspection, he finds it lacking. His own dark gold set far surpasses the offerings. Moreover, he seeks more toxin-related items, but stumbles upon a rather ingenious method of returning to the city by dying. Each death incurs a 10 loss of current experience. And for Qin Feng, who is at level 10 and not leveling up, this amounts to a loss of 4,000 experience, equivalent to merely 10 monsters. Typically, it might take 1 to 2 hours to defeat 10 monsters, but now, with no competition, he can dispatch each one effortlessly. Although the distance he must run is considerable, defeating 10 monsters is hardly a challenge. In fact, during the time spent returning to town, he can kill an additional 20 to 30 monsters, thus profiting from the endeavor. The return point is conveniently close to the Merchant Guild, eliminating much hassle. Qin Feng resolves to pursue this plan the following day. Suddenly, he turns around as if discovering treasure. Master, what is it? He urgently inquires of a guild member. There are simply too many monsters outside the city. This cannot continue. If only someone could assist in eliminating a few. The guild member nods in agreement, and Qin Feng enthusiastically affirms his willingness to help. It is the duty of every guild member to contribute. He replies eagerly. Indeed, I suspected as much. You may venture out to hunt monsters. For each one you slay, you will earn guild points, and it will also enhance the guild's impression of you. What do you think? No problem. Master, how do I accept the task? After you defeat the monsters, collect their tokens and bring them back to me, and you shall be rewarded. The following day, Qin Feng arrives early. The one-strike technique proves highly effective, though the time spent running is somewhat excessive, but there is little to be done. The map is simply too vast. Throughout the morning, he slays over 100 monsters, most of which he encounters during his travels. After exiting the city, it takes an hour to locate an appropriate monster zone, and nearly 20 minutes to begin the hunt. Once he finishes off a dozen, it takes at least another 10 to 15 minutes to reach the next wave. Yet, Qin Feng remains unsatisfied. It is important to realize that in the current novice town, finding monsters requires an entire morning, and players are eager to reside in the monster zones themselves. This has resulted in long queues outside the canyon dungeon, with players stuck and others unable to enter, creating chaos. Various conversations fill the air, from complaints to tales of past glories, as everyone loses track of time and revels in the experience. Meanwhile, some teams have begun to reconsider their hunting locations. Following the division of the canyon city, some head towards the ice plains while others venture towards the vast grasslands, leading to a gradual dispersal of players. In the afternoon, after another round of tasks, Qin Feng was left panting and weary. His skills had yet to improve. Despite his efforts, he found himself in the same predicament. He had ceased to ponder the matter of skill enhancement, realizing that a single day of gameplay would require a considerable amount of grinding to see any progress. The following day, he continued his endeavors in the icy expanse of Su Xieching, where he had spent 2 days. He anticipated that players would soon arrive, and thus he sought to make the most of his time, opting not to go through the south gate, but instead heading to the corresponding gate at Shijigio Xieching. This area was teeming with monsters he had yet to defeat, and it afforded him the opportunity to observe any approaching players from a distance, ensuring that he would not be seen while slaying monsters. After all, his techniques were independently developed, and their revelation could hinder his current leveling efforts. Strangely, it seemed that most players had opted to remain at their current levels. The initial wave of players was acutely aware of the game's monsters and their associated difficulties. Grinding against level 10 monsters was the most prudent course of action. No one would recklessly choose to level up and increase their game difficulty. Having just finished grinding in the morning and only just returned to town in the afternoon, Qin Feng was taken aback. To his astonishment, he spotted a young woman rushing towards him. Was that the embodiment of a furious little bird, her flames visible from afar? Hello? Qin Feng greeted her with a warm smile, waving his hand. How dare you linger here? Ling Xiaxia stormed towards him, her dagger pointed menacingly. Speak. Was this intentional? Qin Feng regarded her, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You've been running for 3 days just to ask me this? Indeed. Ling Xiaxia asserted with unwavering determination. Yes. Qin Feng replied succinctly. You finally admit it. Ling Xiaxia glared at him. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. What else could I say? If I claimed it was unintentional, would you believe me? I wouldn't. She retorted. Then why ask? Qin Feng regarded her with incredulity. I want you to say it. Such a temper. Qin Feng shook his head and turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with Ling Xiaxia. You despicable, shameless wretch. Someone like you deserves to be expelled from your team. Ling Xiaxia's anger spilled forth inadvertently. Oh, you seem to know me quite well. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to her. No. I heard it from someone. Ling Xiaxia hastily waved her hands. I knew you recognized me. Qin Feng declared before turning away. He had no desire to dwell on past grievances. Having left his team, he merely wished to enjoy his game. If she sought trouble, she could be direct about it. However, her approach reeked of subterfuge, which irked him. Hey, I came to settle the score with you. Why does it seem like I'm in the wrong? Ling Xiaxia pursued him, blocking his path. A score? What score? Qin Feng shook his head in confusion. Don't pretend. You caused my defeat. Ling Xiaxia pressed on. I also fell, and I was the first to go? Qin Feng replied innocently. Ling Xiaxia gritted her teeth. But I returned to the novice town. Oh, Qin Feng nodded. Oh, is that all? Ling Xiaxia glared at him. Did you not return? Look, I am still here alone. You remain the second to arrive. Qin Feng circled around her and continued on his way. Monsters are here, he exclaimed as he charged forward, a distant fear wolf growling as it lunged towards him. Blade aura. Upward slash. Qin Feng sent the fear wolf soaring, its green form flailing in midair, just as it was about to transform into experience points. With a swift throw, Ling Xiaxia snatched Qin Feng's experience for herself. Experience. She sauntered forward, collecting the equipment and gold. Qin Feng felt a surge of astonishment. Her speed was remarkable, and her control was formidable. Speak. What do you truly desire? He regarded Ling Xiaxia with scrutiny. Nothing much. Apologize. She stared defiantly at him. Apologize for what? Why should I? Then you shall not continue to grind monsters today. Are you truly going to make it that way? You may try. Qin Feng nodded. Little sister, if you wish to resolve this issue, I am willing to listen to your reasoning. However, if you intend to cause trouble, consider this your first warning. He spun around and charged at another fear wolf, employing the same technique. As the creature perished in midair, the experience once again soared towards Ling Xiaxia. Qin Feng turned to her. Second warning. TCH. Ling Xiaxia looked at him with disdain. Without uttering another word, Qin Feng rushed towards the third monster. Ling Xiaxia unceremoniously claimed that monster for herself, successfully stealing his experience yet again. As Qin Feng turned back, the name above him suddenly illuminated. Blade aura. Continuous strike. In a flash, two beams of light enveloped Ling Xiaxia, who suddenly widened her eyes in alarm. Oh, I forgot to bind my respawn point. Upon checking her health, she secretly sighed in relief, thankful she still had a sliver of health left. It seemed that Qin Feng did not dare to truly kill her. He was merely trying to intimidate her. The poison continued to activate, and a white light whisked her back to the novice town. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Ling Xiaxia stormed into the office, her fury palpable. The female assistant hurried over. Xiaoya. What happened now? Ling Xiaxia embraced her tightly. Xiaoli, that scoundrel bested me. It drives me insane. Oh, how could he do that? This Qin Feng truly lacks awareness. Xiaoya, do not pay him any mind. He has no connection to you. So why do you keep concerning yourself with him? The female assistant patted Ling Xiaoya's back. Indeed, I can't be bothered with him. It is a privilege for him to team up with me. Yet, he remains oblivious to this fact. Ling Xiaoya replied, her cheeks puffed in indignation. The female assistant lowered her head helplessly. Xiaoya, did you not go in to cause him trouble? Oh, right. Call those 5 foolish ones back. Which 5? The very same 5 who were just sent back to the dormitory. Those. Do not ask, just hurry. Fine. The female assistant shook her head and turned to leave. In the afternoon, players began to appear, and Qin Feng promptly shifted his focus, heading southward to engage in combat. Everyone entered through the east gate, and upon entering the city, they naturally sought to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. A steady stream of players arrived, gradually enlivening the city. All exquisite items. What the heck? This guy is still around? Many players suddenly noticed someone setting up a stall near the city gate. Such stalls have proliferated in the high city of the canyon. But here, as everyone has just arrived, curiosity piqued regarding what this individual was selling. It turned out that the equipment here was indeed level 10. But due to the diverse attributes of the monsters, many weapons incorporated various elemental damages. One must not underestimate these, as in the early stages of the game. The attack power of equipment is quite low. Elemental damage far exceeds basic attack. Moreover, most of the items Qin Feng displayed were weapons, highly sought after. Priced at 5,000 gold coins each, and with 100 items sold, he earned a staggering 500,000. This satisfied everyone, and in no time, the stall became a hot topic of discussion, filled with exquisite items. In this game, there is no concept of intellectual property regarding stall names. No one cares what you name yours, and after this, almost all stalls became known for their exquisite items. As Qin Feng distanced himself from the crowd while setting up his stall, he paid little attention to who was making purchases. The crowd was large, and he was preoccupied with arranging his equipment, leaving little room for concern. As he moved forward, the players began to spread out beyond the city. It was time for Qin Feng to focus on some tasks within the city. Secondary professions. One's life cannot be devoid of a secondary profession, otherwise, it would be imperfect. Qin Feng had long since made his choice. While it is accurate to call this world a game, the reality is not entirely comprehensible. After all, one must walk on 2 feet, and it is preferable to have some means of transportation. The selection of a secondary profession is crucial. Professions such as alchemist or blacksmith indeed offer substantial assistance to players. However, Qin Feng chose a rather niche profession, architect. Upon arriving at the profession guild, Qin Feng was already familiar with the place. Little one, how may I assist you? The profession mentor stood there, looking far more modest than those at the warrior guild. Mentor, I have selected my secondary profession. I would like to apply to become an architect. Oh, the little one has a discerning eye. Trust me. You will attain the wealth you have long desired. Qin Feng shook his head. Everyone says that. He looked up at the profession mentor and declared, let us get started. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming an architect. What advantages does being an architect offer? First, an architect can forge paths through mountains and construct bridges over water, accomplishing all these tasks independently. Furthermore, architects possess their own storage boxes for building materials, and most importantly, they have a dedicated cart. Second, within the city, architects can seek out vacant land to construct their own independent houses, thereby eliminating the need for gold coins when resting. Third, in the wilderness, architects can build simple homes without returning to the city, as they can rest in the wild. However, if they encounter monsters, those creatures will attack their homes, making the choice of location crucial. Fourth, architects can collect building materials at any time, with the simplest method being to salvage stones and wood from abandoned houses. This action, however, triggers a crime value for non-architects. In the game, there is no standalone mining profession. Blacksmiths encompass mining and mineral identification. Alchemists include herb cultivation, while cooks can produce and develop farmland. As a novice architect, the mentor gifted Qin Feng a low-level cart, a batch of wood and stone materials, along with architect tools, all stored within Qin Feng's architect storage box. Not far from the southern city gate lies a vacant plot of land. Initially, Qin Feng did not know its purpose, but now he understands. It is reserved for architects. Land is quite expensive, yet in the early stages of the game, the price is manageable. At 10,000 gold coins per plot, Qin Feng directly purchased 50 plots. He invested all his assets, as he was the only one buying land at that moment, granting him the freedom to choose the location. Qin Feng cleared out a circle of over 20 plots, right at the forefront of the southern city gate area. This space now belonged solely to him, where he could build or refrain from building as he wished. Immediately, Qin Feng began his work. In the game, there are no foundations or excessive formalities. An architect essentially constructs a rough framework for a house, and soon, a dilapidated wooden cabin stood before him, causing Qin Feng to bite his lip in frustration. Yet, disregarding it, he commenced the construction of a second house, only to run out of wood. Returning to the Mentor's Guild to accept the task, the mentor instructed him to dismantle part of a house in the northern city. Qin Feng set off with his cart. This cart was indeed impressive. With a wave of his hand, a whirlwind appeared, and the cart manifested. To retract it, another wave of his hand sent the cart back. As he drove the cart, had he not been wearing gear, onlookers might have mistaken Qin Feng for someone extraordinary. What the heck? How does this guy have a cart? Goodness, what a high-end means of transportation. A cart? How about a ride around? Come on. Qin Feng, unfazed, casually responded. What a thrill. I've never ridden in a cart in real life. The young man promptly jumped aboard. The player's sin value increased by 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. What on earth is this? That fellow hastily jumped down. The sin value is indeed consequential, as accumulating too much will lead to a notorious name. What's happening? Qin Feng was oblivious to all this. He truly hadn't paid attention. Never mind, my friend. Your carriage can accommodate those with a notorious name. Let it be. This is rather unclear. There was no other choice. Upon hearing this from that lad, the others who were eager to try also refrained. It was merely a cart. After all, everyone was curious, but no one took it seriously. Qin Feng's cart headed straight for the northern city. There were hardly any people around, as most were congregated near the eastern part of the city. With darkness approaching, everyone wanted to familiarize themselves with the surroundings before venturing out the next day. Qin Feng was aware that it would be troublesome with fewer players at night, so he quickly seized the opportunity to gather wood. He didn't want stones. He only desired timber. Once his cart was filled with wood, he anticipated that his mentor would reward him with half a cart upon his return. Qin Feng calculated that the simplest wooden house required about a cart of timber. 2 trips would yield 1 house, indicating that he would have to run about again the next day. No, the tasks could wait until the day after. Tomorrow was of utmost importance. After spending a night in his wooden house, Qin Feng awoke to a pleasant morning. He stepped out and hurriedly moved towards the monsters near the southern city. He had already slain many, and although there were more in the distance, this area was undoubtedly designated as a leveling zone for players. Yet, Qin Feng believed this was his golden opportunity. He hoped to encounter as many monsters as possible. Thus, he ventured far away. While traversing the forest, Qin Feng noticed something peculiar. The trees he had observed yesterday had no health bars, yet today they possessed them. Could it be that builders could fell trees? Indeed. Qin Feng had an axe and quickly deduced that this was the case. Without hesitation, he brandished his axe and began chopping. In no time, he felled a tree, and with a resounding crash, several bundles of timber burst forth from the ground. Incredible. This was far simpler than undertaking a task. Qin Feng was exhilarated. Although it wasn't a vast amount, he could slay monsters while gathering wood. This way, he could accomplish 2 tasks in one journey. Far more efficient than spending an entire day solely gathering timber. Moreover, he could freely load the wood. With a full pack, he could directly construct over 100 simple wooden houses. With newfound motivation, Qin Feng forgot his fatigue and continued his endeavors. By noon, he had filled his pack with both monsters and wood. He took a moment to eat and then, carrying a pack of selected equipment, hurried back to the city with his cart. The cart could be used outside of quests. However, if attacked by monsters, should the horse perish, it would cost a fortune to procure a new cart, and the price was exorbitantly high. Yet, Qin Feng was quite familiar with this route, and even if monsters appeared, it was of little concern. He dispatched them effortlessly. As he sat in his cart, Qin Feng observed the players leveling in 2 locations. A look of contentment on his face. It was quite interesting. The players, assuming Qin Feng was insignificant, largely ignored him. Upon entering the city, he headed straight for the entrance of his building area, secured his cart, and commenced his afternoon construction work. The following day, Qin Feng did not venture out. He remained busy rearranging the houses. After a full day, he had constructed 50 houses. As the owner of these houses, he immediately set prices. 100 gold coins per day? The taverns within the city charged only 10 coins, and Qin Feng's asking price seemed outrageous. However, he paid it no mind and quickly began to display his equipment. Not at the east gate, but at the south gate, he set up his stall. This spot is quite decent. Close to the city gate, spacious enough. Let us see how this brother chooses his location. This could serve as a trading point. Filled with exquisite items. Who is that? Hurry, hurry. Soon, the friend channel was abuzz with excitement. Exquisite items were being sold. Everyone rushed towards the south gate, and some savvy individuals quickly set up their stalls beside Qin Feng. That day, due to Qin Feng's advertising effect, this place transformed into a trading zone. Stalls proliferated, creating a delightful chaos. Qin Feng realized this wouldn't do. Since he possessed land rights, he swiftly began renovations overnight, arranging small stalls in an orderly manner. The pathways were established and marked with prices, allowing for stall setups along the routes. The system would deduct a daily fee of 10,000 gold coins for occupying the road, while each stall would incur a charge of 10 coins. As long as Qin Feng set up the markers correctly, the system would deduct the corresponding currency based on the house owner's settings. Regardless of who occupied the stall, gold coins would be deducted immediately. Normal walking without any action would incur no charges. The next day, when everyone returned, their expressions changed. What a clever move. Is the game company joking? Forget it. Let us hurry. The first stall yields great profits. Quick, quick. 10 coins per day is a steal. This is truly a fair price. Players are frantically competing. For one must understand that a piece of equipment can easily be sold for 3 to 5,000 or even 10 gold coins. Who cares about the specifics? Yet, many individuals have set their sights on those houses. If equipment could be displayed within a room, the visual impact would be striking, far surpassing that of a market stall. As long as the price is not exorbitant, certain guilds might consider the room as a long-term storefront. 100 gold coins a day? Such a price is virtually unheard of. Why not set up a stall for an entire month with a single piece of equipment? Many guilds are willing to pay a month's fee up front, as this way, the room ownership remains unchanged, and the items can only be accessed by the owner. The game does not allow players to arbitrarily take another's equipment. This is within the city. Outside, such protections do not exist. This is the butterfly effect. Once one player acts, others will follow suit. In the blink of an eye, the few wooden houses ahead have been snatched up in a frenzy. All occupied in an instant. It matters not if there are no items. The priority is to secure the houses first. Qin Feng checked his deposits and, in an instant, found himself with over 100,000 gold coins, and the amount was still increasing, as the housing fees would automatically be deducted and transferred to the player's warehouse. Qin Feng calculated that his time in the game was running short, having already approached 20 days. With only 10 days left before the game would forcibly log players off, he had to act quickly across 3 districts. Qin Feng hurriedly went out to gather timber, laboring tirelessly to chop wood. Upon returning to the city, the reservation fee for the house, along with a few minor pieces of equipment, was enough to purchase the land. East District. Qin Feng commenced his construction plan. In the trading area, a flurry of activity erupted as the female assistant dashed into the office. Ling Xiaoyao was in a foul mood, preparing to assemble a team. Her teammates had been located, those previously dismissed. They had not left, busy packing their belongings in the company dormitory. Before the game began, they believed they had found stable jobs, yet who could foresee that on the very first day, they would be dismissed? Each one was now sorrowfully collecting their things. And Ling Xiaoyao had brought them back. This was a significant opportunity. Ling Xiaoyao would not misuse her authority, but as a member of the technical department, she had the right to make certain adjustments. If technicians had never even set foot in the game, could they truly be called technicians? It is akin to a restaurateur refusing to taste their own dishes, utterly inconceivable. Ling Xiaoyao hastily formed a game inspection team. Their purpose was to explore the game firsthand, experiencing its merits and flaws from the perspective of an ordinary player. Upon the return of the 5, they initially felt dejected, but when they learned that starting today, their job would involve daily play within the game while still receiving technician salaries, tears of joy flowed freely. Life is indeed exhilarating. At this moment, Ling Xiaoya was instructing them, strictly adhering to game standards, forbidding any further alterations to game data. Any infractions would result in legal repercussions. The five fervently vowed never to tamper with data. They would improve through their own gameplay, as they were already quite familiar with various game dungeons. Xiaoya, this is bad. The female assistant rushed over, grabbing Ling Xiaoya's hand. What is it? Has Qin Feng caused trouble again? Ling Xiaoya stood up. No, he isn't causing trouble. He is legitimately utilizing the capabilities of the game's secondary professions. While he has not created chaos, he has effectively taken control of all trading points in Icefield Snow City. What? Ling Xiaoya shook her head vigorously. The prospect of a player controlling the economy of an area was indeed terrifying. I need to see this. Ling Xiaoya rushed to the technical department, pulling up the data, and was immediately infuriated. Emergency maintenance. What? No. The female assistant quickly restrained Ling Xiaoya. Xiaoya, another maintenance? We just did one. Last time, Qin Feng utilized a dungeon. And frankly, it wasn't entirely his fault. It was our mistake. He didn't de-escalate the situation, and now you want to maintain again? This trading area was established through Qin Feng's legitimate means. You have no grounds to manipulate his data. Ling Xiaoya pointed at the game monitoring screen. Does this still count as normal? Who granted him the authority to privately set up a trading area within the game? That is the responsibility of game planning. The female assistant countered, no. He hasn't disrupted your game. That is his personal trading area, a private space. Did he declare it as an official trading area? No. Ling Xiaoya, exasperated, stomped her foot. What about the trading area we prepared? The female assistant replied, ours is in the city center, so far from the city gate. Who would go there? His location is far more convenient. Ling Xiaoya turned, gritting her teeth as she gazed at Qin Feng's game screen. What exactly does he intend to achieve? How much gold does he possess? Not much. Why? Isn't his trading area fee-based? It states so. He has given all the money away. What? Ling Xiaoya was taken aback. At the end of the first month of the game, to whom did he give it? Ling Xiaoya looked at the female assistant. It wouldn't be Jin Deshanshin, would it? The young lord of the Canyon Heights? Oh no, this is troublesome. Ling Xiaoya quickly commanded, pull up the favorability rating of the young lord. Yes, boss. The technician hastily retrieved the favorability rating. Wow, close friends. Ling Xiaoya slammed the desk heavily. This is bad. The female assistant closed her eyes. Within the game, there are several major regions, and this particular area has initial quests divided into 3 parts, primarily revolving around hidden main storylines that follow the young lord. In the first part, the young lord is captured. If any player rescues him, it signifies that a player has surpassed level 10, unlocking the second part of the hidden quest. Gradually, the game will transition into the first monster siege phase, during which the young lord will be devoured by monsters, effectively disappearing. As the third phase descends, players begin to enter the realm of authenticity, which constitutes the essence of the game. The earlier stages merely serve to guide players in acclimatizing to the true gameplay and formidable monsters that will emerge during this authentic phase. This authenticity represents the core of the game. Ironically, the leader of this region is none other than the returning Xiao Qingzhu. At present, Qin Feng shares a close bond with Xiao Qingzhu, leading one to ponder whether, upon entering the authentic phase, Qin Feng would ascend to become the second most prominent figure in the Eastern continent. Once the authentic phase commences, an emotional system will be automatically integrated into the game, rendering it indistinguishable from the real world. At that juncture, everything remains shrouded in mystery, with the technical department of the game only able to control the timing of the release of high-level monsters and the management of dire situations. However, Qin Feng's actions cannot be deemed as transgressions. They represent a judicious application of professional skills. The game had promised from the outset that players could, if they so desired, assume roles as merchants, city lords, or even dominators of the world. Thus, Qin Feng has not violated any rules. A meeting was convened. Ling Xiaoya announced an urgent assembly. While immediate maintenance was not feasible, the urgency of the meeting was within her purview. Qin Feng was preparing for the countdown within the game. After settling all affairs and transferring his currency, he anticipated that his next session would inevitably unleash a tempest of chaos. At that time, players would collectively bear the costs of the shops, and Qin Feng's wealth would surge dramatically. It is worth noting that during the time Qin Feng logged off, the shops within the game remained operational, and the gameplay would extend well beyond 30 hours, albeit with a fresh batch of players. Qin Feng contemplated that evasion was futile. What was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. Rather than fleeing, it would be more prudent to confront it directly. Nonetheless, he still intended to support Xiao Qingzhu. As Qin Feng harbored suspicions regarding the initial tasks, why was there no requirement for enhancing favorability in this area? Why was it solely Xiao Qingzhu who demanded such favor? Why was he conferred a title by Xiao Qingzhu? All these elements seemed to be the designer's foreshadowing. prompting Qin Feng to invest unreservedly in Xiao Qingzhu's endeavors to construct a city within the game. Indeed, this garnered substantial appreciation from Xiao Qingzhu and a remarkable increase in their friendship level. Yet, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the events that would unfold thereafter. As he logged off, Qin Feng observed the countdown gradually dissipating within the game. Removing his headset, he felt a pang of hunger. While ordinary players would typically choose their logout times judiciously, as a member of a team, Qin Feng had grown accustomed to savoring every moment. He recognized that this habit was detrimental to his health. After consuming a light meal, Qin Feng descended the stairs alone. Not far from his residence lay a small park, a place he frequented during his leisure. It had been a while since his last visit. Perhaps the little girl was on vacation? Feng Ge? As Qin Feng arrived at the park, a young woman in her 20s approached him. Clad in denim, she possessed a tall and slender figure, with her long hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate facial features, including sharp eyes and brows, rendered her an exquisite beauty. Xiao Xiao, long time no see. How have you been? On vacation? A rare smile graced Qin Feng's face, a sight seldom seen. Humph. Tang Xiao Xiao turned her face away, feigning a pout. What is this? What happened? Qin Feng bent down to observe her sulking expression. I graduated. Silly. No more vacations. This time, it's a complete break. Oh, haha. Qin Feng slapped his forehead. Is it so? Xiao Xiao has grown into a young lady. Come on. Feng Ge will treat you to a drink. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Feng hastily apologized. That's more like it. Let's go? The moment Tang Xiao Xiao heard the promise of a treat, her eyes sparkled with excitement. At a CAF not far from the park, Qin Feng ordered a cup of coffee, while Tang Xiao Xiao opted for lemonade. Feng Ge, I heard you left the team? Tang Xiao Xiao initiated the conversation. You little rascal, your sources are quite astute. What's this? Are you worried Feng Ge can't afford to treat you? Qin Feng attempted to steer the topic towards lighter matters. Not at all. Tang Xiao Xiao pouted, looking genuinely distressed. Feng Ge, you love the team so much. How could they just kick you out? That is really too much. Qin Feng smiled faintly. It's all right. ISNT this quite good. I can find a stable job. I'm so glad you think that way. It's really not such a big deal. As Tang Xiao Xiao observed Qin Feng's expression, she suddenly produced a box. Feng Ge, this is a gift I bought for you. Tang Xiao Xiao lowered her head, struggling to articulate her words. What is it? Where did you get this? Qin Feng noticed the box was substantial. He hadn't seen her take it out. Could it have been hidden beneath the bench? Tang Xiao Xiao replied, a headset. A gaming headset. It's quite expensive. Where did you buy it? You must return it immediately. Qin Feng pushed the headset away. Don't worry about it. My money isn't ill-gotten. It's my allowance, my heartfelt gift, and you cannot refuse it. Tang Xiao Xiao grew anxious. No, Xiao Xiao, this is far too costly. I know you mean well, but this must be at least 2 years' worth of your pocket money, right? Wait, have you been planning to buy me a headset since your sophomore year? Qin Feng looked up in astonishment at Tang Xiao Xiao. Are you joking? The game just launched today. How could you have possibly prepared for this 2 years in advance? Hey, that's not it. I have pocket money usually. I just bought this. I only got it recently. Tang Xiao Xiao insisted, thrusting the headset into Qin Feng's hands. No way. I can't accept this. Come on. You can't refuse a gift from your girlfriend. Girls have their pride. How could you bear to hurt a young lady's feelings? The CAF owner, unable to stand by, intervened. No. But this gift? I have something to attend to. You keep it. I'll be waiting for you in the park tomorrow afternoon. I'm off. Xiao Xiao. Hey. The CAF owner firmly grasped Qin Feng's arm. Young man, you haven't paid yet. Qin Feng hastily settled the bill and rushed out of the CAF. But there was no sign of Tang Xiao Xiao. Not far away, Tang Xiao Xiao was crouched by the wall, secretly watching Qin Feng. Miss, what are you looking at? Behind her stood a robust man in a suit, with a luxurious limited edition car parked in the distance. Oh dear, I told you not to follow. Go, go, go. The man in the suit stole a glance, and quickly followed Tang Xiao Xiao away. After Qin Feng exited, he glanced around, but saw no one. He wandered through several streets for a long time without spotting Tang Xiao Xiao. In despair, he could only return home with his package. This package was as cumbersome as a rice cooker. It was enormous. When Qin Feng purchased the helmet, it was merely a small box. However, he had bought the lower-end version, which included only a screen and a wire, with the headphones being his own addition. Upon returning home, Qin Feng glumly stared at the box. Should he open the black plastic bag first? Curiosity piqued. He wondered if this was truly a helmet. What on earth? Qin Feng nearly collapsed in disbelief. That mischievous girl had deceived him. What was written on it? Global Limited Edition. Super Player Diamond Level Pinnacle Equipment. The world's first real-world projection screen. Sandfall sound effects. Independent virtual reality eye system. Identity lock, the ultimate artifact for players. Lying on his bed, Qin Feng turned to glance at the helmet box, which was indeed impressive. The craftsmanship was exquisite, adorned with golden edges and diamonds. This box alone seemed worth 5,000. Why didn't you write that you're one of the top 10 artifacts? Qin Feng shook his head. This item clearly resembled a gift surprise box. An elaborate facade to deceive naive girls like her. In truth, Qin Feng felt quite fatigued. He placed the box on the floor and turned to sleep. Sleeping in the game is an illusion. One does not genuinely rest, so after a day of busyness, Qin Feng was thoroughly exhausted. The next morning, he visited the restroom. Washed up, prepared breakfast, and after a hearty meal, he was ready to dive into the game to check on his fortune. Surely, it must have skyrocketed. The game would be buzzing with excitement. As he turned around, Qin Feng noticed the helmet on the floor. The box lacked any packaging and seemed ready to be opened directly. After some effort, he discovered the button to open it and pressed it gently, causing the box to spring open. What the? Qin Feng retrieved the helmet. Could it be? Was this meant for piloting a fighter jet? This oversized helmet enveloped his head completely. Would wearing it all day lead to a stiff neck by the next morning? There were no wires? Qin Feng put it on, eager to discover what this contraption was, at least to share his experience with Tang Xiaoxiao later. After searching for a button for a while, he was on the verge of tears. Should he try wearing it? He never expected it to function. He merely wanted to feel it. Once he donned the helmet, his eyes flew open. Before him lay an expanse of ethereal sky as the helmet gradually illuminated. Qin Feng looked around, and the environment had transformed entirely. Music began to play, the game's soundtrack, and Qin Feng stared blankly at the scene before him. Game character binding successful. Player Qin Feng, congratulations on entering the chaos of order. The screen unfolded gradually, revealing his character. This is impossible. I haven't logged in yet. Moreover, have I plugged it in? To enhance the experience, players are advised to connect the helmet's extension cable to the computer. Indeed, the helmet prompted him. Qin Feng removed the helmet, glancing left and right. Searching for the expansion area, he spotted 3 characters and discovered it was a concealed compartment. Upon opening it, a wire was pulled out, which he connected directly to the computer. Subsequently, Qin Feng returned to his bed, foolishly putting the helmet back on. Slowly, he lay down, and his character entered the game. What is this? Qin Feng gazed at a figure, and after 3 seconds of eye contact, a line of data appeared before him. Bun Merchant. Favorability, 5 points. Wasn't this something that required clicking to view? Qin Feng stood there, somewhat at a loss, staring at the Bun Merchant. The sounds of players passing by filled his ears. The rustling of armor felt so incredibly real. These were sounds he had not heard at all yesterday. More importantly, the visuals. No, this was not merely a visual. Everything he saw was tangible. It was not just that the game felt real. It was as if he was witnessing reality itself. The immersive imagery allowed him to see his hands, with even the fine hair clear as day. What kind of helmet was this? My goodness. Wait, Qin Feng. How is he at the top of the wealth list? Yes. When did Qin Feng arrive? Could it be? He has 130,000 gold coins. Qin Feng was jolted by the voices, and upon checking his inventory, the numbers indeed showed over 130,000. I knew it would be like this. In the game, each player has 10 hours of gameplay time, equivalent to 30 days in-game. Although Qin Feng had logged off, he must not forget that during the time he was asleep, other players were still online. After those players who had been online with Qin Feng during the day had renewed their subscriptions, new players continued to join. Even though Qin Feng had taken a nap, he had earned a month's worth of rent during that time. This amounted to 100 gold coins daily, totaling 3,000 gold coins for 30 days. Across 400 shops. As long as these shops remained operational, Qin Feng's daily earnings approached 3 million gold coins, securing his position as the wealthiest player in the game without lifting a finger. Originally, the fees for this stall were intended for the game, and the developers did not aim to reclaim a significant amount of gold. They merely hoped that players would utilize their stall time judiciously. However, the central trading area has now become merely a decorative element, as players flock exclusively to the stalls at the 4 city gates. In the middle of the square, not only do they fail to sell anything throughout the day, but they also risk being ridiculed as fools. Can one truly sell goods here? Qin Feng had never anticipated this outcome, yet now it has become an undeniable reality. He hurriedly moved forward discreetly, fearful of being recognized. Alas, upon opening his friend list, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with shock. Several team leaders from squads he had previously bonded with were sending friend requests. The wealthiest player in the entire region, ignoring him would be sheer folly. Among them was Jean de Shanren. Accept them all, he thought to himself. And for those he did not recognize, he would simply apologize. He accepted the requests, but quickly set up an automatic response to avoid further chaos. Everyone, please remain calm. Do not be overly excited. I shall provide an explanation. This was the identical reply to every inquiry, and it left everyone stamping their feet in frustration, utterly powerless. Qin Feng found a secluded corner behind the trading area, within a room that was privately owned and not for rent. Thus, he hid inside, discreetly observing the messages. Messages like, "Wow, boss, you've struck it rich," were immediately filtered out. However, 2 messages caught his attention. the first from Jin Deshanrun, stating, "We meet again," and the second from Ling Xiaosuya, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." Qin Feng sighed, contemplating deletion, but decided against it, reasoning that he had not wronged her in any significant way. Beyond these two messages, he found no correspondence from Luo Xiaoying. There had been too many messages earlier, and he was unsure if he had deleted any. Conversely, He Ziming had penned an extensive message that Qin Feng merely glanced at before closing it, as the last few words were of utmost importance. "Bro, could you lend me $1 million for some spending?" In these times, players resort to emotional appeals for gold. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. This sentiment resonates with every player. However, possessing too much wealth can lead to complications. Qin Feng stealthily emerged, pondering how he would navigate the upcoming month. Would he be bombarded with messages daily? Gritting his teeth, he promptly disabled friend requests. The marvel of this helmet lies in its ease of use. Whatever one wishes to do can be executed merely by thought, as it connects directly to the brain. Consciousness is transmitted to the helmet instantaneously, allowing it to fulfill Qin Feng's desires. Although older helmets could also function, they offered only limited capabilities. For instance, equipping armor required manual clicks, whereas with the new helmet, merely imagining the action accomplished it. Truly a game with two entirely different worlds of equipment. This exemplifies the power of its advanced operating system. Qin Feng soon diverted his attention from the helmet, as his focus shifted to the surroundings. He cautiously stepped out of the city, inadvertently glancing at a distant fearsome wolf. What a sight! The fearsome wolf, level 11, possessed skills of intimidation and biting, with a red health bar displaying a staggering 79,300. Can one see health? Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing why Ling Xiaosuya had dispatched his monster with such precision. Could she also possess such a helmet? Indeed, Qin Feng was correct. This was the function of the gaming pod, with the helmet serving as a convenient alternative, albeit less flawless than the gaming pod itself. Within the pod, there is no need to wear a helmet, ensuring that hairstyles remain intact and comfort is prioritized. However, the helmet's advantage is its independence from spatial constraints. After all, a gaming pod requires a large room for installation, while the helmet does not. As for lower-tier players using gaming helmets, they are merely experiencing the equipment. The limitations are not due to the game withholding features, but rather the player's own capabilities. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of pricing. It's as simple as that. Qin Feng swiftly departed, feeling disoriented by his newfound wealth. With the advent of the new helmet, his perception of the game had undergone substantial changes, particularly regarding the scenery. As he walked, he admired the surroundings, albeit aimlessly. Perhaps he ought to find a location to grind for experience? He mused quietly, yet this game lacked a ranking system, which puzzled him. Qin Feng had thoroughly searched for information, finding nothing. However, wealth rankings could be gleaned through the merchant guild. Was it possible that level rankings were also hidden within the guild? In truth, this was a deliberate secrecy of the game, as many events would unfold with the rise of certain players' levels, enhancing the element of surprise. Consequently, level information is shrouded in mystery. As Qin Feng progressed slowly, he pondered the sudden influx of players overnight, particularly the guilds. After logging out, they promptly relayed the maps to their secondary team members, who would then explore new regions and relay findings back to the primary team members. This meant that upon logging in, the primary team would immediately target these newly discovered areas for development. In this regard, Qin Feng's individual efforts could never rival the strength of a team. "Ing Air, how are things?" Qin Feng opened a communication window and sent a message. "Phew, don't mention it. We took a wrong turn and now have no idea where we are. Did you not see the message I sent you?" "What? A message? Fine. I just logged in, and there were so many messages that I blocked them all." "That makes sense. You just amassed a fortune, so it's no wonder they are seeking you out. However, you must be cautious. Some individuals are likely keeping an eye on you." "Understood. By the way, Beichuan's second team has discovered the Ice Bear Cave. I observed their battle, and Qin Feng, that is not a solo instance. Even you would struggle. The captain is pondering whether to return and team up with you." "What do you mean?" "Send over your coordinates for me to take a look. I'll check it out." "Oh, all right." Upon glancing at the coordinates sent by Luo Xiaoying, Qin Feng roughly estimated the distance, realizing it was indeed quite far. It would likely take 3 to 5 days to reach. Qin Feng closed the message, summoned his carriage, mounted it, and embarked on his adventurous journey. As players were unfamiliar with the dungeon's location and lacking direct access across the continent, Qin Feng had not traveled far before he found himself in a forest. He stored the carriage and continued along the great forest, and after 3 days, he finally discovered the icy plains. Players were sparse, mostly in groups, making Qin Feng's solitary presence particularly conspicuous. "Hey, are you alone? Our team just lost a member. Would you like to join us? How about we split the gear?" A young man approached, whom Qin Feng did not recognize. "No, I have a team waiting for me." "Oh, my apologies." The young man walked away disappointed. He has a team, After returning, he remarked to his group, clearly expressing their collective disappointment. What the hell? What is going on? A young man clad in a magical robe was drawing on the ground. Intrigued, Qin Feng walked over and asked, Brother, do you mind if I take a look? The young man waved his hand dismissively. Feel free. You probably won't understand anyway. Qin Feng smiled faintly and crouched down. So that is how it is. Wow. You seem knowledgeable. Care to tell me what I'm drawing? The young man looked up at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng chuckled. You are a mage. If I'm not mistaken, you must have acquired a decent area damage skill, but this spot should have ranged enemies. You've made a mistake. You didn't consider that there are ranged monsters inside the bear cave, so you're searching for a place to evade them, right? No way. You really understand? The young man gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment. Of course, I not only understand, but I also know that you can't escape that archer. Why not? Qin Feng pointed to a location. Look, the archer is positioned too far back, at the far end of the bend. You drew a high platform, indicating that the archer is elevated, and this entire area is within its attack range. There is no way you can get close. Wow. Great master. Can you give me some pointers? The young man looked at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with hope. I've been at this for several days, and I only have one chance left for the dungeon. Honestly, my skills are strong. I fear no ground monsters. But that archer can take me out with a single shot. Unfortunately, these monsters are blocking the way. From afar, I can't hit them, and if I get close, I'm surrounded. If it weren't for this, I would have already completed the first part. Huh. Qin Feng's eyes widened. The first part? You didn't go through the dungeon 4 times just to study the first part, did you? Well, I don't have a team. Then let us team up. Qin Feng suggested with a smile. Those fools. They won't team up. No way. Qin Feng glanced at the young man who had just left. He just called for help. A 5-person team? Are you kidding? The gear has already been divided. What is the point? Brother, are you willing to collaborate? You a warrior? Forget it. You don't have ranged attack power. Qin Feng chuckled. Come on. You're a mage, and don't you lack the ability to deal with archers? One cannot judge by appearances. Shall we collaborate? How about a duo? Close combat gear goes to me, and ranged goes to you. Whatever drops. We'll leave it to fate. What do you say? Wow. I like your style. Let us go. The young man stood up decisively. Not going to research anymore. What is there to research? As long as you take down that archer, I'll take you through the dungeon. Let us go. No more dilly-dallying. The young man extended his hand. Let us team up. Qin Feng nodded, wanting to test his luck on his first entry. The ranged gear would be his. Considering he needed a guide. Keep it quiet. What I mean is, after knowing who I am, don't shout, okay? Wow. You think you're Qin? The young man pressed his left hand against his mouth. This is so exhilarating. Qin Feng winked. Let us go. All right. Qin Feng observed the team. This young man was called Zhang Kuang. You, a mage named Zhang Kuang? That is quite something. Upon entering the dungeon, Zhang Kuang excitedly exclaimed, the legendary Qin Lauda. I've heard you were the national champion back in the day. I'm Bai Yin. A pleasure to meet you. Qin Feng extended his hand. It wasn't just a team up, but a friendly handshake. Qin Feng. Boss, what is the plan? How do we tackle this? Zhang Kuang immediately altered his demeanor. No longer the same as before, as he was now facing Qin Feng. Don't be like that. I appreciate your previous enthusiasm. Zhang Kuang, what is your skill? Lightning net. It consumes a lot of magic, but thankfully I have the Wolf King's staff. Otherwise, I could only cast it twice. Now I can manage 3. These bears are strong, but if I set up the lightning net properly, I can definitely take them down within 5 minutes. Do you have enough mana? Don't worry. I have a full pack. I used a bit earlier, but it's sufficient for this dungeon. Zhang Kuang confidently replied. That is good. Let us go. Qin Feng led Zhang Kuang to the area ahead, where a white bear lay. Qin Feng took a look. The white bear was a level 14 elite monster with 1400 health points and skills like Earthquake and Pounce. It was indeed not a solo dungeon, with 1400 health points. It was terrifying. He did need at least 3 strikes to take one down, and there were more than a dozen here. In the air was not an archer, but a mutated snow eagle. The mutated snow eagle was a level 15 elite monster with 2000 health points and the skill, Hawk SI. You circle around the stone. And remember, within 3 seconds, you must vanish from the sight of the Shuiying. Allow me 3 seconds to draw the wrath of the Shuiying. As soon as I release the arrow, you must immediately disappear. Its animosity will then redirect towards you, but during that interval, it will turn away from me to you, which should take approximately 4 seconds, at which point the hostility will directly fall upon you. You must evade its gaze until I reappear to attack. In order to reclaim the animosity, we shall repeat this maneuver. Do you understand? Zhang Kuang nodded. Qin Feng continued. Grant me 4 arrows worth of time, and I assure you I can eliminate that Shuiying. Within these 15 seconds, can you guarantee not to draw the attention of those white bears back? Rest assured. 15 seconds. I can manage it. Zhang Kuang confidently patted his chest. Qin Feng nodded. Excellent. You go and lure the monsters. No problem. Zhang Kuang did not hesitate for a moment. which greatly impressed Qin Feng. Regardless of who it is, as long as they follow commands during battle, they are the best teammates. Zhang Kuang promptly tossed his staff, unleashing a spell amidst the white bears, but he threw it a bit too close. Qin Feng shook his head, but his eyes widened instantly. What a powerful calculation. That spot and its surroundings? Qin Feng's mind raced. He dared not linger, quickly drawing his short bow and releasing an arrow. The short bow's attack was rather feeble. Had he possessed a Wolf King short bow, Qin Feng estimated he could have resolved the issue in merely 3 arrows, thus saving 4 seconds of coordination time. The airborne mutated Shuiying instantly turned green, and Qin Feng observed its health steadily declining, prompting him to evade. At this juncture, Zhang Kuang continued to unleash lightning. Not rushing toward the stone, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, noticing Zhang Kuang cast 2 more spells in succession, while simultaneously consuming a blue potion before sprinting toward the stone. This fellow's timing is exquisitely precise. Qin Feng was almost entranced. As a professional player, it was his first time witnessing such confidence in an ordinary player. Even professional players would typically retreat to the stone's vicinity to time their actions, yet he had chosen to cast spells first before running, a display of confidence. Subtly exuding an unwavering assurance in his own abilities, Qin Feng quickly took action. The second arrow, just as the mutated Shuiying shifted its animosity to Zhang Kuang, he vanished, leaving the creature uncertain of its target when Qin Feng suddenly emerged. The mutated Shuiying immediately turned its gaze upon Qin Feng, a bolt of lightning hurtling towards him. After Qin Feng released his arrow, he instantly disappeared, concealing himself in the shadows. Not far away, the lightning struck down, and Zhang Kuang charged forth once again. Swish, swish, swish. 3 lightning nets were cast, each racing toward its destination, illuminating the ground with a dazzling electric field. The white bears had already stepped into the lightning nets, their health rapidly depleting due to the electric shocks. The third arrow. Qin Feng attacked once more, but upon turning back, he noticed the white bears were closing in on Zhang Kuang. This is bad. Don't mind me. Prepare the 4th arrow. Zhang Kuang's voice rang out as he dashed leftward at high speed. The mutated Shuiying locked onto Zhang Kuang, a bolt of lightning striking him. Damn. Zhang Kuang's health plummeted instantly, yet he swiftly produced a health potion and gulped it down, but it barely restored his vitality. Qin Feng hastily emerged for the 4th arrow. At the moment Qin Feng took aim, the mutated Shuiying immediately turned its attention toward him. Qin Feng intended to absorb an attack for Zhang Kuang, ensuring his survival. But Zhang Kuang leaped against the wall, his body deftly passing through the white bears, landing on the second-to-last one. He propelled himself directly behind the stone. Qin Feng quickly withdrew, narrowly avoiding the lightning that struck the spot where he had just stood. Clang. Equipment dropped, and both Qin Feng and Zhang Kuang felt a faint white light penetrate their bodies. Experience had been secured. Qin Feng quickly stepped out, and at that moment, Zhang Kuang emerged as well. Boss Qin, awesome. For arrows, you said 4 arrows, and you delivered. Qin Feng regarded Zhang Kuang, pondering whether this fellow was genuine or not. He chuckled. This is how the game works. As long as one calculates accurately, there is nothing that cannot be defeated. No, Boss Qin, I have watched your matches. Do you know why I trusted you so much earlier? The reason is simple. I know you are an absolute master tactician, yet I must disagree with your statement. Zhang Kuang shook his head. Qin Feng looked at Zhang Kuang curiously. Why is that? Zhang Kuang replied. The game is indeed data-driven, and in your past matches, you have always been able to calculate your opponent's health and attack positions with precision. That is your strength. However, this approach does not apply to the current game. For instance, just now, I was surrounded by white bears. In a computer game, I would undoubtedly perish. Yet, I can leverage my abilities to evade crises, which is an unexpected outcome, correct? Therefore, while data may hold validity in past games, in this scenario, the tactics of a professional team are no longer applicable. At least, not absolutely. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. This fellow had articulated the insights of their team manager, Lao Wang. Zhang Kuang was unaware of Qin Feng's thoughts and continued. For instance, in a battle team, if one places excessive emphasis on teamwork and relies solely on data, I must ask, what kind of data can effectively conquer this dungeon? Must every encounter be meticulously calculated beforehand? In such a scenario, if a member of the team were to be surrounded, would that not spell doom for the entire team? If the team lacks archers, does it mean this dungeon can never be cleared? What if we switch to a true mode? What then for the team? Might the monsters converge even more densely, and would the team cease to fight? Or will they persist in crunching the numbers? To me, a game is merely a game. One should not take it too seriously. Certainly, you are competing, but in such a game, the variables are too numerous. I do not fully comprehend the intricacies of team competitions, yet as a martial artist, I can draw parallels. For instance, the shoes you wear today can significantly influence your performance. Can the team account for these nuances? No. You may disagree with my perspective, but allow me to illustrate. If you were clad in warrior boots, perhaps you would struggle in that situation, yet in my cloth armor, I could easily leap over it. Thus, I believe the strategies of past teams have become obsolete in this context. Have I perhaps spoken too much? Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng and noticed his silence, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh no, not at all, Qin Feng reassured him. Had he not witnessed Zhang Kuang leap from those white bears, he might have doubted such claims. Yet now he was convinced. Zhang Kuang, how long have you been playing games? Over a year. I previously lacked the time. I only started playing after watching your competitions. Do you have friends here? Indeed. However, they are all my fellow disciples, scattered across various regions, each engaged in their own pursuits. To be honest, we do not often play games, but this place allows me to showcase my strengths. Hence we came. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up. Impressive. To level up alone and still find this place, you truly astonish me. Huh, I was merely boasting. In truth, relying solely on my skills is insufficient. Sometimes, technique must be combined with ability. I hardly grasped the game, just aimlessly wandering about. Zhang Kuang scratched his head, feeling a bit shy as he gazed at Qin Feng. Honestly, I simply enjoy the excitement here. Excitement? Qin Feng was intrigued by Zhang Kuang's words. Absolutely. Look, Zhang Kuang swung his arm, striking the wall with great force, and blood immediately flowed from the impact. Hey, don't assume I enjoy inflicting pain on myself. I merely wanted to demonstrate. See, Qin Lauda. Zhang Kuang consumed a small health potion, and his wound instantly healed. You understand what I'm conveying now, right? Zhang Kuang chuckled. In the outside world, peace prevails, rendering our martial skills useless. Here, it is different. One need not worry, as countless monsters are available for honing one's skills. Though it may not genuinely enhance one's abilities, at least one can experience that thrill, correct? After all, in the outside world, even kicking a dog is against the law, isn't it? Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief, recognizing the harsh truth in Zhang Kuang's words. Moreover, he realized that here, one does not sustain injuries. Many techniques that were previously deemed too risky could be employed here, and that is exhilarating. What do you mean? Qin Feng inquired, studying Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang grinned. Look. He donned a pair of iron boots and executed a flying kick toward a nearby stone pillar. Boom. Stone fragments flew through the air, scattering everywhere. Isn't that cool? Haha. Who would dare to kick in reality? One's leg would surely break. Zhang Kuang chuckled as he stowed away the iron boots. Qin Feng sighed. Brother, did you choose the wrong class? Not at all. I did it intentionally. Mages can attack from a distance, and I can utilize martial arts in close combat. Isn't this a blend of magic and martial arts? Let us play. After all, it's not reality, is it? Qin Feng was deeply moved by this attitude. Perhaps he had been overly serious about games in the past. Previously, he would have never agreed with Zhang Kuang's perspective, but after leaving the team, he felt liberated from a certain mental state. From Zhang Kuang, he seemed to glimpse something anew, reflecting on the past era of martial arts. Every diligent practitioner became a master. However, not all masters achieved their status solely through hard work. Among them existed a portion of prodigies. Qin Feng was not contemplating the notion that one could attain everything without effort. Rather, he was considering an alternate perspective. In any endeavor, one should not be overly rigid. A singular focus on tactics and data can yield commendable results. Yet when confronted with true genius, combined with diligent effort, all one's efforts may prove futile. Discovering one's innate talents, coupled with hard work, is the ultimate path to growth. This principle extends to life as well. That benevolent individual, Jean de Shanrun, accompanied me for 8 years, yet I hastily dismissed him due to his lackluster performance when we first teamed up. 8 years. He persevered for 8 years, standing by my side, while I, due to a trivial incident from 8 years ago, overlooked everything about him. Is this truly just? Does an inability to conquer dungeons imply he cannot succeed in commerce? Does it justify neglecting him for 8 years? Are there no other prodigies beyond dungeon raiding? No. That notion is entirely erroneous. At least right before me stands a prodigy. He has played for merely a year, yet reached this point, just as I have. He is not significantly inferior to me. He merely lacks experience. Yet do I possess the qualities he possesses? While undertaking quests, Qin Feng, in pursuit of goodwill, bestowed coins upon the young city lord and established a trading zone at the city gate. Qin Feng seized the opportunity due to his understanding of the game. Yet he questioned his motives for earning coins. He was even uncertain about what to spend them on. It is entirely due to understanding. Seizing the opportunity without any ulterior motive or need. It is simply for the sake of the game. Is that wrong? Qin Feng suddenly stood up. What? Boss Qin? Have I said too much? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Not at all. Let's add each other as friends. Sure. Can I bother you for dungeon runs whenever I want? Zhang Kuang said excitedly. Of course, but there is a price. What price? I have no gold. Zhang Kuang looked aggrieved. That's all right. I'll give you some. But you must teach me your skills, and I will impart my experience to you. How does that sound? Haha, deal. Zhang Kuang rubbed his hands together, When it comes to gaming, I only bow to you. Alright, first, let's add each other as friends. By the way, wait while I open the invitation. Qin Feng opened the friend requests and directly added Zhang Kuang, then saw some familiar faces and added them as well before closing the friend list again. Let's go? Continue. Qin Feng said, appearing much more relaxed. Boss Qin, why do you seem to have had an epiphany? Zhang Kuang looked at Qin Feng, a bit perplexed. Yes, I have had an epiphany. But it is just a game after all. Without a team, why should I act that way? Qin Feng opened the game attributes window and clicked continuously on the level 15 dungeon. Congratulations to player Qin Feng, the first to reach level 15. Congratulations to player Qin Feng, the first to reach level 16. What the heck? Is this guy out of his mind? Has he been suppressing his level? This lunatic has gone insane, reaching level 16 directly? What does he intend to do? First in both level and wealth? Can I be your little brother? The entire server erupted, including other regions. Although the game had only been launched for a day, considering the time online, Qin Feng's level had almost increased since the very first day, and now it was only the second day. Qin Dada, is this not unbearable? Leveling up, leveling up. In the city, half of the stalls disappeared in an instant, all heading out of the city to level up. Observing their levels, many found themselves lagging several levels behind. This was no joke. Ling Xiao Suya was also among the astonished, unsure why Qin Feng had suddenly jumped from level 10 to 16. What on earth is he up to? What dungeon has he discovered? Inside the dungeon, Zhang Kuang was also stunned. Boss, this is incredible, right? I thought. Zhang Kuang looked at Qin Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, let's go? By the way, what do you think of this bow? Qin Feng picked up a longbow from the ground. His own bow was merely an initial acquisition, which he had kept for sentimental value, mainly because it was worthless. So he never sold it. Just take it. I can't use these items anyway. Feel free. Qin Feng shook his head. Take it back and sell it. When we return to the city, I will give you 500,000 gold. I didn't bring any now. 500,000. Zhang Kuang gasped in astonishment. He was bewildered by the world of the wealthy. His inventory only had 200 gold, and suddenly receiving 500,000. Qin Feng searched for a while and found that the Earth Series equipment only added physical damage. There was nothing that increased toxin damage, which did not align with his leveling style. He let Zhang Kuang take all of it. Zhang Kuang was not modest. After all, he was the wealthiest on the leaderboard. Qin Feng approached the entrance to the next stage, looking at Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang, would you mind demonstrating your abilities? I want to see your backflips, charges, and so forth. I wish to understand you better. No problem. Zhang Kuang performed for more than half an hour, leaving Qin Feng in awe. Truly a master. Boss Qin, how is it? Zhang Kuang asked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he returned. Qin Feng nodded. Good. Zhang Kuang, remember, regardless of whether it is a game or anything else, no matter how you choose to play, when you stand here, this is our battlefield. Trust is more important than anything. Yes. Zhang Kuang stood up straight. Let's go. Today, I will let you experience what data flow truly means. Qin Feng cast a sharp glance at a nearby monster and patted Zhang Kuang's shoulder. You take the left, I will take the right. Remember, do not act unless I speak. Yes. Zhang Kuang dashed out. Qin Feng raised his bow, and the lightning eagle in midair locked its gaze directly on him. Over here. Overlapping monsters. They came. The two stood in the field, overlapping each other. Zhang Kuang, throw a lightning spell 3 steps in front of you. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The lightning net appeared. Qin Feng swiftly turned and unleashed 3 waves of sword energy with the Wolf King's blade. The overlapping white bears instantly turned green, at which point Qin Feng casually shot an arrow into the air and quickly spun around. Come at me. Zhang Kuang received the command, gritted his teeth, and charged through his own lightning. Split apart. Qin Feng once again separated them, each taking a group of monsters. Although they split up, the monsters overlapped for the second time. Qin Feng effortlessly unleashed 3 waves of sword energy. Follow-up. Zhang Kuang took out a blue potion and drank it in one gulp, while Qin Feng also shot an arrow into the air, replenishing his own potion in the process. Clash. The two once again brought the monsters together in overlapping formations. Qin Feng waved his hand, executing 3 consecutive slashes, releasing sword energy. The final blow. Zhang Kuang, release your lightning at the central position we just occupied. Here it comes. Zhang Kuang turned and ran back, releasing 3 lightning nets at the spot where they had just stood. Qin Feng, with the monsters, also returned instantly. He grabbed Zhang Kuang, and they stood in the center of the lightning. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down. Zhang Kuang's health instantly plummeted, and Qin Feng simultaneously shot an arrow into the air. Zhang Kuang hurriedly reached for a health potion, but was firmly held back by Qin Feng. Trust me. Zhang Kuang's hands trembled. He had only 200 health left. With a buzzing sound, each jolt drained 30 points of health. Zhang Kuang stood firm, observing his dwindling health and the approaching monsters. Thud, thud. A white bear drew near. One fell, then another, as simultaneously, a mutated snow eagle plummeted from the sky. Yet the white bear pressed on. For a full 6 seconds, Zhang Kuang's health dwindled to a mere 20 points, with only one more jolt required. The last white bear collapsed, and the lightning net beneath Zhang Kuang vanished. Surrounded by a plethora of gold and equipment, he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the exhilaration. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Kuang and remarked, "How thrilling. This is the essence of data-driven combat." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Kuang replied, "Boss Qin, please refrain from such perilous play. I fear I might not return." Qin Feng paused. "In the game, death is not final." Zhang Kuang countered, "I worry for my heart's endurance." Rising to his feet, he began gathering the scattered equipment, knowing that Qin Feng had no need for it. "Boss, will you not switch to the level 15 gear?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Let us explore the depths. These are of little use. The dark gold gear in the game is far superior. We shall decide after we see it." In the subsequent battles, Qin Feng ensured Zhang Kuang consumed health potions to prevent any real consequences. Under Qin Feng's command, they layered their attacks on the monsters, with Qin Feng employing toxic damage. Indeed, they could vanquish the creatures in merely 2 rounds. However, it required Zhang Kuang to endure a bit longer, while Qin Feng delivered the final blow as the optimal strategy. Previously, Qin Feng had used 4 strikes because Zhang Kuang's speed was too swift during their initial coordination. He was wary of potential mishaps. With more practice, they could increase the distance for drawing monsters and adjust their positions for a seamless attack, which would yield the best results. Yet, this necessitated repeated training for the team members. During their first collaboration, Qin Feng offered Zhang Kuang a semblance of trust, allowing him to understand that following him would entail no concerns. The additional strike in the process was inconsequential. What mattered was nurturing Zhang Kuang's ability to make choices and build trust amidst danger. "Let us proceed," Qin Feng urged, and Zhang Kuang excitedly followed. Being alongside a master was exhilarating. After battling for 10 minutes, they swiftly resolved the fight in mere seconds. Zhang Kuang began to regret his earlier words. Perhaps he had overstated his previous sentiments. "Boss Qin," Zhang Kuang called out, and Qin Feng turned to him. "Brother, my intent was to demonstrate the might of data in tandem with reality, not to assert my superiority over you. Do you understand?" What do you mean?" Qin Feng clarified. "To accurately deploy 3 lightning nets while in a sprinting state at a single point is beyond mere data. Only you can achieve that. Stay true to yourself. Our skills are limited, and magic is not your forte. In time, you may find yourself entangled in contradictions. If you wish to advance further, heed my advice regarding skills." "Understood." Zhang Kuang nodded. "I am truly impressed. Henceforth, I shall follow you." "Zhang Kuang, move aside." At the dungeon's end, Qin Feng shouted as he charged forward. The rampaging giant bear boasted ferocious attacks. A single strike could down Zhang Kuang without a second thought. Qin Feng quickly advised Zhang Kuang to evade the bear's onslaught, knowing he had also leveled up. Otherwise, they might face annihilation. Zhang Kuang awkwardly retreated, recognizing that his singular area lightning net was not particularly helpful, as it could harm Qin Feng as well. Upward strike. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, executing a costly yet extravagant technique, especially in such a tense moment where even sipping a blue potion felt daunting. Roar. The rampaging giant bear soared through the air and crashed to the ground. Turning, it glared at Qin Feng, lunging forward with ferocity. In midair, the bear's body rippled, clearly preparing to unleash a seismic strike. Should it connect, Qin Feng would find himself stunned for 2 seconds. Without hesitation, Qin Feng evaded, swiftly donning the Jianglong set and striking upward at the bear once more. Boom. The rampaging giant bear hung, suspended for a moment before crashing down, its health bar plummeting significantly. "Incredible," Zhang Kuang exclaimed, unable to believe the effectiveness of the attack. Indeed, the power attributes must align with impact skills. However, minor collisions fail to trigger collision damage. Launching the rampaging giant bear upward inflicted far greater damage than targeting a mere lightweight creature. "Zhang Kuang, do you have a large shield? The heavier, the better," Qin Feng called out. Zhang Kuang, having gathered plenty of equipment, tossed a shield to Qin Feng, who caught it effortlessly. After consuming a blue potion, Qin Feng faced the rampaging giant bear. "Come at me." The bear, indifferent to his words, charged straight towards him. Qin Feng did not retreat, meeting the giant bear head-on. "No way." Zhang Kuang watched, stunned. Was this not a skill? What was Boss Qin intending? The rampaging giant bear collided with tremendous force, seemingly poised to send Qin Feng flying. "Steady yourself." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, summoning his inner strength. Bang! The bear's body recoiled violently, as Qin Feng stood his ground like an impenetrable wall of steel, deflecting the bear's terrifying power. "Shall an iron shirt?" "No." "Mighty Vajra palm." Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feng managed a weak glance at him. Strength increased by 1,000. "What? This is unbelievable." Zhang Kuang gasped, Boss Qin. Be careful. Just as Qin Feng shook his head, the rampaging giant bear charged once more. The days without skills were truly arduous. Qin Feng swiftly retreated, raising his shield once more before him. Ah! With a resounding crash, he swung his hand, striking the raging giant bear with his shield. After the blow, Qin Feng observed that the bear's health had plummeted by 300 points. Although this was a significant reduction, it paled in comparison to the effects of his venom, which required 3 seconds to activate. This strike, however, could deliver damage in just 1 second. Mounted upon its back, he pounded away, delivering blow after blow, and seized the bear's tail, aiming for its rear. The sight that met the eyes of Zhang Kuang was utterly shocking. What a display of savagery! The health of the raging giant bear, once at full capacity, was brutally reduced to merely 1/10. In its final moments, the bear let out a ferocious roar. Roar! Boss, it's gone berserk, Zhang Kuang exclaimed, pointing at the bear. Qin Feng lifted an eyebrow. I know. Upward strike. With immense force, he launched the bear into the air, sending it soaring several meters. Before it could touch the ground, Qin Feng struck again. The activation of the venom was minimal, only around 40 points, yet his damage was undeniably substantial, landing solid hits on the bear. With each strike exceeding 100 points, he nearly depleted his mana. However, he dared not allow the bear to descend nor to switch to his venomous gear, as the speed of the upward strike would be too swift to follow up effectively. Pinned down by the raging giant bear, Qin Feng could scarcely imagine the consequences of being caught. It would surely tear him apart. Better to proceed cautiously than to risk disaster. Zhang Kuang, give me your mana, Qin Feng shouted. Zhang Kuang hurried over, uncertain of who the real mage was. While Qin Feng executed upward strikes, Zhang Kuang provided mana potions. This continued for several minutes until the raging giant bear was reduced to a mere wisp of white light. Clatter! The ground was strewn with loot, 2 skill books standing out prominently. Qin Feng quickly retrieved them. What? Is this truly possible? Giant shield charge. Can be used while mounted on a warhorse. A shield warrior can charge forward with the shield in hand. Zhang Kuang, your luck is remarkable. Qin Feng handed the second book to Zhang Kuang. What? Zhang Kuang, already drooling, dared not take it while Qin Feng was watching. Upon inspection, he exclaimed, oh, hee. This is splendid. This is splendid. The skill book in Zhang Kuang's hands was Ice Spike, a single target attack skill that launched an ice spike forward, dealing considerable damage. Qin Feng regarded Zhang Kuang. I still suggest you not dwell too much on these. Have you advanced your class? Advanced? What do you mean? Where do I do that? As expected, Zhang Kuang was merely a novice mage and had not yet advanced. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Please don't tell me you've never been to Bingyuan Xueqing. I have. I bound my resurrection point and then left. Is there a class advancement there? Qin Feng nodded. Remember, you should become a Zhan Fa. A battle mage, also known as a melee mage, is perfect for you. Yes, got it, a melee-capable mage, right? Exactly. Your skills are commendable. You can excel in close combat, complemented by ranged magic. This is precisely what you desire, isn't it? Take all this equipment with you. Wait. This dark gold shield. It's for you. I just observed that only you, Boss Qin, can wield this shield effectively. Zhang Kuang declared without hesitation. Qin Feng felt slightly bashful. It was merely a shield, and there was nothing else of significance. This, boss, didn't you say we are brothers? Being too calculative is pointless. Zhang Kuang insisted, handing the shield to Qin Feng. Qin Feng accepted it, nodding. All right, you head back first. I'll finish the dungeon and come find you. Sure, I'll wait for you in the city. Where shall we meet? Zhang Kuang inquired. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. In 4 days, at the tavern in the city center. Why 4 days? Zhang Kuang looked puzzled. It will take 3 days to return, right? Boss. Don't you have a mount? Zhang Kuang was taken aback. A mount? I have a cart. Uffed. Haha. Boss, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you one. This thing runs incredibly fast. Zhang Kuang opened the trade window and gifted Qin Feng a batch of terrifying wolves. You're a beast tamer? Indeed. That's why it runs so swiftly. Zhang Kuang chuckled. Good stuff. Qin Feng accepted it without hesitation. There was no need for politeness. When I return, I'll arrange a house for you. A lavish one. Qin Feng remarked casually. Oh, boss, are you a carpenter? What? An architect and a carpenter? All right. Remember, don't mention that you've seen me when you return. To avoid trouble. Understood. As the two exited the dungeon, onlookers outside were left speechless, staring at them in disbelief. What is going on? Did they complete it? They couldn't have cleared it, could they? These two fellows. Weren't they supposed to be eliminated? What? Is this for real? Who is this guy? Can 2 people clear a dungeon meant for 5? Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng before turning to leave. Suddenly, Qin Feng found himself alone. The onlookers quickly regained their senses and rushed forward, but before they could speak, Qin Feng turned and strode back inside. What? Is there a loophole? He entered alone? Is he even playing the same game? Didn't he have any equipment? What is that? The Wolf King set? Who has the Wolf King set and can solo clear? I'm going in to try. The entrance erupted into a frenzy. It turned out the Wolf King set could be solo cleared. Messages flooded the chat, and soon, throngs of players donned in sets rushed out of the city. Meanwhile, others dashed back to the Canyon High City to farm the Wolf King set. In no time, the city was abuzz with rumors. The word spreading that the Wolf King set could solo clear the Bear Cave, becoming an unassailable truth. Sighing deeply, Ling Xiaosuya realized the impending chaos. Countless individuals would undoubtedly face misfortune. This Qin Feng, how could he possibly solo the Bear Cave? Ling Xiaosuya resolved to give it a try as well. Thus, she joined the ranks of solo players heading directly to the Bear Cave, becoming one of them. Qin Feng, oblivious to his actions, was merely engaged in dungeon runs. With the experience gained from his first attempt, Zhang Kuang left himself a bit of blue potion. Monsters also dropped blue, which Qin Feng estimated would suffice. Once, twice. And during the third attempt, Qin Feng finally experienced a pleasant surprise. His skill, Upward Strike, had finally leveled up, reducing his mana consumption by half, resulting in a direct increase to 40 points of blue. This upgrade allowed Qin Feng to significantly cut down on his combat procedures. More importantly, with several Upward Strikes, he no longer had to worry about mana issues. With this skill enhancement, he felt more confident in facing challenges, though the archers still posed a difficulty. Fortunately, Qin Feng was quick in clearing out mobs. The poison effect could take down a large group in mere seconds. After just over an hour, he finished the remaining 4 runs and decided it was time to return to town. Upon stepping outside the dungeon, he noticed a significant reduction in players lingering about, as most were still inside, strategizing. Riding his dire wolf, Qin Feng strolled leisurely, inspecting his equipment along the way. The increased difficulty of the dungeon and the low drop rates meant that out of 5 runs, he had only obtained 3 pieces of rare gear. As for skills, he acquired a few, but their utility was minimal, and he had no desire to learn them. Among the 3 pieces of equipment, a shield stood out as his favorite, accompanied by a one-handed axe and a rare bow. This presented a dilemma for Qin Feng. As a two-handed berserker, while he could wield the axe, equipping a shield would render him a shield warrior instead. This game surely couldn't allow such a peculiar combination. Although all items were equipable, skills had their core principles. A berserker was meant to be just that. As he journeyed, Qin Feng's perspective broadened. Players rushed towards their comrades with fervor. He observed their grim expressions and wondered what the fuss was about. Was there an issue with the Bear Cave? Why were they all acting this way? Bro, have you seen anyone soloing the Bear Cave? One player inquired. Yes, I soloed it 4 times. Qin Feng surprisingly confessed. Really? That is awesome. The player exclaimed. Who are you anyway? Never mind, I have to go. Qin Feng waved them off, watching them depart. As for whether they could succeed in their endeavors, it was better left unsaid. If he could do it, there was no reason they couldn't, right? Upon returning to the city, Qin Feng did not immediately seek out Zhang Kuang. Instead, he first returned home to expand his living space, and he also arranged a house for Zhang Kuang. Having a house made everything easier. The rooms were more than mere decorations. They could house storage cabinets that connected to the in-game warehouse, providing immense convenience. In this game, actions had no bearing on the gameplay. A chest placed there was safe from others, ensuring that one's wealth remained untouched. Qin Feng swiftly organized his belongings and checked his equipment. He opened the message window to see a list of player names, each accompanied by their respective class symbols. He spotted a familiar name and immediately lowered his head. What class? He inquired. Wow, you actually spoke to me first. What class? Oh, Archer. Hey, let us chat about something else. No time. I need to check my mailbox. I'll send you some items. Qin Feng ended the conversation, ignoring Jin Das Hanren. Indeed, upon seeing Zhang Kuang, Qin Feng had altered his previous mindset. There was no longer a team, just an ordinary player. There was no need to experience the game in the same way as before. Wasn't it better to simply enjoy the fun of playing? Reaching the mailbox, Qin Feng sent the equipment to Jin Das Hanren, unsure of why he did so. Perhaps it was a form of compensation for the past few years. Without further thought for Jin Das Hanren, he left on his own. Arriving at the bustling tavern in the city center, he found many players, some leaving while others entered. Qin Feng messaged Zhang Kuang and also prepared to display his wealth. Choosing a round figure, he decided on 1 million, splitting it into 50,000 for each person, as he intended to spend in the city. Inside the tavern, which was spacious and filled with patrons, Qin Feng found a quiet corner. Boss. Zhang Kuang entered. Qin Feng gestured to the chair beside him. Sit. Zhang Kuang chuckled as he took a seat and immediately grabbed the drink Qin Feng had ordered. Boss. Everyone in the city is soloing. It's quite interesting. What should we do? Qin Feng shook his head. I don't know, aside from dungeon runs. You're free to explore. By the way, have you changed your class? Upon mentioning this, Zhang Kuang wore a gloomy expression. I did change. But isn't it a bit of a scam? Boss, that guy gave me no melee abilities at all. Instead, I got a loot. What is up with that? Qin Feng nearly fell off his chair in disbelief. Which guild did you change in? The Mage Guild. Zhang Kuang replied. Qin Feng looked at him incredulously. What did you say? Just as you said. I asked which class had melee capabilities and could use magic. Qin Feng closed his eyes. What class did you change to? Zhang Kuang opened his class menu and scrutinized it closely. Bard. Bard? Qin Feng rested his head on the table, rendered speechless in the face of Zhang Kuang. Boss, what is a bard? Their abilities seem quite strong. Zhang Kuang produced his lute. Look, doesn't it look impressive? Are you here to be a singer? Qin Feng raised his head, unable to contain his irritation at Zhang Kuang. No, boss, this music can enhance our attacks. It's quite powerful. Zhang Kuang whispered, as if afraid others might overhear. Well, it is what it is. Share with me the benefits. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang put away his lute, grinning. The first piece of music I acquired was an invigorating melody, capable of enhancing the entire team's attack power by 200 points. What? Qin Feng seized Zhang Kuang, exclaiming, is that true? When does this occur? In one day? Zhang Kuang replied, muffling his voice with his hand. No way. Qin Feng was aware that bards typically serve as support characters in teams, but he was astonished by the strength of this particular support. An increase of 200 points in attack? That surpasses the power of an entire tier of dark gold equipment. Yet, something feels amiss. The monsters within the game do not possess such terrifying attack capabilities. With an additional 200 points of damage, wouldn't a monster of level 10 fall with a single blow, without even requiring a glance? Unless, of course, there exist stronger monsters in this realm. Where might they be? I have yet to encounter them. Zhang Kuang, follow me. Qin Feng stood, settled the payment, and hurriedly led Zhang Kuang away. As they walked, Qin Feng casually transferred some gold coins to Zhang Kuang. Are you serious? Zhang Kuang stared at the multitude of zeros, utterly astounded. Of course I'm serious. Let us go. There is a surprise awaiting us. Before setting off, they decided to peruse the player shop. Qin Feng and Zhang Kuang indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring anything and everything they deemed necessary. Following their shopping excursion, Qin Feng brought Zhang Kuang to the vicinity of his room, gesturing towards a nearby wooden house. That is now yours. Here is the deed of ownership. Place the sign in the storage, and you shall be its master. Awesome, Zhang Kuang exclaimed, exploring the room with glee, finding everything at his disposal. Boss, why is there no beast pen? A beast pen? Oh, I nearly forgot. You are a beast tamer. No worries, I'll sort that out for you next time. All right. Zhang Kuang surveyed the room, genuinely pleased. Qin Feng called Zhang Kuang over. Do not disclose this information to others, at least not yet. I have a feeling that something is amiss in this game. Let us rest for a day, and tomorrow we shall venture outside the city to hunt monsters. Sure. Zhang Kuang had no objections. Idling was not appealing, and accompanying Qin Feng was the best way to spend his time. The next day, the two exited the city, heading straight for the bear cave. Boss, what are we doing here? Zhang Kuang inquired curiously. Qin Feng smiled slightly. The locals are drawn to the bear cave, providing us with an opportunity to eliminate the surrounding monsters. Have you been holding back levels? Max out your level points so we can tackle higher level foes. Hee. I've held back 2 levels, so I'm at level 16. Zhang Kuang chimed in. Qin Feng opened his attributes. After 5 dungeon runs yesterday, he had surged directly to level 18. The experience from dungeons was indeed substantial. If not for the restriction on attempts, leveling up would have been effortless. Congratulations to player Qin Feng, the first to reach level 17. Congratulations to player Qin Feng, the first to reach level 18. The announcements echoed in the air once more, inciting Qin Feng to roll his eyes in exasperation. Qin Feng's rapid ascension in levels undoubtedly left many players envious. Since arriving at Bingyuan Shuecheng, numerous players struggled to find suitable leveling spots. While many who arrived at level 12 yesterday remained stuck at level 14 today, Qin Feng had effortlessly crushed through 4 levels. And this was merely the second day since the game's launch. The public screen was abuzz with chatter. Is this guy using hacks? That is Qin Feng. His prowess is beyond your imagination, you insignificant player. Hey, who are you referring to? I'm talking about you. Is this guy really at level 18? Where's he grinding? Does he not eat, sleep, or leave the game? Wasn't he in the bear cave just now? Don't mention the bear cave. I died 4 times and couldn't even solo it. Exactly. With a seismic strike, you look like a weakling, and you dare claim to solo it? Regardless, there was no shortage of speculation, and indeed, many players were returning. Oddly enough, as Qin Feng headed back to the city, a throng of players approached, only for a multitude of players to begin their retreat as well. Is that the same guy? And why is he accompanied by another? Players were exceedingly intrigued by Qin Feng riding a wolf, and though they remembered him well, they could not see his name and thus could not identify him. All they knew was that he was riding an impressive wolf, and none dared provoke him. Qin Feng sped past the bear cave, where monsters of levels 16 and 17 awaited. After surveying the area, he ultimately resolved to engage the 18-level monsters. The growth of monsters in the game was astonishing. A level 16 monster possessed 1,500 health points, while a level 17 monster had 2,000 health points, and an 18-level monster boasted 2,500 health points. The increase of 500 points per level presented a stark contrast to the differences experienced at level 10, even surpassing the challenges posed by dungeons. In fact, the elite monsters within the dungeons, such as the white bears, had only 1,400 health points with experience rewards nearing 4,000, making them excellent sources of experience. However, when grinding levels, one could not expect to enjoy the same benefits as in dungeons. Due to Zhang Kuang's limited strength, Qin Feng equipped him with his own gear, providing him with a complete set of toxic equipment. Zhang Kuang immediately comprehended why Qin Feng was so formidable. Toxicity. Such potent toxins. If only I had this equipment, I could conquer anything. Observing Qin Feng's gear, it was evident that he possessed serious offensive equipment. The collection surely cost nearly 300,000 in various exquisite items. Individually, they may not have appeared extremely powerful, but combined, they were fearsome. At that moment, Qin Feng's attributes totaled 180 points. He learned from Zhang Kuang that attributes varied significantly between races. Due to Zhang Kuang's many senior siblings, he had conversed with players of various races the previous day. Although he could not recall the details, he grasped the general concept. In this world, there were players from the orc race, who prioritized strength and stamina. Players from the elf race, who focused on agility. Players from the demon race, who emphasized strength, and players from the undead race, who valued magical prowess. The human race is the most balanced, possessing equal attributes and the broadest potential for development. Although Qin Feng is yet to ascertain the specific values, he is well aware that the early game effects will not be significant, and it is only in the later stages that the true impact will likely manifest. In terms of attributes, after removing the Wolf King set, Qin Feng stands at level 18, with the following statistics: Class: Berserker, Strength, 180, Agility, 180, Stamina, 180, Health, 1800. Intelligence, 210, Magic, 210. Potential points, 150. Experience, 900,030. Skills: Basic Sword Chi, Quick Stab, Upper Slash, Shield Charge, Life Skill, Architect. His formidable equipment is what ensures his leveling success. In the early stages of the game, he invested over 300,000 gold coins to acquire a small assortment of exceptional items from other players, which, when combined, yield terrifying power. The core of this equipment is the weapon's frost damage, which adds an additional 200. By significantly enhancing ice damage, his attack power can be doubled. Although ice damage is elemental and monsters possess innate resistances at this early stage, such resistances are not at their peak, and a wealth of high-quality ice equipment is essential to deliver sufficient damage. The Earth Short Axe boasts an attack of 1232, speed of 12, and adds 4,040 ice attribute damage along with the additional 200 frost damage. Aside from one piece of dark gold equipment, most of Qin Feng's gear consists of blue items, as gold equipment is prohibitively expensive, while gold gear offers numerous attributes. Qin Feng opts for blue gear that better suits his needs, especially since ice damage is among the most stable forms of elemental damage, proving to be quite advantageous. His weapon contributes 40 points, armor 30 points, helmet 20 points, leg guards 30 points, leather gloves 40 points, iron boots 20 points, necklace 40 points. And the two rings collectively add 40 points. Altogether, the ice damage totals 260 points, which, when doubled, results in 520 points of frost damage. The weapon provides 32 points of physical damage, the necklace adds 18 points, and each ring contributes an additional 10 points, resulting in a total of 70 points of physical damage. Thus, his overall damage reaches 590 points. When employing the quick slash technique, the combined damage from 3 strikes amounts to 1770 points, representing the damage Qin Feng can deal in a single move. If one includes the attack bonus from the Berserker skill, it could add another 200 points, potentially reaching 2,370 points. Qin Feng muses to himself, feeling somewhat awkward as he realizes that against level 18 monsters with 2,500 health, he falls short by 130 points. However, he can easily eliminate creatures below level 18. Berserker, prepare to assist me with a tune, he exclaims. With a grin, the Berserker produces a wooden xylophone and plays a melody that Qin Feng has never heard before. But his attack power indeed increases by 200 points. This tool proves effective. Boss, how shall we proceed with the farming? The Berserker inquires as he puts away the xylophone and draws the Wolf King blade, a testament to the bard's versatility in wielding any short weapon. By the way, if you use the Wolf King blade, can you still employ the lightning web? Qin Feng, uncertain about the mage's mechanics, seeks confirmation. Absolutely. Now that my level is higher, I'm not concerned about a bit of mana. Excellent. Do you see any monsters ahead? Follow my lead. Cast a spell on each one we encounter. Additionally, collect the equipment as we go. We are leveling up now. If there are many monsters, we can farm quickly, and if there are few, we can practice our skills together. What do you say? Sure. I'm listening to you, boss. The berserker has no objections. Qin Feng, filled with determination, suddenly charges ahead, catching the berserker completely off guard. Boss, you're diving right in? The berserker exclaims, realizing Qin Feng has already targeted a small monster. With a swift motion, he raises his axe. In an instant, the small creature is reduced to shards of ice, scattering equipment across the ground. Wow. The berserker grits his teeth, gazing at the Wolf King blade in his hand. How embarrassing. Lowering his head, he strides forward, casually picking up a piece of golden equipment, only to find a second piece drop right after. Watch closely. We'll need to grab similar items later, he calls out. Hey, boss, how about a break? You've been killing monsters all morning. After countless encounters, the berserker, clutching his waist and gritting his teeth, finally speaks up. Qin Feng glances back. What's the matter? Are you tired? I'm not tired. The berserker quickly straightens up. Boss, you're the one doing all the killing. What do I have to complain about? Hee. His voice betrays his exhaustion, tears nearly welling in his eyes as he laments the toll it has taken on him. All right, let us take a break. Qin Feng concedes, returning to survey the ground littered with equipment, most of which are white items, suggesting that the golden ones have been claimed by the berserker. How is the haul? Qin Feng casually inquires. I'm not sure. I didn't check. I had no time. The berserker replies with a sheepish grin, producing a substantial collection of gear. Boss, do you want to sift through for anything useful? Qin Feng nods, acknowledging that while his purchases were commendable, the items they have acquired are certainly not inferior. Good items are, of course, welcome. Let us see if there's anything that enhances ice damage. As the berserker nods and begins to examine the gear, Qin Feng suddenly shifts his gaze to the distance. A few individuals are approaching. Looks like trouble is brewing. Qin Feng signals the berserker to quickly stow away the equipment. The berserker, noticing the newcomers, grins widely. How interesting. I came to this game specifically for moments like this. After securing their gear, Qin Feng remains seated, leisurely nibbling on a bun as he awaits the unfolding events. Zhang Kuang harbored a fondness for Qin Feng, and as he relished his bousy, he appeared quite content. Qin Feng, are you enjoying a leisurely moment? As the group approached, Qin Feng discerned their identities. It was none other than Brother Nicholas. It has been quite a while. Have you been faring well? It seems you have intentions to target me? Why speak so harshly? Target you? Do you even deserve it? Brother Nicholas regarded Zhang Kuang with disdain. Kid, get lost. This place is not for you. Brother Nicholas glared at Zhang Kuang. Oh, Zhang Kuang nodded, then executed a roll on the ground. How was that, esteemed leaders? Am I rolling well? Haha, not bad. Just like that. Brother Nicholas burst into laughter. Zhang Kuang joined in. Well then, remember, if the rolling is not to my liking later, I shall not be pleased. What did you say? Brother Nicholas fixed his gaze on Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang stood up. Is my meaning not clear? That was merely a pretense. If you do not roll properly later, I shall break your legs. How dare you? Brother Nicholas shouted, pointing at Zhang Kuang. Behind him, Sister Nicholas had already loosed an arrow. Qin Feng remained silent, observing Zhang Kuang, wondering how he would resolve the situation. Without hesitation, Zhang Kuang reacted swiftly, evading the incoming arrow and delivering a punch to Sister Nicholas. Zhang Kuang was astute, aware that acting first would invoke sin value. Thus he targeted those who initiated the conflict. Moreover, he showed no mercy even towards a girl. The punch inflicted a layer of poison upon the unsuspecting sister. Idiot, what are you waiting for? Sister Nicholas glanced at her companions, and the other four sprang into action. One charged at Zhang Kuang, while the remaining three rushed towards Qin Feng. With his left hand on the ground, Qin Feng rose abruptly, his equipment shimmering and vanishing, replaced by a set of bandit gear. Shield charge. The massive shield collided with two of the attackers, leaving behind none other than Brother Nicholas, who had previously boasted loudly but now cowered in the shadows, gritting his teeth. Brother Four, we meet again, Qin Feng remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Brother Nicholas. What do you want? Brother Nicholas retorted. Qin Feng responded with a nonchalant smile. I thought I'd let you experience something entertaining. Upward strike. Ah. Brother Nicholas soared into the air, propelled by Qin Feng's immense strength, which would keep him airborne for quite some time. Brother Four? Brother Nicholas looked up, bewildered by his brother's sudden ascent. Is there such a terrifying skill in this game? Jump slash. With a furious shout, Brother Nicholas leapt into the air, simultaneously instructing Brother Two to execute a follow-up slash. Their coordination was commendable. One aimed to restrict Qin Feng's vertical movement, while the other sought to impede his forward momentum. However, shield charge. Qin Feng unleashed another shield charge, sending Brother Two flying. At that moment, Brother Nicholas's jump slash descended, striking at Qin Feng's rear. Abruptly, Brother Nicholas dodged to the right, wary of Qin Feng's shield charge from behind. Consecutive slashes. The cascading ice attribute triggered, yet Brother Nicholas's armor proved resilient, absorbing the majority of the damage. Upward strike. Qin Feng executed a series of upward strikes that sent Brother Nicholas into the air once more. Immediately, he dashed towards Brother Nicholas's front, executing a forward swing before he could land. Consecutive slashes. You bastard. How can you chain so many skills? Brother Nicholas roared in frustration. Why should I tell you? Qin Feng retorted, return to town, brother. With that, Qin Feng unleashed his consecutive slashes. Nonsense. Brother Nicholas hastily retrieved a large health potion, but before he could consume it, Qin Feng's shield charge sent him back. You bastard, how can you switch equipment so quickly? Brother Nicholas's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? One-click outfit change. Why was I not aware of this? Indeed, one-click outfit change. What of it? Qin Feng had no such mechanism, but his ability to change equipment swiftly needed no explanation. It's your turn. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly fixated on Brother 2. Brother 4 plummeted from the air. Qin Feng looked up, his equipment not yet changed, launching an axe upward. This guy is airborne again. Though Qin Feng's current gear lacked poison attributes, Brother 4 had not lost much health. However, being airborne for 20 seconds was undeniably alarming. Qin Feng regarded Brother 2 with a mischievous grin. Young one, brace yourself for my shield charge. Nonsense. Consecutive slashes. Brother Nicholas thrust forward, initiating his attack. The impact of Qin Feng's shield collided with the consecutive slashes, causing a slight reduction in Qin Feng's health due to the lack of a 3-hit combo trigger. However, Brother Nicholas was sent flying several meters back. Shield charge. Qin Feng executed another shield charge. Brother Nicholas's eyes widened in horror. Yet Qin Feng did not charge at him. This is utterly ridiculous. You still consider yourself a master? Pathetic. Brother Nicholas's mockery failed to provoke Qin Feng's ire. Fool. Qin Feng unleashed a consecutive slash, depleting half of Brother Nicholas's health. Meanwhile, Brother Nicholas retaliated, but his attacks were significantly weaker. As both exchanged blows, Qin Feng lost several hundred points of health, while Brother Nicholas suffered nearly 1,000 points of damage. The overwhelming assault sent Brother Nicholas into a panic, contemplating retreat. What kind of equipment do you possess? The equipment of the Nicholas family is far from inferior. Their average damage exceeds 200. A single combo can strip away an opponent's defense, inflicting over 300 damage. With 3 individuals attacking, they can easily deplete half of an enemy's health in an instant. Yet, how could Qin Feng eliminate half of an opponent's health with a single strike? That was an assault from 3 players. Charge. Qin Feng unleashed another combo. But this time, the speed of Nicholas Urge, who had fallen from the mix of the Jianglong set, was astonishing. After consuming a blue potion, Qin Feng did not wait for his mana to replenish completely. He swiftly executed a forward combo, quickly changing his gear to shield charge, and Nicholas Urge was sent flying. Huff huff. Nicholas Siggy finally descended, drenched in cold sweat, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he gasped for breath. Damn it, I finally made it down. Just then, beneath Nicholas Siggy, an axe snagged an inappropriate area. What the hell? Nicholas Siggy's manhood was undoubtedly intact, as the external characters had not intruded. However, he experienced a visceral sensation of pain. His whole body trembled, having lost over 100 health points, yet the psychological torment was pushing him to the brink of collapse. Qin Feng, just wait until I get down there. I will make you pay. Nicholas Siggy bellowed. Qin Feng ignored him, his gaze fixed on the not-so-distant Zhang Kuang, who was currently employing a set of sword techniques. These were not skills from the game, yet they remained effective. Nicholas Sanjia and Wugo were continuously afflicted, surrounded by toxins, their health steadily dwindling. The insidious nature of the poison was that it allowed them to watch their health diminish piece by piece, with no means to counteract it. Boss, help. This cry did not come from Zhang Kuang, but from Nicholas Wuga. As he shouted, he glanced back. Damn it. Sanjia run. Upon turning, he found no one behind him. Siggy was still airborne, while the other 2 had returned to the city. Qin Feng, wielding the axe, had not even lifted a finger. Had he chosen to act, those 2 would have long since departed. Can you escape? Nicholas Sanjia shouted in fury, then inquired, where's the boss? The boss is already dead. Nicholas Sanjia turned to glance, her mouth agape. Qin Feng, is there a misunderstanding here? Bang. Zhang Kuang swung his blade. And in the midst of Nicholas Sanjia's shock, she transformed into a wisp of white light. Haha, kid, what did I just say? Zhang Kuang smirked at Nicholas Wuga. It seems someone is targeting me. Just then, Nicholas Siggy plummeted down, and without a glance, Qin Feng waved his hand. Up he goes again. What the hell? Nicholas Wuga squatted on the ground, eyeing Zhang Kuang and Qin Feng. Can't you just let us go? What do you think? Zhang Kuang raised the Wolf King's blade. Does it look like I'm doing this for nothing? Damn. Nicholas Wuga had missed the last opportunity. Yet this time, he eagerly joined his companions. Initially, They had discussed how to humiliate Qin Feng, but the outcome turned out to be quite unexpected. Rolling away. It actually resembled something, but with Zhang Kuang watching, if it didn't look right, they would have to try again. Qin Feng merely stood by, observing as Nicholas Wuga was toyed with for several seconds before being sent flying, while Nicholas Siggy remained suspended in the air. Boss, why not just finish him off? Why so polite? Zhang Kuang asked Qin Feng, perplexed by his intentions. Polite? Zhang Kuang, should I also be polite with you? No. Zhang Kuang waved his hands repeatedly. The buns are quite delicious. Less talking, more eating. Haha. Zhang Kuang sat on the ground, watching how long Qin Feng would torment that kid. Finally, Nicholas Siggy landed. At that moment, Nicholas Siggy felt his legs go weak. Qin Feng gazed at him intently. Who are you really? You've known me since the opening of the server, haven't you? Nicholas Siggy shook his head. No. We just sought trouble with you when the server started and got defeated. Isn't this revenge? Oh, you think I would believe that? Whether you believe it or not. It's the truth. We truly do not know you. Nicholas Siggy firmly insisted on their ignorance of Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. All right. It matters not if you remain silent. The truth will eventually surface. Go. You are letting me go? Nicholas Siggy could hardly believe Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng shook his head. I'm instructing you to perform an action. What action? Nonsense. Zhang Kuang yanked him over. What did I just say? Hurry. Zhang Kuang kicked Nicholas Siggy to the ground. Get lost. This was not merely an insult. It was a command far more humiliating than mere words. Qin Feng was disinclined to engage with these two, and Zhang Kuang, too, seemed to prefer this method. Yet, everyone has their own habits. Qin Feng would not impose his preferences on Zhang Kuang. How he wished to act was his own freedom. After Nicholas Siggy flew away, Zhang Kuang approached with satisfaction. The boy was delighted, and his mood lifted. Boss, even a fool knows these guys are doing this on purpose. Why don't they just admit it? Qin Feng nodded. Perhaps they have a team behind them. Observing closely, they dare not speak out. Oh, I don't understand all that, but it doesn't matter. It's just a few insignificant characters. We can fight them whenever they show up. Zhang Kuang was unfazed. Qin Feng remarked. Not necessarily. Zhang Kuang, are you afraid? Boss, what are you saying? Playing a game can scare a bunch of fools? Zhang Kuang looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. In this game, once characters reach level 20, free areas will be unlocked. Do you understand? If we continuously engage here for just 3 or 4 days, we shall unlock the free zone in the game. Within the office of the game company, a bustling crowd of employees scurry about, clutching various documents, racing through the entire floor. This Qin Feng is utterly detestable. The female assistant, having obtained the recently acquired data, hastens back to the office. Xiaoya, look at the information we received. We can no longer hold them back. Phew. Ling Xiaoya glanced at the documents, slowly nodding her head. Go notify all departments to prepare for the monster siege, open the free zone, and commence server integration. Understood. The female assistant cast a fleeting glance at Ling Xiaoya before turning to leave. Ling Xiaoya reclined slowly in her chair, realizing that the preparations for the game had been completed a day ahead of schedule by Qin Feng. No one anticipated that the monster siege would commence on the second day of the game. Yet, Qin Feng's data remained normal, having rationally utilized the monster upgrades without any hint of cheating. Thus, the game developers could only hasten their preparations, quietly awaiting Qin Feng to elevate his level by half. Speed. Battle Frenzy. Here it comes. Within the game, Qin Feng began to cooperate with Battle Frenzy in combat, as the monsters had escalated beyond mere level 18 to level 20. If he wished to avoid deploying 2 consecutive skill sets, he required Battle Frenzy's assistance for optimal damage output. Utilizing Battle Frenzy's toxic gear combined with the Ice Spike spell, after executing a series of attacks followed by an uppercut, Battle Frenzy could handle the remaining foes. Following closely behind Qin Feng, Battle Frenzy was busily occupied, casting Ice Spike while gathering loot. Qin Feng advised him against it, but Battle Frenzy insisted on collecting items, indifferent to the gold he possessed, as he had ample. Yet, he had developed an obsession with inspecting the attributes of every piece of equipment before discarding it. Indeed, Battle Frenzy uncovered a considerable number of treasures, retaining all those exquisite items. Observing his experience points nearing 200,000 filled Qin Feng with trepidation. However, upon examining the monster's experience yield of around 4,000, it became clear that slaying just over 100 creatures would suffice for his level up. Yet, due to sharing experience with Battle Frenzy, Qin Feng needed to eliminate nearly 100 additional monsters. Nevertheless, the synergy of the team significantly enhanced Qin Feng's efficiency in monster slaying, providing substantial assistance to his attacks and aiding in equipment collection. Thus, it cannot be deemed a disadvantage to share experience. Without Battle Frenzy, could Qin Feng have so recklessly charged through the territory of level 20 monsters? Battle Frenzy also fulfilled an essential role. The monsters Qin Feng chose to forego were those with diminished health, allowing Battle Frenzy to capitalize on them. dispatching one within mere seconds while Qin Feng eliminated another in that time frame. As Qin Feng approached a third target, Battle Frenzy swiftly gathered the loot and potions, quickly catching up to him. Their collaboration continued seamlessly for 3 days. As dusk drew near, it appeared unlikely they would reach level 20 today. By nightfall, Qin Feng decided to pause, with experience still requiring approximately 100,000. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would undoubtedly level up to 20 by early morning. Based on the habits of the past 2 days, Battle Frenzy would distribute potions to Qin Feng before selecting equipment. Whatever Qin Feng desired, he would receive, and whatever he did not, Battle Frenzy would keep. Subsequently, Battle Frenzy spent 3 hours imparting skills to Qin Feng, after which they each returned to their humble abodes to rest until the dawn of the next day. Ever since mingling with Qin Feng, Battle Frenzy's days had become considerably more fulfilling, occupied from morning till night. This lifestyle, unbeknownst to him, had become habitual. As the ominous alarm resonated, its dull sound roused every slumbering soul. In unison, all heads turned skyward, eager to fathom the unfolding events. Attention, players! The countdown to the monster siege has commenced. In 24 hours of game time, the earth shall be shrouded, and the undead shall invade the continent. Upon the dissemination of this announcement, every city commenced its grand epic animation. This was no mere viewing experience. Every player found themselves immersed within the unfolding spectacle. Creak. The ancient inner city gates gradually swung open. Having lingered in this city for so long, no player ever truly comprehended what lay beyond the inner walls. Boom. The deafening noise echoed, rendering everyone momentarily dazed. Their gazes fixated upon the inner city, where warriors clad in ancient armor emerged. Clank, clank, clank. The synchronized footsteps resonated, as formation after formation proceeded from the city towards the broad streets. Rapidly established defensive lines. Heavy shield soldiers. Advance. Boom, boom, boom. Goodness. The surrounding players stood in astonishment, witnessing row upon row of soldiers continuously manifesting, inexhaustible. Gleaming new shields sparkled in the morning sun, while cold long spears emitted a faint azure glow, accompanied by resolute expressions that exuded an indomitable spirit. No matter who you are or how formidable your power, in this moment, you could only obediently press against the wall. Witnessing these warriors march past with a fervor that stirred the very soul. Heavy shield soldiers were followed by ranks of spear-wielding warriors, their gazes even more resolute, embodying a sense of indignation and a yearning to reclaim what was owed from the world. Their eyes burned with fury, radiating a fierce intensity. The frontline warriors craved nothing but blood and glory. White steeds, silver armor, colossal swords, and crimson capes. Ancient knights astride their steeds emanated unparalleled nobility and arrogance. They were the warriors of the divine, endowed with talents that commanded admiration. They possessed the most opulent combat gear in existence. They held steadfast beliefs. They were the Silver Knights. At last, the archers' formation emerged, a multitude of archers swiftly occupying the city walls. There was neither speech nor smile among them. Their demeanor was marked solely by vigilance and indifference. In the icy expanse of Xuecheng, 400,000 silver warriors had gathered, taking approximately 3 hours to depart from the city. Yet, during these fleeting hours, the players felt as though time had come to a standstill. In that moment, the hearts of all players were filled with glory and exhilaration. Indeed, it was a fervor, a pride, an unprecedented surge of passion. At that very instant, the global public chat window fell silent, for the entire continent had simultaneously commenced the countdown to the siege. Quick, gather your gear, someone shouted, and in an instant, a throng of players surged within the city, the number of stalls experiencing an unprecedented increase, with trading activity reaching historical heights. The countdown to the siege entered its final hour. Qin Feng returned to Xuecheng with Zhang Kuang, and upon entering, he was momentarily stunned by the sheer might of the scene before him. A formidable presence, the silver warriors stood in droves outside the city. What could they possibly be preparing for? Was such an army truly necessary? Where were the monsters for the siege? Boss, what is going on? How many people are there? Zhang Kuang exclaimed, his heart racing. I have no idea. Zhang Kuang, stay alert. In a battle of this magnitude, the game company cannot possibly refrain from broadcasting it. Do not let your comrades witness your cowardice. Qin Feng was indeed perceptive. It was quite plausible that the game company had orchestrated such a grand display for promotional purposes. Resolutely, Qin Feng strode deeper into the city, prompting Zhang Kuang, who was momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's words, to follow him with renewed determination. Zhang Kuang, rest up. Remember, don't rush out. You'll have your chance to fight. All right, rest? Boss, do you mean sleep? I can't sleep now. The game's resting system did not function on mere desire, while characters did not have to sleep at a set time. Failing to rest affected combat capabilities. A fact that was indisputable. Find a way to lie down, even if you cannot sleep. We need to conserve our energy, Qin Feng instructed before retreating to his humble abode. His equipment consisted of various level 20 items, which he examined closely. While they had decent attributes, none could be assembled into a coherent practical set. After considerable contemplation, Qin Feng decided to don a heavy armor with a defense of 200 and a helmet. Heavy armor defense, 200 health bonus, 90 dark resistance bonus, 20 face guard defense, 80 health bonus, 63 ice resistance bonus, 15 fire resistance bonus, 13 aside from these two pieces. There were no suitable replacements. The total defense increase approached 300, health rose by 150, but with a reduction of 50 in attack power. This was the most advantageous setup Qin Feng could devise at present. Notably, he was the only player in the entire region equipped with level 20 gear. Meanwhile, within the city, players continued to rush about, acutely aware that the monsters were imminent. With the countdown looming overhead, this final phase compelled everyone to consider how to bolster their survival capabilities. Qin Feng meticulously arranged his health potions, having acquired a significant stock. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Kuang, who was tossing equipment into his storage box, seemingly preparing to purchase health potions. Nodding in approval, Qin Feng acknowledged Zhang Kuang's keen awareness, recognizing his potential as a valuable team member. Had he not noticed him earlier? Shaking his head, he refrained from rushing out, opting to rest for the final 10 minutes. As time ticked away, Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes. It's about time. There are 5 minutes left. Stepping out of his room, he called to Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang, let us go buy health potions. All right. Zhang Kuang eagerly followed. Qin Feng halted him and whispered, You still have the money I gave you? Yes, boss, do you need it? No. Just remember, buy the largest potions available. The kind that can restore health in one go. Sometimes, in large-scale battles, it's crucial to prioritize immediate health recovery to survive until the end. Zhang Kuang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his boss's advice. Together, they arrived at the apothecary, where they purchased the largest potions available, 3,000 gold pieces each, totaling 30,000 for 10. It's worth noting that a piece of level 10 equipment sold for only 3,000. Qin Feng instructed Zhang Kuang to fill his inventory, and in a flash, 300,000 gold was spent. Zhang Kuang winced at the expenditure but gritted his teeth and complied. Let us go. Qin Feng clapped Zhang Kuang on the back, leading him toward the highest point in the city. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, and some of the less sturdy buildings began to collapse, including Qin Feng's own structures. A shadow enveloped the sky as a crimson rift tore through the heavens, and darkness descended, stars twinkling in the void as day turned to night. Within the city, the residents ignited torches, while the soldiers outside lit numerous torches and braziers, illuminating the city as brightly as day. The players' nerves were instantly heightened, each peering through various vantage points, scanning for any signs of the impending threat. What is this? Thunder without rain? Where are the monsters? Damn it! With such a commotion, I haven't seen a single monster. Is there a server issue? Where are the monsters? Isn't this a siege? Indeed, there were currently no monsters in sight. However, a siege does not mean the monsters simply rain down. One must allow them time to arrive. Qin Feng did not join in the chaotic shouting, and neither did some experienced players. Everyone was focused on locating advantageous terrain, striving to secure their positions and gain a level before the monsters arrived. Boss, where are the monsters? Zhang Kuang, a novice and rather impatient individual, asked eagerly. Don't fret, they will come, Qin Feng reassured him. Remember, don't pick up anything. Just focus on skills, understood? Skills? Do we lose items during a siege? The siege involves monsters too. This is a game, even if it seems entirely real. We must adhere to the rules of the game, right? Oh, Zhang Kuang nodded in understanding. Here they come. Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his gaze, staring into the distance. Huh. Zhang Kuang quickly turned around. My heavens. In the distance, the forms of the monsters were indistinguishable. Yet a vast sea of dark shadows surged like a tidal wave towards the city. They're coming. They're coming. Haha. Below, some players were becoming excited. But Qin Feng shook his head, pondering what they found so exhilarating. Boom. The ground trembled once more, this time with a considerably higher frequency than before. Undead. Qin Feng stood atop a height, observing numerous skeletons emerging from the cracks in the ground. Wow, this is intense. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened as he gulped nervously. Boss, why are my legs feeling so weak? Qin Feng patted Zhang Kuang's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. It will pass. After saying this, Qin Feng secretly rubbed his own legs. Seeing it in animations and films was one thing, but witnessing a nearly 2-meter-tall skeleton standing before you was an entirely different experience. Attack! A commanding voice roared from outside the city, and an overwhelming battle cry erupted. It's begun. Qin Feng's heart surged with battle intent as he observed the undead emerging from the distance. Zhang Kuang, let us go. Out of the city. Kill. Let's do this. The undead? Running away is too frightening. I'm not going. You all go. Inside the city, players of both genders were present. Some were quite bold, while others, fully aware it was merely a game, were hesitant, especially many female players who dared not leave the city. However, despite the chaos, it was merely the beginning, as a substantial guard force stood outside the city, and the players remaining inside posed no real issue. Qin Feng approached the city gate, where players were observing. He was among them. A multitude of skeletons, glowing with soul fire, was engaged in combat with the guards, while behind them, a swarm of ghouls and zombies lurked. As the vanguard of the undead army, these low-level undead were merely cannon fodder for the siege. Their low defense and health made them excellent targets for leveling up. Zhang Kuang, charge! Qin Feng brandished his axe and rushed out without giving Zhang Kuang a moment to react. Boss! Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng, then at the surrounding players, gritting his teeth. Here goes. Qin Feng felt a twinge of fear, yet he understood that once accustomed, everything would become manageable. After all, hiding within the city meant ultimately facing these monsters. With a mighty swing, Qin Feng's axe struck down a skeleton soldier, causing a few gold coins to drop. He exhaled in relief. Monsters. They are indeed monsters. Come on. Seeing the gold coins drop, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This is a game. This is a game. He repeatedly reminded himself. Gradually, other players also began to muster their courage. Fear remained. But the scene before them inspired more than a mere flicker of bravery. A throng of players surged forth, igniting the battle. Under Qin Feng's leadership, the defenses at the eastern gate of Bingyuan Shueqing were exceptionally robust, and the players' combat abilities clearly surpassed those of the skeleton warriors. This was not merely a test of combat skills, but a challenge to their courage. The chaotic crowd, disordered soldiers, and monstrous foes quickly intertwined. As players charged into the monster zone, and the undead surged into the city, Qin Feng did not retreat far. He stood at the gate and picked up a long spear from the ground. While its power was modest and merely a basic item, its range was sufficient. Qin Feng found that dealing with low-level skeletons did not require immense damage. The long spear was far more manageable than his short axe. Upward thrust. Qin Feng directed his gaze sideways, executing an upward thrust that sent an undead creature flying into the air from a distance, far more effective than his short axe. Pleased with his long spear, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Boss, why aren't you charging in? Haha, this is amusing. Those undead move so slowly. A single punch can shatter them. Should we go for another round? Zhang Kuang returned, looking at Qin Feng inquisitively. Don't rush, Zhang Kuang. Did I not tell you? The stronger ones are yet to come. Then why did you rush out? To build courage. Don't you think that now, observing these fellows, the fear in your heart has diminished? Oh, that is true. I was genuinely terrified at first, but now that I'm in the thick of it, it doesn't seem so daunting. Sometimes, I think those creatures are even afraid of me. In that case, I'll take a breather. I picked up 2 skill books earlier, but I haven't checked what they are yet. Zhang Kuang had good fortune, having found 2 skill books. To this point, Qin Feng hadn't found even one, but he hadn't bothered to pick up any equipment. Let us see. Qin Feng leaned in closer. A songbook? Zhang Kuang's face lit up with joy. Damn, no wonder that guy dropped it. Qin Feng was taken aback. Could it be that he had picked up junk? Increased defense? Learned it. Zhang Kuang immediately learned the skill and pulled out a wooden flute, performing a song of resilience amid the carnage. Instantly, Qin Feng gained an additional 200 defense. Good stuff. Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. 200 defense? That's more than a full set of level 10 gear. What about the other book? Qin Feng inquired, observing Zhang Kuang. This one? Hiss. What on earth is this? Zhang Kuang pondered for a moment, shaking his head in uncertainty. I don't know. I obtained this from a glimmering skeleton. He exclaimed. Boss, it seems you can make use of it. He handed the skill book to Qin Feng. Upon receiving it, Qin Feng glanced at the title, Floating Kick? An upward strike to initiate a float? How does one execute this kick? He cast a questioning look at Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang waved his hand dismissively. If I had any use for it, I wouldn't be stuck here. Then I shall not hold back. Qin Feng declared, and with a mere flick, the skill book vanished in an instant. Zhang Kuang was genuinely unfazed. Had he been concerned, he would not have presented it. Qin Feng proceeded to learn another skill, rising to his feet as he spotted a bewildered skeleton in the distance. Let me give it a try. Zhang Kuang also stood up, eager to witness the execution of Qin Feng's floating kick. Qin Feng brandished his spear and thrust forward. Upward strike. Floating kick. The skeleton on the ground was impaled and sent soaring. In the next moment, Qin Feng propelled himself into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks to the hapless skeleton before following it back to the ground. His reflexes were undeniably swift. As he landed, he swiftly donned his equipment. Shield charge. With a resounding crash, the unfortunate little skeleton met its grim fate. Behind him, Zhang Kuang rubbed his eyes and crouched down, exclaiming, I practiced the wrong class. Qin Feng turned back to Zhang Kuang, inquiring, How was that? Faced with Qin Feng's challenging gaze, Zhang Kuang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Can I reclass? Come on. Did you not see how formidable you were just now? You were incredibly impressive. May I learn your technique? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Theoretically, it is possible, as this game does not impose restrictions on skills. However, that is merely a notion. In reality, there are limitations. What do you mean? What limitations? Zhang Kuang shook his head, genuinely perplexed. Qin Feng sat down and explained, in truth, the game does not confine skills, which leads many to believe that one can master every profession's abilities. Yet, numerous skills require specific weapon configurations. For instance, regarding your battle song, I cannot perform it, as I can learn magic but lack the necessary magical equipment to unleash its full potential. In the early stages, you might not perceive the significance of this. But as the game progresses, especially in its mid-phase, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Thus, the game was designed to enhance the ancient world's openness without hindering player growth. But attempting to master everything would lead to chaos. Moreover, have you noticed that while skills are not limited in variety, there are gradually emerging prerequisites? For instance, don't large-scale combat skills require a certain level of proficiency in a specific skill before one can learn them? Zhang Kuang shook his head. Proficiency? I don't understand. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Have you not noticed that skills possess grades? The beginner level, for example, such as aerial lightning, surely requires mastery of the lightning spell before it can be learned? There are indeed restrictions. Boss is truly wise. Your understanding is profound. Zhang Kuang exclaimed. Qin Feng sighed. This is merely general knowledge about the game. It is not exclusive to me. Many players grasp these basic concepts, and once you play enough, such rudimentary knowledge becomes trivial. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng declared, let us go. Where to? Zhang Kuang inquired. Back to the city. I'm hungry. Zhang Kuang surveyed his surroundings. And you can still eat amidst all this? Man is iron, food is steel. Without nourishment, how can one engage in battle? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Impressive. Zhang Kuang shook his head, utterly bewildered by how one could still harbor an appetite in the midst of such carnage. Upon returning to the city, Qin Feng found it teeming with skeletons, a chaotic scene that had unraveled into disarray. The number of players dwindled rapidly, with those departing never to return. Qin Feng ascended to a high vantage point. Players around him began to form defensive positions under the guidance of their teams, seemingly able to contend with the initial wave of monsters. Gradually, the dawn broke, and as Qin Feng gazed at the emerging sun, he looked down at the ground, which was a gruesome sight, resembling a hellish landscape. Many players felt the urge to retch at the sight. It was all too real, in the darkness. It hadn't appeared so dreadful, but under the light of day, it was utterly nauseating. In the distance, ghouls relentlessly feasted upon the corpses, while the undead army ceased its assault with the advent of sunlight. Life began to return to the city as merchants resumed their trade. This was the outcome orchestrated by the game. At this juncture, players were compelled to rest. One by one, players returned to the city. Qin Feng, accompanied by Zhang Kuang, sought out a few old comrades. Mu Tian. Qin Feng called out to one of the figures. Old Qin, oh my, you finally decided to show yourself. Everyone knew you were here, but couldn't locate you. You've wrapped your head too tightly. Mu Tian approached, bumping fists with Qin Feng. Huh, what's this? Missing me? Qin Feng teased, casting a playful glance at Mu Tian. Is there any remedy for your self-obsession? Mu Tian chuckled. Qin Feng gestured toward Zhang Kuang. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Kuang, a level 19 mage. Qin Feng glared at Mu Tian. This lad is called Mu Tian. Mu Lauda. Zhang Kuang recognized that these were the leaders of the team and likely would not spare him a glance had it not been for Qin Feng's presence. Not bad. A fine choice by Feng Wu Mian. Brother, do you have a team? No. Zhang Kuang stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed. Would you like to join our team? We are in need of a mage. Wow. Mu Tian, are you blatantly poaching players? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. Old Qin, didn't you say you had no team left? What do you think of this kid? Can he be trained? Mu Tian scrutinized Zhang Kuang. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Kuang. How about you perform a tune for our Mu Lauda? Zhang Kuang grimaced. Boss, must I really perform? Qin Feng nudged Zhang Kuang. Just one. Zhang Kuang reluctantly nodded. Fine. After a tune concluded, Mu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Lao Qin, your taste has become increasingly unique, hasn't it? I must take my leave. The team has matters to attend to. You two carry on. Qin Feng waved his hand, choosing not to linger further with Mu Tian. Boss, how embarrassing. Why did you make me do that? Zhang Kuang was utterly baffled by Qin Feng's intentions. Meeting a big shot. Was it necessary to make such a scene first? Is this embarrassing? Zhang Kuang, this is about positioning, do you understand? I am signaling to Mu Tian your capabilities, while also doing a bit of preemptive promotion. Promotion? Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng, then at the departing Mu Tian. Let me tell you, those guys will never choose the bard profession, at least not now. From the perspective of the team, They are well aware of the bard's significance. However, given the limitation of forming a group of 5, the ideal configuration consists of 1 tank for defense, 1 melee damage dealer, 1 ranged archer, 1 mage, and 1 standard healer. This is not a profession that allows for casual practice of alternate accounts. If a bard were to be included in the team, it would require sacrificing 4 members to assist in their advancement, and the results may not even be satisfactory. Therefore, if one must take the risk of removing a warrior, it is better not to train a bard at all. In the context of everyone being unfamiliar with the game, the bard profession is often the first to be abandoned. Yet, since the game has established your profession, there must be a reason for your existence. Rest assured, when they encounter difficulties, they will remember you. That is the essence of promotion. Oh, if they find themselves in trouble, should I offer my assistance? It's no big deal, Zhang Kuang thought to himself. Since he was the boss's brother, helping out wouldn't be an issue. Qin Feng turned his head. Offer help? Zhang Kuang, if you dare to assist them, just watch me discipline you. They are a team, with 10 main members and numerous alternate accounts supporting them. Shouldn't we give them a thorough lesson to justify my diligent promotion? Lesson? That seems inappropriate. Zhang Kuang looked at Qin Feng. Besides, there are those formidable monsters that even renowned teams can't defeat. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Don't say it like that. Do you think those who can slay them would come seeking your assistance? Remember this, regardless of who they are or what equipment they possess. The day they approach you signifies that they have encountered something they cannot conquer. Otherwise, would they still need you? Hone your skills and wait for the opportunity. What can I gain from that? Just a status. Zhang Kuang was at a loss. 200 points of damage, 200 points of defense, and you expect to slay? What can you gain? Naturally, you should take whatever is good and valuable. Otherwise, let them bleed out. Don't say you were associated with me. Come. I will take you to meet the next potential buyer. Qin Feng urged Zhang Kuang, and they proceeded to find He Ziming. What? Someone in the music industry? Lao Qin, have you been drinking too much? Have you turned to the arts? He Ziming looked at Zhang Kuang, incredulous. How could Qin Feng have brought along a musician? This was not his usual style. How interesting. Speaking of which, He Ziming, you seem rather weak, don't you? Don't get cocky. If I hadn't taken a wrong turn, would you have been able to outlevel me by so much? He Ziming retorted. Rest assured. After this siege battle, I will catch up to you. He Ziming glanced at Luo Xiaoying. Xiaoying, let's chat. If this guy claims to be here for me, I wouldn't even believe it. He waved his hand, leading everyone away. Qin Feng observed Zhang Kuang, who discreetly departed. Qin Feng greeted Luo Xiaoying. I have some gear for you, all of which you can use. It's been so many days without any message from you. I thought you had gone off with some girl, only to find out you formed a choir. Luo Xiaoying shot Qin Feng a disapproving look. Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. Hey, why didn't you reply to my messages? Luo Xiaoying glared at him, displeased. What messages? You never asked me anything. I'm talking about the messages. How many did I send you? Messages? Qin Feng opened his message inbox. Hiss. Blocked? He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yes, during his leveling up, messages had been flashing nonstop, and in his mind, he had thought to block them, resulting in his helmet eliminating all notifications without leaving a trace. You blocked my messages? Luo Xiaoying stamped her foot in frustration. No, the helmet blocked everything. I had no idea. Qin Feng quickly explained, genuinely unaware due to his unfamiliarity. Ing'er, this is a new helmet. It's my first time using it. Then wait until you understand it before reaching out to me. Luo Xiaoying turned to leave. Ing'er, Ing'er, Qin Feng called out a few times. But she did not look back. Just as he caught up, He Ziming clasped Qin Feng's shoulder. Wow, you really know how to handle things, huh? Lao Qin, what are you thinking? Qin Feng shook his head. I truly didn't mean to block them. Hey, to be honest, you're great at leading a team. But when it comes to pursuing girls, you've got a long way to go. He Ziming whispered. She isn't upset about you blocking her. I'm asking you, in these days, haven't you thought about reaching out to Xiaoying proactively? With those blocked messages, if you wanted to contact her, you could have seen them, right? Qin Feng was taken aback, looking up at He Ziming. Hey, Lao Qin, I'm not criticizing you, but on this point, you really have a lot to improve. Your mind is all about the game. Take some time to show concern for Xiaoying. Qin Feng nodded. Thanks. I will do that. All right. It's nothing to worry about. It will be fine in a couple of days. By the way, what is up with that guy? Don't tell me you brought him along just to play music for you? How much does he add to your offense and defense? 200. Qin Feng had no intention of deceiving He Ziming. That much. Wow, it seems I need to train one. He Ziming exclaimed. 200 to offense and defense? How much does your current defense even add up to? Qin Feng smiled faintly. It's quite difficult to manage. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Why even try? I won T, but when the time comes, just let me borrow him. He Ziming chuckled. We go way back. You wouldn't take the opportunity to give a brother a hard time, would you? Observing He Ziming's skeptical gaze, Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, do you not know who I, Qin Feng, am? He Ziming nodded and turned to leave, saying, "Then I shall practice." Qin Feng offered a faint smile, but it vanished as he turned his attention to Luo Xiaoying. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas. Humph. TSK, TSK, TSK. A fool who excels at gaming yet fails at romance. How amusing, Qin Feng. If I were you, I would pursue her." Ling Xiaosuya approached. Qin Feng glanced back. "Are you everywhere? Hey, why are you such a nuisance?" Ling Xiaosuya glared at him. "If you dislike me, why are you still following? However, you truly seem to have a lot of free time, huh? Earth equipment? Soloing the bear cave?" Qin Feng regarded Ling Xiaosuya, a petite assassin, and marveled at her strength. "You think you are the only one capable of soloing?" Uffed. Ling Xiaosuya rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Having spied on Qin Feng's gear, it was evident she lacked confidence. Indeed, she only attempted the solo because she wanted to ascertain whether the equipment could withstand the challenge. To her surprise, it proved successful, showcasing her commendable skill. Yet, as one of the game's designers, she had not previously considered such a solo strategy. She was aware of the toxin layering but had not realized that keeping the white bear in a constant chase would prevent it from triggering the earthquake attack. This was an insight Qin Feng stumbled upon, unaware that it was a solo technique. It can be said that geniuses unintentionally create simple methods in their approach to challenges. As a professional player, he adeptly exploited the creature's inability to attack while moving, rapidly clearing 5 instances. He relied solely on instinct, not contemplating the intricacies of technique. Many players might first think about how to withstand the Earth Grey Bear's assault, how to stack defenses adequately. But Qin Feng pondered why he should allow the Earth Grey Bear to strike him. During the day, while not the optimal time for monsters to assault the city, it was indeed the best time for players to confront them. Everyone knew that the undead were weakest during daylight. Thus, the city was bustling with players eager to replenish their resources before swiftly exiting. After meandering with Zhang Quan, Qin Feng discreetly approached a breach in the city wall and stealthily exited the city. "Boss, what are you up to?" Zhang Quan was puzzled by Qin Feng's intentions. "Zhang Quan, I have a feeling something is amiss with these monsters. It seems there is a birth point for them. Killing them within the city is of no benefit to anyone. If we wish to assist, the best approach is to locate and eliminate their spawn points." Qin Feng was indeed resolute in his thoughts. "The boss is always full of unprecedented ideas. I am merely chasing after you. But do you really think that is possible?" Zhang Quan was skeptical. "Fear not. The time from the announcement of the monster siege to their appearance is 20 minutes. And we did not hear their footsteps, but rather encountered them abruptly, indicating they have a spawning point. This is their lair." Qin Feng spoke with conviction. "Whatever. We'll find out once we take a look." Zhang Quan remained uncertain, but as long as there was a fight, he was content. Winding through a labyrinth of paths, Qin Feng and Zhang Quan encountered lethargic skeletons sprawled upon the ground. Their visibility was minimal, and they would not attack unless approached. "Zhang Quan, look." Qin Feng pointed to a fissure in the ground, revealing a pathway leading deep into the earth. "Let us go." Qin Feng was convinced this was the answer he sought. Invigorating Zhang Quan, as the thought of intruding into the undead realm was undeniably thrilling for any player. The dripping ice surface, mixed with mud, looked precarious enough to collapse at any moment. Qin Feng and Zhang Quan edged along the wall, moving cautiously. The skeletons were mere meters away, but sunlight illuminated the fissure, allowing them to bypass. However, inside, there was no light. Qin Feng gestured for Zhang Quan to proceed with caution. Zhang Quan nodded and stepped past the nearby skeleton. "Is this even possible?" Zhang Quan whispered to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled subtly and pointed to a patrolling skeleton in the distance. "Do you see? Those skeletons are on patrol. There must be something significant here, or why would they be patrolling? And did you notice those torches on the wall? If they weren't placed there intentionally, how could skeletons emerging from the ground carry torches?" At that moment, Zhang Quan began to believe. The skeleton's patrol was astonishingly organized. "Zhang Quan, prepare for battle. These skeletons are not high level. No need to hesitate." "Yes, boss." Qin Feng readied his hand axe and gradually approached a skeleton, using the stone to shield his body. Suddenly, as the skeleton stepped out, Qin Feng lunged forward. Upward slash, floating kick, combo. The sound of bones shattering echoed crisply within the cavern. Qin Feng's chain of attacks swiftly dispatched the skeleton. Unexpectedly, Zhang Quan, who was about to strike, missed his chance as the creature disintegrated before he could act. "Why are you delaying? You're the one who told me to prepare for battle." Zhang Quan grumbled, feeling frustrated at being denied the opportunity to engage. Qin Feng shot a glance at Zhang Quan. "What are you doing? Did you see that? Can you take it down?" "I can." Zhang Quan, caught off guard, quickly replied, glancing at the skeleton ahead. Qin Feng nodded, gestured for Zhang Quan to the left while he took the right, and they cautiously advanced toward the skeleton. Qin Feng raised 3 fingers and began to count down slowly. As the 2 individuals struck simultaneously, Qin Feng executed a series of moves that dispatched their foe, while Zhang Quan lunged forward with a blade, desperately attempting to finish off the skeleton. In a moment of urgency, he seized its head and forcefully twisted it off. Astonished, Zhang Kuang paused briefly. But the experience gained was undeniably beneficial for both him and Qin Feng. Is this truly possible? Qin Feng pondered, his brow furrowed. Could striking a vital area result in an instant kill? He raised his hand, preparing for another attempt. This time, his axe was aimed directly at the skeleton's neck. With a swift motion, they both engaged again, one twisting the neck while the other severed the skeleton's head. Coins cascaded to the ground, confirming their effectiveness. An epiphany struck Qin Feng. This was what they referred to as Chuanjin. Although the realm of Chuanjin had not yet manifested, this creature had been imbued with its attributes, namely, the capacity to inflict utterly lethal damage that the monster could not withstand. It became apparent that when faced with numerous adversaries, time to target critical points would be scarce. However, as they advanced cautiously, there were not many monsters to contend with, making it the perfect opportunity for stealthy assassination. Qin Feng gave Zhang Kuang a thumbs up, gesturing for him to continue. Zhang Kuang rubbed his hands together and nodded earnestly. Side by side, they proceeded deeper into the cave without the need for further combos. Peering over the edge of the cave, they were rendered speechless upon witnessing a gathering of over 30 undead below, with a skeletal king seated at the center, accompanied by an enormous scythe measuring over 10 meters in length. The scythe's handle seemed normal, yet its blade appeared to be a gruesome modification, weighing an estimated 700 or 800 pounds. One strike to eliminate a skeletal king, variant, Lord level, overwhelming strength, volatile, with 23 levels and 24,000 health points? Qin Feng calculated. With my strongest attack barely exceeding 1,000, and considering the Lord's enhanced defenses, inflicting even 1,000 damage would be challenging. Under these circumstances, executing a flawless 24 combo might not be impossible, provided that scythe does not strike me first, or I might find myself instantly returning to the city. Zhang Kuang nudged Qin Feng, prompting him to consider their strategy. Boss, how do we proceed? He inquired via message. Zhang Kuang, can you evade the minions of these small skeletons? Qin Feng asked. That could be tricky, but I can give it a shot. The space is too confined. Outside, I could easily outrun them. Exactly. In such a narrow space, your skills will be put to the test. Zhang Kuang, if you can draw the smaller monsters away, I might attempt to take down the king in one blow. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Boss, is that possible? Qin Feng nodded in response, affirming. It should be feasible. Then what are we waiting for? Let us do this, boss. Qin Feng shook his head, cautioning, but I fear you may not withstand it. In this area, death leads directly back to the free zone. No worries. Participating is already something to be proud of, right? Let us get started, boss. I am content to have made it this far with you. Without you, I would have perished long ago. With a resigned sigh, Qin Feng refrained from sending another message and extended his right hand. Zhang Kuang clasped it firmly, nodding decisively, and suddenly called out, Boss, it's your turn. Without hesitation, Zhang Kuang leapt into action, charging towards the throng of small skeletons. Chaos erupted within the cave as the smaller skeletons pursued him, their curved blades striking at his back. Zhang Kuang quickly consumed a health potion, replenishing his health, only for it to rapidly deplete again. The skeletal king rose abruptly, but when his hand failed to grasp the scythe, he sat back down. Zhang Kuang alone could not incite the king's wrath. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng descended swiftly, gripping the scythe firmly. Clad in the mixed Jianglong set, he would have been unable to wield such a weapon without it. Perish! Qin Feng declared as he swung the scythe, this strike sealing the fate of his comrade's return. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and a multitude of equipment and coins erupted from the ground. Whirling around, Qin Feng exclaimed, Zhang Kuang, we have succeeded. A beam of white light ascended, and Zhang Kuang was instantly whisked away. Astonished, Qin Feng flung the scythe forward, dispatching a swarm of small skeletons, yet in that instant, the cave was left barren. Qin Feng sighed, realizing that if Zhang Kuang had held on for just one more second, he could have witnessed their victory. Nonetheless, Zhang Kuang had still seen the skeletal king fall. Haha, boss, we did it, right? I saw that guy go down. Bring me back some good gear. Zhang Kuang's message arrived, and Qin Feng responded with a faint smile, aware of the boy's intention to alleviate any potential guilt. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your share. That's splendid. Haha, boss, let me share a secret. I can see your battle from here. It's like a giant screen in midair, primarily facing the ice-filled Snow City. Understanding the implications, Qin Feng replied and began to inspect the equipment strewn about. He discovered a dark golden skeletal staff, peculiar in nature, enhancing necromantic magic and possessing a skill for resurrecting skeletons. Its attributes were formidable, primarily augmenting skeletal damage. Additionally, there was a skeletal ring devoid of any attributes or base attack, yet it possessed a singular capability. Summoned skeletons had a chance to mutate. Alongside these treasures was a skill book for enhancing skeletons. This is evidently equipment meant for the necromancer, However, within the realm of human professions, it appears that the necromancer does not yet exist, as this vocation belongs to the undead faction. Alas, you poor berserker. It seems your demise was in vain. Qin Feng stored the equipment away. There were quite a few gold coins, several thousand, indeed. It was the first time Qin Feng had witnessed a single monster dropping such a bounty. He quickly gathered it up, for the small skeletons had yielded far too little. Without a glance at the worthless gear, Qin Feng focused on the Scythe of the Skeleton King. Scythe of the Soul-Reaping Skeleton King attack, 400 strength requirement, 870 steals 10 health upon dealing damage to enemies. Upon landing a critical hit, there is a significant chance to devour souls. Souls accumulate, and upon reaching 10, the wielder enters a berserk state. During berserk, attack damage equals the wielder's weapon damage plus strength. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Yet again, he had acquired a piece of equipment from a monster. What to do? No, he shook his head. This should indeed be usable, for his mixed Jianglong set had come to him in a similar manner. And he was quite comfortable using it now, unlike that paltry white hammer which was merely a piece of equipment. In this game, monster equipment is not typically deemed valuable, as it is usually unattainable under normal circumstances. Qin Feng had obtained it through unconventional means, which was merely luck. However, the binding of this equipment to the mixed Jianglong set was somewhat awkward. With 800 strength, had it not been for the mixed Jianglong set, even if he allocated all his points to strength, it would have been futile. Never mind, he decided to stow it away. Qin Feng organized his gear, but then faced a dilemma. Descending was easy, but ascending presented a challenge. Since he had entered from an unconventional route, it seemed he could not exit through a portal, as there was none within the dungeon. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. While others entered dungeons through the front, he always took the back door. Thus, he had no choice but to climb out. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the ominous black clouds dissipated, and the earth basked once more in light. The sky had transformed in color, devoid of any signs of a monster siege. Oh no, was this the second phase of the monster siege? Ling Xiaoya stood within the game, astonished as she gazed outside the city walls. What happened to the Skeleton King? She was quite aware of the steps involved in this siege. Initially, there would be continuous releases of skeletons, gradually led by the Skeleton King accompanied by the undead. The first phase was not particularly difficult to conquer in the wild, as the number of players was overwhelming. Each player could take down a skeleton with ease. They were merely meant to instill fear and bolster courage, and there was no necessity for them to be overly powerful. But the Skeleton King had yet to appear. How could the siege have already entered its second phase? Who could have slain the Skeleton King? Ling Xiaoya stared in disbelief at the distance, seeking a safe spot to log out and inquire with her assistant. Second phase of the siege what? He was truly killed? Ling Xiaoya paced back and forth in her office. This Qin Feng, he is driving me mad. Her assistant quickly soothed her. Never mind. Even if he had not slain the Skeleton King, it would have perished eventually, just within a day in game time. Don't take it to heart. This is a beast siege, and in this phase, Qin Feng is unlikely to endure. Unlikely to endure? Do you think the other players will hold out? How many players remain in other areas? Ling Xiaoya sought an approximate figure. Not many, it seems. Many players opted to go offline at the onset of the siege, and a portion has already fallen in battle, reaching the safe zones. Currently, we have just compiled the statistics, and there are approximately 6 million players remaining. However, after this, it is likely that we can officially commence tasks in the safe zones. Ling Xiaoya nodded. That is well, but it is merely a head start. The impact is not as severe. This siege is being broadcast live across various platforms in the free zones and the world. We must ensure that no mishaps occur, especially here. Keep a close watch. Rest assured, I shall keep an eye on things. Her assistant declared confidently. Ling Xiaoya rose and returned to her room, entering the game pod once more. Within the game, Qin Feng had returned, unaware of the changes outside. The undead army had retreated, but a new wave of attacks had commenced. As it was daytime, the scene was vividly clear. Hordes of beasts frantically rushed toward the city. Qin Feng hastily made his way back, finding the soldiers on high alert. There were more than the game company had anticipated. Yet, against the onslaught of level 20 beasts, the soldiers would fulfill their final duty, leading to the ultimate battle for the game. Fearless soldiers braved the tide of beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the onslaught. Even if they did not perish, they found themselves surrounded. Thanks to the protection of the city walls, safety remained momentarily. But the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with a palpable threat looming over the city. In the ceaseless battle, players were exhausted, yawning and dragging their weary bodies along as they endured the torment. In a makeshift room, Qin Feng was sound asleep, blissfully oblivious to the chaos outside. Kill! The battle cries jolted Qin Feng awake. In the game, a real sleep system had been implemented. After a deep slumber, one could awaken in the face of dire situations. Qin Feng opened his eyes to see the city filled with ferocious beasts, low-level magic spells being carelessly cast, and the cries of the wounded echoing incessantly. Ah, is it impossible to sleep in peace? Qin Feng stood up, exited the room, and demolished the dwelling, as it was merely wooden planks. There was no time to venture outside to gather resources. Given the current circumstances, was it feasible to chop trees now? Roar! A level 20 lightning leopard charged toward him. Qin Feng did not even raise his head, executing a flurry of attacks with a swift motion. The lightning leopard staggered back, only to charge again. But Qin Feng swiftly dispatched it with another series of strikes. In a casual display of prowess, a single strike left the surrounding players in a state of astonishment. Who was this formidable individual? Unfazed by slaying a level 20 creature, he effortlessly dispatched a monster in mere seconds with a swift 2-combo attack. Meanwhile, I struggled to navigate from the upper levels to the lower, only to find myself nearly defeated after several minutes of tumultuous effort. The disparity in skill was glaring. As Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, a bun in hand, he ambled along, contemplating the adjustment period required for this new environment. In earlier times, he would have likely found it impossible to eat amidst such chaos. Are you not a member of Mution's team? Where is your leader? Qin Feng inquired of a nearby player. Captain Qin, I have no idea where Mu Lauda has gone. I haven't had the time to contact him. Do you need him for something? The player replied, standing at attention. No, I'm merely curious if that guy has been defeated. By your hand. Indeed. The player looked bewildered, pondering Qin Feng's intentions. While others were engaged in fending off the monster siege, he seemed at ease, casually munching on his bun. Qin Feng was indeed enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. With teams forming and competing for kills, he contemplated venturing outside the city to hunt. Just then, Mu Tian emerged from the side. Old Qin, hey, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? The monsters are attacking the city. Turning to Mu Tian, Qin Feng replied, oh, you're still alive? Mind your own business. I'm going to assault their city. Mu Tian shook his head in disbelief. What a lack of sense. What do you mean, boss? One of Mu Tian's subordinates asked, puzzled. Mu Tian's expression darkened as he pointed at Qin Feng. He is going to get us all killed. Mu Tian assumed Qin Feng was merely jesting, plotting something in secret. However, he did not expect that in the moment he turned away, Qin Feng truly leapt from the city wall. What? Mu Tian rushed to the wall. Half joking, but fearing for Qin Feng's life. Wow. Mu Tian rubbed his eyes, staring in disbelief as Qin Feng sprinted forward. The focus was not merely on his movement, but on the massive scythe he wielded. What in the world is that? Mu Tian nearly collapsed in shock. Was that a weapon? A scythe measuring over 10 meters? Had this fool brought a weapon from Mars? With a fierce 3-hit combo, Qin Feng surged forward, triggering a frenzy with the first swing. The subsequent strikes unleashed a devastating area of effect attack. Come! Qin Feng swung the scythe around him. In an instant, the bodies of monsters were sent flying, leaving a 20-meter radius devoid of any foes. Mu Tian's jaw dropped. What the hell? A whirlwind slash? This is absurd. What appeared as a whirlwind slash was simply Qin Feng swinging his weapon in a circle. Yet his immense strength and the weapon's maximum damage caused over 1,000 points of health to be obliterated from lower-level monsters, sending even the surviving ones flying. In the aftermath, the ground was littered with equipment and gold from the defeated creatures, leaving Mu Tian in awe. Brother, shall we form a team? Mu Tian exclaimed, preparing to jump down. Boss, don't do anything rash. Several brothers restrained Mu Tian. Get off me. I'm just half a level away from 20. Mu Tian pointed towards the city outskirts, where a team member had just returned, his eyes wide with shock. What manner of monsters are those? Prepare to defend. Quickly. Mu Tian swiftly knocked the player down with a punch. What are you shouting about? That idiot is Qin Feng. Only one player remained. Captain, be careful. As Mu Tian turned, several low-level monsters charged at him. While they were indeed minor threats, each bite could inflict considerable pain. In a flash, Mu Tian retaliated, retreating to safety, but the opportunity to ascend the wall was lost. It had been overrun by monsters, leaving him with no choice but to fall back. Frustration welled within Mu Tian. Had he charged forward, he could have easily led a half-level player to victory, but with Qin Feng having dashed off, escape was impossible. Oblivious to Mu Tian's impending level up, Qin Feng was consumed by the frenzy of battle. This was the second phase of the siege, with players dwindling and monsters multiplying. Uncertain of how long he could endure, Qin Feng was resolute in his decision to slay every creature in sight. Wielding the colossal scythe, he exuded an aura of invincibility. Yet he was not defending a bridge. The monsters could circumvent him, making it impossible to block them all. As gold rained down from the skies, the ground was strewn with wealth, yet Qin Feng could not afford to collect a single coin, for turning back would spell his demise. Kill. Qin Feng advanced slowly, each step accompanied by a sweeping arc of his scythe. In that moment, he resembled a reincarnated deity of war, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng. In the free zone, players erupted with excitement as the gaming company captured the scene, focusing entirely on Qin Feng. Unaware of the fervor surrounding him, Qin Feng remained lost in his killing spree, which only intensified the excitement among the spectators. As the battle raged into the afternoon, players continued to dwindle, while the monsters grew ever more numerous, transforming from a multitude of players battling a single foe to a swarm of creatures overwhelming a lone player. Within the icy expanse of Bingyuan Xueqing, the demise of each player translated into the emergence of 7 or 8 monsters assaulting another, gradually leading to the city's decline. The main city became increasingly overrun, with monsters occupying nearly every corner, and the number of players dwindled. Ultimately, one by one, the main city succumbed to invasion. Ling Xiaoya emerged from the gaming pod, one of the fallen players, yet she needed to return to her post to orchestrate the next phase of their strategy, prompting her early exit. What is the situation? Ling Xiaoya inquired of her assistant, who was trailing behind. We have just confirmed that, as of now, all the main cities within the game have been breached. Yet the onslaught has not ceased, for there remains one player still fighting. Qin Feng. Indeed, Xiaoya. The assistant sighed. Qin Feng has acquired the Grim Reaper's scythe, which, when paired with the set of the Mixed River Dragon, enables him to wield it. What? Ling Xiaoya took a deep breath. Switch the game screen over to me. Charge. Woo pu. In the game, Qin Feng continued to slay monsters, a battlefield littered with corpses and scattered equipment behind him. Release a batch of special monsters to eliminate Qin Feng. Ling Xiaoya issued her command without hesitation. However, that is not permissible. The assistant shook her head. We have just received notice from above. Qin Feng must continue to fight, and no one is allowed to interfere. Level 30 Dual Axe Lion King. Why? Ling Xiaoya regarded her assistant with confusion. The assistant sighed, gazing at Ling Xiaoya. This is a live broadcast. Do you comprehend the viewership ratings for this live stream across the globe right now? It is an entirely unexpected broadcast with unprecedented advertising impact. Qin Feng is a king within the gaming realm. Do you know how many players have witnessed his matches? Though Qin Feng is currently drenched in blood and his appearance is obscured, as long as the company brands this as Qin Feng on the live stream, countless players will remain captivated. Furthermore, even those currently watching the live stream are stirred by Qin Feng's fervor. Do you think the company will allow you to create trouble for Qin Feng? Xiaoya, do you realize how much recognition this live stream will bring to the company? Therefore, you must remain calm. If you disrupt Qin Feng, I assure you that starting tomorrow, none of us will need to report to work. The benefits we can yield for the company in merely 1 minute of Qin Feng's continued broadcast far surpass any we could provide. Profits. They only care about profits. Qin Feng's weapon is not something that can be obtained within the game. When players arrive, if they cannot acquire the desired weaponry, I wonder what the company will do then. Ling Xiaoya sat in her chair, fuming. Xiaoya, level 30. Look quickly. The assistant suddenly pointed at the screen. In unison with viewers worldwide, Ling Xiaoya's gaze fixed upon the Dual Axe Lion King. Within the game, Qin Feng observed the approaching Lion King, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You have finally arrived. Qin Feng pointed his scythe at the Dual Axe Lion King, and the scene froze at that moment. Attack! Qin Feng shouted, rallying himself, for now he could only encourage himself. Swish! Swish! 2 glimmers of cold light flashed, as monsters were swiftly cleaved by Qin Feng. With a scythe in one hand and a colossal shield in the other, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and charged towards the Dual Axe Lion King. The Dual Axe Lion King towered over 5 meters tall, its axes nearing 3 meters in length, although it was significantly smaller than Qin Feng. The heft of the single-handed axe appeared formidable, rivaling Qin Feng's own weaponry. Together, the axes were terrifying, and the immense stature of the Dual Axe Lion King exuded a power that instilled despair in all players, including Qin Feng. Dual Axe Lion King, leader level, easily provoked. Berserk strength, level 30, health 880,000. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng felt somewhat dazed. His attacks exceeded 1,000, but after accounting for the Dual Axe Lion King's defenses, he could only inflict around 1,000 damage. 80 attacks, surrounded by tens of thousands of monsters, felt like a mere fantasy. Qin Feng paced back and forth before the Dual Axe Lion King. The surrounding monsters hesitated to attack him, perhaps waiting for the Lion King's command. The Dual Axe Lion King raised its massive axe, advancing step by step, its gaze locked onto Qin Feng. The power within its axe seemed to swell with each passing moment. All players held their breath. Could Qin Feng truly conquer the Dual Axe Lion King? In that instant, players harbored various thoughts, some filled with hope, others with doubt. Even those who wished for victory found it hard to believe Qin Feng could defeat such a formidable creature. Hope for victory, Part 1. The Dual Axe Lion King had locked onto Qin Feng. It would not extend the courtesy often afforded by certain heroes, regardless of one's strength. A monster's attack would be executed without reservation. With a roar, a gust of wind surged forth, and the screen vividly displayed the distortion of air surrounding the colossal axe. The axe's intended impact point was precisely where Qin Feng stood. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng swiftly swung his scythe upwards. Bang! Sparks flew as Qin Feng's weapon met the dual-axe Lion King, and he was promptly sent hurtling backward. Boom! Upon landing, Qin Feng's health plummeted by approximately 1,000, and he found himself over 100 meters away. Damn it! Qin Feng clenched his teeth. Rising to his feet and swiftly dispatching the nearby lesser monsters, his health immediately replenishing. Such was the power of his weapon. The scythe possessed the ability to absorb blood. These were minor issues, for the sheer force of the dual-axe Lion King was staggering. This had been a clash of weapons. Had he been struck directly, he likely would have been rendered immobile. I cannot engage in a head-on confrontation. Qin Feng surveyed the area around the dual-axe Lion King, seeking a suitable location to continue the battle. That's it. Qin Feng identified a level patch of land, knowing that he would perform better in battle there. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the flat ground. The double-axe lion behind him would surely not remain stationary. Being a creature of instinct, it would inevitably pursue him after locking onto his presence. He executed a series of slashes, feeling the shadow behind him grow ever closer. Suddenly, he whirled around. Unleashing his scythe in a fierce arc, blood erupted from the double-axe lion, causing its health bar to diminish slightly. But this was merely the beginning. With a shield charge, Qin Feng deftly evaded a direct collision with the double-axe lion, instead maneuvering swiftly to its rear. He thrust the scythe upward, launching the beast into the air with remarkable force. The height reached was astonishing. Originally, Qin Feng's weapon was already lengthy enough to elevate the double-axe lion 10 meters off the ground, but with the added force of the upward thrust, it soared to 15 meters. In an instant, Qin Feng propelled himself into the air, his feet landing on the double-axe lion, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent the beast crashing back to the ground. Upon landing, Qin Feng raised his shield and charged forward, sending the still-reeling double-axe lion hurtling away. The total damage inflicted in this sequence was not particularly high, merely a little over 2,000 points. Yet the execution was undeniably stylish. In the free zone, players erupted with excitement, exhilarated by the spectacle. Was this truly the essence of the game? But at that moment, Qin Feng felt dissatisfaction. He had not come to merely show off. Although the display was indeed impressive, the damage output was far too low. He realized he needed to devise a means to inflict greater harm in order to glimpse the light of victory. After consuming a blue potion, he surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that he could only rely on the smaller monsters, engaging them to maintain his frenzy while continuously draining their life force to sustain his own health. This strategy was particularly suited for this locale, as other dungeons might not offer such an abundance of foes. Here, monsters swarmed, making everything significantly easier. Qin Feng was not one to linger in thought. He acted on impulse, never pondering whether his plan would succeed or if there were better alternatives. This was not a protracted battle. It required swift decisions, for monsters would never wait for one to contemplate before attacking. The most effective maneuver now was his continuous slashes. Though not particularly flashy, it maximized damage against the monsters. After executing a continuous slash, he swiftly swung the scythe to dispatch the surrounding smaller creatures, immediately seeking refuge from the double-axe lion's impending assault. Suddenly, two thundering crashes echoed as the earth behind him erupted with debris. The double-axe lion's axe had struck dangerously close, the force of its descent ruffling his collar. Undeterred, Qin Feng dashed forward, his eyes focused on the ground, noting the shadow encroaching behind him. He pivoted sharply, shield charge. The force of his impact halted the double-axe lion's advance. In the moment the beast reared back, Qin Feng unleashed two rapid successive slashes, executing them with a speed akin to a martial arts technique. With his shield now down, he gripped his scythe with both hands, striking down the approaching smaller monsters once more. As blood pooled on the ground and equipment scattered, Qin Feng assessed the double-axe lion's health bar, sensing an unsettling feeling that no matter how he struck, it seemed impervious to damage. At that moment, his eyes widened as he witnessed the double-axe lion rear back, its massive axe unwittingly swinging behind it. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground as the axe whirled overhead. The players spectating gasped in astonishment. Qin Feng was oblivious to their shouts. His focus remained solely on the battle. Regardless of whether it was a siege monster or otherwise, in his eyes, it was merely a dungeon creature. This was merely one skill. Surely, a level 30 creature would possess more than a single ability. Yet Qin Feng was no novice. In the heat of the moment, he made a choice that left all players, including his close friends, astonished. He swiftly changed his equipment, and in that instant, he donned new gear, brandishing a short axe, charging towards the monster's vicinity. Seizing the opportunity while the double-axe lion was momentarily stunned, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of continuous slashes. With a swift upward thrust, he sent the beast soaring into the air, not pausing to turn, as he seamlessly donned the mixed Jianglong armor. Just as he turned, several lightning leopards lunged at him. In a flash, as the scythe emerged, Qin Feng effortlessly struck, sending a lightning leopard soaring as it pounced towards him. This action left all observers dumbfounded. It was astonishingly swift, almost beyond comprehension. However, the most shocking display was yet to come. Qin Feng, utilizing the monster as leverage, propelled himself forward. Could this be? He was employing lightness skills? His eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? Yet it was not merely that. This was a technique used by the Battle Frenzy players, which Qin Feng had learned. It was a simple maneuver, yet it astonished all players simply because no one else had ever executed such an action within the game. Who had ever stepped on a monster in this game? Qin Feng had done it. Not only that, but he emerged unscathed. The ground trembled as he continued his assault. The colossal axe fell repeatedly, and had Qin Feng not just trampled on the monster moments ago, it remained uncertain whether these 3 strikes could have sent him back to the City of Freedom. However, according to Qin Feng's calculations, it was indeed feasible. This was not merely an attack from a single creature. If Qin Feng were to be stunned, his body would freeze, allowing the surrounding minor monsters to inflict substantial damage in an instant. His actions were not a display of technical prowess. Rather, he had no choice but to run atop the monsters to survive. This was the cost of close combat, a consequence of switching weaponry. Yet this venture was not in vain. After 9 strikes, Qin Feng inflicted over 500 points of damage through his equipment, reducing the double-axe Lion King's health by a significant margin, nearly 5,000 points. In truth, the damage dealt by the scythe was not particularly high, despite its inherent strength. However, Qin Feng was clad in the mixed Jianglong ensemble, which provided no additional damage but only enhanced strength, resulting in no extra damage dealt. Had circumstances been different, Qin Feng could have easily eliminated the double-axe Lion King with 1 or 2 combos, potentially wiping it out with 10 consecutive hits. Yet, without the large scythe, he would have been overwhelmed by the monsters long ago. With time on his side, Qin Feng hastily cleared the minor creatures. Undeterred, these small monsters charged forward. And by eliminating a batch, Qin Feng gained a few precious seconds to strike. Failing to continue this clearance would have led to being besieged once more. Throughout this prolonged battle, aside from consuming a few blue potions, he had not touched any health potions, though a few astute observers noticed this anomaly. This individual had somehow managed to avoid any attacks from the double-axe Lion King. Had he been struck even once, the resulting paralysis would have certainly spelled his demise. Mu Tian observed Qin Feng, understanding the meticulousness behind his cautious approach. In the game company, Ling Xiaoya was captivated by Qin Feng's movements. Realizing that such actions could not be executed casually, one must possess absolute confidence. Otherwise, it would be a case of overreaching. The hallmark of a classic battle lies not in the number of monsters slain, but in the absence of any mistakes throughout the entire encounter. Thus far, Qin Feng had executed each maneuver flawlessly, an undeniable fact. The monster's health had dwindled to 2/3, and based on this trajectory, Ling Xiaoya believed Qin Feng could further reduce the double-axe Lion King's health to 1/3. However, what would transpire thereafter? The game's visuals remained locked on Qin Feng, as if the entire world outside was watching the live spectacle of his battle. On the streets, various advertisement screens broadcasted the siege, initially drawing curiosity towards this novel game. Yet, Qin Feng's combat undeniably captivated all onlookers. The game company swiftly responded, halting all other activities to focus entirely on broadcasting this event, employing the latest technology to produce animations for the game's later stages. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Qin Feng gradually whittled down the double-axe Lion King's health, driving it to the brink of desperation. 1/3 health was nearly within reach. Ling Xiaoya gripped the table with both hands, her eyes fixated on the screen. Suddenly, the double-axe Lion King ceased its assault and let out a deafening roar. The air around it thickened as an abundance of crimson threads coalesced towards the double-axe Lion King. Akin to blood, this signified the activation of its berserk state. The creature transformed, its body swelling, fangs protruding as steel armor gradually enveloped it from head to toe, formed from radiant beams of light. Double-axe Lion King Warrior, Ultimate, Agile, Power Surge, level 35 health, 130,000. Qin Feng nearly choked on his own blood. Was this the end? After battling through hordes of lesser monsters and painstakingly depleting thousands of health points, he was now faced with a foe whose health had ballooned to 130,000. He shook his head, suspecting that the game company had never intended for players to defeat it, having predetermined such outcomes long before. Certainly, had Qin Feng been at level 50 or 60, he could have potentially contended even against 1,300,000 health points, but he was merely at level 20. Challenging a foe 15 levels above oneself was truly an insurmountable task. Yet, was Qin Feng one to surrender? Regardless, he refused to yield. Whether or not he could vanquish this creature was inconsequential. It would not be so easy for it to eliminate him. Qin Feng swiftly turned and fled. Not out of cowardice, but to seek a safer location more conducive to combat. The enraged double-axe Lion King warrior fixed its furious gaze upon Qin Feng with each glance. Flames erupted in its wake. A mighty swing of its axe sent tremors through the earth, igniting fiery spikes that relentlessly pursued Qin Feng, accompanied by erupting lava, an awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. This was utterly outrageous. Were the developers truly intent on hindering players? Would it not be simpler to eliminate them with a single strike? Such tracking abilities on skills were exceedingly underhanded. This was nothing short of cheating. The game was theirs to design, yet they wielded such power without regard for balance. The players erupted in outrage, decrying the absurdity of this design choice. To initiate a siege at level 20, only to place a level 35 monster within, compounded by tracking skills, was simply unfair. If they intended to restrict players, they might as well have forcibly moved them to a different scene. In all matters, there must be rules. One cannot simply assert, I am the game company, and I can place high-level monsters in low-level areas at will. Such behavior is unacceptable. In an instant, a chorus of criticism erupted, with nearly all players expressing their disbelief at the situation, deeming it utterly unreasonable. The introduction of a level 35 character in a level 20 quest was perceived as an affront to the intelligence of the players. As discontent swelled among the gaming community, the company could no longer remain passive. After all, players are akin to deities, and it would be unwise for a game operator to alienate them. Promptly, the game company issued a statement clarifying that the double-axe Lion King warrior was designed as a climactic battle intended to conclude the siege. Initially, this encounter was meant to unfold discreetly, as players transitioned to the free city, leaving behind clues for the main storyline beyond level 30, guiding them to hunt the double-axe Lion King warrior, which was fundamentally a late-game level 35 dungeon. The battle involving Qin Feng was an unforeseen event, and the company vowed to reflect seriously on the inconvenience caused to players, ensuring such a mistake would not recur. Indeed, the level 35 scenario was as described. But had the players not protested, the game company would not have issued a statement. The uproar on the very first day of the new server led to all footage being broadcasted, making it imperative to provide an explanation. This was an operational game. Recorded live, shutting down the server was not an option. Listening to the announcement, Qin Feng gained an understanding, shaking his head as he leaped away. Evading was futile. The skills tracked him, and those spikes would relentlessly pursue. If coordinated properly, one player could draw the spikes while the others focused their firepower. With a faint smile, Qin Feng brandished his scythe, carving a path through the chaos. He could not afford to stop, continuously circling the double-axe Lion King warrior while unleashing successive strikes. This approach captivated the players once more. Many quickly realized that in a dungeon scenario, having one player attract the enemies while others dealt damage might indeed be the ultimate strategy. The reality was that as Qin Feng evaded, the movements of the double-axe Lion King warrior became sluggish. The creature adjusted its direction to strike at Qin Feng, yet he remained unscathed. Intriguingly, Qin Feng managed to hook his scythe onto the double-axe Lion King warrior, gripping the handle and spinning around on the ground. Each slight movement of the scythe triggered an attack, proving even more effective than his successive strikes. Meanwhile, the warrior, having unleashed its battle technique, had its right axe pushing the ground spikes towards Qin Feng, while its left hand, aside from attacking every few seconds, was rendered incapable of any other actions. It was an awkward situation. Ling Xiaoya sat before her screen, utterly dumbfounded. The players were equally astounded. What was happening? Was Qin Feng truly this foolish? Continuing on this path would surely lead to his demise. The pace of the game had shifted drastically. Just moments after the announcement, players felt a sense of injustice, believing victory was within reach. Yet now, as the scene transformed, the game company was reluctant to concede defeat. Cheers erupted, urging Qin Feng on to vanquish the beast. Qin Feng's predicament was far from favorable. Although his tactic was effective, inflicting damage every second, he needed to endure for 2 minutes. As the damage accumulated to only 60,000 in a minute. If it were just one enemy, it would be simple. But let us not forget the smaller monsters lurking nearby. What to do? Qin Feng found himself with but one option: shield charge. Wielding a shield in his right hand, he faced no restrictions in the game. Both hands could be utilized freely. Thus, with his left hand grasping the scythe and his right holding the shield, he executed a shield charge, propelling himself forward a short distance. With another shield charge, he would slowly buy time while pushing the monster back. He hoped that as he dashed forward, the spikes would frighten the creatures into retreating, allowing him to hold on long enough to defeat the enraged foe. As time ticked away, Qin Feng meticulously drained the enemy's energy, alternating his equipment to free a hand for potions. Under the watchful eyes of all players, 2 minutes passed. The ground erupted with a cascade of loot, prompting jubilant cheers from the players. Qin Feng swiftly reached for the nearest dark golden longbow, but to his surprise, as he raised his head, the central corpse exploded. A poignant melody filled the air as the live stream transitioned into an animated sequence. Qin Feng fell to his knees, supporting himself with his hands, surrounded by countless blood-red eyes. Struggling to maintain his composure, he ultimately collapsed heavily to the ground. The screen flickered, and his fingers lay limp on the ground, his middle finger twitching twice before he could not rise again. The scene faded to a somber hue, accompanied by melancholic music, showcasing the myriad monsters across the landscape. Gradually, the ruined city emerged on screen, fading into darkness. Words began to materialize slowly. The hero's journey awaits your continuation. Within the city, cries of despair erupted, young maidens weeping at the sight. Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. Who were they talking about? That was my idol. How dare they? Suddenly, a flustered individual transformed, standing upright with newfound decorum. Shoo! Qin Feng raised a finger, signaling for calm, as he moved toward a less populated area. Was the Great One truly this humble? The young man appeared mortified. He Ziming lowered his head, pressing his hand against his face, fingers squeezing his eyes. This is a game, right? Shouldn't Qin Feng be returning to the free city? Why am I crying? His words sparked a sense of urgency among those nearby. Yes. Qin Feng had merely fallen. He would revive shortly, and he was not truly dead. Where was he? Qin Feng dared to linger? He had long vanished without a trace. Without uttering a word, he glanced at the game time, deemed it sufficient, and logged off. Today, Qin Feng had played for over 8 hours, but at this moment, what else was there to stay online for? Upon opening his eyes, Qin Feng found himself still lying in bed, endlessly contemplating all that had transpired within the game. Strength? At level 30? Why was he sent flying upon being struck? Indeed, the game had such a mechanism, such as being knocked down. However, the distance he was sent hurtling was simply too excessive. In that scenario, he had been utterly defenseless, propelled over 100 meters. Had it not been for the protective measures in place, he would have surely been gravely injured. Thus, Qin Feng formulated a hypothesis. A level 30 character possesses authentic attributes, and his strength was fully unleashed, while his own character, being not entirely genuine, did not suffer the injuries typically associated with being knocked back. This indicated a crucial point. Within the game, once one enters a state of authenticity, strength plays a decisive role. The power of the Hunyuan Long set was 1,000. Considering the character's foundation, a human's growth yielded 10 points of strength, and with attribute allocation, an additional 10 points could be added. To reach a strength of 1,000, one would need at least level 50. Before reaching level 50, no human could stand against him. As long as he donned the Hunyuan Long set, he feared no fully enhanced human class before reaching level 50. If he could allocate his attribute points to speed, his swiftness would rival that of any assassin. Conversely, at equivalent speeds, no human class, including assassins, would possess greater strength than him. Qin Feng rose to his feet before reaching level 50. As long as he focused entirely on agility, he would not fear any human players. As for what lay beyond level 50, Qin Feng deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such thoughts now. It all depended on authenticity. Regardless, as long as he wore the Hunyuan Long set, he would always maintain a significant advantage, and with sufficient speed, he could excel in the continuous execution of skills. This decision was also a gamble, as Qin Feng had never engaged in such a game before. Whether his methods would prove effective remained uncertain, as everyone was still exploring their paths to growth. In an authentic game, speed was undeniably advantageous. Moreover, it was essential to note that the Hunyuan Long set required complete external gear. Weapons, shields, rings, and necklaces were not included. Thus, he could strive to select the best equipment to supplement his arsenal. Qin Feng pondered for a moment longer, then stood up. He had made a promise to Tang Xiaoxiao yesterday. The girl had mentioned waiting for him in the garden today, so he should head there to spare her the wait. Qin Feng donned a jacket, flung it over his back, and departed his home, heading toward the park alone. What kind of game is this? Who is that fellow? Qin Feng. Why does that name sound so familiar? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, promptly pulling his jacket over his head. What? There are live broadcasts outside the game? Qin Feng genuinely had no knowledge of this, having just exited the game. How could he be aware of the uproar outside? The streets were buzzing. Qin Feng lowered his head and hurried along. He slipped into the park, making a beeline for the less crowded areas, discreetly hiding in a corner. Sigh. Qin Feng kept his head bowed, hesitant to lift it for some time. To his astonishment, the park's large screen was broadcasting a replay of his monster-slaying exploits. It was utterly pervasive. Brother Feng, you're famous now. A familiar voice reached Qin Feng's ears. He quickly turned to Tang Xiaoxiao and dashed away. Hey, Brother Feng, where are you going? Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. Was this an appropriate place for conversation? We must hurry. Let's go over there. A park could not lack a small grove. After all, many couples would sneak in there for a quiet chat. The park also had some benches. where speaking generally attracted little attention. Even if someone passed by, they would not deliberately stare, as everyone understood that those conversing on the benches preferred not to be scrutinized. Phew. Qin Feng sighed. Brother Feng, what's wrong? This is wonderful. Look at you. You're like a superstar now. I want to approach, but I can't. Tang Xiaoxiao laughed cheerfully. Xiaoxiao, I am no superstar. It's just that, for the first time, I can see myself wherever I go, and it feels quite strange. By the way, what's the deal with that helmet? The helmet? What's wrong? Is it not useful? Tang Xiaoxiao gazed at Qin Feng in confusion. What do you mean not useful? If it weren't effective, how could I have achieved that? It's just too effective. Where did you buy it? How much was it? I'll pay you. What are you talking about? Who asked you for money? Besides, even if you had money, you couldn't buy it. Why not? That was a gift from me. Could you buy a gift I bestowed upon you with money? Tang Xiaoxiao pouted. Qin Feng scratched his head. Of course you cannot buy it. And I quite like that helmet. But you're still a student. That's your parents' money. I've been a professional player for 9 years, and I have some savings. How could I let you spend so much? What does that matter? It's the thought that counts. If you don't want it, just toss it away. Saying such things feels worse than killing someone. Tang Xiaoxiao's aggrieved expression struck Qin Feng with a pang of guilt. That was not his intention. But how long had it been since Tang Xiaoxiao graduated? That little sum of money, saved by a young girl for college, and he was using it so comfortably? Actually, there was nothing to discuss. I'm leaving, Tang Xiaoxiao declared, rising in anger. Qin Feng quickly grabbed her. Wait, can't I just say something? How about this? It's a little past 3. Let us go to Disneyland and play until 7, and then I'll treat you to dinner. Today, Brother Feng will be generous. You can choose whatever you want to play and eat as a celebration for your graduation. What do you think? Just make sure to return home before 9. Tang Xiaoxiao's steps had grown stiff. Hey, I'm quite upset, you know. Qin Feng chuckled as he rose to his feet. I know. That's precisely why I'm taking you out to soothe your temper. Tang Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose awkwardly. As a girl who is currently angry, should I not refuse? However, after 8 years and 7 months of knowing you, this is the first time. Let us go. Qin Feng hailed a taxi, and they headed straight to Disney. Wow, a splendid day had commenced. From the moment they stepped inside, Tang Xiaoxiao completely forgot the very notion of anger. As though those 2 words had no place in her world, they indulged in a delightful spree of fun. Even at 7 in the evening, she clung to Qin Feng. Reluctant to leave, Qin Feng shook his head. No way, look at the time. You can have fun, but another day? A girl must return home by 10 at the latest. Yet, after repeated pleas from Tang Xiaoxiao, Qin Feng's heart softened. All right, we can postpone dinner. Today, we shall revel until Disney closes. Yay. Tang Xiaoxiao entered her wild mode once more, but as closing time approached, there was no sign of them leaving. The staff was already ushering guests out. On the street, Qin Feng called for a taxi to send the disappointed Tang Xiaoxiao home. As he watched her depart, an inexplicable twinge of reluctance stirred in his heart. Nevertheless, he shook his head and strolled home alone. Upon waking, Qin Feng promptly re-entered the game. Everything was as usual. Players were discussing his battle from the previous day, undoubtedly a hot topic wherever he went. However, as long as Qin Feng did not don the Hunyuan Long's gear, few would recognize him. While Qin Feng was wandering about, Mu Tian and He Ziming also logged into the game. Yesterday, He Ziming's team, along with Mu Tian's and several others, had logged off early. During the time Qin Feng and Tang Xiaoxiao were at Disney, these teams had convened for several hours of discussion. Firstly, what exactly was Qin Feng's equipment? This needed clarification. Secondly, who was that newcomer always by Qin Feng's side? Why did he accompany him everywhere? This too required elucidation. Thirdly, the new gameplay in Freedom City had emerged. The guild competition had commenced. Major teams needed to seize guild territories upon logging in today, prompting elite players to gather and strategize regarding territorial selections. In the game, there existed 100 guild regions, currently unclaimed lands. The game would revolve around Freedom City, which was destined to become the largest gathering place for players in the future. It was clear to everyone how advantageous and profitable it would be for the guild closest to the city and controlling key routes. Another crucial point was that a team league was planned for the future, with participation likely contingent on those 100 guilds. Upon entering the game, He Ziming and his companions immediately began scouting locations. Although today marked the opening, the game's timeline suggested that 10 hours in the real world equated to a month in the game, and the competition for guilds would not commence immediately. The developers would provide a brief preparation period for the guilds, though it would not last long. Roughly 3 days in game time was the estimated maximum. On the first day of scouting, teams were also subtly testing each other's intentions, signaling their willingness to compete. Ideally, if there were no objections, they would maintain a mutual distance. However, if all were interested in vying for territory, they would preemptively identify their rivals. In truth, many guilds might not directly settle on their desired land. For instance, He Ziming's Beichuan team loitered at a distance. Not far from the southern city gate lay a guild territory, a vital thoroughfare for entering and exiting the city. Here, they could sell health potions or equipment. And even if they did not sell directly, renting out a few shops would still yield significant profits, making it a coveted location for competition. Within the city, Zhang Kuang searched eagerly for Qin Feng. He was well acquainted with Qin Feng and could recognize his gear at a glance. Is this the newcomer's spawn point? The boss just logged in, yet he isn't here? I recall Qin Feng logged off shortly after arriving, so he must be at the spawn point. Did he log off and then log back in? Has he left already? Boss, where are you? Zhang Kuang attempted to message Qin Feng, fully aware that he despised reading messages. Hey, what are you up to? Qin Feng approached and playfully kicked Zhang Kuang's posterior. Boss. How do you appear and disappear like that? Zhang Kuang exclaimed, visibly relieved to see Qin Feng. Enough chatter. Let us head out of the city to level up. Qin Feng declared, turning to leave. Wait, don't you need more experience? How many monsters did you slay alone during the siege? Zhang Kuang was genuinely exasperated. Don't you ever tire of grinding levels every day? What's the alternative? Not leveling up? What? Am I supposed to go shopping instead? Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. Zhang Kuang quickly caught up. By the way, yesterday was quite frustrating, wasn't it? We all ended up dead, and why did you self-destruct? Players were furious with the game developers for not allowing us to retrieve our gear. It was utterly inhumane. Qin Feng shook his head. Who said that? Didn't I get the items? Oh, the dark gold bow. Didn't you see it? Not at all. All we heard was the music, and in the end, it was a tragic scene, a hero's demise, unable to rest in peace. Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng, who had come to a halt, his expression turning grim. Dang it, that matter is not to be mentioned again. Qin Feng spun around, clearly irritated. Who came up with such a ridiculous idea? He had to come, otherwise, what would happen to the game? Should he just level up on his own? Thus, Qin Feng didn't see the issue, especially since he had obtained the items. Yet, the final outcome was so dismal. For what reason? Hey, the city gate is bustling. Qin Feng observed the throngs of people, seemingly grouped in 3s and 5s. Zhang Kuang chuckled, for in 2 days, the battle for guild territories outside the city would commence. Many were gathered here to observe, as various guilds contemplated which territory to seize. Qin Feng shook his head in silent disapproval. Was that not obvious? Naturally, the closer to the city gate, the better. Upon this thought, however, Qin Feng fell silent. The bustling activity outside the city seemed to have little to do with him. Let us go. Qin Feng quickened his pace, dismissing the chatter and striding away from Freedom City. Outside the city, the monsters were of a higher level, with level 20 being mere minions, and many elite monsters roamed. Yet, Qin Feng held little interest in them. He was not focused on leveling up recklessly. After all, the higher the monsters' level, the further from the city they were, making the journey back and forth quite cumbersome, potentially taking days. Qin Feng believed that hunting monsters around level 25 would be just right. Thus, he and Zhang Kuang sped ahead. Mounted on their fearsome wolves, the two traversed the lower-level monster zone, having run for the entire morning. While munching on buns, Qin Feng scaled a great mountain, revealing a vast, expansive plain below, an ideal locale for leveling up. Let us descend. Find some monsters here. Qin Feng gestured to Zhang Kuang, signaling readiness for battle. All right. Zhang Kuang did not hesitate to don his combat gear, which was the very set Qin Feng had discarded. By the way, Zhang Kuang, here are some items for you. They may not be useful, but you can trade them for something else. Qin Feng handed over a skeletal staff, a ring, and a skill book to Zhang Kuang. Upon receiving them, Zhang Kuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, can I change my class? Oh, it's your choice. Do you wish to learn? Interesting. I previously perished at the hands of a skeleton, and I truly want to summon one to test its capabilities. Qin Feng smiled lightly. Sure, it won't consume any skills, it's just for fun. Summoning a skeleton was a skill inherent to the staff. Equipping it was all that was required. Zhang Kuang nodded, equipping the weapon and donning a ring. He needed to locate a corpse, as such foundational aspects were within his understanding. Qin Feng produced an axe. Let me find you a corpse. With excitement, Zhang Kuang trailed behind Qin Feng. Not far ahead, a group of lesser monsters around level 24 were perfect for Qin Feng to dispatch. However, he was reluctant to wield his scythe this time. He had come primarily to hone his skills. In the game, mere levels without proficiency in skills significantly diminished combat effectiveness. He practiced his consecutive moves, slash, upward strike, aerial kick. By repetitively executing these 3 techniques, he created a seamless cycle. Though monotonous, it was quite practical and worth mastering as a foundational technique. Zhang Kuang, meanwhile, was preoccupied with a skeleton pacing back and forth. Too weak. He expressed dissatisfaction at encountering a level 1 skeleton that might perish with a mere touch. At that moment, a beam of white light appeared behind Zhang Kuang, and the small skeleton before him glowed brightly, instantaneously rising to level 4. Wait, it can level up? Upon inspecting its attributes, Zhang Kuang's eyes widened with astonishment. The attributes of the level 4 skeleton were significantly superior to his own at that level. Can the skeleton equip weapons, boss? Having just dispatched a monster, Qin Feng glanced back at Zhang Kuang. Why not give it one and find out? Ah, true. Zhang Kuang had nearly developed a habit of relying on Qin Feng for answers, subconsciously believing he knew everything. He produced a long sword and handed it to the skeletal warrior. But to his surprise, the skeleton merely glanced at it before turning to face the front. What the heck? Are you not satisfied with this? Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly ready to strike the small skeleton. Qin Feng, overhearing, shook his head. Give it the Wolf King's blade. Huh. Oh. Zhang Kuang retrieved his Wolf King's blade and offered it to the skeleton. This time, the skeleton accepted it. It can hold it? Zhang Kuang's jaw dropped. Hey, you're too picky, aren't you? You refuse gold gear, but accept dark gold? Qin Feng approached, placing a hand on Zhang Kuang's shoulder. It's a matter of level. If your skeleton is below level 10, it's unreasonable to equip it with level 20 gear. What capabilities does this skeleton possess? Is it a lifelong companion? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Kuang chuckled sheepishly. Haha, that is true. I almost forgot. How foolish of me. Indeed. Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. Can you summon more? Zhang Kuang nodded. For at most, and if I put away the staff, the skeleton will return to it. Good. Zhang Kuang, don't rush to arm it yet. For every summon, there's a dismissal, right? Zhang Kuang nodded. Qin Feng continued, remove its weapon. And keep summoning through that ring until you conjure 4 mutated skeletons, then train them. Zhang Kuang, I just realized as a support bard. If you can effectively cultivate these 4 skeletons alongside your support skills, you'll be immensely powerful. Really? Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng. Of course. Think about it. Each skeleton adds 200 attack points without weapons. 4 of them would yield at least 800, right? But that is not their final attack. Small skeletons have inherent attack power as well. While we're at it, how much do we possess? These 4 skeletons effectively multiply their attack power, combined. They could surpass my own. This is the beauty of gaming freedom, akin to my own equipment. Perhaps this weapon is also unique. Qin Feng patted Zhang Kuang's shoulder, encouraging him to seize this opportunity to nurture 4 super skeletons. I understand. Zhang Kuang nodded enthusiastically, hastened to remove the skeletal dagger, and with a wave of his hand, the little skeleton instantly transformed into mere bones. I am trying. Qin Feng observed Zhang Kuang as he descended, a smirk gracing his lips. How could he have forgotten? Truly vexing. Yet yesterday's matters left no time to ponder over this fellow, did they? With purposeful strides, Qin Feng advanced, summoning skeletons along the way. After 2 arduous days, he managed to gather 4 mutated skeletons. As for their abilities, they were still under development. The farther Qin Feng walked, the more he found himself in an unfamiliar canyon. Surely, this canyon bore a name, yet Qin Feng was oblivious to it. Within, there were numerous traces of monsters, but curiously, no creatures roamed here. Only scattered equipment littering the path. Is anyone here? Who would level up in such a desolate place? Qin Feng considered his chosen spot sufficiently remote. How could others possibly be present? Following the canyon's path, he ventured forth, and to his astonishment, he discovered a wilderness ahead. Moreover, there was an archer engaged in battle. Wild monsters? Should I intervene or refrain? The thought of a benevolent figure, Jean de Shanrun, being a female intrigued him. In games, it was always the powerful who fought the monsters, while the weak stood aside. However, after pondering, Qin Feng decided against it. After all, he had just slain a level 35 creature, and there was little to gain from the wild ones. Yet, the prowess of this archer sparked his interest. Zhang Kuang, stay guard behind. I wish to observe. Zhang Kuang glanced back, inquiring, Boss, shall we ambush? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Forget it. I merely wish to see her skills. Oh, I knew it. The boss wouldn't actually harm a lady. How cruel. Zhang Kuang felt relieved, genuinely believing Qin Feng intended to strike. Stay vigilant. Qin Feng instructed, turning to stealthily approach. The sounds of combat gradually reached him. The whistling of arrows slicing through the air sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine. What impressive positioning. What rapid reflexes. Watching from a distance, he was filled with astonishment. The lady's reactions were nothing short of terrifying. Of course, had he been in her place, his responses would far exceed hers, yet he had never encountered such agility within his team. Was she not a member of their ranks? As the distance closed, Qin Feng still could not discern her features. Thus, he pressed forward. I can do this. The lady exclaimed, startling Qin Feng into thinking he had revealed himself. What tremendous trauma must she have endured? He continued onward, yet that voice sounded eerily familiar. Drawing closer, he was struck by the sight of her back, adorned with a pair of wings. An elf? This was the first time he had seen someone with such wings. The archer belonged to the elven race. Suddenly, in a moment of shock, the canyon serpent collapsed, spilling equipment across the ground. Hooray! The petite beauty's voice grew hoarse with excitement as she rushed forth to collect the loot. Qin Feng stepped forward, remarking, "Your skills are commendable." Who? The elven maiden spun around, and in that instant, both stood frozen in astonishment. You, I, do not approach. What brings you here? Qin Feng and the elven maiden locked eyes, and suddenly, he noticed the dark gold bow in her hands. Jean de Shanren? In unison. They turned and fled. Zhang Kuang suddenly jumped out, gazing at Qin Feng with a bewildered expression. Boss, what happened? Boss. Zhang Kuang embraced Qin Feng, utterly confused. Jean de Shanren? Is it truly her? Qin Feng pushed Zhang Kuang away. Ignore me. I need to compose myself. He turned and dashed away. Zhang Kuang stood dumbfounded. And shortly after, the elven maiden approached. Hey, where's Feng Gu? He left. You are Jean de Shanren? Zhang Kuang gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, especially with the elven wings, which could make anyone swoon. Alas, this is a disaster. What are you doing here? Jean de Shanren questioned Zhang Kuang. Boss brought me to level up. No, to summon little skeletons, and then we discovered you were battling. The boss wanted to see who was so formidable, so he instructed me to stay back while he went ahead, and then I lost track of everything. Zhang Kuang recognized the name Jean de Shanren with clarity, knowing that everyone was aware of the illustrious figure associated with Qin Feng. Yet to this day, neither Qin Feng nor Zhang Kuang knew that Jean de Shanren was a woman. Qin Feng staggered forward, engulfed in anguish. How could she be Xiao Xiao? Jean de Shanren? The one he had rejected 8 years ago? No, it was she. How could she possibly be Xiao Xiao? Memories flooded back. Your skills? You should practice diligently. We are a team, not a babysitting service. My apologies. You again? When I see your skills improve, perhaps I will reconsider my stance. But currently, you still have a long way to go. Those were conversations from long ago. Qin Feng had only given Jean de Shanren a few words, yet she never ceased trying to team up with him. Over time, it seemed they had developed a habit. If she did not join him on weekends, he felt something was amiss. But she could not be Xiao Xiao. Sitting upon the ground, Qin Feng pondered, for it seemed the only possibility was indeed Xiao Xiao. The little girl who wandered the park every weekend had blossomed into the graceful beauty before him. The girl who used to chat with him regularly in the park had accompanied him through the years. Indeed, she had mentioned just yesterday that it had been 8 years and 7 months. Boss. After some time, Zhang Kuang returned, sitting before Qin Feng. Where is Xiao Xiao? Qin Feng inquired. Oh, Jean de Shanren? She left. She said to meet at the park tomorrow. If you do not go, you shall never see her again. Zhang Kuang scratched his head and said, Boss, didn't I hear that you never gave Jean de Shanren a chance? How do you two know each other? When did you become so nosy? Qin Feng stood up and declared, Let us go. I'm done practicing. Zhang Kuang lowered his head and followed Qin Feng as they made their way to Freedom City. They walked for an entire day, during which Qin Feng pondered deeply, seemingly arriving at some understanding. In any case, he no longer appeared as lost as before, which gave Zhang Kuang a glimmer of hope. Just as they approached the city gate, they were unexpectedly stopped by someone. Qin Feng looked up, and, upon seeing the person, his demeanor shifted to one of fury. Qin Feng, the holiday has ended. You should return to the team now. Huh? Are you joking? I was expelled from the team, not on holiday. Impossible. Qin Feng, I'm the boss. How could I be unaware? You're on holiday, and from now on, you can return to the team at any time. What do you say? The speaker was Wang, the team leader, who had surprisingly entered the game as well. That is not possible. I'm doing just fine now, and my face isn't so thick as to accept that. Qin Feng, don't be so ungrateful. The new team captain pointed at Qin Feng menacingly. What did you just say? Zhang Kuang retorted angrily at the new captain. Kid, you better scram. You're just a dog. Who do you think you are to speak here? Qin Feng retaliated with a powerful punch to the new captain's face. Wow, my brother, Qin Feng. Isn't someone you can just criticize. Qin Feng, you truly don't know what's good for you. I'm personally seeking you out, which is already giving you face. Wang pointed at Qin Feng. Thanks, but I'm officially informing you that I have no connection with the Glory Team any longer. Qin Feng stated resolutely. Fine, you'd better not regret it. Wang turned and walked away. The new captain glared at Qin Feng and said, Kid, do you think this punch was for nothing? In an instant, Qin Feng found himself surrounded by over 30 members of the Glory Team. You bunch of scoundrels. He is your captain. Zhang Kuang shouted angrily at the team members, bewildered as to why they were targeting Qin Feng. Qin Feng restrained Zhang Kuang, saying no. They aren't. The old members have been expelled, and they have no relation to me. Exactly. The Glory Team is the #1 team in the country. Naturally, they need to update quickly. How could they allow weaklings to linger in the team? The new captain looked disdainfully at Qin Feng. If they weren't weaklings, it wouldn't be up to a novice like you to decide. Suddenly, a short figure pushed through the crowd and approached Qin Feng. Gu Hai. Game name. Hai Tian Kong, level 20 assassin. Captain Qin. Xiao Hai, long time no see. Qin Feng extended his hand for a high five with Gu Hai. Captain Qin, it's only been a few days. Gu Hai looked at Qin Feng incredulously. Oh, haha. Indeed, this game makes it feel like I haven't seen you in months. Are you here to reminisce? Go for it. The members of the Glory team drew their weapons. After all, they were outside Freedom City, a free-for-all map where fighting could take place without consequence. Fighting? Interesting. But isn't it a bit unfair with so many people? Zhang Kuang chuckled as he observed the members of the Glory team. Kid, do you finally understand the trouble you're in? Attack. From today onward. For every time you see these three, kill them. Yes, Captain. The members of the Glory team surged forward, closing in on Qin Feng step by step. Qin Feng was also ready to strike. He feared no one. However, at that moment, Zhang Kuang laughed and said, "Oh, is that what you said? I thought you were my boss's team members, but apparently not. Then why hold back? Brothers, let us go." Brothers? Qin Feng turned to Zhang Kuang, bewildered. You have brothers? In an instant, over 30 members were knocked down from behind. Out of nowhere, over 100 individuals appeared and started fighting chaotically, leaving Qin Feng unscathed. Gu Hai looked embarrassed. Captain, when did you gather so many underlings? Qin Feng was equally bewildered. Zhang Kuang, what is going on? Zhang Kuang chuckled. They're all my disciples. Boss, this game has my disciples all over. There are over 300 of them. And those who haven't returned yet would be here if they knew there was fighting today. By the way, boss, didn't I mention this to you? Did you forget? Qin Feng slapped his forehead. You did mention it, but you didn't say there were so many. Right, I forgot to mention that. Zhang Kuang nodded. Gu Hai, feeling awkward, said, I thought I could help, but Captain Qin, if I hadn't seen you on the big screen yesterday, I wouldn't have known you were here. Captain Qin, Gu Hai reporting for duty. What is there to report? The team is gone. What is the point? Xiao Hai, do you still wish to continue? Of course. Captain Qin, we all want to continue. Gu Hai replied eagerly. Qin Feng nodded. All right, follow me. Yes, Captain. Zhang Kuang looked at Gu Hai and realized how imposing Qin Feng was within the team. He glanced at his own disciples, and in that moment, he understood that he could no longer act recklessly. The boss was the captain, and the captain held a position of authority. You all, stand straight. No more fooling around. Zhang Kuang roared at his disciples. Yes, senior brother. They replied, causing Qin Feng to jump slightly. At that moment, the 30 members had been mostly sent back to the city. The new captain of the team, still standing, struggled to maintain his ground. But Zhang Kuang's disciples were simply too ruthless, beating him down without even giving him a chance to heal. Scoundrel, come out for a duel. That fellow continued to taunt Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head to glance. How can this person still speak? Zhang Kuang also felt a surge of anger. Strike him. Zhang Kuang's disciples were quite unrelenting, delivering slaps with such force that they sent the leader reeling. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, most of whom were merely spectators unaware of the earlier exchanges, oblivious to the fact that the individual before them was Qin Feng. Zhang Kuang, satisfied, nodded approvingly at his disciples. Excellent. It appears that my efforts in training you have not been in vain. Now let us call for reinforcements. The crowd paused, puzzled about how to summon help and what to call out. After a lengthy deliberation, they collectively decided, Boss. The corners of Qin Feng's eyes twitched in exasperation. Ahem. Address him as the captain, not as boss. We are not ruffians. Zhang Kuang hastily interjected. Precisely. What nonsense is this, boss? Call him captain. Captain. Zhang Kuang leaned closer. Boss. Perhaps we should return to the city. There are too many people here. Qin Feng nodded. Zhang Kuang, please extend my gratitude to them. In truth, Qin Feng had no intention of calling for help, but since Zhang Kuang's disciples had arrived, it was best not to say anything further. They were merely well-intentioned in their assistance. Whether he could manage on his own was one matter, and their support was another entirely. Rest assured, boss. I will handle these fellows. You go on ahead. Zhang Kuang strode confidently alongside Qin Feng. Subsequently, he exchanged knowing glances with his disciples, who chuckled quietly and followed at a respectful distance, engaging in lively conversation amongst themselves. The surrounding players were left bewildered, uncertain of the identities of these newcomers. They whispered among themselves, with some speculating that this person could pose the greatest threat to Qin Feng, while others conjectured that this group might belong to a newly formed large gaming guild, unsure of their professionalism, as they had not seen any notable skills demonstrated. The chaotic scene resembled a guild formed spontaneously by players. Opinions varied widely, yet no one could provide a definitive answer. The defeated Huihuang battle team quickly retreated from the scene. Who would be foolish enough to confront such a multitude? It appeared that calm had returned. Yet hidden currents continued to surge beneath the surface. Upon returning to the city, Qin Feng addressed Gu Hai. Find a way to contact them. If you wish to join a battle team, you can approach He Ziming and Mu Tian's team. Qin team, Little Hai, listen to me. This is not a joke. You need to earn a living, and without the salary from a battle team, this situation simply cannot continue. Go on. I just spoke with He Ziming. and he said there would be no problem. Gu Hai nodded. Qin team, what about you? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Focus on your own tasks. Go. Gu Hai? Old Qin. This fellow can be my squad leader. Gu Hai, this is my utmost effort. Do not blame me for his Ziming's lack of consideration. Just kidding, he boss. I'm fortunate to even become a squad leader. Qin Feng glanced at He Ziming. Little Hai is a champion member of our Hui Huang battle team. He Ziming. Please take good care of him. This group of disciples is quite formidable. Qin Feng nudged Gu Hai forward. He Ziming nodded. Rest assured. You know who I am, right? Come on. Gu Hai, let me introduce you to the others. Tomorrow. No, you should log off now and report to our battle team. Gu Hai scratched his head. Is there no assessment? Assessment? Nonsense. You are one of the champions of the Sanja battle team. Do we still need an assessment? Just come. In the future, we at Beichuan will protect you. He Ziming patted Gu Hai on the shoulder. But, Gu Hai glanced at Qin Feng. Go on. When you log back in, we can chat. Yes. I'll take a taxi and be there shortly. Gu Hai slightly bowed and then vanished on the spot. He Ziming turned to Qin Feng. Gather your fellows. Do not call Mu Tian. Your team is now under my Beichuan. Qin Feng replied softly. You should go find Little Hai. He is now one of your own. Do you think old Mu will let this slide? He Ziming nodded. True. But why did you even speak to him? Of course, I know you need players, right? Can you do without them? That fellow is an elite. Do you think everyone is like your old Wang? Our Beichuan manager is not so devoid of compassion. All right, let's go. There's a battle team meeting. He Ziming turned to leave, but paused again. Old Qin, the guild battle is about to commence. Don't mess around. Are you coming or not? If not, lend a hand to your brother and claim some territory. Isn't that your favorite pastime? Just wait until you find yourself in trouble before calling for me. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I can't believe it. If you don't participate, who dares to challenge me? He Ziming, have never feared anyone. I'm off. Qin Feng nodded, watching He Ziming depart. Zhang Kuang, who had remained silent beside Qin Feng, finally spoke after He Ziming left. Boss, must a guild always have a battle team? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head. Not necessarily. However, a battle team must have a guild in the game. Though the purposes differ, a battle team uses the game as a foundation, undergoing training to compete in national and international competitions. Importantly, each battle team has a fixed salary, which distinguishes them from player guilds. Oh, Zhang Kuang nodded. Then let us form a player guild too. You see, I have many disciples. Let us. Qin Feng glanced back at the ragtag group that had followed them, their equipment woefully inadequate. He couldn't help but frown. Zhang Kuang noticed, Boss. They are just here for fun. They haven't taken the game seriously yet. If someone takes the lead, they will quickly unite, and equipment will not be an issue. Moreover, do not underestimate them. Come here. Zhang Kuang pointed to a young man. Senior brother. The young man approached directly. Captain. Zhang Kuang said, This is Wang Quan. He has won a national championship and possesses formidable skills. Junior sister, you come. Zhang Kuang called over another girl. The esteemed leader. This is our martial arts school's flower. Lin Ku. Do not let her beauty deceive you. She is a national runner-up. The spirited Zhang Kuang cast a sly grin at Qin Feng, whispering conspiratorially. If she hits you, it will be over in 3 seconds. Do you believe me? Qin Feng's forehead throbbed with tension. No, I merely wish to express that she is quite formidable. Zhang Kuang hastily clarified, ending with a cheeky grin. In truth, Qin Feng did not wish to hold a grudge against Zhang Kuang. Observing the two individuals before him, he honestly did not underestimate them. However, organizing a guild is not the same as forming a combat team. Competing in contests differs from martial arts matches. Furthermore, Qin Feng had not contemplated forming a combat team, nor had he considered establishing a gaming guild. He shook his head and turned to his junior disciples. Oh, this does not concern you. The focus is on me. I am not inclined to dwell on these matters for the time being. Zhang Kuang looked at his juniors and gestured with his chin. You may leave. Disperse. Yes, senior brother. The two complied respectfully, though the junior sister seemed quite stubborn. She gazed at Qin Feng and declared, a man should rise from where he falls, unless he admits to lacking the capability. Impudent girl, what are you saying? Go back. Zhang Kuang glared at Lin Ku, who pouted defiantly before turning to walk away. Zhang Kuang then turned to Qin Feng and smiled. Leader, youth can be brash. Do not take it to heart. Qin Feng's expression faltered at Lin Ku's departure. This is a game, a combat team, not as simple as you might think. It is all the same. Just now, it was a combat team. And look at how pathetically they were beaten. Lin Ku shot a disparaging glance at Qin Feng. Hey, leader, what are you doing? Zhang Kuang suddenly grew anxious. Let us not create internal conflicts. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Kuang and replied, there are many forms of competition. One is adversarial, while another is technical sparring. As you mentioned, it is merely a friendly match, not to be taken seriously. Very well. Even within the academy, sparring is common, right? Come, who fears whom? Lin Ku crossed her arms defiantly, gazing at Qin Feng. the national martial arts runner-up and the academy's leading lady. As if to say she was not to be trifled with. Let us proceed. Qin Feng led the way, followed closely by Zhang Kuang and his fellow disciples. Everyone followed with jovial spirits. Such events frequently occurred within the academy, where senior brothers often exchanged blows for fun. Senior sister, we support you. Lin Ke raised her chin haughtily. Zhang Kuang shot a glare at the younger ones. Senior brother, we do not target Lin Ke. We merely wish to see how the gaming champion fares against the martial arts champion. Zhang Kuang was momentarily taken aback. He too was curious about that question. In this immersive game, who truly holds the upper hand? Qin Feng led Lin Ke outside the city, where they were surrounded by Zhang Kuang's senior brothers. They all sat down, and Zhang Kuang stepped forward. Let it be clear, this is devoid of personal grudges. It is merely sparring, akin to entertainment within the academy. Is that understood? Yes, senior brother. Zhang Kuang glanced at Qin Feng. Leader, what do you think? That is acceptable. Lin Ke, my dear sister. If you can withstand 3 consecutive strikes from me, you shall be deemed the victor. Very well. I shall not retaliate. Let us see what you can do. The choice is yours. Qin Feng raised his head, brandishing a short axe. To be fair, Zhang Kuang, you call the start. Zhang Kuang nodded, signaling for silence. Then, as Qin Feng and Lin Ke moved to their respective ends, Lin Ke drew a staff, revealing herself as a mage, a traditional one, unlike Zhang Kuang. A mage? Upon seeing this class, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. Zhang Kuang exhaled. All right. Since there are no objections, let us begin. He raised his hand, surveyed the two, and then abruptly brought it down, stepping out of the combat circle. Qin Feng lunged forward with his short axe, aiming straight for Lin Ke. True to her prowess, Lin Ke did not flinch. She merely sidestepped, dismissing even this ordinary strike as inconsequential, be it in reality or in the game. Witnessing this, the onlookers realized that Qin Feng was likely to face a challenging ordeal. Who was Lin Ke? Do not be deceived by her appearance. This girl, perceived as harmless, could not have risen to the top of the martial arts academy without some skill. With a disdainful smile, Lin Ke reached for Qin Feng's collar, thinking, what of pure men? Have I not disciplined my fair share of them? Just as she lunged for Qin Feng, his attire shifted, and a shield materialized in his hand. Lin Ke, Zhang Kuang exclaimed, sensing impending trouble. Shield charge. With a resounding crash, Lin Ke was propelled backward. Reluctantly, Qin Feng was compelled to strike. Upward kick. A cry of dismay echoed as Lin Ke soared into the air. Floating kick. With a series of powerful strikes, Lin Ke was sent crashing down to the ground. Her health bar diminished to nearly nothing. Switching gear, shield charge. A gust of wind swept past Lin Ke, startling everyone. However, Qin Feng dashed past her, the wind merely tousling her hair. It was clear to all that Qin Feng had shown restraint. Had that last blow connected, it would have been dire. Regardless of her past achievements, in this moment, the Martial Arts Academy's leading lady was merely a novice. Qin Feng swiftly reverted to his original attire and turned toward the city. The promised 3 strikes had turned into a demonstration of lethal prowess. Run, the disciples whispered, swiftly vanishing from sight. You all, follow me, Lin Ke shouted. When she glanced up, she found herself utterly alone. Angry, Lin Ke strode into the city. Her mind a blank slate. What had just transpired? How had she flown? The very thought of flying made her grit her teeth. That scoundrel, utterly shameless. Lin Ke's face flushed with heat. Not merely from embarrassment, but from the realization that the skill she had been ensnared by was merely a game mechanic. Yet in this immersive holographic game, the consequences were magnified if the assailant was none other than Bai Yin, the top contender of the Martial Arts Academy. Bai Yin, stop right there. Upon entering the city, Lin Ke spotted Zhang Kuang searching for Qin Feng. Hiss, how should I address you? Call me brother. Zhang Kuang glared at her. Bai Yin, where is Qin Feng? Lin Ke seized Zhang Kuang by the collar. Are you mad? I am your senior. Zhang Kuang forcefully lowered her hands. Not here. This is a game. You are Zhang Kuang, and I am Xiao Shu Lin. You are not my senior, nor am I your junior. Now tell me, where is Qin Feng? Lin Ke persistently inquired. I don't know. Am I not looking for him too? Zhang Kuang replied. What did I just say? Friendship in this game is devoid of grudges. If someone in the academy were to challenge you, would you hold a grudge for a lifetime? Zhang Kuang explained. But he is too shameless. Lin Ke retorted. That was just a game skill, I didn't see anything. Zhang Kuang looked bewildered at Lin Ke. You dare say that? Lin Ke raised her hand, ready to reprimand Zhang Kuang, but alas, within the safety zone of the game, such actions were prohibited. Hee, junior sister, this is a safety zone. Put your hands down. Relax, everything will be fine. You can't go around reprimanding your senior. Zhang Kuang advised, gently lowering Lin Ke's hands. What does it have to do with me? Lin Ke turned to leave, resolute. Regardless, I will confront him. I have yet to unleash my true abilities. Hey, you were the one who said to stay put and not act out. Besides, can you even execute your skills properly? Take some time to understand the game instead of being so hot-headed. Zhang Kuang watched as Lin Ke walked away, choosing to remain silent. Perhaps she needed to calm down. Not far along, Zhang Kuang sat on a bench in the city, chuckling. Hey, boss, this is on you. But I understand your point. We are all novices. And forming a guild is indeed like a scattered sand. Qin Feng sat not far away, having donned a set of shabby equipment he had acquired from his last venture outside the city. Such was the nature of the game. A change of attire rendered Lin Ke unrecognizable. He removed the gear and reverted to his ordinary ensemble. No need for apologies. Sometimes, I myself do not comprehend my own actions or intentions. The team has disbanded without any preparation. Do you know? That day, we were gearing up for a rigorous battle in the new game, this very game. Suddenly, the team manager burst in, informing us that the team had undergone a sudden restructuring, hoping we could face a better life ahead. Dazed, we stood there, blankly unaware of what it all meant. After Manager Wang finished speaking, it seemed no one grasped what had transpired. We were escorted out of the team's gates by security, utterly clueless, and just like that, we were dismissed, sent home, and disbanded. The team would initiate a new formation with fresh recruits. Now, on the 4th day since our dissolution, I still have no idea what truly happened. Zhang Kuang gazed at Qin Feng, silent for a while before shaking his head. Businessmen see only profit. Boss, don't take it to heart. You don't truly know my brothers. They have all grown under my watch, each possessing tremendous perseverance. Trust me, given some time, they will surely change your perception of them. Qin Feng suddenly froze, clenching his right hand tightly. What was happening? Why was he falling back into old habits? His greatest flaw lay in his overly serious approach to the game. He believed that only those who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the game were worthy. The team's cohesion required considerable time, yet this game was different. Zhang Kuang, also a novice, had only been with him for a few days. It must be noted that in game, a single day equated to a month in the real world. Given 10 days, even the most inexperienced players could transform into seasoned veterans over 10 months. Zhang Kuang, why did you all leave the martial arts academy? Why did you collectively turn to gaming? Zhang Kuang chuckled. It's nothing. The martial arts academy is undergoing reconstruction. Our academy is being relocated, and the new site will take 2 years to build. 3 months ago, we were compelled to leave the academy, but we shall return in 2 years. However, by then, circumstances may have changed significantly. It might be impossible to return entirely. Boss, our martial arts academy is a legitimate institution. If you can unite everyone over these 2 years, it will contribute to the academy as well. Perhaps thanks to your assistance, the team will remain focused, and when we return in 2 years, we might even produce some champions. Zhang Kuang spoke with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Qin Feng patted Zhang Kuang's leg. Give me some time. I need to sort my thoughts. All right. Zhang Kuang nodded. Qin Feng stood up and wandered aimlessly forward. Zhang Kuang did not follow but quickly gathered her junior brothers for some urgent training. Over the past few days with Qin Feng, Zhang Kuang had learned a great deal from their casual conversations about various aspects of the game, and she intended to conduct a class to impart her newfound knowledge. Qin Feng found a spot within the city, purchased it, and constructed a wooden house. He was in no hurry to level up, for he had recently undergone a multitude of experiences. It seemed he had to make a choice at this pivotal juncture in his life. He merely entered to indulge in a game, yet he never anticipated that it would unfold in such a manner. For 3 consecutive days, Qin Feng remained within his quaint wooden cabin, pondering various matters, contemplating numerous possibilities. He suddenly realized that this place was, in fact, the most conducive environment for reflection, as one could elucidate a matter in merely a fraction of the time. Pushing open the wooden door, he discovered that the world outside had transformed into a tempestuous scene. The game had initiated the competition for territories, yet such dominions could not be seized instantaneously. The game announcement indicated that the territorial conflict would persist for a duration of 2 months and 10 days. Why, one might wonder. This was due to the game's time dilation, approximately 70 times that of the real world, while players were constrained to a mere 10 hours of gameplay. Consequently, when one batch of players logged off, the next cohort would ascend to continue the struggle, ensuring that the conflict endured until the first group returned. Moreover, the day's preparation in the external world was not overly lengthy. Thus, it would inevitably culminate in a grand conflict for 100 territories. If a particular family encountered an issue today, their main forces could not attend, yet tomorrow would present another opportunity for a final stand. Therefore, the game extended the battle duration. 70 days may seem extensive, but the guild territories were quite distant, requiring several hours of travel from the main city, further dispersed in the vicinity. A complete circuit could take a month or more, even with the freedom of teleportation within the city. If one were to traverse on foot, navigating such a vast free city would take nearly a year. Thus, the primary options were essentially limited to the areas surrounding each spawn point. However, it could not be ruled out that players might venture to other locations in advance. The South Gate served as a gathering point for human players. with the highest population density and a relatively greater number of guild territories near the city gates, attracting a plethora of outsiders. These outsiders comprised players from races such as the orcs and elves, who upon entering the free city, began seeking directions towards the human settlements. Presently, the South Gate was teeming with players. The game also emphasized that player guilds need not occupy territories. They could register within the city, which would allocate a house to the guild. However, the potential for conducting business within these houses was virtually non-existent. Territories beyond the city walls represented the guild's most potent trading points. With 100 such locations, players would frequently traverse here, as it was the realm of the elite, where one could procure items dropped by monsters. In contrast, within the city, who could ascertain where one might find quality equipment? In such a vast city, could one genuinely afford to search for months over a mere level 25 item? This was one of the defining characteristics that concentrated players in these territories. The guild competition commenced with a sudden outcry, kill. The clash outside the city erupted, prompting many players to rush outdoors, intrigued by the unfolding battle. Despite their reluctance to engage, battler, have your people bring health potions to sell outside the guild territory at 20 times the price. Remember, bring large potions. Understood. Battler quickly responded, making his way back into the city while disseminating the message. Soon, a multitude of players returned and hurriedly dashed back out. By afternoon, the area outside the guild was bustling with potion sellers. What was 20 times the price? When bloodlust took over, players would pay any sum. Especially these battle teams, affluent and generous, would buy and then urge you to replenish your stock. Many players emulated this strategy, yet as they brought in their potions, prices plummeted due to oversupply, with some selling at nearly the original price. This single batch of potions yielded considerable profits for the players from the Martial Academy, each becoming millionaires in gold coins. However, Qin Feng instructed them not to expend their gold, urging them to conserve their wealth. The chaos of battle had commenced, and in the frenzy, players found themselves unable to return due to the overwhelming congestion. Qin Feng chose not to partake in the fray, as he was well aware that this would be the outcome. He ventured to the Warrior Guild, which housed a skill training ground, where skills could be honed, albeit without leveling up, an exceedingly monotonous endeavor. For someone like Qin Feng, who excelled in outdoor training, it seemed unnecessary to engage in such a tedious pursuit. In recent days, the player environment had become chaotic, and he lacked the motivation to venture out and slay monsters. He simply wished to observe. He would certainly explore once the fervor of the players waned. Thus, he resolved to train for 2 days, patiently waiting without haste. Over the span of 2 days, the players at the resurrection point had nearly depleted their experience. Fortunately, the game provided protection, ensuring that once players reached a certain level, they would not regress below that threshold, allowing players to allocate their experience points freely. Ultimately, the long-absent James re-emerged on the leaderboard, becoming the first to attain level 25. He equipped himself with a full set of level 25 gear to gain a competitive edge. Following closely behind James, a plethora of players also achieved similar levels, predominantly around level 25. This piqued Qin Feng's curiosity about how much experience he could amass if he were to allocate his points. It was noteworthy that the siege battle had persisted for numerous days, with waves of monsters attacking. Initially, due to the guard's limited capacity to spawn monsters, the onslaught was manageable. But as the second wave of monsters besieged the city, the guard forces were nearly decimated, with players defeating thousands of monsters. The experience required for players to progress from level 21 to level 25 amounted to 350,000 in total, 60, 65, 70, 75, and 80 experience points respectively. Level 20 monsters yielded 4,000 experience points. Thus, defeating 1,000 would grant 4 million experience points. Elevating to level 25 was not an extravagant feat therefore. It was certain that some players had surpassed level 25, but they refrained from allocating their points to conceal their true strength, donning new equipment only after reaching level 25, leaving others oblivious to their capabilities. However, Qin Feng, wielding a formidable scythe, has taken countless lives, yet players seem indifferent to this fact. Nevertheless, it is not entirely accurate to claim that no one is paying attention to Qin Feng. Rather, those who do are not players. On this day, Qin Feng sent a message to Zhang Kuang. "How goes the battle outside?" Zhang Kuang, taken aback, replied, "Boss, have you not left the city at all?" "Not at all. If you have nothing pressing to attend to, come find me at the end of the 3rd row of buildings in the southern part of the city. Rest assured, I shall be there shortly." Although they had conversed during midday, by the time Zhang Kuang returned, the sky was nearly dark. "Boss," Zhang Kuang called from outside the door. Only when Qin Feng opened it could he enter. "Why the sudden urgency for me to return?" Zhang Kuang asked, his forehead glistening with sweat, clearly having run back. Qin Feng patted Zhang Kuang's shoulder and said, "Look at this." Zhang Kuang followed Qin Feng's gaze and exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly possible?" The architect is indeed remarkable. The training ground, one of the capabilities offered by residential buildings, allows for the construction of multiple houses within each residence, albeit with limited space. Currently, Qin Feng could only add one building within the residence. As Qin Feng's skills grow, it is certain that more facilities will emerge within the residence. Yet the training ground is a priority that must be established first. Stepping through a small doorway, although he felt he ought to be in the free city, it was as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Inside the training ground stood 2 dummies, designed for players to practice on without the risk of damage. However, what Qin Feng desired was not the dummies, but the open space. Zhang Kuang, how proficient can you make me in a month? Qin Feng inquired. What, a month? Boss. Mastery of martial arts cannot be achieved in such a short time. This requires a foundation. Let me think and devise a plan. Initially, Zhang Kuang hesitated to respond, but realizing this was a game, possibilities began to unfold. In this realm, no foundational skills were necessary. Techniques like the iron sand palm, which could take decades to master in the real world, could be learned in a fraction of the time here. As long as he imparted the techniques to Qin Feng. Clad in armor, anyone could wield the iron sand palm. Thus, teaching Qin Feng the various techniques, including dodging and evasive maneuvers, within 30 days could indeed transform him into a budding expert. Let us start with basic grappling. Once you've mastered that, I'll teach you Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do. Although I specialize in hard techniques, I am not as proficient in these forms. My junior sister excels in them. Zhang Kuang mused aloud as he spoke. Why is that? Qin Feng asked curiously. Hee. Nowadays, very few girls practice hard techniques, so most focus on various styles of boxing and leg work. My junior sister is stronger in this regard, but thankfully, she is not the one teaching. Otherwise, it would be quite the enlightening lesson. Without further ado, Zhang Kuang began earnestly instructing Qin Feng in martial arts. Throughout the past 20 days, Zhang Kuang primarily focused on Sans Ho, as there was little time to learn many techniques. Although Qin Feng had some familiarity with Wing Chun, he had not practiced it much because Zhang Kuang explained that its intricacies were complex and not as straightforward as Sans Ho. Thus, dedicating time to study Wing Chun would be less practical than focusing on Sans Ho. Qin Feng concurred with this assessment. In recent days, his practice of Sans Ho had progressed well, and he could even spar with Zhang Kuang for over an hour without falling behind, a testament to his diligence. As the time to log off approached, Qin Feng informed Zhang Kuang to let the others know they would meet at the southern city gate during their next login. With that, he vanished. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Feng intended to go elsewhere. In the park, Tang Xiaoxiao sat on a bench, always arriving a step ahead of Qin Feng. Upon seeing her silhouette, Qin Feng's usual smile faded. Feeling awkward, he was at a loss for words. Yet, if he did not approach her, he feared Tang Xiaoxiao might genuinely become upset. Upon observing Qin Feng sit down, Tang Xiaoxiao's body stiffened. They sat in silence, neither willing to speak first, perhaps out of shyness. After a lengthy contemplation, Qin Feng struggled to utter, "Let us take a walk." Tang Xiaoxiao did not refuse, and they aimlessly strolled along the street. The enticing aroma of grilled skewers wafted into Qin Feng's nostrils. He looked up and remarked, "Kung Fu kebab? How intriguing." Lowering her head, Tang Xiaoxiao replied, "Xiaoxiao is hungry." "Oh, indeed. I am hungry too. Let us go for kebabs." In an instant, Qin Feng felt transported back to a more carefree time, yet awkwardness soon crept back in. As they entered the establishment, it was not crowded. A middle-aged woman approached and said, "Oh, are you two having a quarrel?" "No." Tang Xiaoxiao quickly waved her hand. Qin Feng smiled faintly. They often walked together and had been misunderstood countless times. They initially explained but later grew tired of doing so. "Go ahead and write down what you wish to eat. I'll come by shortly." "Thank you," Qin Feng said to the proprietress, taking the menu and habitually jotting down items that Tang Xiaoxiao frequently ordered, which he remembered well. "Xiaoxiao, take a look and see if there is anything else you'd like to add." Qin Feng offered the menu to Tang Xiaoxiao. After glancing at it, she nodded. "That should be enough." Noticing the proprietress was busy, Qin Feng whispered, "I'm heading to the restroom." Turning away, Tang Xiaoxiao took deep breaths, gritting her teeth, and quickly pulled out her phone to seek help. At this moment, she needed someone to break the tension, otherwise, things would turn dire. The proprietress arrived to retrieve the menu, and shortly thereafter, Qin Feng returned. Lighting a cigarette, he regarded Tang Xiaoxiao and asked, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Tang Xiaoxiao puffed her cheeks and murmured, "There is no opportunity." "No opportunity?" The two of them instantly fell back into an awkward silence. In truth, resolving this matter was not difficult at all. Neither of them was truly angry. However, at this moment, they both perceived the other as upset. Yet how could they explain it? After finishing a cigarette, Qin Feng extinguished it just as a woman entered the small shop. Her presence seemed incongruous in the quaint establishment, as she was dressed in professional attire, resembling a career woman who frequented upscale dining venues. What brought her here? The woman's arrival immediately caused a stir among the patrons, who fell silent in astonishment. Look, Tang Xiaoxiao waved her hand. The woman approached, rolling her eyes. You little rascal, what's wrong? Just say you need help. You scared me to death. Ah, how come it's you? Qin Feng stood up in shock. Huh, you two know each other? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. What an embarrassing situation. Ling Xiaoya stood there, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Just moments ago, Tang Xiaoxiao had sent a message to her dear friend, informing her of her location at a certain street, Kung Fu Barbecue, and urgently requesting assistance. The message was quite alarming. Ling Xiaoya had just finished work and, upon seeing the text, hastily hailed a cab, only to unexpectedly encounter Qin Feng. Shall we sit? Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Qin Feng and then at Ling Xiaoya. Please, take a seat, Ling Xiaoya. Qin Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Surprisingly, the conversation unfolded from there. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Feng and asked, Brother Feng, how do you know Xiaoya? Qin Feng responded with a faint smile. The game has been active for 3 days, and we've encountered each other twice. How could I not know her? Hey, what do you mean by twice? You were the one who gave me a ride back to the city, you scoundrel. And you call yourself a professional player? You led a bunch of monsters to me, causing me to return straight to the novice village. How can you be so shameless? Ling Xiaoya retorted, rolling her eyes in frustration. Oh, I didn't realize you two had so many stories together, Tang Xiaoxiao remarked, looking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shrugged. She was too aggressive. In the canyon, under the bright sun, a lovely girl approaches you with a sweet smile? What is the saying? Uninvited attentions are. He did not finish his sentence. Hey, say that again. Ling Xiaoya slammed her hand on the table, standing up. Xiaoya, I didn't ask you to come here to argue. Sit down, so many people are watching. Tang Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Ling Xiaoya back into her seat. The surrounding patrons were abuzz with excitement, speculating. What is going on here? A love triangle? This guy is impressive. One hand holds a student, and the other a career woman. Wow, this dude is quite the charmer, but it seems he has caught in a bind now. The onlookers, enjoying their drinks and snacks, were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Yet, Qin Feng was oblivious to their scrutiny as he smiled at Ling Xiaoya. Regardless, you approached me first. Oh, in-game that is. It wasn't an actual team-up, was it? Humph. So what? Ling Xiaoya turned her head away. Just then, a gruff voice called out. Who ordered the skewers? Qin Feng suddenly froze, noticing a man walking directly toward them. The man nearly dropped his skewers in surprise, and as he turned to speak, he exclaimed, Ah. Qin Feng looked up and exclaimed, What the hell are you doing? Sit down. Boss. What a coincidence. And there are 2 lovely ladies here too. The speaker was Bai Yin, also known as Zhang Quan. Bai Yin maneuvered around and sat down, calling back, Mom. You entertain them. This is my boss. Oh, Yinzi. I see. What a commotion. I didn't know, or I would have come to get you. The proprietress smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt the need to respond. Auntie, I didn't know either. It's fine, now we know. All right, you all chat. I'll check in the back. Bai Yan's mother turned to leave. Bai Yan looked at Qin Feng, and then at Tang Xiaoxiao, great benefactor. Here to do good deeds? Tang Xiaoxiao smiled coyly. What a coincidence. You too, Brother Feng. Didn't you know he was here? Qin Feng shook his head. This little rascal didn't dare tell me. He must be afraid I'd bankrupt him. Bai Yan chuckled sheepishly. Not at all. I genuinely had no idea you were so close, boss. If the storm isn't fierce enough, what should we do? Let us make it fiercer. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. Bai Yan, get out here. Oh no. Bai Yan exclaimed, ducking under the table. Qin Feng stumbled slightly. It was indeed a close call. Hey, you scoundrel, are you here? A newcomer charged in, stepping onto Qin Feng's chair. Come out. Let us talk outside. Oh dear, Xiaoka, what are you doing? Bai Yan's mother emerged, alarmed by the commotion outside. Auntie, you're here too? Lin Ke quickly removed her foot from the chair. Where is she, Xiao? Isn't Yanzi here? Bai Yan's mother surveyed the surroundings. Lin Ke lowered her head, glaring at Bai Yan to reveal himself. Haha, junior sister, come sit. Mom, add some skewers. Oh, all right. Xiaoka, sit down. Auntie will grill you some skewers. Bai Yan's mother turned to leave. Oh dear, Auntie. Lin Ke exclaimed, her face reddening as if she could grill skewers herself. Junior sister, hurry and sit. We have guests. Bai Yan said with a pained expression. Only then did Lin Ke notice Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoya were present. She hurriedly took a seat. However, the table was packed on both sides. Should she sit on the other side, next to Qin Feng? Frowning, she squeezed in beside Tang Xiaoxiao. After settling down, Lin Ke looked at Ling Xiaoya and Tang Xiaoxiao. Were you also summoned by her? Tang Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. No way. I thought something was wrong again. Another girl getting summoned. Lin Ke gazed at Tang Xiaoxiao and remarked, Don't laugh. Then she turned to Ling Xiaoya. How many times have you died? This question left Ling Xiaoya with no choice but to respond, twice. I was killed once, and the key is, that scoundrel is utterly shameless. Indeed. I wish I could confront him daily. Despite the gap in their ages, Ling Xiaoya and Lin Ke conversed effortlessly across Tang Xiaoxiao. The two tables nearby were utterly bewildered, wondering about the relationships among the 5 individuals. Wait a moment. It seemed they were all targeting that one young man. Goodness. A scoundrel. Juggling 3 boats? How could that rascal be so fortunate, surrounded by beauties? They continued to murmur, while the others remained oblivious. As the voices from those 2 tables were far too hushed, Qin Feng remained silent, unsure of what to say or to whom. Was this a public trial? Bai Yin discreetly nudged Qin Feng. Boss, how shall we proceed with our guild? Noticing the awkwardness, Bai Yin suggested a change of topic. Understanding that remaining in this tense atmosphere was not a solution, Qin Feng acknowledged Bai Yan's attempt to alleviate the discomfort with a nod. Indeed. We need to establish a guild. Bai Yin, have your fellow disciples prepare. As soon as we enter the game next time, we will officially commence our assault on the guild territory. Huh, weren't you against fighting? Lin Ke looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled lightly. People can change, can't they? You are right. One must rise again from where they fell. Thus, even without a battle team, I shall still forge a formidable guild. Excellent. I support you, boss. Bai Yin exclaimed, slapping the table. Qin Feng nodded, and then turned to Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, will you join? We need an archer in the team. Tang Xiaoxiao nearly burst into tears and vigorously nodded. She had awaited this moment. Bai Yin realized Qin Feng was forming a team. Boss, is it a 5-member squad in the game? What is the usual configuration? Qin Feng replied without much thought. 2 melee fighters, 1 archer, 1 mage, and 1 support. That's the standard setup. Bai Yin nodded, then paused. Wait, so the noble one is ranged, sister? Aren't you a mage? I'm the support. The boss is melee, and we still need another melee. This beautiful lady, what is your profession? Ling Xiaoya hesitated for a moment. Assassin. Bai Yin slapped the table. Isn't that a perfect team? What? Who is teaming up with him? Both Ling Xiaoya and Lin Ke protested simultaneously. Bai Yin looked at them meekly. Calm down. I was just looking for 2 people. I merely mentioned it casually. The 2 women slapped the table again in unison. Do you dare? Bai Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, picked up a skewer, and took a bite. Eat skewers. Eat skewers. All right. You 2 please stop. I'll apologize on behalf of Feng Go. Xiaoya, this sister, let us all make amends. Ultimately, Tang Xiaoxiao sided with Qin Feng. And in the blink of an eye, she became his spokesperson. Tang Xiaoxiao and Bai Yin busied themselves, gradually easing the atmosphere at the table. Once the topic shifted to gaming, conversation flowed effortlessly. Qin Feng began to articulate his future plans, which resonated with everyone. He intended to seize the first location near the southern gate, a highly sought-after area known for its intense competition, making it one of the most thrilling spots within the game. After briefly discussing the game, they introduced themselves to one another. Although it was their first meeting, they had established a connection. Bai Yin and Lin Ke needed no further introduction. Bai Yin was a champion player, and Lin Ke was the runner-up in top-tier competitions. Both of their statuses carried significant weight. Qin Feng, a member of the battle team, was well known among them. Tang Xiaoxiao merely stated she had just graduated from university, omitting any details about her background. Ling Xiaoya described herself as a small office worker, a corporate white-collar employee, and Tang Xiaoxiao refrained from revealing the truth. As they continued chatting, the customers in the shop gradually departed. The little establishment did not attract much business, as its location was not particularly bustling. Around 9 o'clock, Lin Ke decided to leave, as it was too late to return home without an explanation. Qin Feng nodded, feeling it was time for Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoya to head home as well, thus suggesting they conclude for the evening and meet in the game tomorrow. There were no issues. The apparent tension seemed to have resolved itself, as it was merely a misunderstanding that would fade if not mentioned. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Bai Yin insisted on covering it. Ultimately, Qin Feng was left in awe of Bai Yin's determination, feeling entirely powerless against his insistence. Upon leaving the shop, Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoya were headed in different directions. What to do? It was past 9, and hailing a taxi would be challenging. Bai Yin looked at Qin Feng. Boss, you take the noble one home. I'll accompany Sister Xiaoya to get a taxi. Don't worry, Bai Yin guarantees her safe return. Tang Xiaoxiao glanced at Ling Xiaoya, who did not outright refuse. After all, it was quite dark, and she knew Tang Xiaoxiao had a car, but was hesitant to mention it. Thus, she agreed. Consequently, Qin Feng took Tang Xiaoxiao home, while Bai Yin escorted Ling Xiaoya as they departed. The next day, everyone logged on punctually. Just as Qin Feng entered the game, beams of white light flew back. And although he had not stepped outside the city, the area beyond was already rife with chaos. Along the way, Qin Feng overheard numerous players discussing the recent turmoil in the game. The guild wars had devolved into chaos, disrupting the very essence of the game. Everyone was aware that the critical moment was just 10 days away, yet sometimes, when overwhelmed by aggression, one cannot afford to consider anything else. As Qin Feng stepped outside, he was greeted by a chaotic scene, familiar and unfamiliar faces blending into a tumultuous crowd. Players surrounded the area, forming an invisible line. Anyone who dared to cross it was deemed a contender in the guild's territorial war. The air was thick with shouts of battle. Leaning against the wall, Qin Feng was soon joined by several familiar faces. Feng Ge. Tang Xiaoxiao approached him directly. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, promptly inviting Jin Das Hanren into his party. Boss, we're here. Bai Yin and Lin Ku also made their way over, and Qin Feng simply included them without a word. He extended a remote invitation to Ling Xiaoya, who took a while to respond but eventually joined as well. This was their first time teaming up, a blend of familiarity and novelty, especially for Tang Xiaoxiao, who was excited to be invited into the party by Qin Feng himself. Before long, around 300 disciples arrived, creating an impressive spectacle. Ling Xiaoya gradually approached Qin Feng, engaging in quiet conversation with Tang Xiaoxiao. Bai Yin looked at Qin Feng and asked, Boss, shall we get started? Qin Feng shook his head, informed the brothers to fight within. For these 3 days, they can strike at will. Whoever they encounter is fair game. You're not leading them? Bai Yan's expression was one of disappointment. Qin Feng replied, No, if we charge in now, it won't yield favorable results. Let them feel the pressure. Only then will we have our moment to shine. Bai Yan nodded and rallied the group. Brothers, the boss says to warm up first. Charge out and hit whoever you see. Remember to assert your presence. Yes, senior brother. In an instant, the group surged forward, fully aware that the nearby players had already dispersed. Nobody was foolish enough to gather merely for entertainment. With the sudden influx of 300 fresh recruits, the chaos escalated. Initially, they relied on their numbers to hold their own, but as their formation broke apart, panic ensued, and they fled in disarray. Their unfamiliarity with the tactics and skills left these martial academy disciples at a disadvantage. Qin Feng stood silently, observing the tumult from the sidelines. He remained reticent, and others, unsure of his intentions, refrained from interrupting him. Ling Xiaoya leaned closer to Tang Xiaoxiao and whispered, Xiaoxiao, this is concerning. While we may have numbers, these players are inexperienced, which may not work to our advantage. Tang Xiaoxiao pouted, nodding thoughtfully. Feng Ge dislikes incompetence the most. At this rate, he might become frustrated. You little imp. You only care about Feng Ge, Ling Xiaoya teased. By the way, doesn't he have a dark gold bow? Hasn't he given it to you? Yes, he has. Tang Xiaoxiao revealed, pulling out her dark gold bow. Not that one. I mean the one dropped by the dual-axe Lion King. That's a limited edition. Ling Xiaoya whispered conspiratorially. Oh, is it really that impressive? Tang Xiaoxiao gasped. Xiaoya, that sounds like cheating. Don't utter a word about this. Ling Xiaoya cautioned. Even without telling you, Qin Feng would figure it out. It's just a matter of time. She glanced at Qin Feng and asked, Hey, Qin Feng, what about Xiaoxiao's bow? Qin Feng, slightly taken aback, scratched his head. Here it is. He approached Tang Xiaoxiao and traded her a bow. I had saved it for you. Hey, don't make it sound so nice. Ling Xiaoya rolled her eyes. It was meant for Jin Das Hanren. If she wasn't Xiaoxiao, she wouldn't have received it. Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, attempting to silence her friend. Qin Feng merely shook his head, muttering, You talk too much. Before walking away, Ling Xiaoya clenched her fists in frustration. Humph. If he obtains a dark gold staff, it will surely end up with Luo Xiaoying. She is here as well? Tang Xiaoxiao asked, surprised. Of course. And she arrived even before you. Ling Xiaoya sighed. Then why isn't Feng Ge bringing her along? Ling Xiaoya shrugged. Perhaps Luo Xiaoying is unable to leave her combat team. After all, our guild is quite impoverished, and we don't pay salaries. Tang Xiaoxiao chuckled in agreement. True. Qin Feng continued to observe the surrounding activity, seemingly detached from the world engulfed in turmoil. On the third day, as everyone began to feel drowsy, Qin Feng still hadn't proposed any effective strategies, remaining a silent sentinel. Bai Yin could no longer tolerate the inaction. Boss, are we just going to stand by? Can't you think of something to teach them a few moves? Qin Feng shook his head. It's pointless. Last-minute efforts yield no results. Bai Yin, go provoke them further. Give them a thorough scolding. Make it as harsh as possible. Tell them they're useless, that they've brought shame to the martial academy. If they can't handle this little challenge, how do they expect to face the arena in the future? Just say whatever you think will sting the most. Bai Yin nearly choked in disbelief. Boss, don't scatter our martial academy. Qin Feng replied. If they can't withstand such a blow, how can they hope to improve? Go, the harsher, the better. Say it in front of the players. Bai Yin glanced at Lin Ku, who was also holding back a surge of frustration. I'll handle it. Lin Ku stepped forward and called the disciples over, unleashing a torrent of scathing remarks that left the martial academy students feeling utterly humiliated, nearly pushing them to log off in anger. Ling Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Qin Feng, bewildered by his unconventional methods of leadership. Is this truly how a combat team should be managed? Such words do little to uplift morale. As the leader of the guild, should you not guide everyone on how to fight, rather than resorting to insults during battle? Is this how Qin Feng led his team in the past? Qin Feng, what exactly are you doing? Ling Xiaoya could no longer bear it. Qin Feng glanced at Ling Xiaoya and replied, nothing much, just helping them. Is this your idea of help? Ling Xiaoya retorted, pointing at the others. With a faint smile, Qin Feng responded, don't rush. The game is not over yet. You see, this is known as the therapy of collapse. Suddenly, Wang Quan shouted, listen up, everyone. Can we afford to lose to them? Charge. Yes, senior brother. Indeed, after his reprimand, the team seemed invigorated. Yet, while their courage was commendable, reality proved to be rather harsh. The brothers who charged out were quickly scattered again, and this time, they faced an even more devastating defeat. As the countdown for the guild contest reached its 5th day, a group of individuals sat silently on the ground. Qin Feng beckoned Lin Ku over. What is it? Tell them to go back and level up. This isn't suitable for them. Lin Ku glared at Qin Feng. What do you mean? Those are my junior brothers. If you won't help them, why provoke them further? Qin Feng glanced at Lin Ku and whispered, if you want to win this battle, you must follow my lead. What? Lin Ku looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Can it really work? Qin Feng nodded. It can. Trust me just this once. Lin Ku approached her junior brothers. All right, everyone, get up. It's fine. Go level up. What? Senior sister, what are you saying? You scoundrel. Brothers. Charge. By the countdown's 3rd day, a group of people sat on the ground, devoid of any anger. Qin Feng beckoned Lin Ku once more. What now? Are there any inspiring stories from the academy? Perhaps about an underdog triumphing? Lin Ku glanced at Bai Yin, senior brother. He was just a good-for-nothing who eventually became a nobody at the martial arts school. It was the principal who personally talked to him, and he finally turned over a new leaf. Go tell them. The more miserable they feel, the better. You scoundrel. You aren't seriously trying to bring down the martial arts academy, are you? Lin Ku looked at Qin Feng. Go. Thus, for one afternoon, Lin Ku spoke passionately, and even Bai Yin was moved to the brink of tears. Unable to endure any longer, he dashed out. Ling Xiaoya and Tang Xiaoxiao grew anxious. Come, plead with him. If nothing else, let us not fight. But Qin Feng remained unfazed, his focus on the battlefield. One by one, disciples of the martial arts academy were sent back to the city, while others rushed back into the fray. For a moment, morale plummeted until the final day when the game results were announced, igniting the flames of conflict to their peak. Everyone crouched on the ground, heads bowed in anguish. At last, Qin Feng emerged. Everyone, stand up. His words no longer held the same authority, for when they had followed him initially, they had vowed to seize a guild territory, yet now they were utterly defeated. Nevertheless, a few stood up hesitantly. You are not true warriors. You lack the confidence and charisma that a warrior should possess. Wang Quan exclaimed, Captain Qin, we truly do not comprehend those techniques. If it were a martial contest, we would rather die than back down. But these are beyond our understanding, and you refuse to explain. Qin Feng surveyed Wang Quan and the surrounding disciples. Is this the reason for your defeat? As warriors, your physical prowess is commendable, but once on the battlefield, you expect your enemies to engage you in mere physical combat? Will you concede if one day your opponent stands on the arena, wielding superior swordsmanship? You have not understood, but have you observed? What have you done in these 10 days? You did not discuss the enemy's techniques, nor did you study their strategies. Aside from wallowing in despair, you have accomplished nothing. At this, silence enveloped the crowd. Qin Feng continued, you consider yourselves to have emerged from a martial academy, thinking you can dominate in this game. I acknowledge your advantages. But if you remain a disarrayed bunch, do not even dream of approaching the guild's territory. Look ahead. For 10 days, what have you achieved? This is outside the city. This is not the realm of territorial conquest. What are you fighting for? In this guild contest, tell me, have you even seen a guild thus far? The crowd remained silent. Bai Yin returned, looking at Qin Feng. Boss, what should we do now? Qin Feng gazed at the sky, in the final moments. The game will likely provide a countdown reminder. Do not rush to attack the guild territory. Perfect your formations. Surely, you have practiced your offensive and defensive formations. Some of us have. That is not the issue. What is next? Bai Yin inquired. Then, carefully observe the enemy's moves. Remember, all of them. Yes. Bai Yin stood tall. Qin Feng glanced at the others. Yes, Captain. They all straightened up. Qin Feng nodded. In the last 3 hours of the guild war, focus on attacking the territory. Now, continue the fight. Qin Feng stepped back, leaning against the wall. At that moment, a cigarette would have been delightful. Hey, are you out of your mind? 3 hours to attack the guild territory? Those teams are not so easily defeated. Ling Xiaoya approached. She had been there for 10 days, expecting Qin Feng to lead the battle, but now he wished to wait. Qin Feng nodded. Wait it out. Trust me, you truly have remarkable patience. Ling Xiaoya turned around, storming off in a huff. In front of her, Bai Yin and his companions gradually began to find their rhythm. After being reprimanded by Qin Feng, each of them started to realize where they had gone astray. Indeed, these disciples from the martial arts academy had been somewhat arrogant, but now, that arrogance had been tempered over the past few days. However, Qin Feng did not wish to extinguish their fire. Rather, he sought to harness it, allowing it to build up until it ultimately erupted. For lunch, they enjoyed barbecued meat, which Qin Feng grilled himself, its aroma tantalizing. He indulged heartily. Eat well. We have work to do this afternoon. Are you all ready? Tang Xiaoxiao was the first to nod in agreement. Humph. Xiaoxiao, are you really going to follow his lead without question? I wonder how he plans to capture the guild territory in 3 hours. It's already taken us 2 hours to get from here to there. Ling Xiaoya rolled her eyes dramatically. Qin Feng stretched his limbs. That's hard to say, Sister Xiaoya. Care to place a bet? Bet? I absolutely do not believe you can. She retorted boldly. What are the stakes? Ling Xiaoya was not one to back down. 3 hours? They'll concede to you. Qin Feng extended his arm. Let us not get sidetracked. If you lose, you must obediently follow my orders. If you win, you can have your way. Can I take your scythe? Ling Xiaoya gazed at Qin Feng inquisitively. Not a chance. Do not entertain thoughts about the mixed river dragon and the scythe. Other matters can be negotiated. What else is there that anyone desires? Qin Feng glanced at Ling Xiaoya and casually tossed her a level 20 dagger. Perhaps that isn't a bad idea. Small monsters drop dark gold items. You never know what you might get. Let us discuss this. Qin Feng promptly reclaimed the dagger. Agree to my terms, follow my commands. And after we capture the guild, you will become one of the administrators. What does that entail? Agreed. Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoya accepted. Let us get started, brothers. I enjoy working with straightforward individuals. It's refreshing. Qin Feng directly traded the dagger to Ling Xiaoya, who immediately equipped it without a second thought. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao was beside herself with laughter. Xiaoxiao, what do you think? Wow, it's impressive. Just perfect for you. Ling Xiaoya admired her new dagger with satisfaction. Tang Xiaoxiao whispered. I once heard a legend that Feng Wumian's leg hair could cause one to spit blood. Ugh. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly covered her mouth. Qin Feng's gaze seemed to pierce through her, as if he might kill. Hee. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly attempted to charm him. Attention all players, in 4 hours. The guild competition results will be tallied. Players occupying the guild territory flag will gain usage rights. Players within the territory, please do not stray far from the guild flag. Qin Feng abruptly stood up. Lin Ku, gather everyone. Okay. Lin Ku responded, though she was puzzled, as Qin Feng's expression shifted suddenly, not in shock, but from a previously carefree demeanor to one of utmost seriousness. From this moment on, everyone must heed my commands. Otherwise, do not linger in this team. Qin Feng declared before turning to leave. You jerk. Ling Xiaoya clenched her fists. Qin Feng glanced back. Yes. Ling Xiaoya instantly straightened up. Still not moving? Qin Feng rushed into the battle zone, with several disciples from the martial arts academy already beginning to gather around him. Finally, their leader was taking action. Although they had been feeling quite frustrated lately, it seemed that upon Qin Feng's arrival, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Gather up. Everyone called out to one another. Slowly converging. Boss, what is the plan? We'll follow your lead. Bai Yin looked at Qin Feng, then yelled to those around him, stand straight. Yes. In an instant, the scene ignited with energy. The surrounding players buzzed with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, the momentum was undeniably intense. Qin Feng raised his voice. Everyone listen. Shield bearers in front, melee fighters on the sides, and ranged units behind me. Yes, Captain. The martial arts academy disciples were not lacking in determination. They formed lines with remarkable speed, even incorporating acrobatic flips, quickly arranging themselves into a square formation. Qin Feng, standing at the center, shouted, Tell me, how do you all feel today? Not great. Excellent. So what shall we do? Fight back. Do you want to fight with more vigor? Yes. Then utilize your strongest skills to engage in battle. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the first level 26 player. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the first level 27 player. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the first level 28 player. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the first level 29 player. From a distance, invisible players nearly halted all actions. Level 29? Is Lao Qin going insane? Has he really reached level 30? He Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Feng, is he serious? Mu Tian questioned with curiosity. Congratulations to player Qin Feng for becoming the first level 30 player. 30? Around tens of millions of players simultaneously expressed their astonishment. System important announcement. The order of the game realm has been altered. The true realm descends. Qin Feng surveyed his companions from the martial arts school in the snowy expanse. Brothers, if you embarrass yourselves now, I, Qin Feng, can offer no assistance. Kill. The martial arts academy erupted into a frenzy. The opening of the true realm system meant that the skills learned in the academy could finally be put to use. The difference between the true realm and the simulated realm lay in the fact that while the latter allowed for pain from external injuries, many areas remained protected. However, once this world transitioned into the true realm, everything changed. characters became nearly indistinguishable from reality, allowing for the full expression of techniques and abilities. For instance, during the simulation, the enemy shields could not be seized. However, in the realm of authenticity, the situation transforms entirely. One could approach with a shield, only to have it snatched away and their equipment stripped off. Even if the disciples of the martial academy refrained from such actions, the myriad of sword techniques and skills displayed simultaneously would surely leave others dazzled and unable to react. Following Qin Feng's commanding shout, all rushed forward. Beyond these aspects, in the state of authenticity, various attributes began to manifest their effects. Most disciples of the martial academy had invested in agility. Their habitual quick strikes necessitated such attributes. While this had previously gone unnoticed, the dynamics changed significantly now. Qin Feng, while accompanying the academy's disciples into battle, directed their efforts with precision. Within 2 hours, they had vanquished countless players, surging forth with fervor until they reached the guild territory. Opposing them, over 100 individuals stood vigilant, having defended their ground for some time. This territory was one they had captured, and in recent days, many sought to invade, yet none had succeeded. Unbeknownst to many, this was a coalition of scattered players. Why? Because for the past 10 days, Qin Feng had remained on the opposing side. Any ordinary guild, upon witnessing Qin Feng, would have understood his intentions and retreated long ago. Who was Qin Feng? When he fixated on a location, would he not strike? If he intended to leave, he would have done so already. His determination was resolute. Although many guilds were aware that Qin Feng had departed from the illustrious battle team, his presence here still commanded respect. Defend this place. Your task is to ensure no one approaches. Yes, President. Within the defensive zone, the defending team formed several ranks, various weapons poised at the entrance of the guild territory. Come on, it's our turn, Qin Feng declared, charging forward. Just one person? Boss. Bai Yin glanced back, nearly overwhelmed with shock. Kill, Qin Feng bellowed, his equipment transforming instantaneously. Simultaneously, the opposition surged toward him. With a swift motion, a colossal scythe was raised into the air, promptly grasped at an angle by Qin Feng. What? Is that Qin Feng? Run. Quick, flee. The 100 or so players, terrified by Qin Feng wielding a scythe, took only a few steps before turning to retreat. But could they truly escape? Qin Feng lunged forward with a powerful shield charge, then swung the scythe from side to side. In an instant, several adversaries were struck by the scythe, enduring immense pain from the dual assaults. The chilling glimmer of the scythe flashed before the opponent's eyes. 3 arcs of light vanished as dozens of white lights soared back toward the city. Hooray! After entering the state of authenticity, the furious Qin Feng raised both arms, his veins bulging, muscles appearing extraordinarily fierce, his blood-red eyes emanating dark glimmers that danced in tandem with his gaze, as if his very eyes radiated light. My goodness, is he not extraordinarily powerful? Bai Yin involuntarily exclaimed, quickly rectifying his remark. No, I meant, the boss is truly formidable. Bai Yin was somewhat accustomed to Qin Feng's prowess, having witnessed it before. However, the 300 or so academy disciples had only seen Qin Feng in action once. Akin to watching a television show and witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Ling Xiaoya, standing behind, grasped Tang Xiaoxiao's hand, both frozen in awe. Their eyes fixated on Qin Feng. This feels delightful. Qin Feng marveled at his arms, a sense of unprecedented strength coursing through him. Kill. He gazed ahead, leaping suddenly, soaring over 10 meters high, landing and sweeping the scythe forward. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Feng stood behind the adversaries, swinging the scythe back and forth. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 dozen white lights erupted, causing those untouched by the assault to nearly lose control in fear. Can we log off? Of course. Qin Feng can't stop you. After all, his great scythe can't sever your internet connection, can it? Several players hastily logged off, while the remainder hesitated, contemplating their next move. However, as they wavered, Qin Feng executed a horizontal slash with the scythe. A series of anguished cries erupted as countless white lights ascended into the air. A few fortunate ones, with minimal health remaining, managed to escape unscathed. Upon landing, they turned to flee, prompting Qin Feng to point at the airborne enemies. Ranged. Eliminate them. Understood. At that moment, the others recalled that they too had come to assault the guild territory. They had genuinely believed they were uninvolved, leaving all the work to Qin Feng, who had captivated them to the point of near stupor. Observing the others engaging, Qin Feng promptly called out again, Xiao Xiao, Bai Yin, follow me. A squad of team members finally coalesced, ready for their first collaborative effort. Within the guild area, Qin Feng's scythe could not unleash its full potential due to the numerous structures present. After dispatching the outer guards, the inner defenders would require more than just Qin Feng's might to overcome. The terrain was complex, necessitating teamwork. Qin Feng switched to a new set of equipment, wielding a short axe, and swiftly allocated his recent upgrade points to agility. Qin Feng, level 30. Class, Berserker. Strength, 300. Agility, 570. Stamina, 300. Health, 3000. Intelligence, 330. Magic, 210. Potential points, 0. Experience, 15110. Skills, basic sword chi, quick stab, upward slash, shield charge. Life skill, architect. These attributes reflect Qin Feng's innate capabilities. Disregarding any equipment modifiers. His agility of 570 stemmed from a previous allocation of 30 points, which, amid such numerous attributes, could be overlooked. With an agility of 570, one can approximately enhance their reaction speed by 57, a speed that is layered based on one's percentage, equivalent to a 50% increase in reflexes. Caution is warranted, for in the final stages, enemies are certain to lie in ambush. The Berserker shall augment attributes. Excellent. The Berserker begins to play, boosting both offense and defense by 200, rendering us invincible. Berserker, follow me. Xiao Xiao, Lin Ku, hold the center. Xiaoya, guard the rear. Understood. The group reconfirms their positions. Qin Feng swiftly moves ahead, maintaining a distance from the others. Upon rounding the corner, within 300 meters, across the suspension bridge, stands the battle flag. Yet at this moment, Qin Feng halts. At the entrance, a lowly minion exclaims, "Boss, why have we stopped?" Bai Yin catches up, peering ahead, yet sees no one. Why not charge forward? The enemies possess a plethora of mages and archers. Advancing into the center would result in concentrated fire, a troublesome predicament. Qin Feng furrows his brow, aware that even his team fears encountering such scattered players. Sometimes, these players act unpredictably, disregarding the balance of offense and defense, and can hide dozens of archers in one spot. When revealed, they unleash a barrage that none can withstand. They may ultimately be disorganized, yet they can shatter a team in an instant. For instance, should they focus their fire on Qin Feng, it would undoubtedly frustrate him. With a deep breath, Qin Feng acknowledges that the moment of truth has arrived. After boosting his agility so significantly, this day was precisely what he awaited. Xiao Xiao, prepare here, Bai Yin. Protect Xiao Xiao and Lin Ku. The moment I charge out, the enemy will inevitably concentrate their fire on me. For each enemy that reveals themselves, we shall eliminate them one by one. Stay composed. When the opportunity arises, prioritize dispatching the players swiftly. Xiaoya, maneuver from the left and exploit your assassin's advantage, dealing triple damage with backstabs. Whether I survive hinges upon your prowess. Qin Feng, perhaps I should draw their fire? My speed is exceptional. Ling Xiaoya understands that the task of attracting fire is arduous, but so too is the responsibility of launching the attack. The relationship between the two roles is delicate. The faster one kills, the lesser the threat to the one drawing fire. However, should the latter fall upon engaging, the efforts of those killing would be in vain. Qin Feng glances at Ling Xiaoya. Can you guarantee your survival? This query leaves Ling Xiaoya speechless. Had she been able to ensure her safety, would she have been forced to endure your relentless onslaught back to the novice village? Qin Feng places a hand on Ling Xiaoya's shoulder, stating, teammates are partners forged in mutual trust. I have faith in you. Turning to Bai Yin, he admonishes, do not unleash the skeletons. Remember, do not venture out even at the cost of your life. Should I fall, I shall return immediately, guarding this position and ensuring those outside perish one by one. We must not forsake this path. Affirmative, boss. With a nod to his comrades, Qin Feng charges forth alone, without a moment's hesitation. Ling Xiaoya glances at Tang Xiao Xiao, vanishing into stealth. Qin Feng dashes towards the suspension bridge, where the structure is flanked by colossal rocks, forming a vast depression. He had anticipated 100 potential ambushers, yet the terrain proved more intricate than he envisioned. Upon reaching the bridge, he surveys his surroundings and rushes toward it. Suddenly, arrows whiz through the air. A smile curls at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Indeed, they are scattered players, too eager, with a few deft movements. He effortlessly dodges the arrows, while the exposed adversaries are clearly unprepared for Qin Feng's remarkable speed. Damn, an assassin? Get him. A dozen foes, abandoning their hidden positions to engage Qin Feng, charge forth. Excellent. Qin Feng had been contemplating how to handle the situation, and the enemy's advance simplified his task. Shield charge. With a swift maneuver, Qin Feng closes the distance to an opponent. Seizing the enemy by the collar, he executes a flawless suplex. The unfortunate soul plummets into the abyss. The cries of despair echo for an extended moment. Indeed, death in the game allows for a return to the city, yet the thrill of the experience is undeniable. Get back. The remaining adversaries, stricken with fear, pale at the sight. What skills does this guy possess? Can assassins even perform such feats? With a powerful swing of his axe, Qin Feng ensnares another slow-moving foe, launching him into the air. A few paces forward, he refrains from executing a follow-up kick, instead turning and delivering a kick, sending the hapless player over the cliff's edge. Backstab. An armored foe, incensed, leaps towards Qin Feng with a jump strike, intent on sending him tumbling down as well. At that moment, Qin Feng deftly sidesteps, sweeping his short axe towards the ground. With a sharp clang, the assailant loses balance mid-leap, helplessly watching as he tumbles towards the chasm below. No, no, brother. The unfortunate combatant watches in horror as Qin Feng delivers a pat to his back. The weapon slips from his grasp, hands flailing for something to hold on to. Yet before him lies an endless abyss. Grasping at air cannot halt his descent. Retreat. Fall back. The remaining 8 adversaries, 4 warriors and 4 archers, quickly comprehend that their opponents are not a coordinated unit. Rather, they are a randomly assigned team. 1 to 2 warriors accompany each archer, and with such complex terrain, they block a path, allowing only one through. Initially, the 4 archers had intended to observe the skirmish, but within moments, 3 of their comrades had perished, leaving them in a state of shock. They hastily raised their hands to attack. An arrow struck the man with precision, causing blood to gush forth. The fellow widened his eyes in terror, clearly unaccustomed to the brutal reality of the situation. Help! Help! Call an ambulance! He screamed, thoroughly frightened, to the point of calling for an ambulance. What the hell? This is a game. Why call an ambulance? Fool! Just drink a health potion and you'll be fine. Oh, indeed. The lad hastily produced a health potion, but just as he was about to drink it, a shard of ice and a fireball suddenly hurtled towards him from behind. In that instant, 8 individuals scattered, but before the lad could consume the potion, he was struck by an arrow. Qin Feng observed that his health was severely depleted. 2 arrows had dealt considerable damage, likely enhanced by additional skill effects. An opportunity was at hand. As the health potion neared his lips, Qin Feng charged forward with a shield, lifting him into the air. Qin Feng was resolute, convinced that the lad was doomed. Before witnessing Tang Xiaoxiao's combat prowess, he would not have acted so decisively, but having re-evaluated this virtuous gold-hearted individual, Qin Feng no longer underestimated him. A flash of white light appeared, and the fellow, unable to drink the health potion, was struck by 3 arrows, sending him soaring back to Freedom City. With a swift motion, Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes with his short axe, deflecting the blades of 4 warriors, sending one back to the city. He quickly consumed a health potion. While nearby, an archer, in the midst of drawing his bow, was swiftly dispatched by Ling Xiaoyao with a dagger. Damn, another assassin? The remaining 2 archers were taken aback, turning to flee. Who would dare to attack these formidable foes? Brother, what are you doing? Qin Feng seized both archers with ease. Bastards, why aren't you helping? One archer's voice quivered in fear. At that moment, Qin Feng's equipment shimmered. Grasping the archers as if they were mere chicks, he hurled them off a distant cliff. They soared over the heads of the warriors, who could only watch in astonishment as the archers fell 30 meters down. What kind of strength do you possess? The warriors were dumbfounded. This scoundrel was treating them like arrows. Shield charge. Qin Feng bellowed, invigorating himself. He thrust his shield forward, sending the 2 warriors hurtling away. With a strength of 1,300, could these 2 possibly withstand it? Both were launched as if struck by a pillar. No, brother, it was a mistake. Don't do this. With a sputter of blood, the warrior too returned to the city. Ling Xiaoya glanced at Qin Feng, who smiled slightly. Well done. Oh, thank goodness. Ling Xiaoya lowered her head, feeling shy for the first time. If their female assistant were to witness this, she might very well take Ling Xiaoya to the hospital to check her sanity. Xiaoya, do you see that narrow path? Be cautious. I will create a distraction. Take the opportunity to strike. MHM. Ling Xiaoya nodded. Just as she was about to depart, Qin Feng pulled her back. Let me ask you a question in secret. Qin Feng whispered mysteriously. Hey, what is up? Your gaze is peculiar. Ling Xiaoya eyed Qin Feng warily. Why was he looking at her like that? What about that skill? Huh. Hee. What skill? Ling Xiaoya felt a wave of embarrassment. This rascal. This one. My skill has 2 branches below. After choosing, can it be changed? Hey. That is a question for the warrior mentor. Isn't it the same? You understand. I don't understand. You must understand. Xiaoya. This is a crucial moment for our guild. I have my judgments, but I need your precise answer. Can it be changed? No. Ling Xiaoya replied, her head bowed. Oh, so, it means I must choose a direction? After much deliberation, Qin Feng ultimately selected the upward branch, the skyward kick. After reaching level 30, the skill underwent a minor transformation. The skill slots expanded to over 10, but 3 recesses appeared below. Qin Feng realized that his current upward kick was at the proficient stage, revealing 2 branches below. Although he understood, he was uncertain whether the skill could be altered. In past games, skills could be selectively enhanced, but without skill points here, it was unclear if he could add another after this one. Seeking confirmation from Ling Xiaoya was prudent. Once decided, Qin Feng waved his hand. Let us go. We likely have over an hour. No need to rush. But we must not be overly complacent. They parted ways, with Qin Feng charging towards a nearby structure, situated close to the battle flag. As he appeared, silhouettes emerged around him. Haha, fool, kill him. A flurry of diverse magic spells rained down upon Qin Feng, chaotic and relentless. Even the most skilled are daunted by a disordered assault. Qin Feng, as a technique-focused player, was particularly vulnerable to such unexpected magical onslaughts. The attacks were indiscriminate, and at times, he stood unscathed. Yet facing such opponents was undeniably awkward. Qin Feng evaded clumsily. They were indeed unorthodox in their approach, but their weaknesses were glaring. After one wave of spells, they struggled to connect with the next, granting Qin Feng ample time to slip into the building and hide. Prepare yourselves. Don't rush. I refuse to believe this lad won't emerge. Haha, you're surrounded. Come out. Hiding is pointless. One of the assailants shouted below. Yet, after a considerable time, there was no response from Qin Feng. What should we do, leader? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he was surrounded by a group of casual players. What could he do? He would wait, and when the time was right, if they dared to emerge, he would swiftly eliminate them. The group leader spoke up. Qin Feng observed that the speaker was clad in leather armor, presumably an archer. Xiaoya, did you see that archer? Take him down. Understood, Ling Xiaoya replied. However, it was easier said than done. That fellow was encircled, and it wasn't as simple as just taking him out. With a quick glance, Ling Xiaoya stealthily appeared from beneath a rock and approached the crowd. Hey, who are you? What a silly question. I'm just a girl from the group. Move aside. She pushed past a warrior and turned to leave. Damn, the group leader is lucky. Such a beautiful girl, what a steal. The warrior muttered under his breath. Ling Xiaoya made her way through, while the others were puzzled by her sudden appearance. In this moment of peace and camaraderie, they wondered if they had simply overlooked her presence before. Is that scoundrel really not coming out? The group leader crouched on the rock, observing below. He turned to call someone to check it out. Hey, miss, where are you from? What do you want? Give me the Hall Master, and I'll tell you. Ling Xiaoya replied nonchalantly, staring at the ground. Hall Master? What Hall Master? You fool, the Hall Master of the guild. Ling Xiaoya shot him a glare. Miss, the Hall Masters are the big brothers of the group. Can we negotiate? The group leader whispered beside her. How tiresome. Turn around, stop staring at me. Ling Xiaoya feigned annoyance. Anything else? Let's discuss. What is your name in the group? Ling Xiaoya smiled lightly. I'll tell you after the fight. Didn't you say you were quite fierce? I don't believe it. TCH. Is that even a challenge? With my skills, do you know who I learned from? Feng Wuyin. We used to be roommates. The group leader boasted. Who? Feng Wuyin? Seriously? You know him? Ling Xiaoya exclaimed, suddenly elated. What else is there to say? We're old pals. The group leader beamed, standing on the rock with his right foot planted firmly. Suddenly, he shouted, Here he comes. Get him. The group leader spotted Qin Feng charging out towards him and immediately pointed, causing everyone's attention to converge on the scene, unleashing a barrage of spells. A dull thud echoed. The group leader turned his head. Whoa, that's a lot of blood. Ling Xiaoya swiftly plunged a dagger, and the group leader was instantly transformed into a streak of white light as he vanished. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. One warrior turned to Ling Xiaoya. Sister, you just stabbed our group leader. What is going on? How did you manage to kill him? Ling Xiaoya looked at everyone with feigned innocence. I didn't mean to. Saying this, she leaped off the edge. Hey, everyone rushed to peer over the rocks. Qin Feng had already dashed below, catching Ling Xiaoya as she fell, and they bolted away together. As they ran, Ling Xiaoya glanced back and made a face. Goodness, they're in cahoots. Let us get them. In the City of Freedom. The group leader stood bewildered at the resurrection point. I just killed her. Who is she? He mumbled while rushing out, confused about what had happened, how he died. And who was responsible? That was ruthless. Qin Feng remarked while running, glancing at Ling Xiaoya. It's all your fault, otherwise, I wouldn't have had to do that. Ling Xiaoya pouted at Qin Feng. Isn't it all for the group? Don't worry, I'll remember your contribution. Xiaoya, they will undoubtedly rush in here impulsively. You must immediately call for help and set an ambush in the narrow path. Follow my instructions and be ready to strike at any moment. Ling Xiaoya vanished as she became invisible. Qin Feng took refuge in a secure spot, leaning against the edge, waiting for the enemies to enter. These players were heavily restricted by the rocks, and, at first, they remained calm while waiting for Qin Feng. However, as time passed, their patience began to wane. After all, they needed to descend and claim the flag. Otherwise, even if the battle ended, Qin Feng would not secure the territory, nor would they. Their ambush was indeed part of the group leader's strategy to stage a surprise attack for fun, but ultimately, the goal was to seize the flag. Two of you, go stand by the flag. Someone shouted, and immediately, a few understood the implication, rushing down. 3 players charged in, 1 mage and 2 warriors. Among them was a shield warrior and another wielding a 2-handed axe, both boasting formidable defenses. The 3 descended rapidly, and Qin Feng zeroed in on the mage, launching himself forward. Sky kick. With the skill activated, Qin Feng soared backward, delivering a kick that struck the mage's chin, propelling both into the air. The mage was completely unprepared, suddenly lifted into the sky. Before he could utter a word of shock, Qin Feng executed a series of aerial kicks, sending him flying toward the entrance. With a fierce grab, Qin Feng's equipment glimmered as he hurled it forward. Wait, stop! As Qin Feng made his move, the two warriors became alert. One shield warrior charged directly at him. Qin Feng pivoted, colliding shield against shield. Bang! The warrior was sent flying over 10 meters. With his level over 20 and strength exceeding 400, he was utterly outmatched by Qin Feng's 1003. Without wasting words, Qin Feng targeted the two-handed axe warrior, preparing for another sky kick. This skill required the user to leap and strike the opponent's chin with their toes, lifting them upward while simultaneously following through with additional kicks. However, as Qin Feng was still unfamiliar with the skill, this was only his second attempt, and he struggled with the follow-up kicks. Fortunately, the axe warrior wore a helmet, making it easier for Qin Feng to execute the kick compared to the mage. 140 seconds at the cliff, Part 2. Although Qin Feng was somewhat unaccustomed to the techniques, his reflexes were equally decisive. In the fleeting moment of soaring into the air, Qin Feng strained to look back, and with his ample strength, he thrust his right foot forward. With his back turned to the canyon, he flipped over to face it directly, dragging the warrior along as he hurtled towards the abyss. Damn, how despicable. No. Turning around, Qin Feng seized the shield warrior attempting to rise and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the warrior was struck as if by a dinosaur, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered backward. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in pain. After all, fighting barehanded against iron armor was indeed a challenge. Following that, he delivered a swift kick to the shield warrior's chest, causing the armor to crumple inward, and with a pained scream, the warrior plummeted down the cliff. This cliff was indeed perfect. With it, Qin Feng almost achieved a one-hit defeat of his opponent. There, eliminate him. A swarm of players surged downwards, charging at Qin Feng, while archers in the distance quickly adjusted their aim to attack him. Oh, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. What an opportune moment. Bai Yin, bring the others up. Brothers, let's go. Behind Qin Feng, Bai Yin received the message and immediately sprang into action, being the first to rush forward. What the hell? So many of them. The hidden players had just charged down, and they quickly turned in a panic to retreat. With a distance of over 100 meters, crossing the suspension bridge would guarantee safety. Was there still time to run back amidst this chaos? Qin Feng feared that the enemy would guard the bridge, as dozens of archers positioned on the opposite side could easily thwart any charge, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to cross at a time. Just the basic attacks would be impossible to withstand. However, now that the enemy had revealed their target, the threat of the bridge dissipated. Bai Yin and the others rushed to Qin Feng's side. Brothers, attack. Go. The players defending the point realized that continuing to hold their ground was futile. They were too scattered and would be easily overwhelmed if charged. Although they were casual players, they were seasoned gamers, and many began to regroup swiftly. Break through them. Qin Feng charged forward fiercely, with dozens of players clustered together. If they protected the mages behind, it would spell disaster. Precision shot. Tang Xiaoxiao quickly locked onto one in the center. Poison mist. Ling Xiaoya also unleashed a poison mist ahead. Damn. Run. Assassin's poison. Shield warrior, take the hits from afar. A voice cried out from the crowd. Ranged. Upon hearing that shout, Qin Feng quickly glanced towards the center of the enemy formation. Shield charge. After 2 swift charges, Qin Feng closed in on the group of shield warriors. Get down. Qin Feng suddenly sheathed his weapon and shield, reaching out to grab 2 shield warriors, flinging both them and their equipment backwards with great force. What the hell? Everyone present stared in astonished disbelief at Qin Feng. What kind of strength was this? Just then, from within the enemy ranks, a shield warrior wielding a single-handed axe like Qin Feng charged forth. A flash of light appeared, and Qin Feng sharply turned his gaze towards that individual. With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng had his shield ready. Bang! The two collided, causing Qin Feng to stagger back 3 steps, secretly astonished. Such formidable strength. 141 The 4 great elders in the group. Part 1. Still hiding a master? Qin Feng eyed the individual, who was indeed formidable, clad in dark golden gear, undoubtedly among the elite at level 20. Qin Feng Luoying, level 23, shield warrior. Kid, quite impressive, aren't you? Qin Feng Luoying regarded Qin Feng. In this game, aside from the absence of names, such siege battles also concealed identities, meaning neither player knew who the other was. This might be designed for better immersion. If players had names displayed above their heads, it would detract from the immersive experience. Let us see how it goes. Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. How about we exchange a few moves? Qin Feng dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his short axe. But to his surprise, the opponent remained remarkably composed. Shield charge. Bang. Qin Feng was knocked backward. This was the first time he had been struck by a shield. as he was usually the one delivering the blows. As Qin Feng flew away, Qin Feng Luoying wore a confident smile. Ridiculous. A horizontal slash was unleashed. A feint from Qin Feng Luoying, while his true skill lay in the following technique. Earth Splitter. Qin Feng Luoying leaped into the air, his short axe glowing red as he brought it crashing down to the ground. The earth split open instantly beneath Qin Feng, sending him sliding towards an unfathomable chasm. Return to your city, rookie. Qin Feng Luoying looked down on Qin Feng, spitting dismissively. Is that so? Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Qin Feng Luoying looked up abruptly, puzzled by Qin Feng's strange grin. Below was the abyss, and if he fell, it would be the end. Where did this confidence come from? Floating kick. Qin Feng executed a floating kick midair, propelling himself towards Qin Feng Luoying, who was descending towards the ground. Wow. Qin Feng Luoying was caught completely off guard, sent flying by Qin Feng's kick. Upon landing, Qin Feng grasped his waist and yanked him back violently. Qin Feng Luoying, suspended in midair, had no means to resist. Skyward kick. Qin Feng performed a graceful backflip, sending Qin Feng Luoying soaring forward for a distance. Damn. Qin Feng Luoying realized he was about to plummet into the very pit created by his own earth splitter, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Earth spike. Almost in a moment of despair for Qin Feng Luoying, just as victory seemed imminent for Qin Feng, a mage burst forth from the crowd. A yellowish glow emanated from the staff, and an earth spike appeared directly beneath Qin Feng Luoying's feet. Although the ground spikes could harm Qin Feng Luoying, they also propelled him back into the air, precisely directing him towards Qin Feng's vicinity. Oh, Qin Feng turned to look. The mage's equipment was quite impressive. Qin Feng Luoying, execute your jump slash. The mage advised. In the air, Qin Feng Luoying, still in shock, suddenly brightened at the suggestion. He swung his short axe fiercely towards Qin Feng. Do you think this will save you? Qin Feng countered, launching a powerful strike with his left hand that not only blocked the jump slash, but also sent Qin Feng Luoying hurtling towards the cliff like a cannonball. A perfectly executed rescue, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The mage wore an awkward expression, gritting his teeth as he glared at Qin Feng. You scoundrel. With a flourish, the mage planted his staff before him and began to wave it back and forth, causing massive stones to coalesce, hurtling towards Qin Feng. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through his lower back. Phew, that was too easy. Ling Xiaoya clapped her hands, watching a white light shoot forth. The backstab dealt triple damage. Against a warrior, it might require an additional strike, but no one at this level could withstand Ling Xiaoya's backstab. Splendid. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Be careful. Out of nowhere, an arrow sped towards Ling Xiaoya. Sensing the imminent danger, she immediately dodged, but her reflexes were too slow. The arrow pierced through her right arm, causing her immense pain. Humph. Silly girl, perish. The archer, clad in dark gold, and one of the 4 elite players in the group, was a level 24 archer named One Arrow Soul. Lock on. Sniper. Once the archer locked onto her head, the combination with the long-range sniper skill made his attack more formidable than that of an assassin. The only downside was the time it took, unlike an assassin, who could strike silently and vanish before one even realized they had been attacked. Just as One Arrow Soul prepared to release his sniper shot, a white feathered arrow shot forth, striking him in the head with unerring precision. Xiao Xiao. Love you. Ling Xiaoya pouted at Tang Xiao Xiao, signaling a kiss. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, with all this fine equipment, how could Jean de Chanrin not be a part of their team? Moreover, the archers of the elven race were truly professionals, while human archers still fell short. Glancing around his team, Qin Feng mused that there should be one more. Wasn't there a healer among the group? He looked towards the back of the crowd and spotted a beautiful woman who had not lifted her gaze. It was she. Qin Feng charged forward with a shield strike. This was a siege battle, and all players must be eliminated. Hey, don't hide. It's just a game. Come on, don't be afraid. As he pulled her hand, slowly approaching the cliff, she exclaimed, must you be so reckless? She finally looked up at Qin Feng. He retorted, would you prefer a different fate? Brother, let me go? The girl, flustered, attempted to act cute. Qin Feng shrugged, all right. With that, he genuinely turned away. The girl's head was immediately pierced by an arrow. You bastard. You tricked me? The girl was a healer, undoubtedly possessing high vitality, and quickly cast a healing spell on herself. A shadow emerged behind her, lunging with a dagger. Qin Feng shook his head. Can I really stop such things? The girl returned to the city of freedom, filled with resentment. Humph. I detest those who act cute. Ling Xiaoyu examined the dagger in her hand, thrilled by the critical hit. Qin Feng surveyed the others present. Apart from the 4 hidden elites, the rest of the players were greatly lacking. With over half an hour remaining in the battle, Qin Feng urged the academy disciples, hurry. This is no joke. If there are still hidden players here after half an hour, all our efforts will be in vain. Eliminate them and find the others hiding. Quickly. Understood, Captain. The Academy disciples were unfamiliar with such a directive. Of course, every battle has its hidden strategies. After half a day, not a single assassin had been spotted. Did they truly believe that an alliance of over 200 players had no assassins among them? If, at the last moment of battle, a few assassins managed to sneak in, that would indeed be infuriating. Qin Feng disregarded these thoughts, calling a few to the center to encircle the battle flag, while instructing others to randomly strike about to check for hidden assassins. Be cautious, this is essential. These individuals were all shield warriors, holding their shields to form 3 layers of protection. Qin Feng stood in the center with 5 others, while the rest of the disciples positioned themselves at the drawbridge. This configuration would make it nearly impossible for anyone to breach within half an hour. Assassins were certainly present, with at least 20 among 200 players. However, due to Qin Feng's deployment, they found no opportunity to strike. The strongest backstab could not reach the enemy's rear, and in a frontal confrontation, any assassin that revealed themselves would be swiftly dealt with by the shield warriors. Some hidden figures murmured among themselves and decided to abandon their efforts. The external teams could not break through, as they realized others were assisting the defenders. Consequently, the assassins chose to log out, reappearing only outside the territory once it had been claimed. Qin Feng remained oblivious to their discussions within the group. However, half an hour is not a long time. The guild territory battle concluded, and only upon the announcement did Qin Feng finally relax. Having secured the flag naturally granted them the right to use the guild territory, and instantly, cheers erupted from within the territory. Bai Yin gazed at Qin Feng with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, this is exhilarating." Haha. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Bai Yin, take a moment to explore the surroundings with the brothers. This will be our future camp. I will step out for a while." "Oh, all right." Bai Yin cheerfully departed. Qin Feng changed his gear and made his way slowly towards the edge of the territory. "Go, where are you headed?" Tang Xiao and Ling Xiaoya followed closely behind. Qin Feng responded with a faint smile. "There are individuals waiting for me at the entrance. Come, let me introduce you." Ling Xiaoya approached, inquiring, "What is really going on?" "Xiaoya, what's the matter?" Tang Xiao looked at Ling Xiaoya. Ling Xiaoya remarked, Xiao, do you genuinely think we have won the battle? Have you not noticed that this prime location is devoid of any major guilds?" "Oh, that is true. I was puzzled as to why only these scattered players are guarding it," Tang Xiao replied. Ling Xiaoya shot a glare at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel Fenggo, did you seek assistance?" "Xiaoya, please refrain from such remarks." Tang Xiao playfully swatted Ling Xiaoya's arm. Ling Xiaoya turned to Qin Feng, asking, "Is that not correct?" Qin Feng smiled subtly. "This is merely a resource. It is just a matter of utilization. What is the cost?" Ling Xiaoya's concern remained fixed on this aspect. Qin Feng shook his head, "Not much. I dispatched 9 frontline members to the Beichuan battle team, merely to assist in holding one flank. Let alone Beichuan, even my 9 brothers would not stand idly by, would they? As for the other side, I promised Mu Tian 20 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment." 20 pieces? Ling Xiaoya nearly collapsed from disbelief. Once Mu Tian reaches level 30, he will undoubtedly become a dominant force in the game. Qin Feng chuckled, "Not necessarily. What if I provided him with 20 identical pieces of equipment?" "Ugh, why are you so wicked?" Ling Xiaoya laughed until her abdomen ached. She could hardly wait to witness Mu Tian's expression when he wielded, for instance, 20 pieces of dark gold gear. Qin Feng approached with a grin. "Let us conduct some business. Should you desire other equipment, feel free to purchase it from my guild." Qin Feng observed the jubilant academy disciples within the courtyard and sighed with a wry smile. This is a professional level battle, without the Beichuan and Tianya teams. Could these 300 novices truly emerge victorious? I do not doubt their potential, but they require time. From the outset, Qin Feng refrained from appearing, as he wished to avoid provoking his rival guilds. Otherwise, upon receiving word, he would face the onslaught of at least 4 or 5 major guilds. Thus, he patiently waited, biding his time for the final day of the game to take action. At that moment, others would find it difficult to create trouble, as they could not abandon the territory they had painstakingly secured to venture here. Even with mounts, the journey would take over an hour. Without them, it would consume an entire afternoon. By the time they arrived, the battle would likely have concluded. Previously, Beichuan and Tianya had exuded an air of inevitability, directly securing 2 points while blocking exits from other locations. Here, most players were scattered, and major guilds believed the conflict was merely a spectacle, thus they did not arrive. Beichuan and Tianya simultaneously integrated these scattered players into their ranks, creating chaos in the periphery, essentially accomplishing their task. During their siege, they also sealed off the 2 roads flanking this area. Afterward, Qin Feng instructed the academy disciples to further disrupt the surroundings, who would still pay attention here. Qin Feng understood that the academy disciples would not engage deeply in battle. He did this intentionally to inflict a blow while reserving his ultimate move. For 10 days, had Qin Feng remained idle in the corner, He had consistently exchanged information with the two major teams while observing the talents of these academy disciples. He aimed to identify at least 10 to form a first and second team. This was imperative. Thus, over these days, Qin Feng had been quite busy. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Feng spotted He Ziming and Mu Tian. Congratulations, old Qin. He Ziming approached and exchanged a high five with Qin Feng, followed by Mu Tian. This is all thanks to your assistance, Qin Feng replied cordially. Captain Qin, if you're establishing a guild, why not include us? Gu Hai and other team members stepped forward. Qin Feng regarded them, stating, there will be no remuneration here, and this is merely a guild, not a battle team. Whether we can compete remains uncertain. Isn't it wonderful as it is? We are neighbors. If there is nothing going on, feel free to visit. I won't kick you out. Hee. Gu Hai chuckled. Recognizing that the game would span a long duration, encountering Qin Feng here was indeed pleasant. Everyone, I must attend to guild matters, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Do come by whenever you wish. He Ziming, I will reserve a shop for you at no charge. Haha, do you really think I am preparing to give you anything? He Ziming shot back with a playful eye roll. And who are these two? You rascal. There are truly many ladies. He Ziming remarked, glancing awkwardly at Luo Xiaoying. The two waved at the group. Ling Xiaoya introduced herself. I am Ling Xiaosuya. As a gamer, one naturally shares their in-game name. Tang Xiao was taken aback. Jean de Shanren. What the heck? This is unbelievable. Jean de Shanren? Old Jean, how come you are a girl? Mu Tian chimed in. Old Jean? Is that correct? You don't seem like one. That is true. Tang Xiao chuckled awkwardly. However, He Ziming and Mu Tian, both friends of Jean de Shanren, had always believed he was a male and were now utterly flabbergasted. Ing Erjia. Tang Xiao waved her hand, and Luo Xiaoying smiled politely at her. I never expected you to be Jean de Shanren. Hey, could it be that this fellow only recruited you upon discovering you were a girl? How could that be? Tang Xiao responded with an awkward smile. By the way, we should head back. The guild has matters to attend to. I shall not disturb you. Tang Xiao grasped Ling Xiaoya's hand and turned to leave. Ling Xiaoya let out a sigh and followed Tang Xiao as they departed. Qin Feng glanced over. And soon after, He Ziming and Mu Tian also took their leave, granting Qin Feng and Luo Xiaoying some time alone. Are you still upset? Qin Feng directed his gaze toward Luo Xiaoying. No. Forget it. It's all in the past. Hey, you, Luo Xiaoying looked at the departing Tang Xiao and Ling Xiaoya. Qin Feng smiled faintly, saying, they are merely teammates. Do not dwell on it. Who is dwelling on it? They clearly are not. Feng Ge, why did you invite those individuals? Luo Xiaoying was perplexed by this matter. Given Qin Feng's capabilities, joining a proper team would pose no issue. However, his current approach suggests he may not wish to join a team at all. It's too early to say. Give me a bit more time. Perhaps I will uncover the answer. Qin Feng himself was uncertain about his inner thoughts, yet at this moment, he at least possessed a goal. Or perhaps this was merely a desire and hope nestled within him. However, it was still just the beginning. Many circumstances could not proceed according to Qin Feng's wishes, and he was unable to provide Luo Xiaoying with an immediate answer regarding success or failure. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng returned to the territory alone. Boss, you're back? Bai Yin approached, visibly excited. This was the newly acquired territory of the main city, and once the guild was established, Bai Yin would feel an immense sense of pride stepping out into the world. Yes, Bai Yin, summon everyone here, all of them. As he spoke, Qin Feng made his way to the plaza in the backyard. Understood, boss. Bai Yin recognized that this was a call for a briefing. With the guild about to be established, the president surely had a few words to share. The backyard plaza was spacious, unlike the front courtyard, which was merely a small area for flag capturing. The backyard boasted a training ground and living quarters, offering ample space. Qin Feng seated himself on the platform of the training ground, gazing into the distance. A few individuals were approaching, and within 10 minutes, everyone had arrived. Each person stood scattered, resembling a disorganized collection of sand. Is this how you all behave at the martial academy? Qin Feng's eyes seemed to ignite with fire as he surveyed the crowd below. Captain, this isn't the martial academy. We've finally been granted a break. You're not going to put us through military training again, are you? Indeed. Captain, isn't this just a meeting? This should suffice. Bai Yin turned to the crowd. Silence. What is wrong with you all? Just because we're not at the martial academy, you've forgotten your roots? Stand straight. All of you. Yes. Bai Yin's words held considerable authority, and Qin Feng noted that these youngsters, though resilient in battle, reverted to their previous carefree demeanor now that victory was theirs. Moreover, it was crucial to note that these individuals believed they were now invincible, their egos likely inflated by their newfound strength. Qin Feng was too weary to be concerned. The foremost task now was to successfully establish the guild. The guild was named Jin Wu Min, a title derived from Tang Xiaoxiao's name in the martial academy. For the reasoning was simple. Qin Wu Min and Feng Wu Min lacked appeal, and after surveying options, Jin Wu Min, named after the benevolent Tang Xiaoxiao, was deemed most fitting. The division of roles was straightforward, 4 hall masters and 1 vice president. From the perspective of the martial academy, Bai Yin was the obvious choice for vice president, as managing numerous disciples from the academy would be more effective in his hands. Qinglong Hall was tasked with maintaining order and defending against external threats, led by Wang Quan. Baihu Hall was responsible for mission issuance, overseen by Ling Xiaoya. Zhuke Hall managed commerce and pharmaceuticals, directed by Tang Xiaoxiao. Xuanwu Hall was in charge of internal logistics, led by Lin Ku. Meanwhile, Bai Yin served as the master of the Loyal and Righteous Hall and also held the position of vice president, with Qin Feng as the president. After delegating responsibilities, Qin Feng entrusted Bai Yin with the ensuing matters. With the guild battle concluded, players were not inclined to gather. Upon completing the appointments, Qin Feng returned to Free City. What a lively atmosphere. Players had returned to the city, and it was nearly filled to capacity. Some players claimed to have seen dragons, others spoke of flying monsters, while still others mentioned encounters with angels. Whether these stories were true or mere embellishments, Qin Feng had no interest in partaking in them. At this moment, he headed straight for the Warrior Guild, as he had heard that members could finally receive maps within their respective guilds. Qin Feng acquired a map as well, though it was not handed to him directly. Instead, upon arrival, an instructor would imprint the map into one's mind, akin to having visited the location previously. The information on this map was extraordinarily comprehensive. It detailed various pathways in the surrounding areas, and the city's teleportation stations had also been activated. After achieving full authenticity, players could freely teleport between multiple main cities. Yet, most players remained bound to Free City, as it served as a gathering point, making it the most vibrant locale. At this juncture, what captivated Qin Feng most was the World Legion. Upon receiving the map, he could visualize the terrain in his mind, and the Legion fortress was marked with 2 swords, clearly indicating it was an attackable location. The nearest Legion fortress was a 5-day journey away. I must act swiftly. Qin Feng hurriedly messaged Bai Yin, for the guild's initial funding was to be acquired from this level 25 Legion fortress. What? A Legion fortress? Excellent. Boss, we are on our way. Bai Yin promptly gathered a team, and Qin Feng instructed him to bring no more than 100 individuals. Soon, Bai Yin and his companions arrived, and other guilds were also en route, some having already set out. Without further ado, Qin Feng led them into the teleportation array. 3 days later, Qin Feng arrived at the border town of Anning. Ah, quite a crowd, isn't it? Anning town had suddenly transformed into a hotbed for guild activity. Each guild has transformed. They no longer consist of mere parties, but rather hundreds of members. The growth of a guild and its battle team does not solely depend on level grinding, although such practice is indispensable. Rather, the immediate capture of crucial points in the wilderness is paramount. Without this, what purpose does leveling serve? Without engaging in battles and seizing the wilds, no battle team can flourish. Exercise caution. I possess more than just friends, Bai Yin. Observe your surroundings closely. Qin Feng cautioned Bai Yin, for in this place, encounters with adversaries are frequent. Over the past 3 years, Qin Feng has made a couple of friends, yet he has amassed even more foes. And Ning Town is far from tranquil. Rest assured, fighting is precisely why I, Bai Yin, have come here. Let the storm rage ever more fiercely. Bai Yin laughed heartily, while those around him cast disdainful glances and moved away. What the heck? Qin Feng felt a few drops of cold sweat bead on his forehead. Could you lower your voice? Qin Feng led the group toward the town's entrance, intending to linger nearby and gather information. What a wretched place. Orcs. There are hundreds of them. I heard there's an orc abyss inside. Is this even a wild monster or a dungeon? Who knows? The game design seems flawed. What's this orc abyss about? Aren't they just a few monsters? Abyss? I haven't discovered anything yet. That's because you haven't ventured inside. One of our assassins dashed in, and it was teeming with orcs. What they are guarding remains a mystery. Look, someone is returning. What the heck? Is everyone injured? Outside the gate, more than 30 individuals rushed in, covered in blood, unsure if it was their own or that of monsters. This is simply unplayable. Go wherever you wish. I'm not going back. One of the newcomers shouted, evidently having suffered greatly. Should we go together? Yes, let us go. The crowd at the city gate dispersed, and Bai Yin was about to follow when Qin Feng stopped him. Do not rush. Leader, they have all left. If we don't go now, we'll miss even the scraps. Bai Yin, watching the departing crowd, appeared quite anxious. Qin Feng smirked coldly. Do you truly believe they will be so benevolent? What do you mean? Can these scoundrels employ tricks? Of course. They merely intend to use them as cannon fodder. How shameless. Leader, how do you know? Bai Yin, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. Had Qin Feng not been present, he might have found himself among the cannon fodder. Which guild doesn't believe itself to be powerful? Look at those cornered individuals. Are they panicking? This isn't a dungeon. Once defeated, the loot can only be claimed by one guild. Who would be so kind as to take everyone along? Qin Feng explained nonchalantly. Indeed, that also leads to this. In the end, all the equipment belongs to them. What can we do? Qin Feng slung an arm around Bai Yan's shoulder. Let us find someone skilled and see if we can locate a vantage point for them to scout the situation. That is simple. Bai Yan turned and beckoned to a lad. Brother. That fellow approached. Bai Yan pointed. This is my junior, Han Shan. His agility is astonishing. The guild leader wants you to scout from a high point and assess the situation. Is that clear? Han Shan smiled slightly, rest assured. It's a piece of cake. As he spoke, he already dashed out, moving with remarkable speed. Can he be relied upon? He appears rather untrustworthy. Qin Feng expressed concern. Bai Yan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. He'll succeed. Leader, just await the good news. And thus, they waited an entire day. The departing crowd returned without any word. However, the following day, trouble arose. Leader. Early in the morning, before Qin Feng was prepared to leave, Bai Yan shouted. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng recognized something was amiss. He opened the door to see an agitated Bai Yan. What's the matter? Han Shan was sent back to Freedom City. That place is swarming with players. Many are directly attacking him. Han Shan wasn't killed by monsters, but by players. Leader, we must retaliate. Bai Yan proclaimed angrily. Qin Feng shook his head. Bai Yan. I've said before that he is untrustworthy. Bai Yan's eyes widened. Leader, were you not fond of him? Why have you suddenly lost courage? Bai Yan, do you not understand? It was intentional. How long does it take to reach Freedom City? 3 days. You see, if players left, they could easily defeat those orcs in less than 3 days. It's that simple. Timing is everything. Qin Feng patted Bai Yan's shoulder. Remember, this is a game. And outside of it, you must also acquire equipment, understood? Yes. Bai Yan lowered his head, falling silent. Qin Feng sighed. Follow me. We'll circle around to the other side and gather equipment. It will not be too late to return afterward. Really? Bai Yan perked up at Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng turned to Bai Yan. Of course. Those who provoke me, Qin Feng, shall not have it easy. But before that, do not forget our purpose for coming here. Go summon the others. Qin Feng ventured out alone. At that moment, few players were emerging, making it the ideal time to leave the city. Soon, the team members emerged, and Qin Feng led them straight out of the city. Along the way, everyone remained focused on the journey, engaging in little conversation. That evening, Qin Feng found a few individuals skilled at constructing houses and set up a dozen shelters in the wilderness for the group to take refuge. In the game, there were no elaborate rituals. Simply closing one's eyes would prompt the system to initiate rest, and upon reopening them, dawn had already arrived. If no issues arose, one would not even have the chance to open their eyes. Thus, enduring a bit of hardship, it was essentially just a journey. And soon it would be the following day. The team traversed 2 grand mountains, ultimately encircling the rear of the Legion. Ling Xiaoyao followed closely, maintaining her silence. She was acutely aware that this location housed a vast tribe of over 1,000 orcs. Within the tribe, the majority of the orcs concealed themselves in subterranean caverns, while the mightiest of them, a 2-headed ogre, boasted formidable strength at level 25, wielding dual massive hammers, each capable of exerting a force of 1,000 pounds. Such an adversary at this level was exceedingly difficult to contend with. The fortress echoed with the sounds of battle, judging by the frequency of the magical incantations. Numerous individuals were engaged in an assault. Qin Feng signaled for the team to remain on guard, as a quintet of them cautiously approached the fortress. It was indeed bustling with activity. Ao Xiong Feng, Ao Feng Dynasty. The mention of Ao Feng Dynasty startled both Ling Xiaoya and Tang Xiaoxiao simultaneously. For it was one of the most renowned teams in the country, led by the notoriously stern captain, Ao Xiong Feng, who had a contentious relationship with Qin Feng. Who were those people? Ling Xiaoyao inquired, pointing towards another group that seemed to be providing cover for Ao Feng's team. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng replied. Who else could it be? Zidi and Ji Dian. Indeed, the two teams have shared a friendly alliance for several years. Qin Feng, should you reach out to Beichuan? These 2 powerful guilds are not to be trifled with. Ling Xiaoyao regarded Qin Feng with concern. No, it would be better to avoid troubling He Zimming for now. The circumstances are different this time. Previously, we faced all the teams. Now, it is merely 2. If we cannot resolve this minor issue, what is the point of even forming a guild? Qin Feng observed below. Xiaoya, calculate the wickedness value if we were to eliminate these 200 players. What? The 4 individuals behind Qin Feng stared at him in astonishment. Over 200? If they were to perish, the wickedness value would plunge us directly into the ranks of the demon clan. Boss, isn't that too extreme? Bai Yan expressed his confusion. Qin Feng turned around and stated. If we take our time, these 2 teams will undoubtedly seize this place. Otherwise, we will simply watch as they distribute the loot. That would be a significant amount. If imprisoned, it could mean over 2 months behind bars. Ling Xiaoya quietly reminded him. How much wickedness can we recover from monster farming? Qin Feng had recently learned that eliminating monsters could reduce one's wickedness value, albeit very slowly. Approximately 10 monsters would yield only a slight decrease. To be frank, it was quicker to serve time in prison. You are aware of this? A considerable amount, over 30,000 monsters. However, I must caution you. This is a level 25 area, and 30,000 monsters are exceedingly difficult to locate. Then let us linger in a level 30 dungeon instead. Qin Feng had devised a plan. Currently, he would be the only one at level 30. By defeating these foes and acquiring their equipment, he could lead his comrades while heading directly to the level 30 dungeon. The two locations were not far apart, roughly a journey of 10 days. With a mount, it could be accomplished in a mere 2 days. Slaying a few monsters along the way and repeatedly clearing the dungeon 5 times would likely suffice to recover nearly half of the wickedness value. Upon logging in next time, he would clear the dungeon another 5 times, and afterward, return to town, sweeping through the monsters, then spend a few days in prison. This would be reasonable since dying and respawning would require a minimum of several days, effectively resulting in minimal imprisonment. Bai Yin, do you see those 2 slopes? Have our brothers hide among the scattered rocks. If anyone appears, we strike together. None of you should descend until I have dealt with the 2 teams. Once I engage them, you shall attack from here. I will draw them across the ground, and when they pause to unleash a powerful attack, you will fire from a distance. Understood? Yes. Bai Yin nodded vigorously, not daring to voice any further questions. Qin Feng patted Bai Yin on the shoulder. Enhance your status. Maintain composure and summon the skeletons to absorb experience. Ensure you do not reveal our position. Understood. Bai Yin fortified Qin Feng's attack and defense, releasing his 4 mutated skeletons while directing his fellow apprentice, Lin Ku, to position others at the slopes. Cloaked in iron armor, Qin Feng stealthily descended, while Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoya harbored unvoiced worries, finding the plan overly audacious. Should they be besieged by both teams, the consequences would be dire. After all, there were over 200 adversaries. Even if Qin Feng momentarily gained the upper hand, whether he could endure until the end remained uncertain. Yet, Qin Feng pressed on resolutely. This fellow, he is truly charging ahead. Ling Xiaoya widened her eyes in disbelief. Although Qin Feng had taken a circuitous route, he now surged directly over the hillside. Such audacity was beyond expectation. Our leader certainly treads an unconventional path. Bai Yin expressed his admiration, thoroughly impressed by Qin Feng's boldness. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The frontline warriors pressed fiercely against the ogre while the archers and mages behind them unleashed their might. The opposing team remained vigilant against any potential counterattack from the ogre, striving to prevent the annihilation of both factions. Hurry, heal us, healer, quick. We are close to defeating the ogre. Press on. Who are you? Halt. With Qin Feng charging forth, it was impossible for them to overlook his presence. My leader sent me to inquire if you require any mana potions, Qin Feng shouted ahead. Sure, brother, make haste. The speaker was the president of Zidianji Dian, who had long utilized a single character as his gaming moniker throughout the years. All right, I shall return shortly. Qin Feng turned and dashed away. Huh, where did Feng go? Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, perplexed by his abrupt departure. Indeed, why have those fellows not engaged our leader? Bai Yin echoed, equally curious. After Qin Feng's disappearance for over half an hour, he returned in a swift manner. Initially, he had intended to engage, but upon observing the canyon below, he realized the ogre was nearly vanquished. The intelligence of the ogres within the Legion fortress was not to be underestimated. The heavily shielded ogre stood at the forefront. If Qin Feng were to attack, he would undoubtedly need to wield his skeletal king's scythe. With the shield obstructing his path, the scythe would be rendered ineffective. Upon witnessing someone vanquish the ogre's shield-bearer, Qin Feng wasted no time, concocting an excuse before hastily retreating. However, after a brief interval, he returned. Boss, Lana's coming, exclaimed a startled voice. What the heck? I nearly choked on my own blood. Have you lost your mind? Just you alone? How much blue potion could you possibly bring? If you weren't aiding us, I would surely berate you for your incompetence. With no other option, he took the potions and urged him to leave, for his mere presence was a nuisance. Qin Feng surveyed the fortress and chuckled. Never mind. It appears you won't be needing the blue potions any longer, right? In an instant, his equipment transformed back, and with the emergence of his scythe, subtlety was no longer an option. Qin Feng, my friend, much appreciated. Qin Feng replied with a nonchalant smile, swiftly equipping his scythe. With a single flourish, the unfortunate mage before him met his demise. Claiming to deliver blue potions, he charged directly towards the mages, whose defenses were feeble. With a swift series of strikes, the mages were left bewildered, unaware of how they fell. Instantly, Qin Feng's name illuminated above him, the blood-red characters spelling Qin Feng. His muscles expanded, veins surging with newfound vigor. Though devoid of attribute enhancements, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. The ferocity of the Skeleton King's scythe triggered a tripling of his attack power. He lunged forward, delivering merciless blows as Electric watched in horror, witnessing both himself and his teammates being annihilated in the blink of an eye, utterly powerless to intervene. The scythe, extending 10 meters, was a reach only a two-handed sword could achieve. With the enemies clustered, Qin Feng executed his strikes with ruthless efficiency before leaping into the air, performing an aerial kick that landed him among the healers. A chorus of terrified shrieks erupted from the young girls, their faces pale as they recalled the previous carnage, nearly causing them to disconnect in fear. The relentless scythe fell again, dispatching over 20 healers with successive strikes. With no support and healing diminished, the shield warriors found themselves in dire straits. What? No healing? Have the mages lost their wits? Aoji Xiongfeng glanced back, realizing the absence of allies. Is there even a single healer left? Captain, we're flanked. What happened to the healing? A member of the Alfeng dynasty looked back at Aoji Xiongfeng. Damn it. We've been surrounded. Aoji Xiongfeng lamented. What? Is that Qin Feng? The surrounding teammates turned to see Qin Feng, the scythe resting arrogantly upon his shoulder. What a rare encounter with old friends. Heal up, or you might just find yourselves crushed by monsters. Nonsense. Before that, we must eliminate you. Aoji Xiongfeng commanded. First, kill Qin Feng. Boss, we can't hold them off any longer. A teammate whispered to Aoji Xiongfeng. We must still take him down. Are you willing to be killed by him? This rascal has already defeated you enough times. Aoji Xiongfeng wrestled with his thoughts. Why did he have to encounter Qin Feng at this moment? If only it had been a few hours later, it would all be over. Indeed, you have a point. Having defeated you so many times, seeing you makes my hands itch. I simply cannot restrain myself. Qin Feng retorted, Aoji Xiongfeng. It matters not how many times I have bested you. This time shall be no different. With a swift motion, he directed his scythe towards Aoji Xiongfeng, indiscriminately targeting both man and beast. You bastard. Dream on. Aoji Xiongfeng charged forward with his shield, simultaneously thrusting his sword. Are you here to amuse me? Qin Feng countered with a shield charge, the two colliding. The impact nearly incapacitated Aoji Xiongfeng, leaving him in disbelief at the sheer force behind Qin Feng's blow. With a backward somersault, Qin Feng propelled Aoji Xiongfeng, shield and all, into the sky. At that moment, Aoji Xiongfeng swung his sword downward, creating a cross-shaped energy that descended. A startled Qin Feng gasped, how overpowered. A cross-sword aura? He swiftly swung the Skeleton King's scythe upward, ensnaring Aoji Xiongfeng and hurling him into the throng of monsters. You scoundrel! A brilliant light ascended. Though Aoji Xiongfeng was not killed by Qin Feng, he fell victim to the monsters. Yet, it was undeniable that Qin Feng was the architect of this chaos. Forget the monsters. Get him! His teammates shouted, realizing that defeating monsters was no longer an option. Their comrades had retreated, leaving them vulnerable. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Within the fortress, the space was vast, and his scythe swept across a substantial area. With a 10-meter radius, his attacks rendered the opposing members of the Alfeng dynasty powerless to retaliate. What is the greatest tragedy of life? It is the sight of an opponent within reach, yet unable to strike. And if you inquire what is even more tragic, it is when that opponent can indeed strike you. With the scythe in hand, flanked by colossal hammers, and surrounded by foes, the encircled warriors, regardless of their formidable defenses, found themselves utterly helpless. What infuriated them most was their inability to retaliate against the monsters, which relentlessly pursued them, battering them mercilessly. In Anning Town, groups of players gazed skyward. Is that a meteor shower? Damn, those are souls of the fallen returning. What transpired? How many perished at the Orc Fortress? These monsters are terrifying. In a mere moment, hundreds of lights soared back. Wait, are they returning so orderly? Do the monsters possess a range kill skill? Various speculations and discussions erupted, accompanied by an outpouring of curses from the Free City. Kill Qin Feng, obtain his gear. You scoundrel! Do not let me lay eyes upon you again. Damn it! So close. Shameless. Despicable. Malicious. Truly the worst of the worst. The vitriol from these individuals, of course, would not reach Qin Feng's ears. At best, it merely served to provide them with a momentary sense of satisfaction. Over 200 despondent players sat dejectedly on the ground, each enveloped in silence, their demeanor perplexing to the onlookers. Only a select few players were aware that these 200 individuals once constituted one of the nation's premier gaming teams. Vengeance must be exacted. DN immediately summoned reinforcements to cordon off that area. With Qin Feng now marked with infamy, he would not be able to return in the immediate future. Eliminating him now would allow them to loot his equipment. If that scythe were to drop, one could only imagine the implications. Shi Ngf cast a sidelong glance at DN, who had just returned, seeking his counsel. Indeed, the message must be disseminated. This scoundrel Qin Feng must not be permitted to return. The leaders of the two rival teams ceased their chatter, commencing clandestine communication. and subsequently instructed all their subordinates to log off, making urgent phone calls to relay the message. After years of building their gaming communities, the word was spread rapidly. In no time, the decree to slay Qin Feng and seize his scythe became the collective objective of every player. However, this was merely a ruse. Qin Feng would undoubtedly eliminate those within the fortress, amassing a significant quantity of equipment, indeed, a staggering value. It is crucial to note that the game currently finds itself in a precarious phase. Following the last monster siege, a multitude of players had nearly reached level 20, and many had not had the opportunity to collect equipment. In this siege, the scattered gear had yet to be claimed by the two major guilds. And with so many lesser monsters present, it was estimated that at least over 1,000 pieces of equipment could be salvaged. Should Qin Feng be defeated, his inventory would be filled with valuable items. One must be cautious of exaggeration, as the rumors circulated. Some claimed that Qin Feng possessed over 1,000 pieces of dark gold equipment, a fantastical assertion that some individuals chose to believe. A considerable influx of players began to converge on Inn, resembling a desperate exodus. Each player bore varying degrees of equipment, many in tattered condition, and some even incomplete, yet they all sought to join the fray. Regardless, their journey to Inn would take 3 to 4 days. Meanwhile, within the orc fortress, the ground was littered with the corpses of fallen orcs, their equipment strewn about, leaving Qin Feng no time to collect it. Before him stood a furious, two-headed ogre, brandishing 2 massive hammers, one of which had already been lost. The remaining hammer, however, was unattainable for Qin Feng. The 25-level two-handed hammer was simply too formidable to ignore. Wolf Fong Club, 60150 attack speed 1 strength requirement, 300 agility requirement, 80 attack power, increased by 300 additional effect. Knockback, ground tremor. This weapon was far from impressive. Certainly not exceptional. In comparison to siege weapons, it could not hold a candle, and since it was not dropped by a monster, its attributes were rather lackluster. Despite being dark gold equipment, it lacked additional enhancements, offering only supplementary capabilities during player combat. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware of one truth. In the game, equipment often synergized with skills, much like the full set of gear worn by Ling, which provided no attack power but unleashed immense power when utilized correctly. In his possession were 11 pieces of dark gold gear, yet, when wielded by Qin Feng, they only contributed 1,000 strength. Although Qin Feng maximized the benefits of the set, the intrinsic attributes of the equipment were fundamentally distinct from those of typical drops. Nevertheless, while this equipment differed from standard drops, it was undeniably unique. Qin Feng recognized that both of his current pieces of gear served him well, thus retaining them was essential. In this moment, he had little time to deliberate. Before him, the two-headed ogre relentlessly swung its remaining Wolf Fong Club, leaving Qin Feng no room for distraction. Be cautious, boss. Administer the potions. Zheng assumed the role of the makeshift medic, while an official priestess cast healing spells. However, Zheng diligently opened blood vials, tossing them to Qin Feng, proving surprisingly effective. As Qin Feng caught the vials, he quipped, Zheng, you ought to be swapped for a female character. Hey, boss, who could be more attentive than me? Look, I even wiped the bottle tops for you. Zheng remarked playfully, wiping his brow and tossing another vial to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. After evading the incoming club, he executed a swift kick, launching the two-headed ogre into the air. In mid-flight, Tiang Xioxi O and LNK were already prepared, unleashing their fierce attacks upon the creature. Qin Feng gulped down the potion and drew the scythe, delivering a series of strikes while the ogre descended. Once it landed, he charged in once more, switching to a short axe for close combat. At that moment, Ling Xioi also joined, delivering a backstab to deal additional damage. Enduring the ogre's ground slams, Qin Feng's health dwindled to a third. He promptly consumed another potion, launching the ogre once more, repeating this strategy. This was, by his calculations, the most logical method of assault. Beyond this, there were no viable means of direct confrontation. Qin Feng shared the players' concerns. Tiang Xioxio, Ling Xioi, and Zheng also struggled with equipment lagging behind their levels. Akin to the initial wilderness exploration, forced to rely on the most rudimentary tactics. Although the pace was slow, it was undeniably safe, devoid of significant pressure. Ironically, it was Zheng who appeared the busiest, tirelessly executing finishing blows, administering potions, and directing the skeletons. The 4 skeletons would scatter and return to Zheng, and upon seeing his command, they would attack. Despite their loyalty, Zheng, observing their diminutive forms, mercilessly ordered them to scram. The skeletons promptly retreated in dismay. In the distance, Over 300 disciples from the martial academy had been reduced by around 100, and Qin Feng silently contemplated whether he could expedite his efforts. But he had already reached his limit, the output of his capabilities. As the blood of the two-headed ogre gradually diminished to a mere thread, Qin Feng delivered the final blow, causing the ogre's body to vanish mid-air, scattering an abundance of equipment across the ground. The excitement among Qin Feng and his entire team surged. Look, Qin Feng cheerfully approached, knowing that every victory was akin to a bountiful harvest, much like the autumn reaping of crops, naturally filling him with exhilaration. 1-2-11? Hee. Boss indeed. The wilderness is formidable. 11 pieces of dark gold? How thrilling. Zhang Kuang collected the gear, and Qin Feng examined each item with keen interest, a necklace, a ring, which he promptly grasped in his hand. He hardly paid attention to the other equipment. Ancient Power Ogre Necklace required level 25 additional attack, 45 additional earth attribute skill damage, 200 critical hit rate increase, 20 luck increase. 6 Blood Power Ogre Ring required level 25 additional attack, 25 additional earth attribute skill damage, 200 upon hitting an enemy. There is a minuscule chance to stun them, extending the stun duration by 3 seconds. I'll take these too. The rest is for you all. Use what you can. What you cannot, leave for the brothers in the team. Remember, the equipment obtained is for the brothers first, while all other gear should be given to Xiao Xiao for uniform distribution by Zhu Tang. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Feng then turned to Xiao Xiao. If you cannot sell it all, pass it to Bai Yin, coordinate with him. Okay. Tang Xiao Xiao nodded at Qin Feng, then inquired, what shall we do now? Qin Feng pointed to the scattered equipment, load up on gear, and call a few brothers to help fill up. Everyone should withdraw first. I will stay behind to cover our retreat and regroup later. Oh, won't that make you even more wanted? Tang Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Realizing that Qin Feng might not have the chance to return to the city, they couldn't afford to linger. If they were pursued, could they escape? They hastily gathered the equipment, prioritizing the better items to Tang Xiao Xiao, while others randomly took what they could find, seizing every yellow piece of gear. Bai Yin led the charge to retreat, commanding the nearly 200 younger members to follow suit, exhilarated by their successful skirmish. Qin Feng concealed himself at the fortress gate, observing as his comrades departed, noting the players pursuing them nearby. After consideration, he decided against revealing the existence of the Wolf Fang Club. After all, if these players returned to report, it would deny him the element of surprise, and perhaps the club could unleash its unique power later. Decide that is, then. The players surged forth, a few glancing back, aware that the equipment was likely gone, yet still reluctant to part with the fortress. At that moment, one of them, pointing at Qin Feng, stammered, Qin. A smile crept across Qin Feng's face as he swung his scythe. In an instant, the 10-meter blade halted the players in their tracks, prompting them to retreat in terror without needing any force from Qin Feng. Like a tiger among sheep, he charged into the fray, scattering the players like fleeing soldiers. They had never encountered a scythe before, and while they had heard tales of Qin Feng, they were unaware of the specifics of his guild, likely a small one hired by the 2 major guilds to oversee the area, merely receiving some benefits in return. How could these players contend with the might of the 2 major guilds? Their fear of Qin Feng was palpable. If the 2 major guilds faltered, how could they withstand his onslaught? With such trepidation, their numbers became irrelevant. After 4 days of futile banter, Qin Feng had no intention of further slaughter. A warning sufficed as he observed their frantic retreat and chose to abandon the chase. As long as no one followed him, he was safe. His objectives had been achieved. And he slipped away. The players, breathless, raced back to Ning town, glancing back and exclaiming, that was so terrifying. This guy is simply too fierce. Indeed. It's just a game, yet I nearly had a heart attack. Forget it. I'll return to Freedom City. This isn't a place for humans. No way. My heart is racing. I need to log off and take some quick-acting heart medicine. One player leaned against the wall, feeling as if he might spew blood. Meanwhile, members of the team leaned against the wall, chewing on blades of grass, their faces adorned with calm smiles, appearing utterly unfazed. With just these few blades of grass, can they challenge the wild army? It's utterly laughable. Exactly. There are so many of us waiting for the cannon fodder to perish. Heh. It seems it's about time for us to take action, right? Humph. Old Mu, what do you think? He Ziming stood at the corner, a long blade of grass in his mouth, its movement accentuating his speech. Can it be viewed this way? You've been here all this time. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you wish to collaborate, it should be 50-50, there's room for negotiation. Mu Tian munched on a flower. The main reason for this was sheer boredom. It felt awkward to stand idly without something to occupy his mouth. Where's that rascal Qin? Is he truly holed up in the guild building? He Ziming glanced into the distance. Mu Tian looked up at the sky. Who knows? Ah, forget it. Everyone has their aspirations. Let us play our own game. Are you really worried he won't acquire equipment? Moreover, with that miserly landlord demeanor, Do you truly dare to collaborate with him? Do you believe he dares to offer just 10 pieces of yellow garments? He Ziming turned his head, resting his right elbow against the wall, his right fist propping up his face, saying, I am even afraid that before I leave, that scoundrel will thank me. Haha. He is capable of such a thing. Mu Tian laughed so hard, he nearly choked on the flowers. All right, enough basking in the sun. It's about time to get to work. He Ziming stretched lazily, just as a dejected lad walked by. He Ziming kicked him lightly. Hey, is it really necessary to be so downcast over just that? Let me inquire, how many subordinates are left? The player turned around and exclaimed, What? There are none left. That bastard Qin Feng killed them all. Has he gone mad? Even we were slain. The 200 main forces of Ao Feng Wang Chao and Zidian have all perished at his hands. He Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. Say that again? At that moment, a chill swept through his heart. There were no more left. They had all been slain. And Qin Feng had long since absconded with the loot. The player turned and continued walking away. He Ziming glanced back at the dumbstruck Mu Tian. Damn it. What have you been doing for the past 4 days, just leaning against the wall? That scoundrel. Mu Tian was so furious he bit his teeth together. How could you kill them without informing us first? We have all been standing around like fools for these 4 days. He Ziming was not as enraged. It was not that he wasn't angry, but his thoughts were consumed by another matter. Mu Tian, old Qin has taken down over 200 people out in the wild. Has this kid lost his mind? Rest assured, the ones who are mad are those 2 fools. Mu Tian instructed his team, take a detour, avoid provoking those 2 guilds. It is likely that Dian and Ao Shixiongfeng have entered a frenzy. Suddenly, He Ziming burst into laughter. Ha! In truth, those few pieces of equipment are of little consequence. Compared to this, just the thought of the calamity befalling Zidian and Ao Feng Wang Chao seems to lessen my ire toward old Qin. Haha. Who would have thought he could actually pull it off? No wonder he did not seek us out. He probably planned it all along. Bringing us along would have been quite awkward, wouldn't it? Mu Tian reassured himself. All right, let us go. Did your flower bloom yet? Still gnawing on that dried twig? He Ziming shook his head and turned to leave. What are we still doing here? Now, we must head to the nearest dungeon. Either a level 20 or possibly begin exploring a level 25 dungeon. But without equipment, it would be rather pointless. We must hastily withdraw our team. Generally, a battle squad does not have an excessive number of members, but with various fan groups, a single call can summon a multitude. What kind of team cannot rally a few people? After leading them around for several days without gaining anything, it is essential to organize a dungeon run, otherwise, the atmosphere will sour. Both battle teams departed from a Ning town, yet a throng of players was rushing toward it. After leaving, Qin Feng did not hurry far. He instructed his guild members to return to a Ning town, waiting there, as returning together would make Jin Wu Men too conspicuous. However, if they dispersed, most would not recognize members of Jin Wu Men. Once scattered in a Ning town, traversing past Ao Shixiongfeng would not raise any suspicion. The reason Qin Feng dared to take action was precisely this. The kind-hearted Jin did not know them, nor did Ling Xiaoya. And Bai Yin and Lin Ku were even less familiar. Qin Feng acted alone. He was not afraid of the 2 battle teams seeking revenge. However, word of Jin Wu Men would likely spread, and once everyone gathered, being targeted by the 2 major teams could lead to trouble. Once scattered, all troubles would dissipate. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng hardly paused. Everyone desperately drew monsters to expedite his efforts. After 4 days, everyone returned to a Ning town equipped. Fengge. And Ning town is bustling now. At least 20 to 30,000 players have arrived. It's about to burst. They are all here to hunt you down. Be cautious. Tang Xiao conveyed this news to Qin Feng. Oh, no worries, my target is small. They won't find me. Qin Feng replied. After pondering, he sent another message. Xiao, tally the number of architects in the guild and buy up all the vacant land in a Ning town. They have money. And if funds fall short, let everyone chip in. We must leave no space unpurchased. Oh, all right. Fengge, why do you need so many houses? Tang Xiao asked curiously. To rent them out. Xiao, with tens of thousands of players arriving simultaneously, will the taverns in a Ning town suffice? 100 gold coins per day? We'll make a fortune. My goodness, you really dare to dream. They can't all come. Although Tang Xiao said this, she was taken aback, realizing Qin Feng had a knack for making money, which she had not noticed before. Moreover, in the past, Qin Feng despised having too many gold coins. Why was he now beginning to earn them? No matter. Building large houses and charging per head will surely bring in substantial profit. Oh, then fine, I'll arrange it right away. Tang Xiao closed the message and began discreetly contacting the guild members. A few team leaders came to tally the numbers, reporting in layers, and ultimately, over 30 architects were identified. The land purchasing plan commenced. Qin Feng was aware of the situation and hurriedly distanced himself from the area, but he could not merely run. He needed to slay monsters to cleanse his sin points, which posed a challenge. If he did not defeat monsters, running indefinitely was not a solution. He could not travel across the ocean to another continent, could he? Besides, with a name like Qin Feng, he would still be hunted down, and moreover, he did not possess the ability to traverse the seas. Tang Xiao observed in Ning Town as it indeed appeared bustling. Yet she was unaware that many players had departed ahead of time. The players' groups were quite formidable, typically consisting of a dozen members, with 2 to 3 teams congregating. As fewer numbers would raise concerns about being outmatched, the players' fervor was not without reason. A portion of the crowd gathered because Qin Feng had indeed become notorious. Killing him would be in vain, yet those who managed to wield the scythe would elevate their own status. Additionally, many were drawn by invitations, harboring grievances against Qin Feng. Thus they came without hesitation. Furthermore, numerous players simply sought the thrill of the spectacle. It is quite natural to gravitate towards the most vibrant locales in a game. Lastly, there were those who came to meet their idol. These individuals had transcended the capacity of a Ning Zhan, yet some players were just like that. The greater the crowd, the more they were inclined to join in, while they would shy away from quieter places. As Qin Feng continued to slay monsters, he contacted Bai Yin and the others, depositing his equipment into the warehouse before hastily seeking them out. Bai Yin had also organized a group, trading equipment to another faction, all of whom disguised themselves as a team intent on killing Qin Feng, trailing behind the others in search of him. However, when Bai Yin emerged, he was astounded to discover a sea of players. The area had transformed into a realm ruled by gamers. 3 days later, tensions began to escalate. Look over there. My goodness, that name is practically glowing with effects. As dozens of players surged towards Qin Feng, the lines between friend and foe had long since blurred. In his eyes, aside from monsters to be slain, players were mere adversaries. Initially, he intended to clear his name and had no desire to kill, yet these individuals seemed insatiable, cornering Qin Feng until there was no escape, ultimately igniting the beginning of a grand melee. Standing still, Qin Feng leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, observing as dozens of players surrounded him. Having been encircled, he decided it would be prudent to wait for them to close in. With a swift motion, several players vanished, and with a flick of his hand, the scythe flew forth. A series of white lights erupted as players paused in shock, pointing at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "How dare you kill? This is absurd. I'd rather rot in the depths of Freedom City's dungeons than be taken down by a bunch of worthless fools." With a cold snort, Qin Feng waved his scythe towards the nearest warriors. "Qin Feng, how many can you kill? Let me tell you, there are at least 30,000 players in this area. If you can manage to kill them all, enjoy your time in prison. By then, I might even reach level 100 before you're freed." With several swift strikes, he executed a series of slashes, causing a multitude to fall. Is he out of his mind? Ranged attacks. Take him down. Arrows flew towards him at breakneck speed, but Qin Feng moved like a specter, evading their deadly projectiles. His scythe mercilessly cleaving through the throng, sending players soaring towards Freedom City. As his sins mounted, he had not anticipated that this was merely the prologue. In the grand melee of 158,000 players, though faced with dozens, they bore no pressure from monsters and were not as ill-prepared as the previous 2 guilds. They remained vigilant from the outset, potions clutched tightly in hand, ready to heal at a moment's notice. However, Qin Feng's ruthlessness demonstrated to them the true meaning of strength. The sheer force he wielded left no opportunity for healing. Those struck by his scythe faltered, their potions slipping from their grasp, and before long, some players had already perished. Among the disoriented crowd, some, of lesser levels, struggled to hold on for just a few rounds, completely powerless against him. "Qin Feng, no. Boss Qin, let us call it quits. You're amazing, you're formidable. Can we just leave?" One player shouted. Others echoed, "Yes. We won't fight anymore. You continue with your business." "Is that so?" Qin Feng replied as he swung his scythe, his gaze cold and devoid of mercy. "The best way to avoid begging for mercy is to stay away." His words provoked the remaining players. "Do you truly think we fear you? You needn't worry about my fear." With a series of swift scythe strikes, the remaining players widened their eyes in disbelief. The next moment, they were already soaring towards Freedom City. The subsequent phase of continuous stabbing, accompanied by an additional 100 damage, allowed him to unleash a barrage of thrusts within a small radius, targeting all foes within that area. This skill bore no limits on the number of targets. Anyone caught within its reach would be struck. Most fearsome was the fact that Qin Feng's scythe encompassed a range several times greater than that of ordinary weapons. After days of monster slaying, not only had Qin Feng's continuous strikes leveled up, but his shield charge had also improved. The skill he selected was shield charge. Although the terms charge and collision differ by a mere character, they represent entirely distinct abilities. Charge propels one forward, delivering basic damage upon impact, while collision entails a forceful attack, dealing an additional 300 damage post-charge. His final skill, floating kick, had transformed into shattering kick, allowing him to rapidly gather strength mid-air to deliver a powerful downward kick to airborne enemies, inflicting collision damage, a factor that likely correlated with his strength. The mana consumption for this skill was staggering, reaching 100 points. However, Qin Feng had tested it on monsters. After being kicked down, they required 2 to 3 seconds to rise, which likely accounted for the high mana cost. At this moment, all 4 of Qin Feng's skills had entered the second phase of advancement, resulting in increased consumption. A complete combo would drain 180 mana, leaving him depleted after just one sequence. Through this experience, Qin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the game. It was evident that reliance on skills alone was insufficient. While skills were indeed essential, as monster health increased, ordinary attacks gradually became the primary means of combat. The feeling of executing a complete combo on a single monster was now a relic of the past. Qin Feng sighed, feeling the weight of his sins grow heavier. Shaking his head, he pressed onward. Just around the corner, he encountered more players. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could no longer linger. If he truly had taken the lives of 30,000, he would likely spend the rest of his days imprisoned. With this thought, Qin Feng hurriedly sought to evade and locate his fellow players, but soon he discerned that there seemed to be no safe haven. He had become ensnared in the midst of a throng of players. Is there anyone here? No, not a soul. Not even a bird in sight. So how could Qin Feng be here? Did that fool point us to the wrong place? Didn't we just hear he was fighting around here? Hurry. He must be close. Let us pursue. Qin Feng lay flat on the ground, helplessly watching as a group of players rushed past him. He realized he could not disguise himself. The red name above his head marked him. He thought to himself that he must find a place to hide. Yet, such a notion was easier said than done. With so many players around, even a level 30 monster area would offer no refuge. There were too many, and it would take mere days for them to clear an area. A level 40 area? That would be an expedition by air. As he wandered aimlessly for over half an hour, he spotted a canyon in the distance and formulated a plan to head there. However, the major obstacle was the open terrain surrounding the canyon, which would likely expose him. These players had eyes everywhere, making it feel like a front line. Yet, wasn't he that part of the thrill? Qin Feng had never truly feared. He was merely frustrated at squandering his malevolence on lower-level players. Did they dare to approach him at such low levels? Had he been too merciful in his daily dealings? Crossing through the forest, a prairie lay between Qin Feng and the canyon. However, it was likely populated by lurking players as well. Glancing at the sky, he decided to wait until nightfall to strike swiftly and eliminate these foes, ensuring his own escape. As dusk fell, Qin Feng dashed toward the prairie, and indeed, a multitude of figures emerged from the shadows. Without hesitation, he brandished his scythe, blood splattering in the air like a crimson arc, shining like a meteor. There, take him down. A dozen players surged toward him, and with all his might, Qin Feng swept his scythe, clearing a wide swath of foes and prairie alike. Wow, that's incredible. Damn, this guy is a monster. Before several players could rise, his scythe struck again mercilessly, and within moments, those who had been lying in wait were sent flying without even catching a glimpse of Qin Feng's face. Applause erupted from a group of 5 who stood in a line, watching without intervening, their expressions tinged with arrogance. Qin Feng is indeed formidable. So many players are pursuing you, yet the Haven team managed to take you down. However, your escape ends here. Qin Feng surveyed the 5 individuals, unfamiliar to him. If you're going to make a move, do it swiftly. Don't waste time. Qin Feng remarked disdainfully. Come on, boss, let us go. One of the team members urged their leader. Together, the leader replied, surprisingly courteous. Qin Feng had no time to spare with these pretentious fools. He swung his scythe downwards. And to his astonishment, he recognized them. Is it you? Your names are too conspicuous. You are the infamous Chaos Brothers. Now you know. Today you must perish. The leader dashed forward, executing a leap attack. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Not altering your skills anymore? Shut up. The leader nearly lost his footing. Having once lost his position but now returned, yet Qin Feng was someone they could not afford to let escape. As the Chaos 5 charged at Qin Feng, he showed no mercy. In this moment of desperation, there was no time for hesitation. With the scythe in hand, Qin Feng unleashed his most powerful flurry of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 players were simultaneously engulfed by his scythe, their health plummeting. What? This bastard has already initiated a flurry? Retreat. Quickly. The leader of Chaos shouted as he began to withdraw. Qin Feng's scythe dealt approximately 400 damage, augmented by his equipment for a total attack of around 500. With defenses stripped away, each strike inflicted over 300 damage. At their current levels, none could withstand his relentless assault for even 10 seconds. If it were a normal attack, they might have closed the distance, but Qin Feng's scythe was particularly lethal. After downing a health potion, the Chaos leader signaled his comrades to encircle Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes darted among the 5. He remembered that one of them was an assassin, and he needed to eliminate that threat first. Once the invisible foe was dealt with, the remaining 4 would be manageable. It was him. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto one individual, yet he maintained his facade, casually surveying the area. When he locked onto that player for the second time, the formation was perfectly arranged. With a quiet chuckle, Qin Feng lunged toward the assassin. What? That bastard. The assassin immediately recognized that he was the target. A powerful whoosh filled the air as the assassin looked up, his face turning pale. Boss, save me. With a thunderous crash, a massive spiked club descended, shaking the earth. Just as the assassin uttered those words, he was sent soaring into the air. Boss. It's too late for that. With a swift flick of his wrist, Qin Feng unleashed a series of strikes with his scythe, rapidly diminishing the assassin's health bar. However, he currently possesses no means to maneuver in midair, as he plummets downwards. Before even touching the ground, he is struck by Qin Feng's soaring kick, sending the assassin flying once more. Stop him. Boss Lanma, still reeling from the earlier impact, finally regains his composure only to see one of his brothers on the brink of death. Can we stop him? A hint of amusement graces the corner of Qin Feng's lips. With that little health, you think you can execute a combo on me? How naive. With a swift gesture, he dispatches the assassin with 2 blades, sending him to glory. Damn it. Boss Lanma, frustrated, shakes his fist. Everyone, attack together. He has weak defenses. Getting close is fatal. But that requires you to get close, doesn't it? After eliminating the assassin, Qin Feng, free of worries, brandishes his scythe and charges at Boss Lanma. You talk too much. You scoundrel. Gritting his teeth, Boss Lanma raises his large shield to confront the incoming scythe. The last time he faced Qin Feng, he wielded a staff. But now he has adjusted his skills. Without the ability to modify his skills, he is left with a limited repertoire. This fellow is clearly anxious. With more practice and dungeon runs, he might have stood a chance. But now, bang. How could he withstand the might of Qin Feng? Caught by the scythe, he has no means to resist, and is swept aside, his companions falling in line behind him. What is he planning? The 4 of them are uncontrollably pushed by Qin Feng. Oh no. Boss, look. The canyon? Boss Lanma's scalp prickles. Could he be? As Qin Feng turns, the canyon looms in the distance. Although it is not a sheer cliff, the fall would certainly be severe. The 4 of them are directly tossed into the canyon by Qin Feng's scythe, though they are unlikely to die from the fall. What if he lands a few more strikes during the descent? Swish, swish, swish. Qin Feng unleashes a series of attacks, each of the airborne individuals receiving 3 strikes, plummeting into the canyon. This is bad. Bang, 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 bang. 4 beams of white light shoot up. It is not Qin Feng who has slain them, but the game's mechanics, as they perish from the fall. Trouble. Upon seeing the 4 beams of light, Qin Feng feels relieved and quickly makes his escape. In a while, he too would succumb to fatigue. He travels along the canyon until he finds a spot about 100 meters ahead. Crucially, a place to anchor his scythe. Hard work pays off. In such a lengthy canyon, it is impossible not to find a large rock. Spotting a suitable location, he secures the scythe against the ground, then slides down to a platform below. This is a large, square rock, measuring over 10 meters. Qin Feng swiftly retrieves some wooden planks and begins to hammer away, completing a small wooden cabin in just over 20 minutes. The architect is impressive, he muses, eating a few buns before lying down on the cabin's bed, falling into slumber until the next day. Upon awakening, Qin Feng steps out of the cabin. At such a height, the wooden structure is undeniably conspicuous. It is still early, so he gathers more wood to renovate the room, as he had been too hasty the previous day. In the game, once a character becomes fatigued, there is only one way to counter it: through combat. As long as the character is engaged in battle, the feeling of weariness will not take hold. But once they disengage, fatigue will set in, leading to a significant drop in combat effectiveness. Seeking out monsters while fatigued could easily result in a death that sends him back to town. Overcome with fatigue, Qin Feng dares not linger on such thoughts, let alone repair the house. After 2 hours of diligent work, the new cabin is complete, utilizing as much old wood as possible. From a distance, it might even appear as a part of the game's scenery. Who would guess it was constructed by Qin Feng? He contemplates that players' enthusiasm will not last long. Perhaps only a few days before they leave. Those truly pursuing him cannot be evaded, but he hopes to first deter the onlookers. Their presence is a nuisance. As soon as he strikes, his sin value skyrockets, not even able to withstand a single blow. Why are they even here? Opening the map, Qin Feng scales it down, searching for his current location. Although this is a game, the mechanics differ. The map exists in his mind but does not mark his position. The map remains a complete entity, never shifting with him. Yet, it is not difficult to find his way. He spots the city of Freedom and the nearby Anning town. And with a glance around, the Great Canyon reveals his location. So far, Qin Feng gasps in astonishment, realizing he has traveled such a distance. Indeed, when fleeing, one's potential can be unleashed, allowing for greater speed. The canyon? He mutters to himself while expanding the canyon map once more. Viper Canyon? What the hell? A second wilderness? Viper Queen, level 28 boss. Skills. Roar, which summons nearby vipers to join the battle. Rotating blade array, a spinning attack that rapidly changes direction, striking all surrounding enemies. In the game, there are two types of foes to defeat. One is the two-headed ogres previously vanquished by Qin Feng, which the game preemptively places small fortresses on the map for players to engage and hunt. The other type is triggered by specific conditions, mostly animal-themed. This type spawns after 1,000 vipers have been slain, accumulated through players' efforts, as vipers are numerous. After players level up here by continuously defeating vipers, the Viper Queen's revenge, or emergence, will be triggered. Because this can be consistently farmed, the drops are not high, but relative to the other type. It is still in the wilderness and requires a guild to organize a substantial force to fight, despite the low drop rates. There will still be at least 6 or 7 pieces of rare golden equipment. In the midst of the chaos, the stronghold became increasingly prevalent, yet once the battle concluded, the stronghold would merely exist as a relic of history, never to reappear. Qin Feng's thoughts returned to reality as he opened the message panel. Bai Yin, where are you? Qin Feng sent the message out. Boss, this is troublesome. There are people everywhere. Are you still alive? Qin Feng frowned. What nonsense. If I were dead, could I still send you a message? Haha, of course. Boss, I just woke up and was about to venture into the forest to find you. Don't go to the forest. We've already changed locations. No way, boss. We were just about to reach the forest. Can you wait for us? Are you still half asleep? Do you think I can just wait around for you guys? I guess I am a bit groggy. Boss, what should we do now? Send a message stating that I am currently in the Dushi Gorge, supposedly hiding in the dungeons within. What? Boss, don't test me. I won't say it. Damn it. I told you to say it. But I can't. Bai Yin values loyalty. One day, I'll fix your head. Just say it's false information, got it? After a while, haha. Understood. Let them go to Dushi Gorge while you come to the forest. Brilliant plan. I'll spread the word immediately. Qin Feng closed the message and lay back on his bed, drowsily closing his eyes. Go over there and take a look. Be careful. Don't fall. You idiot. Relax. Let's go? It would be strange if there were people here. Be quiet. Lower your voices. Don't let Qin Feng discover us. Qin Feng felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, realizing that he simply could not afford to provoke such foolishness. Before long, several waves of people rushed past. Qin Feng could hardly be bothered until the afternoon when the tone of the incoming messages changed. Hurry. Go around. Qin Feng is right below the gorge. Quickly. Block the dungeon at the gorge's base. This time, he won't escape. Qin Feng opened his eyes. They're coming. The news spread swiftly within a small circle, and everyone began congregating towards the gorge. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as Qin Feng split open a small gap in his room, just enough to glimpse the gorge. There were indeed many players present. As Qin Feng observed, numerous white lights soared into the air. He smiled faintly, realizing that the Viper was not so easily dealt with. Yet the players' enthusiasm remained undeterred. The multitude of Vipers would not dissuade them from their determination to eliminate Qin Feng. 2 days later, within the gorge, players began to voice their grievances incessantly. Being awoken in the dead of night was a common occurrence, as the Vipers attacked even at night. With the majority of players clustered within the gorge, many were exhausted and retreated, though these were merely the fringe players. Despite some leaving, around 20,000 resolute players held their ground. A significant number of players even refrained from slaying monsters, merely mingling with the crowd. At this moment, no one paid attention to such details. Those engaged in combat were indifferent to the followers, as defeating monsters yielded experience and loot, did it not? Gradually, the players delved deeper into the gorge, while the Vipers increased in number. However, the Vipers, despite their abundance, feared the players. As many players adapted, small battle groups began to mercilessly slaughter the Vipers. By the following afternoon, with players witnessing the near extermination of Vipers in the gorge, the dungeon lay before them. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered, and alarm bells echoed around. A tremendous boom resounded just as everyone stood in stunned silence, followed by a mournful voice echoing, "My poor children. You ignorant humans. Death shall accompany you for eternity." A piercing roar reverberated through the gorge as the Viper Queen descended, unleashing a thunderous howl. From the serpent lairs, a multitude of Vipers surged forth, instantly throwing the player ranks into disarray. What the hell is that? Vipers. They're all Vipers. Attack. Hurry. Don't just stand there. Take down that giant. Run. Those at the back, flee. In a well-coordinated combat unit, facing a singular foe would pose little challenge, especially with so many players present. One could easily dispatch the Viper Queen with a mere strike. Yet the players were too chaotic. The Viper Queen's relentless roars summoned wave after wave of Vipers from their lairs. This roar skill was determined by the number of players. The more players there were, the longer she would roar, but there was a limit, a maximum of over 3,000 Vipers, which was the extent of what the Viper Queen could summon. The game developers had not anticipated such a large number of players gathering in Dushi Gorge. The originally designed difficulty for the gorge was tailored for a small group. Yet it had devolved into a traffic jam, resulting in a massacre at the hands of the Viper Queen. The Viper Queen's spinning blade formation, wielding 6 blades of approximately 1.5 meters, was inherently terrifying. Her spinning blade formation constituted 3 layers, and for lower-level players, or those with inadequate equipment, a single pass would send them flying back to town. With only one path through the gorge, it became the perfect venue for the blade formation, effectively transforming it into a meat grinder, with players as the unfortunate filling. Bright lights soared into the sky, resembling columns of light reaching towards the heavens. The souls returning to the free city formed a celestial river, leaving the players in Ning town in a state of shock. No way. Is that Qin Feng? Impossible. Even if we just stood here for him to kill us, it shouldn't end this way, right? Damn. They've breached the gorge. What is going on? Has a hidden quest been triggered? Hidden? Weren't they supposed to be looking for Qin Feng? How did they trigger a hidden quest? Enough chit-chat. Let us go take a look. Move, move, move. Waves of new players surged towards Dushi Gorge once again. Qin Feng gazed in utter disbelief. How astonishing. The 6-bladed scythe seemed to impart life lessons to players in mere moments. In the Grand Gorge, teeming with over 20,000 gamers, an impenetrable wall of players formed behind, rendering escape futile upon sighting the Viper Queen. She advanced relentlessly, scarcely walking but rather gliding through the blade array, her impeccable control propelling her forward without pause. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the cacophony of screams echoed endlessly. Boss, this is too brutal, isn't it? Although it appears exhilarating, the thought of our kind being slaughtered is quite disheartening, Bai Yin messaged Qin Feng. Does witnessing me besieged by so many foes ease your conscience? Qin Feng replied. Well, that is true. What should we do now? Bai Yin inquired, observing the unfolding chaos below. Do not fret. There are areas on both sides of the gorge to evade attacks. It is merely that the gorge is crowded, leaving no refuge. Once these players retreat to the Freedom City, the remaining few hundred will be ripe for action. Then, shall we seize the opportunity? Bai Yan's excitement was palpable. Are you planning to act like me or retreat to your cells? What then? Are you suggesting we let them come just to engage in combat? Of course. Is that not my nature? Leave the seizing to me. Once you acquire the loot, make your swift exit, understood? Bai Yin gulped at the message. No way. Boss, you still intend to kill? If you do, we truly cannot return to the city. Qin Feng chuckled coldly and remarked, Humph. Is it possible to return without bloodshed? We shall take it one step at a time. Ah, Bai Yin replied, his tone laced with resignation. The battle below was nearing its climax. Not through defeat, but rather through the systematic elimination of players. Qin Feng, relishing the spectacle, watched as players were slaughtered back to Freedom City, enjoying the unfolding drama. In truth, many guild players occupied this arena, yet they were unable to organize. The relentless tide of players overwhelmed them, and with level 28 attacks, they were afforded little opportunity. Mages were unable to cast spells amidst the chaos, while warriors struggled to hold their shields, fortunate to escape unscathed. Among the remaining 400 players, chaos reigned, yet the sparsity in the gorge allowed for some semblance of cooperation. Gradually, they began to chip away at the Viper Queen's health. Qin Feng rose, scaling the gorge and hastening forward. Players within the gorge widened their eyes, shouting fervently, caught in a fervor of activity. Quick! Is there a ranged attacker? Cast spells. The mages are unprotected. What can they do? We need warriors to form a shield wall and divide the spoils. Shield warriors move in. Melee fighters attract aggro, and healers must safeguard them. Come over. Shield warriors. Prepare to defend. Hurry. Come on. Heal. Stop just organizing. We have fallen. Several beams of light ascended, claiming more lives. By the time Qin Feng approached, the Viper Queen's health had diminished to half, yet the players on the ground were equally reduced, with only a handful still engaged in the fray. While some sought to shed their aggro, in the wild, players without selfishness were scarce. They were not part of a single guild. And while they aimed to share the spoils, they needed to remain in the fight to do so. If one returned to Freedom City, there would be nothing to share, no scraps to be had. As the urgency increased, shield warriors began to consume potions in fear of their demise, while melee fighters covertly shifted aggro, inadvertently sabotaging each other, risking the ire of the queen. Thus, the remaining health became a silent war, devoid of gunfire. Qin Feng crouched behind a rock, silently observing, sending messages to Bai Yin while scanning for any straggling players. Bai Yin's team immediately commenced reconnaissance, while Qin Feng meticulously monitored the health and positions of all players. What on earth are you doing? Attack. Hurry, it's almost dead. Act now. There's still 1/3 left. Mages. I'm out of mana. I'm low on mana too. Come on. I'm nearly out of health. The Viper Queen, indifferent to their plight, continued her relentless assault. The number of players dwindling rapidly until only about 150 remained. Despite the numbers, many players remained unsatisfied, pondering how much loot could be divided among so many. Gradually, the Viper Queen's health descended to 1/5. The players intensified their attacks. Everyone was driven by the instinct for survival, refusing to be eliminated. Mages unleashed a barrage that significantly reduced the Queen's health, and as it approached the 1/10 mark, players were on the verge of exultation. Almost there, Qin Feng stepped forward, striking the ground with his scythe, a deliberate and unhurried gesture. Wait. One player turned, tears brimming in their eyes. Qin Feng, block him. What the hell? He chose this moment to appear? You scoundrel. Qin Feng, give me 2 pieces of dark gold gear, and we'll share the rest. Hurry, let's finish this. With his scythe aimed at the mages, Qin Feng charged forth. Run. The mages gasped in shock, scrambling to escape. Yet could their speed rival his? The gorge's confined space allowed Qin Feng to swiftly push the cluster of mages and shield warriors backward. Many mages fell, but Qin Feng refrained from pursuing them further, content to intercept their ranged attacks, taking his time to eliminate them. Instead, he shifted his focus towards the melee fighters. The individuals surrounding the Viper Queen wore expressions of dread, their faces turning pale as they witnessed Qin Feng's scythe hurtling toward them, prompting them to scatter in an instant. Qin Feng focused solely on the Viper Queen, targeting his attacks with unyielding determination, creating a synchronized assault with her. It is important to note that upon his arrival, Qin Feng possessed the lowest level of enmity among the players. The Viper Queen would not direct her wrath toward him simply because of the length of his scythe. Instead, she sought out players with higher enmity to attack. With Qin Feng's assistance, the Viper Queen's enmity quickly became chaotic. She alternated between melee attacks and lunging at distant spellcasters. When at a considerable distance, she unleashed a spinning blade formation while Qin Feng continued to coordinate his strikes against the players. In an instant, the gorge descended into disarray, filled with the sounds of anguished cries and furious curses, as well as desperate pleas for mercy. Qin Feng remained indifferent to their cries, recognizing that their initial intent was to eliminate him. Now, seeing their interests threatened, they begged for clemency. Could he truly trust that they would not turn against him if he spared them? Such scenarios were all too familiar to Qin Feng, whose fervor rendered him impervious to their pleas. He had grown accustomed to their curses, realizing that as long as they could not vanquish him, they would resort to insults. The only choice he had was to wield his hands. If he wished to silence their vitriol, the simplest solution was to send them back to the city. Amidst the turmoil of enmity, Qin Feng's scythe continued its relentless assault, effectively blocking the entire gorge. Regardless of whether his targets were players or the Viper Queen, he thrust his scythe forward, attacking anyone in his path. In a state of fury, he dealt approximately 1,300 damage, augmented by the recent buffs from Bai Yin, resulting in a total of 1,500 damage. With 2 swift blows, he could reduce a mage's health by half, the scythe's blade extending over 2 meters, akin to a massive cleaver. The 90-degree curvature of the blade ensured that even those hiding behind stones would meet their demise. In the players' despair, reluctance, and curses, Qin Feng achieved yet another remarkable feat, simultaneously slaying around 100 players and reducing the Viper Queen's health to just over 10,000 points. With no players left, the Viper Queen's enmity successfully shifted onto Qin Feng, a testament to his astute assessment of the surrounding players. With a triumphant laugh, he continued his assault. The Viper Queen, towering over 3 meters, finally succumbed, collapsing and unleashing a plethora of equipment and several unclaimed golden items. The overall yield from the gorge was modest, as players initially collected little. However, the 3,000 Vipers summoned by the Viper Queen, alongside her own, amounted to at least 1,000 items left behind by players. Qin Feng quickly rallied others while hastily gathering the dark gold equipment for himself. Equipment in his possession was valuable, while that on the ground could easily belong to someone else. His excitement was palpable, even surpassing the thrill of previously defeating 2 major guilds. For he had acquired a skill book, Spinning Blade Formation. Without hesitation, he learned it, recognizing there was no reason for indecision. Among the remaining items was a long blade, the Li Shao Ji Viper Blade, one-handed, requiring level 30, boasting an attack of 721 to 144, 1224 points, a speed of 28, a weapon attack power increase of 600, and a weapon attack speed increase of 200. Additionally, it possessed the skill Sharpness, causing wounds that could not heal for a short duration, inflicting 100 damage over time. This blade left Qin Feng in awe, instilling a sense of dread. Most individuals would not immediately grasp the blade's power, yet Qin Feng discerned its significance at a glance. An attack speed of 28 translates to nearly 3 strikes per second. What damage could this yield? Indeed, the Viper Blade's base attack was 144, but one must not forget that it is a one-handed weapon. If wielded in the offhand while the scythe remained in the dominant hand, it would enhance Qin Feng's attack speed, potentially increasing it by around 2 points. 2 strikes of the scythe per second? Compared to his previous rate of 0.8 strikes per second, this would effectively double Qin Feng's attack power. Moreover, for dual-handed equipment, while other classes may not receive bonuses, for Qin Feng, the Berserker, the attacks would stack. Such are the distinctions among game classes. While skills can be freely learned in-game, mirroring the real world, allowing players to experience reality through game mechanics, the differentiation among classes remains crucial. Each class possesses innate passive abilities tied to their race and profession. Thus, not every skill can be learned indiscriminately, as this would obliterate class distinctions. The efficacy of skills varies significantly among different classes. A mage wielding 2 long blades would not inflict the same damage as a warrior executing a melee technique, and a warrior attempting to wield a staff for magical combat would only invite disaster. Equipping both hands. Qin Feng's current attack power stood at 400 points from the Skeleton King's scythe, 144 points from the Viper Blade, 45 points from his necklace, and a combined total of 35 points from 2 rings, 1 dark gold and 1 yellow. His total damage amounted to 624 points, which would surge by 800 points upon triggering a frenzy, reaching 1424 points. With an additional 100 points of bleeding damage and the effect of striking twice per second, Qin Feng's damage output would undoubtedly exceed 3,000 points. Before reaching level 25, all players, except for those on healing paths, could eliminate Qin Feng within a second upon encountering him. Even those with formidable defense could only withstand his presence for a mere 3 seconds at most. The excitement was palpable as players exclaimed in delight, even if they did not succeed in striking him. Bai Yin, filled with exuberance, rushed down and waved his hand, urging everyone to gather the spoils. Qin Feng approached and directly traded 4 pieces of dark gold to Bai Yin. Overwhelmed with joy, Bai Yin's admiration for Qin Feng grew immensely. Take this back. It is perilous for me to linger here. Once you collect the gear, vanish immediately without attracting attention, understood? Qin Feng instructed before turning to leave. Boss, that's a dungeon. Are you out of your mind? They will come back. Bai Yin quickly reminded him. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. I understand. But I have a strange feeling there might be something of value left here. This dungeon cannot merely be for show. He ventured inside, but just at the entrance. He turned back and said, Bai Yin, find a swift mount. This terrifying wolf is too weak. I worry I might be shot down on it. Indeed, it is only a level 10 mount. I will do my best to find you a better one. Bai Yin replied, though he knew it might take time. Take your time. Just keep an eye out, Qin Feng reassured him. With that, he stepped into the canyon dungeon. Bai Yin, not wasting time, filled his storage box and quickly retreated with his comrades, leaving behind what they could not carry. In the free square, the outcry against Qin Feng reached another peak. The denunciations grew as players accused him of being despicable and shameless. Yet most players merely laughed at the misfortune of those complaining. Players in Free City who did not seek out Qin Feng were simply avoiding trouble, and upon hearing the tales of those who did, they could only chuckle. They knew those players sought trouble and hoped to loot Qin Feng's gear without reflecting on their own shortcomings. Thus, in the free square, their vitriol was met with mockery. Had they voiced their grievances in Anning Town or on the way there, they might have found some resonance. Some players had given up after more than half a month of fruitless efforts, only knowing flight. Initially, it was amusing, but as they noticed their friends leveling up, they fell in line to train. Yet, a significant number of players remained determined to seek revenge on Qin Feng near Anning Town. The throng of players had diminished by about half, but combined with the original inhabitants of Anning Town, there were still around 40 to 50,000. Those remaining were not idle. If they could not find Qin Feng, they would slay monsters instead. Among them, a few thousand were genuinely intent on confronting Qin Feng. They had either been victimized by him or had previously perished in the canyon, and upon hearing he had returned, they felt tricked. Convinced it was a scheme to toy with them. Stubbornness was abundant in the game, and many were unwilling to accept defeat. The stalls in Anning Town began to thrive. Their names were notably distinctive, specializing in slaying Qin Feng, looting good gear, Qin Feng's one-hit kill, Qin Feng can't cut through good armor, essential for slaying Qin Feng, and premium accessories to torture Qin Feng. Seeing these stalls, Tang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in frustration. Consequently, the housing prices in Anning Town skyrocketed from 10 gold coins to 100 gold coins per day, yet she still found herself without a home. If it were not for Qin Feng's warnings, she would have resorted to violence long ago. However, knowing that the guild required her oversight, she held back her rage. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng sent her a message. Xiao, sell all our golden gear immediately. Prices in Anning Town have quintupled. What? Tang Xiaoxiao was taken aback, questioning whether this message truly came from Qin Feng or if someone was threatening him. Brother Feng, sell the gear? That would aid the players in hunting you. No way. Were you coerced? She hastily replied. Who could possibly threaten me? Xiao, trust me. If we don't sell now, it will lose its value. He urged. All right. When fighting monsters, leave nothing behind. Qin Feng ended the conversation, leaving Tang Xiaoxiao staring in disbelief at the brief message. Sell? Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Ling Xiaoya inquired. Noticing her peculiar demeanor, Tang Xiao Xiao turned to her. Brother Feng wants me to sell the gear to those hunting him? Has he lost his mind? Of course. He seems quite deranged to me. Ling Xiaoya rolled her eyes, stretching lazily. What is he so afraid of? In the realm of the undead, the sound of dripping water echoed eerily in the stillness. With every drop, a chill ran down one's spine. Beneath Qin Feng's feet lay scattered bones. The walls adorned with blood-stained handprints trailing macabre streaks. Rusty whips and moss-covered tables, along with yellowed chains, confirmed this was an abandoned underground prison. Upon entering the first chamber, he felt a chilling aura enveloping him. Torches flickered on either side, and as Qin Feng lowered his head, he cautiously advanced. The dungeon resembled a labyrinth, and as he navigated through, he pondered why there were no monsters present. What could be the reason? This seemed implausible. In the realm of the game, how could one possibly encounter a monster in such a desolate place? Might it be that the dungeon has not been triggered? At the entrance of the dungeon, Qin Feng had indeed traversed the teleportation vortex, the very gateway to the instance. Yet, upon entering, he found himself confronted by an eerie silence, devoid of any creatures. This was decidedly peculiar. Or was it? No, something was amiss. Qin Feng abruptly turned around, scanning his surroundings, including the space above him. There was something strange about this place. The corpses strewn across the ground hinted at a perilous atmosphere. It was unmistakably a dungeon. Yet not a single monster was in sight. This was inconceivable. This must indeed be an instance. With a swift motion, Qin Feng brandished his viper blade, donning his shield with his left hand. However, as he advanced, he encountered not a single foe. Yet, at the end of the dungeon, he discovered another teleportation portal. Emerging into the outside world beneath a somber sky, he found himself in an utterly desolate landscape, bereft of the verdant trees and blooming flora he had seen in the valley. Here, only barren mountains stretched endlessly before him, along with the presence of the undead. A low growl resonated as one of the undead spotted Qin Feng and charged towards him. It was a level 25 skeleton warrior. Had he not previously battled the Skeleton King, the sight of this skeletal foe might have sent shivers down his spine. The withered skeleton, clad in tattered armor, had cracked skin that fluttered in the wind, dragging a massive two-handed sword as it approached Qin Feng step by step. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng lunged forward, his viper blade slicing through the air and striking the skeleton warrior. The sound of shattering bones echoed as fragments fell to the ground, and the ribcage of the skeleton trembled before collapsing. Nevertheless, this did not deter the skeleton warrior from retaliating, as its great sword swung down from where Qin Feng had just halted. Is that even possible? Qin Feng stared in disbelief at the skeletal warrior, glancing down at the scattered bones, swallowing hard in resignation. The skeleton warrior let out another low growl and lunged at him once more, its armor clattering ominously, its crimson eyes blazing with wrath. Determined, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword and unleashed a whirlwind of slashes. The air erupted in a cacophony of bone fragments scattering in every direction as he wielded his sword with terrifying speed, executing 3 strikes per second, akin to spinning thrice in the blink of an eye. The sheer exhilaration of the attack was intoxicating. For the time being, Qin Feng refrained from employing any skills, opting instead to unleash 4 consecutive spinning slashes, dispatching the skeleton warrior with ease. The spinning slash could rotate 10 times within approximately 4 seconds. Qin Feng, not reliant on skills alone, was keen on honing his abilities, particularly when faced with a solitary foe, which allowed for greater skill proficiency. The level 25 adversary yielded 7,000 experience points and a medium potion. Qin Feng was unconcerned about his health. His primary focus was on his mana. As long as his mana remained sufficient, he could unleash skills without restraint, furthering his training. Qin Feng had discovered a serene spot to grind monsters. Embarking on his journey in solitude, outside the canyon, players continued their search for him, but in recent days, he had inexplicably vanished, and the fallen players had yet to return. Those few who were privy to his whereabouts remained silent, fully aware of the events surrounding the Viper Canyon and the folly of their previous endeavors. They understood that searching for Qin Feng required discretion. A frantic hunt would only expedite his escape. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in Anning City remained overwhelmingly fervent, leading to a frenzied demand for Tang Xiaoxiao's equipment, with players snatching it up indiscriminately, unperturbed by price fluctuations. The urgency of the situation rendered complaints futile, as even undesirable items had vanished from the market. As a result, acquiring equipment became a pressing concern for all players, who collectively recognized this dilemma and commenced battles, scouring the area for both Qin Feng and the surrounding monsters. Meanwhile, Qin Feng remained undisturbed in the realm of the undead, engaged in a relentless slaughter for 3 consecutive days. That night, a new region appeared on Qin Feng's map, Black Death City. Upon entering a new area, players would unveil an expansive dark map. With only a few sections provided by guilds, while the rest remained for players to explore. However, upon revealing Black Death City, Qin Feng was met with an ominous warning. As one of the primary cities for the undead, its guards were level 100, allowing entry to players, not limited to just those of the undead race. As humans were equally welcome. Qin Feng's warning was solely due to his status as a red-named player, which barred him from entering the city. Whether it be the undead city or a human settlement, he was not permitted to approach. Reluctantly, Qin Feng had to retreat. Had he not been a red name, he could have confidently traversed to another area. Now, he was compelled to return. Upon reaching the teleportation point, he found himself back in the canyon dungeon. Qin Feng understood the purpose of this place. The dungeon scenario was designed to prepare players for entry into the realm of the undead. Intriguingly, it was merely a fleeting visit to the undead territory, with no prospect of venturing further. Standing at the threshold to the canyon, Qin Feng felt a pang of awkwardness. The outside situation remained uncertain, and he was unsure if players were lying in wait at the exit. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a chance and step outside. With a bold stride, he emerged, fortunate that there were not many players present. Unfortunately, the Viper Queen awaited him. Two teams were engaged in battle. The previous setback had thwarted the carefully orchestrated ambush by Zidian Jidian and Alfing Wangchao. Thus, they had returned once more to attempt the capture of the Viper Queen. Fortuitously, no players had interfered, and it was on the brink of demise. Alas, Qin Feng appeared once more. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? The choice of life and death, Part 1. Damn it. Heal. Heal. Quickly. The main tank, Ao Shikuang Feng, upon seeing Qin Feng's sudden emergence, turned as pale as a ghost, nearly dropping his shield. What the hell? Why is Qin Feng showing up now? Hey! Qin Feng cheerfully waved his hand, prompting the members of Ao Feng Dynasty and Zidian Jidian to unleash a torrent of curses at him. You shameless bastard. What do you want? Qin Feng. You scoundrel. How dare you come back? Damn it. Eliminate him. Just seeing him makes me furious. Mage, obliterate him. Keep attacking. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng brandished a massive scythe and charged towards Ao Shikuang Feng. I must say, Kuang Feng, your subordinates are quite rude. Don't you intend to discipline them? Puff. Puff, puff. Ao Shikuang Feng's health plummeted drastically. Damn it. Qin Feng, are you doing this on purpose? Ao Shikuang Feng was drenched in sweat. For as the leader, his demise would spell disaster for them. In the distance, the priest hastily cast healing spells while retreating, fearing Qin Feng might target them again. The last time, the ladies had nearly perished at his hands. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck directly above Qin Feng. He glanced at the mage camp, his expression darkening. Ao Shikuang Feng cursed, which bastard threw that? Did I authorize an attack? It dawned on him that Qin Feng was still negotiable since he had not directly slain him, but at this moment, it was crucial to suppress any indication of hostility. Otherwise, it would surely provoke Qin Feng. Seeking death. As Qin Feng's health bar fluctuated, his right hand instinctively launched an attack. A swift thrust pierced through Ao Shikuang Feng, who was engaged with the Viper Queen, leading to his swift demise. Ao Shikuang Feng had no means to defend himself. While dodging the Viper Queen's relentless strikes, he had to also guard against Qin Feng. How could one achieve such a feat? Swish, swish, swish. Ao Shikuang Feng soared into the air, causing the Viper Queen's aggro to spiral out of control. With Ao Shikuang Feng drawing the aggro effectively, the Viper Queen's attention had been stable, and the team's trust in their leader was absolute. Thus, the mages unleashed their full might, resulting in a dangerously high aggro. Due to their distance, the Viper Queen unleashed a spinning blade attack, charging towards the distant mages. Bastard. Retreat. Quickly. D.E. Realizing they could not kill her this time, could no longer hold back, Qin Feng was cornered behind, and a barrage of magic spells would prevent his escape. Focus your attacks on Qin Feng. All-out assault on Qin Feng. With D.E.'s command, all mages pivoted nearly in unison. The leader's words were tantamount to battle orders. Disregarding the incoming Viper Queen, all mages aligned their spells towards Qin Feng, unleashing an overwhelming barrage of magic. With at least 100 spells aimed at him, even if Qin Feng were formidable, he would surely be reduced to nothing under such an onslaught. At that moment, D.E. shouted again, everyone, proactively close in and regain the aggro, quickly. D.E. had calculated that Qin Feng's only retreat lay within the dungeon of the canyon. He could not withstand this multitude of spells. Once inside, he would be immediately blocked by several berserkers. There would undoubtedly be losses. The mages would likely suffer 30 to 40 casualties, but it would merely slow down the monster's slaughter, not prevent it. Part 2. D.E.'s reasoning was sound and entirely reasonable. Given the current circumstances, it indeed appeared that Qin Feng had only one path for retreat. However, did D.E. think Qin Feng was oblivious to this? Once he retreated, D.E. would take him down, blocking the exit. Would he have an opportunity to escape? Thus, retreat could lead to temporary survival, but ultimately, it was a dead end. Qin Feng understood that to seize a turning point, he had only one path to take, to advance. The incoming spells intertwined into a kaleidoscopic web, and Qin Feng's gaze was unwaveringly fixed ahead. No, I must find a gap, a gap. Qin Feng's body moved. But he could not discern the trajectory of the falling spells. They were simply too swift, too rapid to comprehend. Desperate measures. Qin Feng abruptly donned his defensive gear and charged towards a specific direction. It was not an open space. But the majority of spells in that direction were merely low-level fireballs. Simultaneously, he retrieved a health potion from his belt, disregarding the potential loss of health, and drank it down. Puff, puff, puff. Several fireballs and icicles struck Qin Feng, causing his health to plummet by half. But after raising his head, his health surged back up. Yet, in the next moment, it dwindled once more. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng swiftly switched to his mixed Jianglong gear and wielded his scythe. Red lights soared as his health fluctuated, descending and rising, as he deftly evaded a wave of magical attacks. When he halted, his health stabilized at 1/5 of its total. At that moment, facing a line of melee fighters, Qin Feng could choose to attack, yet he would equally bear the brunt of their assaults. With so many opponents, the damage he would sustain would undoubtedly surpass the health he could absorb. Di's eyes sparkled. He observed that Qin Feng's health was but a mere dagger's distance from his own. In an instant, he leaped, executing a jumping slash. Di's equipment was formidable, and with a single leap, Qin Feng had no chance for healing. In the swirling blade formation, Qin Feng relinquished his scythe and instead wielded the ogre's spiked club. In game, melee skills could be executed with melee weapons. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, team members were instantly launched into the air, including Di, who was descending. All were sent flying before they could touch Qin Feng, struck by his spiked club. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the wolf-tooth wooden club. Although the damage is relatively ordinary, the ability to knock back opponents can be executed at any moment without the need for a trigger. The mage, upon witnessing the electrical attack land, was startled to see minimal damage inflicted and immediately called for an assault on Qin Feng. However, in that fleeting moment, Qin Feng had already consumed a health potion, thereby squandering the optimal opportunity to eliminate him. With a single strike, had there been a follow-up, Qin Feng would have undoubtedly perished. Yet, this crucial blow was evaded by dozens of players who failed to connect. Did the mages have time to retaliate? The Viper Queen charged forth, unleashing a spinning blade formation, causing devastation among the mages who were too preoccupied with self-preservation to mount any attack. Those who hesitated faced instant obliteration from her ultimate skill. Amid the chaos of the spinning blades, who could withstand such fury? Having narrowly escaped a fatal encounter, Qin Feng was seething with rage, questioning whether his adversaries had finished their revelry, as it was time for him to take his turn. The reason for not employing the scythe to execute the spinning blade formation was due to the confined space, rendering it ineffective. Ironically, the wolf-tooth wooden club became the quintessential weapon for such a tight terrain. Qin Feng wielded the wooden club, engaging the Viper Queen while navigating through the spinning blades. Although his movements were somewhat sluggish, anyone who dared to confront him was sent flying, leaving his opponents utterly helpless. Before him, regardless of whether they were shield warriors or berserkers, any adversary struck by Qin Feng's club was flung away, crashing into the canyon walls, dazed and disoriented, with no means of retaliation. Meanwhile, the mages were being ruthlessly suppressed by the Viper Queen, creating a seamless synergy in their assault. This was outrageous. Have you formed a team? The mage's face turned an ashen hue. Such bullying was unacceptable. How could they collaborate with players to commit murder? Where could one seek justice for this? Though Qin Feng could knock back his foes, his damage output was undoubtedly modest, causing them to collide with walls, but leaving them alive. Unfazed, Qin Feng continued to maneuver, occasionally launching a spinning blade formation to herd the melee fighters together, knowing that once the Viper Queen dealt with the mages, she would soon assist him. Within mere minutes, the mages were transformed into wisps of light. In an instant, the Viper Queen charged toward the melee fighters. Qin Feng hastily retreated, leaving the battlefield to her, as he raced towards the healers once more. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's advance, the healer maidens panicked and scattered. Observing their disarray, Qin Feng snorted dismissively, refraining from pursuing them further. Instead, he returned, equipping the Viper's blade, and dashed to the side of the fallen queen. At that moment, the Viper Queen's health was alarmingly low, at 1/5 remaining. Qin Feng needed to reduce her health to a manageable level before the opposing team could eliminate all their members. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The Viper Queen was focused on slaying the guild members, while Qin Feng targeted her, and the guild members sought to eliminate Qin Feng. This intricate triangular dynamic was rare, yet under these circumstances, Qin Feng and the Viper Queen executed a breathtakingly beautiful collaboration. Electric glanced at the Viper Queen's health and immediately comprehended Qin Feng's intentions, shouting to all team members, "Everyone, Log off for 30 seconds. In an instant, the players vanished without a trace. Electric successfully shifted the blame, denying Qin Feng any opportunity. After 30 seconds, when they returned online, it would be Qin Feng facing elimination. Having calculated meticulously, Electric was confident that within 30 seconds, Qin Feng could not defeat the Viper Queen. When they logged back in, they would be poised to ambush him. How could Qin Feng, present in the vicinity, remain oblivious to Electric's command? He drew out his scythe and unleashed a flurry of stabbing attacks on the Viper Queen. This was an unreserved display of power, with each stab costing 30 mana points. Given Qin Feng's current mana, he could execute 11 consecutive strikes. His attack speed was akin to a rapid-fire machine gun, and the Viper Queen's health plummeted. After nearly 10 seconds, Qin Feng glanced up to see her health drop below 40,000. However, he found himself without mana. Depleting 40,000 health within such a short span was an arduous task. With his right hand thrusting forward, he swiftly retrieved a mana potion, consuming it in haste, though half of it spilled onto the ground. Nevertheless, he regained over 200 mana points. In his final assault, Qin Feng unleashed his ultimate attack, completing it within 7 seconds, and 5 pieces of dark gold equipment fell to the ground. He hastily discarded the equipment into his storage, disregarding even the yellow gear. As the area where Electric and the others logged off was chaotic, making it difficult for Qin Feng to locate their positions upon their return. Summoning the Terror Wolf, he mounted it and swiftly made his escape. 3, 2, 1. Electric was the first to log back in, and with a flash of the screen, he executed a jumping slash, though he struck nothing. Quickly scanning his surroundings for Qin Feng's whereabouts, he instinctively looked behind him, anticipating Qin Feng's presence. To his dismay, not only was there no sign of Qin Feng, but even the Viper Queen was absent. The scattered equipment lay in a state of protection, clearly indicating that Qin Feng had triumphed. Glancing toward the canyon, he saw Qin Feng riding the Terror Wolf, already fleeing. Damn it! Chase after him! Electric furiously pointed toward Qin Feng in the distance. At that moment, the members of Electric's team erupted in excitement. Although they had been outwitted by Qin Feng once again, they had managed to capture several swift wolves above level 25 as mounts in recent days, their speed far surpassing that of the Terror Wolf. Moreover, as a berserker, Qin Feng lacked the ability to utilize skills while mounted, unlike several team members who were shield warriors, capable of executing abilities from their mounts. As long as they could close in on Qin Feng, surely they could overpower him. The earth trembled and dust swirled as Dian paid no heed to the few yellow garments. At this moment, nothing was more crucial than pursuing Qin Feng. Even if there were 1,000 yellow garments here, Dian would unhesitatingly choose to eliminate Qin Feng. Hearing a sound from behind, Qin Feng abruptly turned around. To his astonishment, what lay behind him? A group of individuals riding Harley motorcycles? And what about himself? A gentle little sheep motorcycle? This was not even a contest of speed. Could he possibly escape? Qin Feng had long suspected that the Terror Wolf was inadequate, and now Bai Yin had been sent to capture it for him. But first, it had to be caught. Discussing this now was futile. The canyon stretched endlessly for several kilometers, and at this speed, he would be overtaken in less than 30 or 40 seconds. Block him. Release ranged attacks. Just as Qin Feng was anxious, Dian suddenly shouted from behind. Turning his head, Qin Feng discovered that the fleeing girls had not left. They were standing there waiting for their captain. At this moment, they collided directly with Qin Feng. It was worth noting that although the girls were priests, they possessed basic ranged attacks, while their effectiveness was not on par with mages. Even a modest 200 points of attack from 20 or 30 of them combined could easily send Qin Feng flying. Upon hearing their captain's command, the girls immediately locked onto Qin Feng, brandishing their short staffs. Qin Feng frowned and raised a large scythe above his head. To his surprise, the girls instantly turned and fled. However, a few skilled ones managed to unleash their skills, striking Qin Feng, but to no avail. A potion easily restored his health. Dian's face turned pale. If it weren't for the girls, he would have cursed aloud. He struck his thigh with his right fist. Being a berserker who could not attack while mounted, why were they running? The tumultuous escape of the girls had no effect on Qin Feng, but Dian and his team were truly closing in. Qin Feng glanced at the canyon on either side, frequently looking back, and as he saw the enemy approaching, he suddenly halted. The Terror Wolf vanished, and a wooden staff reappeared. If he spun now, Dian's team could flank him from both sides and encircle him. Qin Feng had but one choice: tremor. The tremor was not an earthquake. Its effects were far less significant. The only advantage was that at this moment, the opposing team members were all mounted, which startled their steeds, causing chaos among them as they cried out in alarm. Amidst the cries, the voices of nearby healers could be heard, prompting Qin Feng to glance at them. It seemed he had done nothing to provoke them. There was an opportunity. Qin Feng saw a chance. With the mounts unoccupied, could he possibly seize one? Was it not all real? What does all real mean? It means a simulation of reality. Aside from the essential functions of the game, Perhaps he could take one? Qin Feng dashed over, and Dian thought he was coming to attack, so he quickly shouted, "Get up, form a shield wall." With a swish, rows of massive shields were erected. Qin Feng took a look, shook his head, grabbed a mount, and rode off. Dian, hiding behind the shield and lowering his head, waited for a moment. The 3-meter-long wolf-tooth club was indeed lethal, and the sensation of being struck by it was unbearable. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. "Captain, he has escaped," a healer exclaimed. "What? Damn it, that bastard stole my mount. Capture him." Dian clutched his hair in frustration, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng had become so shameless. Riding the swift-winged wolf, Qin Feng was elated, moving with astonishing speed. He looked back at Dian and sheepishly said, "Dian, thanks a lot. You bastard. Don't let me catch you." Dian was resolute not to give up. One of the team members lent Dian their mount, and without a second thought, he led the pursuit once more. The healers followed, although their attacks were not formidable. Each of their mounts was decent. Being girls, they received some care within the guild, right? Each one was a swift-winged wolf. Joining the ranks of the pursuit behind Dian, Dian had no time to worry about them. He kept his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, refusing to relent. Although the mounts were fast, they could not traverse every terrain. The game's geography was intricate, often leading to paths where mounts could not proceed. As long as they stayed close, Qin Feng would eventually have to stop. At that time, with dozens of players targeting Qin Feng, combined with ranged attacks, what reason would he have to survive? Twice now, Dian felt a simmering anger within him. He had been disrupted repeatedly. Had it not been for the battle on this side, Qin Feng ambushing from behind, and the two guilds involved, would he have been bullied to such an extent? Dian was unwilling to concede. He could not accept it. Although Qin Feng was equipped, he was certainly not invincible. Dian had observed that Qin Feng had nearly been felled by magic. His defenses were pitifully weak, considering the cloth armor he wore. He must have prioritized set bonuses over defense. The more Dian pursued, the calmer he became, and the calmer he was, the more strategies he devised. As long as he gathered archers to lock onto Qin Feng, tracking arrows were sure to hit. At that moment, no matter how strong Qin Feng's attacks were, they would be of no consequence. With this thought, Dian became invigorated. In recent days, he had indeed been quite frustrated. When a person is frustrated, their composure can shatter, and their mind cannot remain clear. If he had thought of this sooner, would Qin Feng have not already fallen? "Hurry, chase him." Dian's voice rose a few pitches, and he no longer ground his teeth in anger. He secretly thought that if he captured Qin Feng this time, he was surely doomed. Glancing behind him, all 27 girls remained unscathed. That was enough to take him down. Qin Feng ran farther and farther away, and he was not quite aware of his surroundings. The map in this vicinity, aside from a few crucial leveling spots, was entirely shrouded in darkness. The game offered little assistance to players, providing only a small illuminated area at the beginning. Running into the dark expanse of the map was indeed a perilous venture for Qin Feng. However, at this moment, he could hardly afford to be concerned. Continuously racing toward the shadowy expanse, with dusk rapidly approaching, Qin Feng glanced back at Dian, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Fatigue surged within him, and the thought of sleeping amidst the desolation was utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt compelled to press on. He would rather collapse on the path of escape than choose to pause for rest. Everyone was enduring the struggle, and Qin Feng, though distressed, knew that Dian and the other team members were equally affected. "Captain, is he still running? What should we do? Nightfall is imminent. If we don't rest, we fall from our mounts." One team member looked at Dian, gloomy. In the game, once the resting system was triggered, there was a significant risk of falling while asleep on their steeds. "Sleep? Pursue him," Qin Feng urged. "If we fall, do you think he won tea?" With no escape left, he posed a question to his comrades. "At this moment, are you willing to concede?" "Captain, we will persevere." The team member turned away promptly, narrowing his eyes to instill a sense of alertness, encouraging his companions, "Hang in there." Nodding in agreement, the team fell silent, heads bowed. In truth, everyone was exhausted and famished, enduring a profound struggle, yet with Qin Feng in sight, none wished to surrender. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless pursuit, Qin Feng could no longer withstand the fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. Almost simultaneously, his teammates fell as well, groans escaping their lips as they succumbed to sleep. The toll of exhaustion manifesting in diminishing health. In a haze, shadowy figures surged forth, and Qin Feng, despite his intent to awaken, found himself unable to do so. Is that not our brother, Han Jianglong?" "Seize them all," commanded the leader. "Yes, boss." Qin Feng, upon hearing these words, suddenly received a notification in his mind. Hidden mission triggered. The choice of Heifeng Zhai. Mission 1. Rescue the companions of the human faction, reducing 300 sin points. Mission 2. Assist the leader of Heifeng Zhai in imprisoning the companions of the human faction, increasing the notoriety of the rogues. "What is this?" Qin Feng exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief. Is this not the gameplay of a reverse player? He recalled that players could choose their factions, even opting to be thieves. Yet he had never considered such a path. His focus had solely been on leveling up and completing dungeons. However, dressed in the garb of Han Jianglong, he found himself in this embarrassing predicament. What to do? Qin Feng pondered silently. While 300 sin points was considerable, for him, it bore little significance. His sin points were already in the thousands. The reward of merely reducing 300 seemed almost trivial. Conversely, he had never envisioned himself becoming a rogue. Let me observe the situation first, he resolved. The choice held little meaning for him. With thousands of sin points already accumulated, he felt indifferent. His primary concern was to gauge the people and the unfolding events. Upon stepping into Heifengjai, Qin Feng inquired, "Brothers, where's the boss?" Recognizing the layout from his previous encounter with Han Jianglong, he understood that his attire had caused a misunderstanding. "The boss is resting," a subordinate replied respectfully. "Perhaps you could take a look around? How did I end up here?" Qin Feng asked lazily, reclining on a chair outside the room. "According to our boss, you were pursued by several bandits, and fortunately, our leader and his brothers were out hunting and found you," the subordinate explained. "Hunting?" A cold sweat trickled down Qin Feng's forehead. Is it true that bandits now engage in hunting? He thought to himself, refraining from asking further to avoid appearing naive. The subordinate continued, "We carried you back and brought you to our quarters. Are you comfortable?" "Well enough." "And what are those rascals pursuing me?" Qin Feng inquired, narrowing his eyes. "They are locked in the dungeon, tightly bound. Anyone daring to harm you would be courting death," the subordinate replied. Rising, Qin Feng declared, "I must see them." "Wait." The subordinate rushed over. "Please don't harm them. The boss is still asleep, and we have a hard time explaining." Qin Feng waved a hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I know the rules. I won't act until I meet the boss. Then I shall take my leave." The subordinate nodded hastily. Qin Feng entered the room, pushing the door open, where several subordinates stood alert. "Ah, you're awake," they exclaimed, fawning over him. Nodding, Qin Feng said, "I have questions for you. You lot, be gone." "Yes, sir. Just be gentle," they warned as they scurried away. With a swift turn, Qin Feng faced a row of pillars, where a number of individuals were bound, their equipment stripped away. Qin Feng burst into laughter. "Dian, how do you fare? Tied up like this? Damn it. Qin Feng, you scoundrel, are you in league with the bandits?" Dian exclaimed incredulously. Qin Feng shook his head. "I have no idea. Have I become a villain through my actions? Speak plainly. What do you want?" Dian asked directly. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng replied, "Why act as if I captured you? Let us negotiate. If I free you, can we consider our past grievances settled?" "Absolutely not. You have taken away our chance for reconciliation, and while I may agree, my teammates certainly do not." Diong glared furiously at Qin Feng. One teammate timidly looked at Diong and said, "Captain, we could actually agree. Get lost." Diong shot a furious glance at the teammate. "Did I give you permission to speak?" Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, "Look, this brother knows his place. Diong, you really ought to temper your temper. Let us negotiate." "There is nothing to negotiate," Diong retorted. "Let me tell you, once I find an opportunity to escape, I will hunt you down relentlessly. I refuse to believe I cannot claim my due." In the Black Wind stronghold, Qin Feng raised his thumb and said, "You've got character. Still the same stubbornness, refusing to yield. Stay here for now. You need some time to cool off." Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling 88 to enjoy his time here. He truly did not concern himself too much with the situation. After all, this was merely a game. Even if he were to die, it would simply mean returning to the city, not a genuine demise. The stubbornness of this young man would allow him to endure some hardship first. The room was filled with teammates exchanging bewildered glances, hesitant to speak. In the game, it was inconsequential, but once they logged off, the leader would still be the leader, unless they were willing to forfeit their standing. Upon stepping out of the room, Qin Feng called out to the henchman, "Is there anything to eat?" "Yes, sir. We just baked some flaky wild boar this morning. Would you like some wine?" A little henchman eagerly inquired. "Bring some." "Haha, this is life." Qin Feng cheerfully headed towards the kitchen. "Rest assured, it will be ready shortly." Back in the room, Diong was seething, his hair nearly standing on end. "This bastard. I can't believe it. Captain, how can this be fair? He has a red name, and yet he still gets to eat and drink?" One teammate looked at Diong, feeling wronged. "Exactly. It's early morning, and he's feasting on roasted boar, as if he has no fear of choking." Another teammate chimed in. "Captain, I'm so hungry." A girl weakly gazed at Diong. Sigh. Diong sighed. "I am hungry as well, but what can I do? I am bound here, after all. This bastard ambushed me while I was sleeping. This game is too much. They force you to sleep, not even allowing you a chance to fight back." The more Diong thought about it, the angrier he became. This was a problem he could not solve. No matter how high his equipment level was, it was of no use. The group continued to grumble. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was oblivious as he reached the kitchen, indulging in succulent roasted meat, his mouth dripping with grease. "Lord Long, the chief is awake. Please, Lord Long, come and speak with him. Qin Feng nodded and made his way, striding towards the main hall. Haha, haha. Qin Feng laughed heartily as he entered, not uttering a word. Simply chuckling. He did not know who the chief of the hall was, so he needed to see the name before addressing him. Hey Lauda, the leader of Black Wind Stronghold, level 32. Hey Lauda, I must thank you, brother, for your assistance. Otherwise, my life would have been in peril. Qin Feng grinned, emulating the swagger of a seasoned rogue. Hey Lauda chuckled as he turned to Qin Feng. Haha, Brother Long, what are you saying? Do we still need to be polite? Come, take a seat. Qin Feng, feeling no hesitation, sat down in the chair nearest to Hey Lauda. Brother Long, what is your connection with those few rascals? You have plenty of brothers under your command, yet you are alone? Hey Lauda asked directly. Qin Feng waved his hand, contemplating how to respond. Oh, do not mention it. The stronghold has fallen, and my brothers have met tragic ends. I am the only one who managed to escape. Constantly pursued. I was fortunate to encounter you. Otherwise, I cannot fathom what would have become of me. Humph. Those scoundrels. They must not be spared. Hey Lauda whispered conspiratorially to Qin Feng for quite some time. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and replied, Oh, sounds good. Haha, since you have agreed, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall summon people to take care of it. At that moment, Diong received a mission notification to eliminate Black Wind Stronghold. Diong could establish a large team, directing the members to the stronghold. Simultaneously, Qin Feng received a mission as well. The first task was completed. Since Qin Feng did not release anyone directly, he had already passed the first stage. In the task of guarding Black Wind Stronghold, Qin Feng did not expect the speed of completion. Initially, he thought he would ponder after finishing his meal, but before he knew it, the task was already accomplished. Qin Feng's reputation in the realm of bandits increased significantly, and he wondered how the game had disseminated his name. The current mission assigned to him was to protect Black Wind Stronghold and thwart any rescue attempts by the enemies. The task's outcome was straightforward. As long as Qin Feng remained alive, the mission would succeed. If he perished, it would fail. During the mission, Qin Feng could not stray too far from Black Wind Stronghold, or he would be deemed dead. This task was not inherently difficult. At worst, he might die once. However, Qin Feng was currently marked red, and he could not afford to die. Serving time in prison would take at least a few months. By the time he emerged, others would have reached level 40, right? Damn it. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine. I have already taken them down twice. What does one more matter? They likely do not care either. Meanwhile, Diong was ready to form a team immediately. After forming a team, the members would receive the same mission. However, Diong faced a limitation. He was currently bound and in a hostage state, unable to send any messages. Therefore, no matter how much AOC Qin Feng inquired, Diong could not respond. This was to prevent players from maliciously disrupting the dungeon. After all, just like Black Wind Stronghold and the Orc Fortress, once defeated, they would become irretrievable battlegrounds. This meant that Black Wind Stronghold could only be fought once. If they failed, it was one thing. If players succeeded, the stronghold would be destroyed until players organized to rebuild it. In similar dungeons, if players always sent a hostage to scout, transmitting information outside, the very purpose of attacking would be lost. Even if the game's initial intelligence was high, it could never surpass that of players. To safeguard the dungeon, once captured, all information would be immediately sealed off, effectively rendering it non-existent. Qin Feng read through the victory conditions for both sides, promptly grasping the crux of the matter. Despite the fact that electricity cannot speak, and the team battle can only accommodate 100 participants, with the formation of this group, AOC Qin Feng is undoubtedly bound to bring more individuals along. Those who are not part of the group may not be obliged to complete tasks, yet they can always lend a helping hand. This is the wilderness, devoid of teleportation portals. Players are not incapable of assisting. If AOC Qin Feng arrives with hundreds of people, along with those aiding within He Feng Zhai, the number of adversaries that Qin Feng must confront becomes overwhelming. What to do? After pondering for a considerable time, Qin Feng realized that perhaps it was not as daunting as it seemed. In recent days, Qin Feng dedicated himself to various tasks, diligently training in the martial arts arena behind a stronghold. The essence of being a professional player lies in practice. In past games, one honed their speed. In this game, it is essential to train rigorously throughout the seasons. Mastery within the game is contingent upon one's ability to cultivate speed. While skill allocation is one aspect, the ability to execute it requires significant effort. Neither Qin Feng sought out He Lauda, nor did He Lauda seek him. Until the third day, when He Lauda's men discovered a large number of enemies. Upon receiving the news, Qin Feng promptly commenced his actions. He Feng Zhai was home to over 400 minions. While that seemed substantial, it was insufficient to contend with the players. He needed to resolve half of the troubles before that moment arrived. Before long, the area outside He Feng Zhai was filled with players. Yet many of them left immediately upon entering. This occurred because when too many players entered, AOC Qin Feng's status was elevated, consequently increasing the level and difficulty of He Feng Zhai. It appeared that this was not a matter of mere trickery. Regardless, within the team of electricity, only AOC Qin Feng was present, having assembled 98 individuals, which was the maximum permitted by the game. Haha, they have indeed come to meet their demise. Did you bring money? He Laoda inquired of AOC Qin Feng, fully aware that it was impossible for them to bring funds, as this mission was evidently aimed at annihilating He Feng Zhai. Where are the people? I see them paying a ransom for you. AOC Qin Feng realized the absurdity of the situation. Why waste any further words? Upon encountering electricity, it was time to strike. How difficult could it be to handle hundreds of monsters? Bring the people out. He Laoda commanded, and dozens, nearly 100, were pushed forward by the minions. AOC Qin Feng, be cautious, electricity is about to emerge, he shouted. At that moment, a wave of crimson light surged from behind electricity, and without any equipment, they were swiftly cleaved by Qin Feng into numerous beams of white light that dissipated into the ether. Damn it, are they really tearing up the ransom? Eliminate them. AOC Qin Feng erupted with fury, questioning the design of this dungeon. He Laoda turned to Qin Feng. Brother, what are you doing? Qin Feng pointed to the individuals below. How could they possibly possess money? Do not fall for it. Oh, very well. Brothers, annihilate these rascals. He Laoda commanded, pointing at AOC Qin Feng, and the surrounding minions charged forth. This exemplified the influence of Qin Feng's prestige. When a player's reputation in the game is exceedingly high, their words gain substantial credibility. In other words, within the game, when faced with the same situation, the player whom one perceives as having greater prestige is deemed truthful. This phenomenon arises from the affinity system. However, should one intentionally deceive, their prestige will significantly diminish. Hiding behind the minions, Qin Feng remained unnoticed by AOC Qin Feng. The events that had just transpired were unclear to him. Nevertheless, AOC Qin Feng, unlike Qin Feng, was keenly aware of the information at hand. Damn it, your name is too lengthy, AOC Qin Feng exclaimed. With just 4 characters, be cautious. And you have too. If you were like me, with 6 characters, I would have already conveyed my message. Look, electricity, be cautious of Qin Feng, is only 5 characters. Upon reading the message from electricity, AOC Qin Feng felt urgency. Can't you be more explicit with just 5 characters? What nonsense. How can 5 characters convey a message? You've taken up 4 of them. Be cautious of Qin and only takes 4 characters. You imbecile. AOC Qin Feng was left exasperated. Damn it. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Focus on the battle. Stop messaging, you fool. He angrily shut down the messages, regretting his choice of collaboration with such an impulsive individual. Charge forward. Be cautious of Qin Feng. He is among the bandit ranks. AOC Qin Feng shouted. The surrounding team members were left speechless. Captain, do you mean to say that Qin Feng is part of the team? Damn it. Who asked? That fool said it. AOC Qin Feng looked utterly disheartened. Oh, be cautious of Qin Feng. The team members, uncertain of the situation, decided to heed the captain's words with utmost seriousness. He Laoda glanced around, puzzled. Brother, who is Qin Feng? Lowering his head, Qin Feng replied to He Laoda, perhaps they refer to you? These fools mistake He Feng for Qin Feng. However, I am uncertain of the situation. Haha. This is amusing. These rascals are indeed foolish. Let us find some entertainment. He Laoda declared as he brandished a massive axe. Haha. I Qin Feng have arrived. He leaped into action. He Laoda was unceremonious, swinging his 2-handed axe downward from midair, unleashing an immense force that caused tremendous damage. Damn it. Qin Feng. AOC Qin Feng raised his gaze, nearly overwhelmed with despair. What on earth is this? With that beard, he claims to be Qin Feng? Who is this fool? AOC Qin Feng seethed with frustration. Could it be that this ruffian is the one who took down that Qin Feng? In a swift motion, AOC Qin Feng charged forward, locking his sights on He Laoda. He Laoda, level 32? ISNT that so. AOC Qin Feng's mind was in disarray, consumed by the name Qin Feng. Arriving here, he found himself foolishly shouting. How is it that in my previous life I became Qin Feng? After 9 years of being overshadowed by Qin Feng, I finally switched games, and yet, the name Qin Feng continues to haunt me. Where's Qin Feng? This is He Feng. Regardless, AOC Qin Feng pointed at He Laoda. Let us take him down first. All team members immediately entered the state of cooperative attack, striking with remarkable proficiency. However, they were unaware that this formidable foe, He Laoda, was truly exceptional, possessing terrifying power. Furthermore, his speed was astonishing, and his attack damage was equally fearsome. AOC Qin Feng made a critical error, believing that there were ample healers on their side. Hence most of the chosen players were not healers. Moreover, the healers from the AO Feng dynasty had joined with Dian, leaving limited main force options available. In an instant, all healers retreated to the city, leaving AOC Qin Feng awkwardly relying on potions. As the team leader and a shield warrior, AOC Qin Feng's combat prowess was undoubtedly top tier. While consuming potions and absorbing damage, he quickly grasped He Laoda's attack sequence. Within a mere 5 minutes, it became impossible for He Laoda to inflict significant harm on AOC Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the surrounding team members were relentlessly dispatching minor minions, while AOC Qin Feng and a group of shield warriors engaged in a fierce struggle against He Laoda. The battle was exceptionally intense, with health potions strewn across the ground, prompting Qin Feng to secretly admire the elite team of AO Feng dynasty. Previously, he had focused solely on his own team, but now he recognized the distinct styles of each team. The AO Feng dynasty was undeniably a powerful group. Their command and execution capabilities were formidable. Shield warriors. Collective shield charge. AOC Qin Feng shouted once more, and all shield warriors immediately formed a line. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, they continuously collided with He Laoda, who retaliated while retreating. Whenever they entered the battle circle of He Laoda's minions, they would swiftly withdraw. He Laoda would charge again, eliminating a portion of the players, only to be repelled once more. Even so, this grinding was gradually depleting half of He Laoda's health points. However, the situation for AO Feng dynasty was not optimistic, as their casualties were substantial, without healers. Their health could not keep up, and ranged mages, when besieged, would inevitably perish. Even archers could not withstand the onslaught. Both sides exhibited vulnerabilities in their offense and defense. The defenses of He Feng Zhai were disorganized, and the monsters did not regenerate health. The healers from AO Feng dynasty could not keep up with the demands, resulting in half of their team being eliminated. Nevertheless, the balance of victory still leaned towards AOC Qin Feng, as He Laoda's health was evidently not high, and his attack was strong while his defenses were weak. Qin Feng began to prepare to join the fray, realizing that the current situation was untenable. He Laoda's health was dropping too quickly. If he fell, even though Qin Feng had not fled, it would result in a failed quest, and he too would perish. An alarm sounded, warning that He Laoda was in a severely injured state, and players needed to act promptly to assist. Just as Qin Feng was about to intervene, this notification appeared. Qin Feng understood that this was likely a precautionary measure from the game system to alert players who were too far away. It was time. Having warmed up, Qin Feng swiftly descended the steps. The scythe could not be used. He was uncertain if damaging the minions would count as accidental kills, leaving him unsure of his own identity. It seemed he had become a monster. Stealthily observing, Qin Feng identified a few low-health targets. After He Laoda unleashed a flurry of strikes, those players had not yet had the chance to heal before Qin Feng dashed forward with lightning speed. Rotating blade formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng's speed was terrifying, spinning 3 times per second, resembling a streak of red wind. Several beams of white light shot up as those players, caught off guard, were swiftly eliminated. Damn, Qin Feng. AOC Qin Feng exclaimed, pointing at him in frustration. Shameless. How could you ally with the monsters? Report him. Report him. AOC Qin Feng fumed. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at AOC Qin Feng, thinking that those who were frantic often resorted to insults or reporting instead of admitting their own shortcomings. Hey Laoda, shall we have a competition? Let us see who can take down more, he exclaimed with a laugh. Interesting, brother, let's go. He Laoda responded without hesitation. What do you mean, brother? Attack them. AOC Qin Feng became increasingly agitated, finding it absurd that Qin Feng could dictate the game. His frustration escalated to a breaking point. Without further ado, Qin Feng knew this was a serious battle, and he could not afford to be careless. At this moment, the first to attack had to be AOC Qin Feng. Unlike He Laoda, he understood that eliminating AOC Qin Feng would leave the AO Feng dynasty without leadership. Prepare to receive my attack. Qin Feng lunged forward, his right hand delivering a series of swift strikes. The crisp sounds of clashing blades momentarily dazzled AOC Qin Feng, who raised his shield. Amid the flashes of swords, he managed to block Qin Feng's assault entirely. Qin Feng was genuinely surprised when He Laoda bellowed, "Brothers, watch this." Gripping his massive axe, he swung down with force. The impact staggered AOC Qin Feng, nearly causing his shield to fly out of his grasp. The tremendous force knocked him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng executed a soaring kick, launching AOC Qin Feng into the air, then followed up with a devastating downward strike. The impact was immensely powerful, consuming considerable energy. However, AOC Qin Feng, struck by the blow, fell to the ground, unable to recover in time. He Laoda charged his axe with power, preparing to strike down at the fallen AOC Qin Feng. With a swift motion, AOC Qin Feng's health plummeted to a critical level. This was a decisive attack, and there was no room for mercy. Simultaneously, Qin Feng unleashed 3 consecutive thrusts. In the span of 3 seconds, AOC Qin Feng had just risen, only to vanish in a puff of white smoke. In Freedom City, AOC Qin Feng sat on the ground, covering his face with his right hand, already in tears. Alas, this day has been unproductive. I've made 3 trips to a Ning town for nothing. Hayes shook his head and approached to offer comfort. It's all right. We never prepare, so don't worry, brother. This time, we will definitely take him down. AOC Qin Feng looked up at Dian and asked, are you still going? Why not? Are you just going to endure this? Dian stared at AOC Qin Feng, perplexed, as this was not in his nature. Damn, it's been a whole day? How many days are left in the game? Look at He Zimming and the others. What levels are they at? Get lost. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm going to level up. Why go looking for Qin Feng? He.S. level 30. Can we really level up and take revenge? AOC Qin Feng was sobered by the blow. It wouldn't do to continue like this. The game wasn't just for a day, and seeking revenge on Qin Feng would take time. Besides, he had faced him countless times already. He was beginning to get used to it. Qin Feng, where's your pride? What about the spirit of the Alfeng dynasty? Dian grasped AOC Qin Feng's collar. AOC Qin Feng suddenly shook him off, his eyes twitching. The spirit of the Alfeng dynasty doesn't include being a fool and seeking revenge when we lack the strength. Dian, if we want revenge, we need power. Without strength, it won't matter how many times you try. And haven't you noticed? Qin Feng's defense isn't that strong. We need to secretly train a few assassins and archers. Can you calm down and think before seeking out punishment? Dian nodded in agreement. Brother, you're right. Let us go level up. We'll find him after reaching level 30. Dian seemed to have come to a realization as well. Meanwhile, on Qin Feng's side, with the death of the team captain, the backbone was lost. After being schooled by Qin Feng's spinning blade array multiple times, many team members abandoned resistance. Realizing their persistence was futile, they decided to return and find their captain. This was not a challenging victory, as Hayes and Qin Feng's cooperation was remarkably seamless, easily defeating AOC Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not expect that once they all left, Hayes would spit out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Hayes! Qin Feng rushed to catch him. Quick! Get the boss back to rest. Qin Feng was perplexed. Wasn't there any health potion? He had some, but he didn't take it out. If Hayes were truly his teammate, Qin Feng would not hesitate to share, but he wasn't sure what this situation entailed. After Hayes was taken into a room, he asked everyone to leave, bending over painfully. He retrieved a box from beside his bed, which had a lock that seemed easy to break, yet Qin Feng would not dare to do so. What is this? Qin Feng inquired of Hayes. Brother, I can't hold on anymore. This is a treasure I discovered recently, but I don't know how to open it. Before I die, I hope you can help me fulfill my last wish. The system issued a prompt. Player Qin Feng has obtained the Linglong box. Without hesitation, Qin Feng accepted it. He reached out to grasp Hayes' hand, wanting to comfort him, but was startled upon touching Hayes' ring. Oh, Hayes, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to help you fulfill your wish. Hayes nodded. Good brother. My last wish depends on you. With that, Hayes collapsed. Watching Hayes fade away, Qin Feng exclaimed in desperation, Hayes, can you really not hold on any longer? Don't be sad. Qin Feng nodded slowly. Hayes, if you really can't go on, can you give me that ring? Hey brother. Brother, are you serious? Hayes looked at Qin Feng in shock. In the next scene, Linglong Valley. Qin Feng was in agony, crouched by Hayes' lifeless body, pounding the floor. At the door, the minions rushed in, kneeling and crying out in despair. Oh no, boss. How could you die? Boss, what will we do now? Long Yi, brothers, from now on we'll rely on Long Yi. Huh. Qin Feng turned to the sobbing minion. Bewildered. Bro, don't say that. I have Hayes' last wish to fulfill. Here's the plan. You all stay here and choose a new leader. I'll go find a way to take revenge for Hayes. When I return, I will give everyone an explanation. Qin Feng hurriedly clarified. Just remember to come back. Long Yi, seeing the opportunity, Qin Feng assured them, don't worry. Don't worry. He stood up and strode out of the hideout, without hesitation, mounting his swift wolf and racing off. Why waste time with these guys? Could he really team up with them? A bunch of them waiting here for players? He had no time for that. After running a short distance, the task was declared successful. Qin Feng received a reward in the form of the Linglong box, and his reputation among the bandits increased. Currently, Qin Feng's reputation as a bandit was rising, which was not a good sign. The bandit territory seemed to be the most combative area in the wilderness, and if relations continued this way, Qin Feng could forget about farming for equipment. However, this situation was not initiated by Qin Feng. He had been passively drawn into this minor conflict and received unexpected outcomes. The Linglong box was an item that activated a hidden quest. When Qin Feng obtained it, he immediately received a prompt indicating that to open the Linglong box, he needed to find the key in Linglong Valley. Based on Qin Feng's understanding, this would surely require a battle. The key must be on someone within Linglong Valley. However, the question was, where was Linglong Valley? Qin Feng began to explore the map, aiming to uncover the surrounding dark areas. He decided to open the map first before doing anything else. Luckily, with the swift wolf, he didn't need to travel on foot. and the speed of map exploration was quick. After several days, once he had revealed most of the dark areas, the location of Linglong Valley finally appeared. It was supposed to be nearby, but now the problem was that Qin Feng had yet to reach 3 days of game time. It was about time to log off. If he rashly entered Linglong Valley and the quest required time, it would be impossible to complete. Thus, Qin Feng now finds himself in the wilderness, battling creatures aplenty. It is a perfect locale for leveling up, as players have yet to arrive. While training, Qin Feng engaged in lengthy conversations with his companions during lunch. He instructed Tang Xiaoxiao to return to Xiao Cheng with funds to elevate their guild to level 2, unlocking features such as the guild's craftsmen, enabling them to forge their own equipment. He also asked Bai Yin to record his current coordinates and mark them on the map, so that once he sorted out guild matters, he could swiftly rally a team for support. Qin Feng suspected that the Linglong Valley was no ordinary place. Its vastness suggested the presence of a construction zone, likely indicating a large dungeon. Without adequate manpower, he could not hope to conquer it alone. Preparations continued apace, and simultaneously, another guild was preparing to assault Linglong Valley. With a sigh, Qin Feng removed his helmet and slowly sat up. He made his way to the kitchen, only to find little to eat after rummaging about for a while. Deciding to seek out Bai Yan, he prepared to bring some funds with him. Recognizing that Bai Yan's family did not have it easy running a small shop, and it was inappropriate to dine without contributing. Leaving his home, he strolled forward. Although the two houses were not far apart, he felt the need for a walk, as lying down in the game for hours on end was quite uncomfortable. After more than half an hour, Qin Feng spotted the sign for Kung Fu skewers and entered. Bai Yan's mother, upon noticing him, greeted him with a warm smile. "Xiao Feng, you've come. Quickly have a seat." She enthusiastically ushered him to sit down. Qin Feng nodded and asked, "Auntie, is there anything to eat?" "Yes. Just wait a moment. I've just prepared some dishes." "Oh, Xiao Feng, what I mean is," Bai Yan's mother suddenly felt a bit awkward. Realizing that Qin Feng had come to eat, and it seemed inappropriate for the owner of a skewer shop to deny him food, as if she feared he wouldn't pay. "Not at all. Auntie, my parents passed away early, and thinking back, it has been nearly a decade since I last enjoyed my mother's home-cooked meals." "Oh dear, if you say that, then I won't say much more. Come, let us eat in the back." Bai Yan's mother led Qin Feng to the kitchen. Yesterday, Bai Yan had explained everything to his mother. Qin Feng was not an outsider but a dear friend of Bai Yan's. Bai Yan's mother was always welcoming, as students from the martial arts school frequently visited to eat and drink, and she never complained. In the kitchen, a skewer box and a freezer were situated in the corners, opposite a pale yellow square table. The rice was steaming in a pot, and a plate of braised eggplant was covered with a cloth on the table. "Come, Xiao Feng, let us eat here. Please don't mind the mess." "How could I?" Qin Feng chuckled, scratching his head. "That's good. I wonder what Yin is up to. He hasn't eaten yet. Wait a moment, I'll call him." Bai Yan's mother turned to leave, and shortly after, Bai Yan rushed in. "Haha, boss, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Come. What else do you want to eat? I'll prepare it for you." "Forget it. I was just planning to." Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. "Boss, are you still thinking about money? Do you look down on me that much? This is my home. You can come anytime." Before Qin Feng could respond, Bai Yan had read his thoughts, genuinely not considering him an outsider. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said nothing more, simply replying, "All right then." They devoured their meal quickly. The rice and braised eggplant, though not extravagant, were delicious to Qin Feng. As he had expressed, he had nearly forgotten the taste of his mother's cooking over the years. So savoring the dishes made by Bai Yan's mother filled him with a profound sense of maternal love, something Bai Yan might never fully comprehend. "Boss, what happened to that guy? I heard he has been killed by you numerous times." Qin Feng chuckled lightly and recounted his experiences within the bandit camp. "Oh," Bai Yan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in regret. "Boss, you're being too lenient. If it were me, I would have thoroughly tormented that guy. This is a game. He should suffer a bit. But you haven't sought him out for trouble these past few days?" Qin Feng shook his head. "Bai Yan, while we are playing a game, remember that as fair opponents, you can use any means to defeat him, but you must not humiliate your adversary. This is the most basic principle of a competitor. Honor can be killed, but not sullied, and the same principle applies to competition. If the opponent has the ability to fight back, we may act freely. However, once they concede or abandon resistance, we must refrain from humiliation. Respect for your opponents is also a form of self-respect, as every enemy you face deserves recognition for their efforts." Bai Yan, lowering his head, replied, "Boss, I was just saying it casually." Qin Feng nodded and smiled gently. "I trust your character. You would not act otherwise." They continued to converse for a while longer, with Qin Feng helping out by serving skewers and sweeping the floor. Although Bai Yan's mother insisted he not work, Qin Feng was determined to lend a hand. "Auntie, you've welcomed us into your home, so what's wrong with me helping out a bit?" "Oh dear, you're such a good boy. I'm at a loss for words." Bai Yan's mother replied. "All right, Just don't overexert yourself. With that, she returned to her tasks. As Qin Feng prepared to leave, Bai Yin's mother earnestly reminded him that she hadn't known he would be visiting today. But tomorrow she would be making red braised pork ribs and insisted he come, preferably bringing Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoyao along. Qin Feng scratched his head. It was indeed difficult to broach the subject, as it seemed improper to impose on others for a meal. However, Bai Yin assured him that he would handle it, and that it was unnecessary for Qin Feng to worry about Tang Xiaoxiao and Ling Xiaoya. If Qin Feng didn't come, it wouldn't be a brotherly gathering at all. Bai Yin's mother playfully scolded Qin Feng. Xiao Feng, do you still consider me a stranger? All right. I will definitely come tomorrow. Infected by the atmosphere, Qin Feng found himself agreeing without fully understanding why. Bai Yan's mother wore a delighted expression, continually praising Qin Feng until he departed, after which she finally retreated indoors. For the first time in nearly a decade, Qin Feng experienced a sense of maternal affection, and he walked home feeling blissful, his heart sweetened by the moment. Before he knew it, he arrived at his doorstep. As he casually lifted his gaze, he suddenly ducked away. Beneath his building, several luxury cars were parked, and a group of individuals was milling about. Qin Feng sensed that they were searching for him, yet they did not strike him as nefarious. Rather, they resembled personal bodyguards of some executives. Who could possibly be looking for me? He pondered for a while. His curiosity piqued. Eventually, a woman clad in professional attire descended, wearing a troubled expression as she shook her head at the sedan. Within the car, a shadowy figure waved, and the group departed. Only after confirming their exit did Qin Feng cautiously step out. Aunt Zhang, what were those people doing? He inquired, having noticed that Aunt Zhang seemed to converse with the woman earlier. Oh, Xiao Feng, they were looking for you. Why did you go outside? Just as they left, too. Aunt Zhang gazed at Qin Feng with envy. Looking for me? I don't believe I know them, he replied. Well, they didn't say? But I overheard something about a battle team. Xiao Feng, didn't you know? Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Ah, it's nothing. I'll contact them another day. Aunt Zhang, I must be on my way. All right, look at our Xiao Feng. Such a big boss came personally to find you. Qin Feng chuckled and slowly ascended the stairs. He had no idea who they were, but he felt no need to elaborate to Aunt Zhang. Upon returning home, he didn't dwell on it. If it were a battle team, they likely wanted him to join, which did not pique his interest. Feeling fatigued, especially since it was already past 9, he glanced at the forum on his computer, hoping to find some news about Linglong Valley, only to be greeted by a barrage of posts about killing Qin Feng and looting his equipment. With a shake of his head, he promptly closed the window. The following day, Qin Feng logged into the game on time. His logout spot was Linglong Valley, and as he beheld the scene before him, he was struck with astonishment. What on earth happened? Linglong Valley had been breached? Smoke billowed throughout the valley, as if the enemy had only just departed. How could this be? Was it the second team that did this? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. When he logged off, everything had been perfectly intact. Surely, the first team members would have logged in at the same time as him. Which battle team could have attacked Linglong Valley? How could he possibly open his Linglong box now? Rushing down, he sought any trace of the culprits. The smoke still lingered, indicating the assailants had not strayed far. Qin Feng mounted his swift wolf and sped in pursuit, eager to discover who was responsible, hoping to negotiate. Not far from Linglong Valley, he spotted 5 individuals engaged in monster hunting for experience points. Without hesitation, Qin Feng approached them. Excuse me, gentlemen, he greeted politely. But just as he prepared to call out to them as brothers, they turned to face him. Qin Feng was taken aback. Their ages were surprising. Qin Feng. Haha, kid. You've made quite a name for yourself. The middle-aged man at the forefront approached him, sheathing his weapon to signify he meant no harm. Standing before Qin Feng, he inquired, what brings you here? With a calm smile, Qin Feng replied, Brother, may I ask a question? Was it you who took down Linglong Valley? Oh, indeed. What of it? Nothing much. I merely wish to inquire if you happen to see a key. Hiss. A key? The middle-aged man glanced at a woman standing nearby. Yes. Why? Is there something interesting? Qin Feng nodded. Name your price. I wish to purchase it. Wait a moment. Qin Feng, I never said I would sell. Don't be too hasty. The man regarded Qin Feng with a steady gaze, urging him to remain calm. Brother, allow me to be straightforward. That key may not hold much value for you. Qin Feng stated plainly. Huh, that remains to be seen. The man's eyes glinted with intrigue. All right. Whenever you wish to sell, feel free to contact me. Qin Feng turned to leave, and the 5 individuals watched him depart without pursuing. That kid has some guts. Coming here while red-named, remarked the middle-aged man, as his companions gathered around him. Why not sell? We could trade it for some gear. The only woman interjected. The middle-aged man shook his head. We still don't know the key's worth. Why sell it? Besides, the inscription on the Linglong key clearly states it is the only item needed to open the Linglong box. Don't forget, this kid is red-named. If he opens the Linglong box, he might drop some valuable equipment. What? Then why waste time talking? Just take him out. One of the team members suggested. No, we need to be certain. If he escapes, we'll lose our chance. Red named, Wan'er, follow him and keep us updated on his coordinates. Find a dead end to corner him. Little brother, quite alert, aren't you? Sure. Hee hee. It's been ages. I must admit, I'm rather looking forward to this. Replied the woman, known as Wan'er, with a laugh. Indeed. Over these years, we've all been caught up in our careers. It's a rare occasion to reunite. Reminiscing about our earlier days together. Wan'er go? All right. With a swift motion, the woman vanished from sight. As Qin Feng walked away, he frowned, feeling that these older men were not to be trifled with. A few middle-aged individuals, appearing to be in their late 30s, clearly belonged to the early cohort of gamers. Judging by their physique, they seemed to lead a rather comfortable life. However, Qin Feng does not concern himself with their real-life circumstances. What piques his interest is their seasoned demeanor, indicative of those who would deftly exploit others for personal gain. It is conceivable that they might even covertly undermine their own interests. Qin Feng's greatest apprehension lies not in the presence of these individuals, as he is well-versed in self-defense, but rather in the elusive key he fears he may never acquire. After all, players with a white name do not drop equipment. As long as they refrain from selling it, he will remain forever unable to obtain it. Nevertheless, he muses that it is merely a chest, and he should not expect to uncover any extraordinary treasures within. It is merely essential gear for leveling up. The difference between having it or not is negligible, as Qin Feng cannot don different equipment anyway. Even if he were to unearth a rare dark gold item, it would be of no use to him, would it? Thus, Qin Feng dismisses the matter from his mind, for what more could he do? Gradually, he arrives at Linglong Valley, intending to familiarize himself with the terrain, perhaps returning in the future. After more than 3 hours, he becomes well acquainted with the architecture of Linglong Valley. Sitting upon the ground, he ignites a fire. Opting for the wild boar meat he brought from the bandit camp instead of continuing with buns. At this moment, Bai Yin and the others are also en route, and he decides to spend the next few days leveling up in the vicinity. Suddenly, a faint sound reaches Qin Feng's ears. The sound of falling sand is unmistakable. Even the softest of footsteps cannot escape his keen senses. Qin Feng refrains from turning around, pretending to consume his food while still listening intently. The sound gradually halts behind him, and he cannot afford to take chances. Being a red-named player, any threat must be eradicated. Alas, Qin Feng sighs. The female assassin behind him appears puzzled, wondering what he finds regrettable. What does he mean by that? Qin Feng stands, brushing off the dust, clutching the tantalizing pig leg, and takes a hearty bite. Delicious. Truly delectable. What a pity there is no one to share it with. He speaks with a casual nonchalance. Yet the pig leg lies merely a few centimeters from the female assassin. Sister, would you care to join me? Qin Feng suddenly lifts his gaze, fixing his eyes intently ahead while lowering them slightly. This action startles the female assassin, causing her to tremble. How could he be looking directly at her? With a sudden burst, Qin Feng executes a backflip, eliciting a scream as the female assassin leaps into the air. Seeking death. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens, and with a swift kick, he sends the female assassin crashing down. Within 2 seconds of landing, he swings his hand, unleashing 6 swords. The female assassin's health plummets to its lowest point. Poison mist. At such a critical moment, the female assassin remains remarkably composed, casting a poison mist that isolates Qin Feng. With a swift motion, she downs a health potion, instantly replenishing her vitality. Little brother, quite alert, aren't you? Yet, you are still too inexperienced. The seasoned veteran, Qin Feng Shiyu Lu, chuckles lightly, raising his eyelids to regard the female assassin. Well said, sister. We now refer to ourselves as greenhorns. What do you mean? The female assassin glares at Qin Feng, her voice tinged with ire. Are you suggesting I am old? Her tone shifts dramatically. It is universally acknowledged that one should never imply a woman has aged. Such remarks can incite a tempest. Qin Feng finds himself at a loss for words. That was not my intention. Silence. You little rascal. Daring to call me old? The female assassin lunges at him, her dagger thrusting repeatedly towards Qin Feng with barbaric ferocity yet remarkable directness. Qin Feng retreats repeatedly, barely evading her attacks in a rather ragged manner. Your home must be quite challenging, my sister-in-law. Qin Feng quips, bemused by her violent disposition. What did you say? I am not even married yet. How dare you? Qin Feng suddenly bursts into laughter, finding the situation amusing. Her spirited temperament mirrors his own past state remarkably. Qin Feng's eyes glimmer with a cold intensity. He has always approached such encounters with utmost seriousness, a habit he has cultivated. He believes in employing the swiftest methods, never lingering unnecessarily. Come on. Qin Feng charges forward, wielding his viper blade, before vanishing from sight. Shield charge. Bang. The female assassin, caught off guard and incited by Qin Feng's words, crashes into his shield with a collision skill. In an instant, she recoils, her body stiffening unexpectedly. Qin Feng delivers a powerful kick, sending her soaring. At this moment, he has not consumed any mana potions, and with his previous move already executed, he equips his scythe and viper blade. With swift precision, he strikes as the female assassin hangs helplessly in midair, unable to retaliate, and she is swiftly dispatched, her health dwindling to nothing. After landing, a flurry of stabs ensues, and a white light ascends. The female assassin is eliminated without a hint of surprise. Hurry and flee. Qin Feng surmises that the other individuals must be nearby. He quickly discerns that the female assassin's skill level is not trivial. Her earlier impulsiveness may have stemmed from a sensitive point he inadvertently touched upon, causing her to falter. It seems she does not fully comprehend her own capabilities, thus failing to unleash her true potential. Had she performed to her actual standard, Qin Feng estimates that the 4 older gentlemen would prove quite formidable. Moreover, his position is now exposed. His enemies lurk in the shadows while he stands in the light. A precarious situation indeed. Qin Feng hastens his departure, all the while pondering. Qin Feng Shiulu? Over 2 decades ago. The name of this guild resonated even before I had ventured into gaming myself. Indeed, they were the pioneers. The venerable force that had taken shape in the nascent days of competitive teams. Qin Feng Shiulu undoubtedly represented a bygone era of grandeur in the gaming world. Back then, they held a modest reputation within the gaming community. Qin Feng smiled faintly, noting the intrigue of encountering them here. It seemed this game possessed a certain charm, attracting even those who had long since become fathers. What? Wanner has fallen? The leading middle-aged man halted, standing still as he attempted to contact the female assassin for an explanation. Meanwhile, Qin Feng urged Tang Xiaoxiao to log off swiftly and assist in gathering information about Qin Feng Shiulu. Time passed quickly, and Tang Xiaoxiao returned online. Feng Ge. Qin Feng Shiulu is an ancient sect from over 20 years ago. They vanished for several years, but have recently resurfaced on the forums. The leader is named Feng Hua Shuiyu. The second is Xie Bu Shengzheng. The third is Wang Shi Ru Feng. The fourth is Sui Ru Gu. And the fifth is Qian Li Chan Wan. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the information. Understood. Xiao Xiao, thank you for your efforts. No problem. We're almost there, just wait for us. All right. Qin Feng closed the message and nodded. It was indeed them. Earlier, he had noticed the name Qian Li Chan Wan, unmistakable due to both her age and skill, indicating she was one of the veterans from Qin Feng Shiulu. These individuals could be quite troublesome. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, recognizing that in terms of gaming credentials, they were his seniors, and they possessed far more experience. His only advantage was youth, but their seasoned acumen in gaming could lead to complications. He decided to take things as they came. Finding a suitable spot, he sent Bai Yin a new coordinate and began to grind for levels. For the sake of experience, Qin Feng had to exert himself, and for the sake of skill enhancement, he had to work diligently. Damn it, this kid managed to take down Wanner with a single combo? Impressive. Qin Feng. Does anyone know him? Feng Hua Shuiyu inquired of his companions. They all shook their heads. The second, Xiebu Shengzheng, remarked, Boss, like you. We only learned about him from that video. However, he seems to be a member of a team that was reportedly disbanded. Feng Hua Shuiyu looked at him quizzically. Investigate this, see what background this young man has. Is he worth our attention? Xiebu Shengzheng turned and logged off. Moments later, what? A national champion for 3 years? Just him? Feng Hua Shuiyu perked up at Xiebu Shengzheng's words. Brothers, why are we here? To prove something, of course. These youngsters are still too inexperienced. The fourth, Sui Ru Gu, chuckled. Feng Hua Shuiyu nodded. Indeed, let my son see the prowess of his father. We will confront this Qin Feng. Isn't he a champion? Qin Feng Shiulu is synonymous with victory. He should not be far from here. Let us spread out and find him, so he knows what it means to face the seasoned. Several middle-aged men laughed heartily. In the distance, Qin Feng suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if someone was whispering about him. However, he had no time to ponder. Did he not have enough adversaries? Just consider Ao Feng Wang Chao and Zidian Jidian. Surely they wished for his downfall, hoping for daily internet outages and power failures to plague him. With a swift motion, Qin Feng charged towards the nearby lizard archer. A cascade of white gear fell from the creature, and he collected the coins, continuing his habitual grind. Boss, we are almost there. Here are your precise coordinates. Bai Yin approached with a small team, gradually closing in on Qin Feng. Oh, great. Do you see Linglong Valley? Bai Yin, stay around here to grind. I'll come find you. There are some troubles. Let us not meet just yet. Qin Feng responded, noticing Bai Yin frown again. Bai Yin, what is up? Ling Xiaoyu observed Bai Yin, sensing that something was amiss. Bai Yin replied irritably, someone is causing trouble for the boss. He wants us to grind in Linglong Valley, saying he'll come to us. Humph, that self-important fool thinks he can handle everything alone. He doesn't regard us as teammates at all. Ling Xiaoyu turned her face away, clearly displeased. Xiaoyu, don't say that. Feng Ge is just trying to ensure our safety. Many know of his ties to Jin Wu Min, but if we don't disclose it, no one knows our identities yet. This is a form of protection. Moreover, Feng Gu has a red name, which brings its own complications. Tang Xiaoxiao tugged at Ling Xiaoya's sleeve. Don't be so petty. Petty? I merely resent that he doesn't see us as his own. Do we fear being implicated? If we did, we wouldn't have agreed to team up with him in the first place. Ling Xiaoya shot Tang Xiaoxiao a reproachful glance. You only know how to defend him. Originally, Bai Yin was slightly annoyed by Ling Xiaoya's words. But after hearing her explanation, he realized there was a misunderstanding. Hey, Xiaoya, don't take it to heart. The boss has his own considerations, and you mean well. We all care for one another. If a misunderstanding arises from this, it would be quite unjust. Let us hurry. Linglong Valley is not far ahead. Also, let us see who dares to challenge our boss. Exactly. Come on. I'm so restless. If we don't engage in a fight soon, I'll burst. Lin Ku waved her hand dismissively, already impatient to charge ahead. Ling Xiaoya rolled her eyes. The one who eats skewers with kidneys, adrenaline, is something else. Come on. Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoxiao stole a glance at Lin Ku, relieved to see she had already dashed away, grasping Ling Xiaoya's hand, smiling as they ran forward. After the Linglong Valley was breached, the monsters scattered. The valley's guardian, who once kept the surrounding creatures at bay, had perished, and his death rendered the nearby monsters more aggressive. Ling Xiaoya was well aware of this, although she would not divulge the secrets of the game. She exercised caution while battling the monsters. After dispatching a few creatures, Bai Yin and the others began to pay attention to their surroundings. Meanwhile, Qin Feng navigated through a grove alone, proceeding with utmost care. Unbeknownst to him, for figures silently followed in his wake. Boss, this kid keeps wandering. I wonder what he's up to. I think he might have noticed us. He.S. already aware. He.S. searching for a suitable terrain for combat. Did you not see? He avoids the forest whenever he encounters open plains. His attacks likely have a considerable range. Humph. Let us not engage on the plains. As soon as he reaches the next narrow passage, we'll take him out. No more waiting. Feng Hua Shui smiled slightly. Youth indeed brings a certain audacity. But this lad still lacked the life experience and wisdom. The three companions behind him nodded in agreement, recognizing their leader's insight. That young man was indeed too inexperienced. Don't you think this is dragging on? This is quite troublesome. Qin Feng was also keenly aware of the movements behind him. These pursuers did not chase him across the plains, indicating they intended to confront him in a narrow passage. It would be prudent to shake off these tales sooner rather than later, which was a bother. Qin Feng contemplated the terrain. If this was the case, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned to the right. Surrounding Linglong Valley lay a stone forest, a place Qin Feng had previously illuminated. Thus, he decided to circumvent the valley and head toward the stone forest. What the hell? Why did this kid change direction? Hiss. What is he doing at the stone forest? Feng Hua Shui looked quizzically at Qin Feng and then at the map. Indeed, it was a prime location for ambushing him. But it was peculiar that Qin Feng would choose to go there willingly. Who cares? It seems this lad also wishes to find a place for a decisive battle with us. Boss, let him have his way. Lao Si Sui Ru Gu remarked. Humph. Let us go. Collectively, we have over 150 years of experience. Are we to be intimidated by a mere boy? If he dares to enter the stone forest, it shall be his grave. Feng Hua Shui led his three brothers onward, directly pursuing Qin Feng into the stone forest. Qin Feng indeed entered, and without a second thought, Feng Hua Shui followed suit. The map indicated the stone forest was small, yet within its confines, it felt vast. The enormous stone formations did not resemble ordinary structures. The central open circle looked like a birthplace, yet there was no introduction to its existence. Qin Feng sat in the center of the stone forest, eyes closed. As Feng Hua Shui and his companions entered, they paused, staring at Qin Feng, who sat calmly. Kid, are you waiting for us? Qin Feng opened his eyes. I could no longer endure this. It is better to take the initiative. What do you mean? Feng Hua Shui queried, observing Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly stood. I truly wonder how idle you are, following me without engaging. This is a waste of time. From your appearance, you seem to be men. Can you not resolve matters in a more manly manner? Come on, let us get this over with. I have other matters to attend to. What? Are you implying we are dawdling? Feng Hua Shui's eyes widened. Qin Feng retorted. Do you not find this dragging on? All right, Lao Si go. Feng Hua Shui offered no further explanation, urging his three companions to engage the single opponent. This kid is audacious. Yes, youth does afford one the confidence to be reckless, but let us see if he regrets it. Isn't this a bit unfair? Boss, most of the equipment from Linglong Valley is with me. I don't wish to bully a child. Third brother, you go. Your gear is the weakest. Sui Ru Gu humbly suggested. The third brother, Wang Shi Ru Feng, nodded fine. Who told me and Lao Wu to have such bad luck? Kid, we brothers will not bully you. Let us have a fair duel, one-on-one. You call the start. Wang Shi Ru Feng stepped forward, standing before Qin Feng. All right, let us begin. Qin Feng nodded. Aren't you donning any gear? Kid, take your time. Damn, you really are chatty. Qin Feng lowered his head and swiftly swung his hand forward, the scythe instantly slashing towards all four of them. You are indeed audacious. Feng Huashui could no longer contain himself. He had shown considerable restraint, yet this kid dared to provoke them all? Charge! All at once. Feng Huashui commanded, and the remaining three drew their weapons. Among the four, one wielded a shield, another brandished a two-handed axe, while the remaining two comprised a mage, the well-equipped Sui Yurugo, and the opponent facing Qin Feng, who wielded a one-handed sword and dagger. Resembling Qin Feng as a fellow berserker, they seemed quite confident in their own strength, having no healer in their ranks. Spinning blade formation, Qin Feng showed no mercy. He had no intention of being courteous. The frontline Wang Shi Feng raised his hands in defense, but could he withstand such force? Qin Feng's power was extraordinary. As the blade formation spun, all four were swiftly pushed together, their health rapidly diminishing. This kid is truly abnormal. Find an opening and break free. Feng Huashui frowned and commanded. All right. The other three nodded in unison. Skills released. Even in a connected sequence, there would inevitably be a brief moment of pause. This moment was fleeting, almost instantaneous. The four had already prepared. As soon as Qin Feng's skill paused, they turned and retreated. Humph. A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. Is that even possible? Yes, they are facing Qin Feng. In that fleeting moment of coherence, the pause in time was minimized. The four individuals, who had just bent down, had no chance to escape and were once again spun around 3 times by Qin Feng. What? Feng Huashui did not anticipate that Qin Feng's leveling skills were executed with such proficiency, nearly reaching a continuous level. However, despair was not yet upon them. Old Four, you go out first. With a flash of lightning, Old Four vanished upon hearing this, and in the next moment, he had landed directly opposite Qin Feng. A tremendous bolt of lightning struck down, aimed squarely at Qin Feng. He could not withstand the lightning here. As a warrior, standing his ground would not suffice against a mage, no matter how powerful. Qin Feng was forced to halt his assault, using a shield charge to swiftly reposition himself and evade the descending lightning, simultaneously allowing the other three to escape from his control. The entire process transpired in mere seconds. Though Qin Feng had momentarily controlled several individuals, the damage inflicted was insufficient to eliminate them outright. Impressive reflexes. Qin Feng felt a flicker of astonishment towards these individuals. Within such a brief span of time, the transition from repositioning to precise attack showcased the mage's skill, meriting Qin Feng's commendation. Sui Rugu, without hesitation, launched another electric ball at Qin Feng the moment the three departed. The electric ball, upon striking, would trigger a repulsion effect. Qin Feng dared not take it head-on. It was not merely a matter of damage. At this juncture, all of Qin Feng's focus was fixed upon this mage. His survival posed a threat to him, and eliminating him was imperative. With a shield charge, Qin Feng swiftly approached Sui Rugu, who was well aware of being the primary target of the enemy's assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. At this moment, the leader Feng Huashui had already arrived, his dark golden shield gleaming as he utilized the same skill Qin Feng had just employed. Shield charge. Bang! The two collided simultaneously, and Feng Huashui staggered several steps backward before regaining his footing. Such formidable strength. While secretly astonished, he also discerned Qin Feng's foundation. Mere strength is of no use. Boy, encountering us today spells your doom. Evil Prevails grinned menacingly. Qin Feng, care to take a hit? With a sudden leap, Evil Prevails soared towards him, wielding a pair of double-handed axes that shimmered with dark golden light. Double-handed warriors seldom wield swords. Those Qin Feng had encountered were either axes or massive hammers, undoubtedly wielding heavier weaponry with greater force. I do enjoy such an attacking style. A cold smirk played on Qin Feng's lips as he brandished a Wolf Feng wooden club. Ever seen baseball? This is a human-sized bat. Bang! Ouch! Evil Prevails transformed into a streak of light, the destination of his flight, now unknown. Old Two. Feng Huashui's eyes widened. That hit was no trifling matter. He hoped Old Two was unharmed. Boom! A rocky forest collapsed, the distance exceeding 200 meters. And it seemed that Evil Prevails would not be rising anytime soon. Again, Qin Feng swung twice more, sending Feng Huashui and Wang Shi flying. Only Sui Rugu remained, standing dumbfounded, gulping in disbelief. What on earth is that? He stared at Qin Feng in bewilderment. Boom! As Qin Feng struck the ground, Sui Rugu intended to teleport away, but his feet suddenly sank, nearly causing him to topple over. Swish, swish, swish. In that moment of distraction, he was met with a flurry of blades, his health plummeting by 1/5 in an instant. So fast, Sui Rugu had no idea what had transpired and dared not look back, his gaze fixed on the distance. Bang! Before he could move, a foot struck his chin, propelling him skyward. In an instant, he soared into the air. Qin Feng swiftly switched his weapon to his left hand, and with a flick, the scythe danced through the air. Sui Rugu's health rapidly diminished, dropping to a third in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng was aware, and a crushing kick fell from above. Sui Rugu found himself paralyzed, without any surprises. From the moment Qin Feng approached, none had managed to evade his strikes. Sui Rugu could not escape. In that instant, he was declared defeated. Had Qin Feng not harbored the intent to kill, he could have refrained from using the finishing move, but this approach was more secure. A series of stabs. A flash of white light. Old 4. Feng Huashuyue had yet to rise, dazed from the impact with the rocky forest, lying on the ground while shaking his head. By the time he regained his senses, Old 4 had already been launched away. Come on, Feng Huashuyue, get up quickly. The challenge had already been thrown out. This would surely hasten the inevitable. What? Just as he leaped out, Qin Feng seized his collar and hurled him forward, sending his entire body soaring through the rocky forest, crashing against a distant pillar. Bastard! Accompanied by his furious curses, Feng Huashuyue soared through the air. Qin Feng did not pause. He turned and sprinted, not fleeing but seeking out the severely injured Evil Prevails. That fellow had suffered the worst fall and would likely take longer to recover. Indeed, emerging from the rubble was no simple task. Evil Prevails struggled to rise, and just as he managed to free himself from the stones, Qin Feng appeared. The spinning blade array. Qin Feng's body spun rapidly, delivering 9 successive strikes within 3 seconds, causing Evil Prevail's health to plummet. He quickly retreated, running while retrieving a health potion. The response speed exhibited here allows one to escape in a life-threatening moment, particularly under the assault of Qin Feng, where the forces of evil cannot triumph over the righteous. Indeed, the performance is commendable. In the blink of an eye, a distance of 5 to 6 meters was covered, with the blood potion already uncorked, nearly touching the lips. With a swift motion, the figure of evil saw a flash of light beside him, and the next scene unfolded in Ching. The 10-meter scythe of Qin Feng pierced through the air, and even from a distance of 10 meters, it did not diminish his lethal prowess. The second brother, Feng Husuyu, was engulfed in shock, a flicker of fear coursing through him. Yet, the rationality that accompanies age reassured him that, even if he were to perish, it would not matter. However, was this pace of demise not rather excessive? Qin Feng? How infuriating! Feng Husuyu dashed forth, colliding directly with the incoming Qin Feng. Without uttering a word, he charged with his shield, retaliating in kind. As he neared Qin Feng, he executed an upward thrust, his weapon aimed straight at him. An upward thrust? Qin Feng's gaze fixated on Feng Husuyu's sword, and he abruptly veered to the side. A crisp sound pierced the air as Feng Husuyu stumbled, confusion clouding his eyes. Where did he go? Evaded? This is impossible. A swift gesture. What remarkable speed. This is a game skill. Should he touch you, there would be no chance to flee. How could he not have made contact? Was the skill malfunctioning? With a demonstration of his own, Qin Feng showcased that skills do not fail. Act. A sharp kick struck his chin, a sensation most unpleasant. Feng Husuyu clutched his shield in agony, his entire body trembling with rage. With a resounding crash, another blow sent Feng Husuyu hurtling through the air. In that fleeting moment, once a combatant is launched, regardless of who it is, they can only helplessly witness their opponent's relentless assault, with no recourse to counter. Yet, Qin Feng did not torment him. He merely sent him flying over 100 meters. For after his departure, Qin Feng had to contend with this berserker. As another berserker, Feng felt significantly more awkward. Confronted with Qin Feng, a sense of insecurity washed over him, especially after witnessing 2 of his companions fall before him. Thus far, they had found no effective means to strike at Qin Feng. Previously, the 4 of them had felt quite confident, outfitted in decent gear, mostly dark gold, which could be deemed exceptional. However, upon encountering Qin Feng, they felt as though they were clad in counterfeit armor. Their dark gold attire was rendered utterly ineffective, shattered into fragments. Reflecting upon their actions, it seemed they had accomplished nothing, merely falling prey to 2 swift defeats. What equipment could Qin Feng possibly possess? What was the secret behind his speed? In a flash, Qin Feng dashed forward, with no time for contemplation. Currently, he was at level 12, not enjoying a distinct advantage. And Qin Feng's habit was not to become overly arrogant, even when favored by fortune. A true expert relies not solely on technique, nor merely on equipment and skills. He is guided by a professional spirit and an unwavering attitude of respect for his opponents. Armed with the Viper S-Blade, Qin Feng refrained from utilizing any skills, relying entirely on his rapid assaults to subdue Feng. Even so, Feng struggled to defend himself, frequently finding himself pierced by Qin Feng's S-Blade, suffering significant damage. Notably, the style of Qin Feng's attacks bore a resemblance to swordsmanship. For goodness sake, Is this the caliber of players in today's games? The essence of Qin Feng's approach was not merely swordplay. While swordsmanship formed the core of his strategy to contain Feng, the crux lay in his speed. Qin Feng's swiftness was astonishing. In the game, agility does not uniformly influence a character's speed. For instance, during normal walking, agility has no impact. Otherwise, a character would move at twice the speed of an average person, which would be unbearable. Under typical circumstances, agility does not enhance speed. The game's design permits speed enhancement solely during combat, when a character's focus is heightened, allowing the game's helmet to analyze movements and make intelligent assessments. This creates an effect where one's mind seamlessly guides their actions, showcasing the game's remarkable capabilities, seemingly transforming players into masters in an instant. Strength operates similarly. Speed can be entirely directed by one's consciousness, while the degree of agility dictates the maximum potential speed. The higher the points, the greater the maximum speed achievable. At this moment, Qin Feng was unleashing his full movement speed, exceeding the normal human pace by 1.5 times. In face-to-face encounters, this speed appeared extraordinarily swift, with each of his movements surpassing Feng's visual tracking speed. To describe it as fast would be an understatement. Rather, it was the proximity that created an illusion, making it seem as though the eyes could not keep pace with the individual. Moreover, there was another effect. Even if one could perceive Feng's speed, they could not match the force of Qin Feng's fists. Observing Qin Feng's fist racing toward his head, he would attempt to block, but halfway through, his head would already be struck. This was the most agonizing aspect for Feng, as he helplessly watched his adversary pummel him without recourse. The shadows of despair deepened within Feng, as the pounding continued to disorient him. Regardless of whether it was a fist or the Viper's blade, he was left dazed and confused, ultimately forgetting his own skills. "You bastard! Are you seeking death?" At that moment, Feng Husuyu charged forth, witnessing his brother being assaulted, his fury igniting. With shield in hand, Feng Husuyu dashed forward, halting right behind Qin Feng. In a graceful pivot, Qin Feng swung his weapon with precision. "You scoundrel!" The ground trembled. Once again, a stone forest collapsed, and Wang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, as he lifted his eyelids, Qin Feng's fist came crashing down. Alas, this punch struck directly at Wang Feng's nose, causing tears to spill from his eyes, not out of sorrow, but from sheer inability to contain the pain. Old 3. Feng Huashuiyu charged out once more. Qin Feng waved his hand, and he was sent flying again. Moments later, Feng Huashuiyu emerged again, calling out, "Old 3. You alas." After rising, Feng Huashuiyu dared not charge forward again, but shouted from a distance. Surely, there was nothing Qin Feng could do about that. With both hands cupped around his mouth, Feng Huashuiyu yelled, "Old 3. Why don't you use your skills?" A flash of white light appeared, and Feng Huashuiyu squatted down, searching his body in vain. He longed for a cigarette. In times of frustration, a man often seeks solace in smoke. "Hey!" Qin Feng approached, observing Feng Huashuiyu squatting on the ground. "What's the matter?" Feng Huashuiyu looked up defiantly at Qin Feng. "What?" Qin Feng stared back, bewildered. "Is this a tactic?" "Of course. I haven't moved at all. I'm not stopping you, am I?" Feng Huashuiyu, still squatting, expressed his anger with a barrage of shouts directed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. "Lost your composure? How trivial." He turned and walked away, adding, "Next time you consider causing trouble, make sure you are in the right state of mind." "Stop. You better stand still," Feng Huashuiyu shouted, pointing at Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng paid him no mind. "Damn it. Are you pretending? Are you messing with me?" Feng Huashuiyu stood up abruptly. Qin Feng frowned and turned to face him, remaining silent. In a fit of rage, Feng Huashuiyu charged a few steps forward. "Now, apologize. Immediately." Sighing, Qin Feng replied, "Hey, are you out of your mind? At your age, can't you handle a little setback? Apologize to you? What have I done wrong? Did I beg for mercy from you? Did I say a word against you? What's the deal? Do you look down on me? Am I not worth your respect? You're impressive. I concede." Qin Feng raised his hands in surrender. "You've won." He turned to leave. Feng Huashuiyu rushed out again, yelling, "What's the matter? Did I let you win? What if I don't?" Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Feng Huashuiyu's antics. "Are you seeking death? Do you believe I won't end you?" Feng Huashuiyu brandished his sword. Qin Feng extended his hand. "You can, but give me the key." "The key? What key? It's not with me. Hurry up." Feng Huashuiyu impatiently regarded Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. "I won't give you the key." "Absolutely not." "Fine. If you don't give it today, I'll follow you." Qin Feng glanced back at Feng Huashuiyu. "Fine." Qin Feng found it quite peculiar. What did this fellow intend to do? As they walked on, Feng Huashuiyu followed closely, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters, moving only when Qin Feng did. and remaining still when he did. They arrived at Linglong Valley, where Qin Feng encountered Bai Yin, with Feng Hua Shuiyu trailing behind. Boss. Haha, I've missed you. Bai Yin greeted him warmly with a hug. Get lost. We just met yesterday. Spare me the nauseating words. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Hee. Just my enthusiasm. Boss, is that guy on your team? Bai Yin inquired, glancing at Feng Hua Shuiyu in the distance. Qin Feng shook his head. No. He is an opponent. What? Then why not send him back to town? Bai Yin was taken aback. Do some opponents follow when they're red-named? And you haven't even engaged yet? Are you two fools? Qin Feng shook his head. He insists on my death. He has followed me all this way. Damn. Why can't I encounter such opponents? Are they brainless? If you want to attack, I will. Bai Yin strode forward. Qin Feng quickly grabbed Bai Yin's arm. Be careful. You might not even be his match. What do you mean? Boss, are you looking down on me, Bai Yin? Qin Feng sighed. Another one without composure. Go on. Go on. He waved his hand, casting a glance at Ling Xiaoya and Tang Xiao Xiao. The two women nodded in agreement.